Long Nation Bayshore District 56, in a room. As a disreputable youth, Yili had mentally experienced all kinds of bizarre lives through online novels, time travel, rebirth, reincarnation, 10,000 times working in the underworld, having a system, having 7 doting older sisters. Even evolving from a maggot and becoming a maggot young master. He could accept all that. He imagined that even if one day it happened to him, it probably wouldn't shock him much. But being inexplicably transmigrated by heaven, he could accept that too, but after all, in so many worlds, occasional data confusion was understandable, so he didn't really care. But why did it have to turn him into a girl? His balls were gone. Looking at the girl in the mirror, oval face, long legs, high ponytail, Yili instantly wanted to die. He had been strolling with his best friend looking for a job, when suddenly everything went dark, and he ended up here. Then he found himself shorter, his chest heavier, his sense of control different. Everything had changed. Unwilling to believe it, he fumbled around somewhere again. His eyes rolled back. This feeling was wonderful. But this damn feeling was wrong. Yili confirmed it, completely confirmed the fact that he was now a girl. Damn that treacherous heaven, what a sin. Oh no. This has nothing to do with the heavenly Tao, oh, it's all that bastard system's fault. Yes, Yili does have a system. System, get the hell out here, and give me an explanation. As soon as he spoke, Yili couldn't help but twitch. This voice, was it too melodious? Ding dong, punishment choice system, serves the host. Host, what do you need to know? The hell with knowing your sister. Yili went crazy, grimacing. I need an explanation. Host wants to know why his soul transmigrated. Yes. The reason is simple. The host did something intolerable in the system world. What the hell? What did I do? The host snatched a little girl's bottled water, made her cry, and thus was granted death. Yili. Actually, it wasn't entirely his fault. At that time, under the scorching sun, Yili and his friend were busy job hunting, tired, thirsty, and helpless, and crucially, they had no money. Couldn't even afford half a bottle of water. As luck would have it, a little girl saw their pitiful state and deliberately flaunted her bottle of ice water. At first, Yili endured it, but what was excessive was that the little girl poured the water drop by drop onto the ground right in front of him. This damn kid didn't know how precious it was, behaving badly. If this continued, she would grow up to be a tyrant. Yili had to educate her early. So Yili snatched the water away. Then in front of the little girl, he taught her how to drink properly. His friend just covered his face, and the little girl burst into tears. Of course, the girl's parents wouldn't let Yili off, scolding him thoroughly. And that's when Yili was scolded to death. Recalling this, Yili cursed again. What a sin. System, you granted me death over such a trivial matter. Does your logic make sense? Doesn't your conscience hurt? I could accept if you said the system world is in urgent need of people, but you make up this crap. Who the hell would believe it? He found out. The system laughed slyly. Yili deeply felt his prediction was right, and wanted to die again. But he couldn't die. A living dog is better than a dead lion. So what if he was a girl? It didn't stop him from living. Anyway, he would never become a bride. His orientation was like a black hole. 1 in a million. Then is there any chance for me to turn back into a man? Since systems and novels were all very awesome, Yili's despair over being a girl slightly abated, and he firmly believed the system could change him back. Yes. Really? Tell me quickly. As long as the host completes selection tasks and earns forgiveness points, he can turn back once the requirement is met. Sure enough, Yili was delighted. How many forgiveness points are needed? The host can check the panel data himself. Upon hearing this, Yili, following the trope in novels, concentrated his mind, and indeed a screen appeared before him. Yili, 16 years old, high school sophomore, gender male, temporarily female male. How familiar. Tasks completed 0, accumulate 10 tasks e.g. 203,048. System gives extra forgiveness points. Final forgiveness transformation index 1 to 0. Note, losing virginity is invalid. Current forgiveness index 0, losing virginity invalid. He suddenly felt a chill of disgust. Yili counted the final forgiveness index and instantly wanted to die again. 10 billion. He held his forehead and struggled for a long time, but finally decided to live. Take things as they come, right? Yili wasn't afraid of pain, he just cherished life. Since it was a soul transmigration, Yili gained many memories of the original owner. From these memories, he learned that this world was not called Earth, but our star. Its diameter was 14 times that of Earth, and its mass about 482 times. Yili guessed that our star was the supersized Earth that Earth scientists talked about, very suitable for human habitation, but unfortunately too far away. Thinking of this, Yili urgently wanted to send this message back to Earth, telling them that this supersized Earth was already inhabited by many people. In this world, Long Nation was the largest, sharing the same bloodline as Huaxia. Without doubt, Yili felt proud of this. Not only that, even the heritage was almost the same. Since it was similar, there was no need to review more memories. At this moment, a question puzzled Yili. The system said the original body had died, which was why his soul transmigrated. So what about this girl? He quickly recalled more, and his face gradually became somber. The girl was also named Yili, living with her mother and younger sister. In the memories, Yili didn't see any figure of the girl's father. It seemed she had never had one. Because of this, the family was extremely difficult. Mother worked as a helper in a seafood market. The younger sister was still in middle school, and she herself was in high school. Their livelihood depended entirely on their mother. Recently, the girl learned a devastating news: her younger sister had leukemia, and upon hearing this, their mother suffered a heart attack and was also hospitalized. Fortunately, it was detected early, otherwise the consequences would have been dire. It felt like the sky was falling. The girl was utterly disheartened, but she became strong, knowing that if she ran away, her mother and sister would have no hope at all. So she went to class during the day, and after school went to a courier station to sort packages, earning a little bit, even though she knew it wasn't even a fraction of the medical expenses. So why did she die? Yili looked at the medicine bottle on the bedside table and suddenly felt how tired this girl was. The bottle contained sleeping pills, originally 100, now less than 50 remained. There were many reasons that drove this strong girl to take her own life. They all accumulated and led to this situation. First, at school, the girl was always bullied by classmates during meals and classes alike. But she worried about her mother's worries and kept silent. Second, the girl was quiet and pretty, attracting too many suitors, and not a few turned love into hate, ultimately ganging up to bully her. Third, there was the reason of sorting packages. The girl was still a student, so even a temporary job was hard to find. After many attempts, finally a kind-hearted place was willing to take her. At first, everything was normal. The older brothers and sisters were quite nice to her. But after a week, the department head began to touch her inappropriately, often leering, and verbal harassment became routine. This was unbearable for the girl. She couldn't stand such treatment, nor could she accept those disgusting glances. But thinking of her sister and mother, she gritted her teeth and persisted. Last night, this always strong girl finally broke down. The department head groped her in public. When exposed, he instead accused her of seducing him. The girl ran out crying, and the department head followed in his car, delivering the final blow. He said she was as stupid as a pig, and the only reason they took her in was that young Master Chi wanted to humiliate her through this. Yili was furious, uncontrollably angry, his hair standing on end and his eyes splitting. From what he remembered, this Chi Xiao was also one of the girl's suitors, and the outcome was naturally as previously described. He couldn't have her, and thus love turned to hate. That sorting company was owned by Chi Xiao's family. That night, all the grievance went unspoken, all the pain unfelt. The girl was tired. She was like the brightest star in the vast galaxy, purest of all. She couldn't help but dwell on the feeling of being touched, so she left still pure and bright. Sister, I've felt all your grievance and pain. Rest assured, I'll take care of our mother and younger sister. Rest in peace. Having been tempered by society, Yili was not one to be overly sentimental, but the girl's experience still left him with complex emotions. At the same time, an inexplicable bitterness rose in his heart. Yili's words seemed to trigger something, and the girl's last lingering thought vanished. Yili clearly felt his tense nerves suddenly relax. And so Yili sat alone on the edge of the bed, lost in thought for a long time. Suddenly, a strong urge to urinate. He walked into the bathroom, opened the toilet lid. PSSS, drip drip, never mind, he might as well take a shower. Yili swore he was not eager to see his own body, it was just that he felt a bit sticky. Her poor family did not leave her malnourished. Instead, she grew up graceful and slender with an ethereal, otherworldly charm. Her waist was like a willow branch, her abdomen smooth. Her chest was firm and her skin tender, the unique beauty of a young girl. Her body proportions were impeccable, though she was less than 1.6 meters tall. Her legs were so long. No wonder so many in the high school pursued her. Yili even found himself having certain thoughts. And so with a nosebleed, he walked out of the bathroom. After this, Yili decided it would be better to keep his eyes closed while showering. The sky was already bright. Yili knew it was time to go to school. He opened the wardrobe and saw neat and clean clothes. He fell silent. All he saw were the girl's undergarments, which made him feel deeply embarrassed. Is this the school uniform? To the left of the neat row of undergarments, there was a Jake-style uniform, which filled Yili with both excitement and great distress. Was he going to have to dress like this from now on? Walking into campus in over-thinny socks and a swishing skirt. All this. Can he refuse? How can a man endure this? It's simply shameful. Ding. Selection condition triggered. 1. Dress according to the strict requirements of No. 56 high school. Obtain piano proficiency, forgiveness value 100. 2. Go out naked. Obtain a rubber band, forgiveness value 10. Well, apparently he can't. How could he go out naked? Yili would preserve the girl's purity. I choose option 1. His tone was as weak and feeble as if he had lost his father. He put on the high school uniform, the charming underwear, and bra pitch-black knee-high socks, plus a pair of black low-heeled Mary Janes. Yili looked at himself in the mirror and drooled. These basic outfits were done, but he was at a loss about his hair. He didn't see any hair ties or such, so he thought about using a sock to tie his hair. The system prompted that the selection had been automatically delivered. Yili opened the panel to check. Yili, 16 years old, second-year high school student. Gender male, temporarily female. Talent, skill, piano proficiency. Task completion, count 1, accumulated completion of 10 tasks e.g. 203,040. System extra reward, forgiveness value varies. Final forgiveness, transformation value, 100. Current forgiveness value, 100. He just glanced at it, confirmed the forgiveness value had increased, and then didn't think much more. He was completely uninterested in that piano skill. Yili pushed open the door, walked out of the neighborhood, and headed along the street to No. 56 High School. The school was a full 4 kilometers from this old neighborhood. In his memory, the girl had always walked to school. Yili was speechless. This girl was really too considerate, even refusing to spend a single extra cent, even if her feet blistered. It was only to lessen her mother's burden. In the pocket of the school uniform jacket, Yili found many dragon coins. These must have been saved up by the girl over a long time. When he counted, there were over 200. Yili had originally wanted to take the bus, but after seeing the money, he decided to grit his teeth and walk to school. At the gate of No. 56 High School, students in uniforms were entering the school one after another, all full of vitality, laughter, and youthful energy. By the school gate, there seemed to be some excitement, and many students gathered around. In the center of the crowd, a boy with glasses holding a bunch of blue roses seemed about to confess to someone. The students were curious. Some girls stomped their feet in envy, wondering why they never encountered such a thing. Chao-hee, you've always been quiet. Who would have thought you have a girl you like? A boy walked over from the crowd. The students seemed to know him well, and they parted to make way. Chao-hee's expectant expression dimmed. Chi-Xiao, this has nothing to do with you. I hope you won't cause trouble. Chi-Xiao draped his jacket over his shoulder, a contemptuous smirk on his lips. He slapped Chao-hee's face directly, then shoved him hard, sending Chao-hee stumbling backward. Who do you think you're talking to? Don't cause trouble. I'm asking you as a favor. Chi-Xiao was much taller than Chao-hee, and also the class basketball captain with large hands and feet. Knowing he couldn't win a fight, Chao-hee didn't retaliate, but stared back at Chi-Xiao with undiminished defiance. Humph. Chi-Xiao sneered again, then said mockingly, I heard from classmates that you like Yili. This flower isn't for her, is it? As if his heart was seen through Chao-hee's expression changed. Chi-Xiao, what do you mean? Yili has clearly rejected you. It's none of your business if I pursue her now. Haha, who knows if that bitch is clean or not. She's worthy of me. I wouldn't want her even if she were given to me. Young men always like to show off their superiority and brush off past disappointments. Ever since Chi-Xiao was rejected by the original Yi Li, whenever asked, he would say he never confessed. But everyone knew the truth, they just didn't want to offend Chi-Xiao, so they kept quiet. Say that again. Hearing someone insult his goddess like that, the usually introverted Chao, he seemed to transform, his eyes turning red. Chi-Xiao raised an eyebrow, perhaps due to his long history of fighting there was a hint of malice in him. Don't think you're special just because your family has a company. Point at me again, and it'll break your hand today, believe it. If you dare insult Yili one more time, he will be your sworn enemy from now on. Their auras were matched, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. The source of this impending fight was just someone insulting another person. The students began to murmur. Who is this Yili? Why have I been hearing this name so much lately? You don't know? Yili is said to be the top student and class beauty of class 24. She's extremely beautiful. Not only the boys in her class are interested, even those from other grades. Is she that pretty? A boy's expression instantly lit up. I advise you not to get any ideas. That Yili is as cold as stone. No matter how rich or powerful the family, she won't be moved. Look, they're about to fight. The two immediately looked up, ending their conversation. At this moment, Chi-Xiao and Chao-hee were on the verge of exploding, or it was only because they were at school that they were restraining themselves. But that didn't mean they were truly afraid to fight. They were both waiting for the other to make the first move so that they would have an excuse when punished. At this thrilling moment, someone suddenly shouted, Hey, that girl seems to be Yili. Almost everyone looked up. Beneath the maple tree, a girl with a serene temperament walked quietly toward them. Her skin was as white as snow, and her eyes were like a clear stream, exuding a refined and ethereal grace that captivated onlookers, making them feel unworthy and dare not profane. Yet there was a captivating allure in her cold elegance that compelled gazes, stirring a desire for a story with her. This beautiful scene ought to be enshrined in memory, but when eyes fell upon the girl's disheveled hair, everyone wore odd expressions. How could someone so lovely neglect her hair? Why was it tied so carelessly? Wait, was that a sock? She had used a sock to tie her hair. Yi suddenly felt countless eyes upon her and froze in bewilderment. Why are you all staring at me for coming to school? Have I failed to act like the former Yi Li? Chao He abandoned Qi Xiao and hurried over, thrusting the blue rose before Yi Li, nearly jamming it into his nostrils. Yi Li's eyes widened, feeling a sense of disorientation. Who am I? Where am I? The scent of roses brought him back. He was now a girl, and this lad must be a suitor. Haha, how could Yi Li ever agree to that? He was a straight Asenero man. No gender swap romance, no bending. His orientation was a black hole. Sure enough, Chao He blushed and confessed, Yi Li, I like you. Will you go out with me? Suppressing a wave of nausea, Yi Li was about to refuse. Ding. Condition triggered. 1. Accept Chao He, gain a Villa 100 forgiveness points. 2. Take the blue rose and slam dunk it on Qi Xiao, gain mastery of the 5 Lang 8 trigram staff, 200 forgiveness points. Qi Xiao. Yi Li pondered the name on the screen. Soon he recalled information about this person. Qi Xiao was one of Yi Li's suitors, also one who tormented her. The department head who humiliated her at the sorting company was his doing. No hesitation. Naturally choose option 2. Just as he was about to speak, an idea struck him. Now that he was a beauty, head inevitably attract admirers. Why not use this bespectacled guy as a shield? Would that be unfair? Who cares as long as he had peace? So Yi Li asked, System, if I accept Chao He, but don't date him, just become sworn brothers, is that okay? The system seemed dumbfounded. After a while it replied, as long as you accept it's fine. Good. As long as it wasn't real, anything was acceptable. Can I choose both? Yes, host. With the system's confirmation, Yi Li decisively took both options. Meanwhile, Chao He still held the flower, head bowed, hopeful and nervous. The surrounding classmates waited for Yi Li's answer, though they already knew. Yi Li was a cold stone. How could she accept Chao He's pursuit? Qi Xiao watched a flicker of jealousy in his eyes, but it vanished quickly. He was surprised. How could Yi Li be so unruffled? Hadn't Fat Lu followed his orders last night? No, Fat Lu was obedient, he wouldn't dare disobey. How could Yi Li, once as pure as a white lotus, endure such humiliation and still come to school with composure? Shouldn't she be depressed and suicidal? This shattered his perception of her. Yi Li, ignoring his thoughts, took the rose from Chao He under everyone's expectant gaze. I accept. The voice was sweet, but the tone was like accepting a lackey. Before Chao He could show joy, before the classmates could erupt, Yi Li walked to Qi Xiao with the rose. The sudden shift left everyone bewildered. What was he doing? Qi Xiao stood frozen, and it was clear he had truly loved Yi Li. The unconscious tenderness in his eyes was undeniable. Being short was inconvenient, he had to look up. Yi Li said irritably, come down a bit. Everyone was dumbfounded. Qi Xiao went, huh? What huh? Lower your head. Yi Li grew impatient. As if possessed, Qi Xiao really lowered his head. Yi Li measured the height and found it adequate. Then to everyone's shock, he leaped up. A fleeting glimpse of skirt, and many let out an involuntary wow. But the main event was that as he jumped, he swung his arm, adjusted his grip on the rose, and slammed it down on Qi Xiao's head. Time seemed to freeze, the crowd gasped. Yi Li shook his arm. Girls were such a hassle. Even a little force felt like a strain. Glancing at Qi Xiao, then at the rose stem in his hand, it was already wasted anyway. So Yi Li took the rose stem and whipped it across Qi Xiao's face. The stem was as tough as a rattan with sparse thorns. Blood immediately beaded on Qi Xiao's cheek. Yi Li's eyes turned cold. This was just the beginning. The debt for tormenting Yi Li would be settled slowly. Ah, Yi Li. The pain jolted Qi Xiao back to reality, fury bulging the veins on his forehead. The cry snapped everyone out of their stupor. What are you yelling for? You want to die? Yi Li was startled. You hit me. Nonsense. I whipped you. You what? What's a little slap on a grown man? Don't tell me you're so petty you'll retaliate. Are you even a man? Ah, it was true. Being a girl, he could abandon some dignity like now. Qi Xiao was fuming, but words seemed to fail him. He stared at Yi Li with disbelief. Was this really the serene, beautiful girl? What made Qi Xiao want to die was not just the inability to retaliate, but the humiliation. He had willingly lowered his head for Yi Li to hit. Let's go, sweetheart. Yi Li ignored the livid face, called to Chao He, and strode into the school gate. The crowd finally erupted into chatter. Yi Li was so badass, totally awesome. You? Spit it out, don't be shy. What's the matter? On campus, Yi Li strode briskly, while Chao He followed with small steps, hesitating. Undoubtedly, this was another striking contrast. Passing seniors and juniors were stunned. Oh, did you really accept me just now? So you're my girlfriend now? Yi Li stopped, looking at the shy boy, unsure what to say. But he couldn't accept this, better to clarify early. He draped an arm over Chao He's shoulder and said as they walked, "Bro's sister doesn't like guys, so I can't be your girlfriend. How about we become sworn siblings?" He was speechless. He had felt a thrill at Yili's touch, but now his soul seemed to flee to outer space. "Yili, I really like you." Headache. "I really don't like guys." Yili was also frustrated. What a mess. To prevent He from exposing the secret, he leaned in and said, "Keep this secret for your sister, or we can't even be brothers." "Got it." He dazed murmured in acknowledgement. "All right, that's settled. Tell me when you want to swear brotherhood." He stood in a daze. Yili hadn't gone far when a girl caught up. A real stunner. "Yili, what happened just now? I heard people say you were awesome." Turning his head, a fragrant breeze caressed his nostrils, and before him stood two majestic peaks, tumultuous and surging. Her delicate features were in no way inferior to his own. Yili was entranced. Who was this person? "What, you don't recognize me?" Qingxue. Mo Qingxue, displeased with Yili's reaction, pouted and stomped her foot, causing another surge of rippling waves. "Oh right, Mo Qingxue." Yili finally remembered. She was also the class beauty and monitor. "Qingxue, do you know how to do a sweep kick?" "Huh. The move is called Qingxue, isn't that how the lyrics go?" "Are you okay?" "What are you talking about?" "Oh, nothing." Seeing that she didn't get the joke, Yili dropped it. "By the way, what happened earlier? I saw Qi Xiao bleeding, and those people were saying your name. Does it have anything to do with you?" "Well..." Yili scratched his head, a mischievous thought suddenly striking him. He gestured for Mo Qingxue to come closer. "What is it so mysterious?" Mo Qingxue, unsuspecting, brought her face close to Yili's. Oh, that smooth touch, that full elasticity, the unique fragrance of a maiden. Yili felt a surge of heat. Too bad he wasn't a man. "Hurry up and tell me," Mo Qingxue urged. "Oh, it's like this actually. Qi Xiao is a trap. She's on her period today, that's why she's bleeding." With that, he bolted, his skirt fluttering in the wind, his long fair legs leaving the junior students staring wide-eyed. Mo Qingxue froze, then smiled helplessly, realizing Yili had tricked her. He stood dumbfounded, his soul seemingly yet to return from outer space. Goddess Yili is a lesbian. A lesbian. He. As this loop played endlessly in his mind, Qi Xiao's voice came from behind. He turned to see Qi Xiao's face covered in blood, feeling a strange sense of satisfaction. "If you're a man, meet me in the grove after school." Clearly Qi Xiao blamed He for everything that had happened today. If not for that rose of his, how could his face have ended up like this? Say, "Who's afraid of you?" He would never admit he wasn't a man. Even if it meant getting beaten black and blue, he had to fight this battle. It was a matter of dignity, a matter of how Yili would see him. Perhaps it was his introverted nature that had made Yili want to become sworn siblings. If he toughened up, maybe Goddess Yili would be moved. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. "Who's afraid of you? Let's do it." Qi Xiao snorted, his face twisting into an even more ferocious expression. After muttering something, he shot He a contemptuous smile and walked away. "It really has nothing to do with you, right?" In the classroom, Mo Qingxue removed the sock from Yili's head and tied his hair into a high ponytail. "Don't worry, I guarantee that if the teacher asks, Qi Xiao will say he fell." Yili realized he was actually deskmates with Mo Qingxue. Lucky him. "Oh, you. Why are you talking so strangely? Girls shouldn't say things like that. You weren't like this before." Hee slip of the tongue. "How about I give him another nickname? Sand Sculpture." Mo Qingxue. "Let's drop it, it's so awkward. By the way, the governor is coming to inspect today. I heard from my dad that the higher-ups are specifically checking the freshmen' skill demonstrations." Yili tilted his head as if trying to recall something. From his memories, he learned that in this world, besides basic knowledge, people also valued ancestral heritage. The school taught everything from music and chess to calligraphy and painting. It was said that without mastering 3 skills, one couldn't graduate. Yili's memories also included details about himself, leaving him utterly speechless. Flute. Yes, the skill Yili's female counterpart had chosen was playing the flute. A soul transmigration was bad enough, being reborn as a girl was tolerable, but why did the skill have to be so humiliating? Yili's face darkened. Others who transmigrated were elegant and handsome, stepping on cranes, ethereal and divine, like a white crane youth. At the very least, they had an old master to play possession games with, dominating the elders and showcasing the protagonist's heroic grace. But here he was a flute-playing girl. "Ah, forget it, what nonsense is this?" He couldn't think about it anymore, or he might lose control and give Qi Xiao a beatdown right there. "I'll let him come. By the way, I remember you're also a flute. Professional, right?" Mo Qingxue blushed, poking Yili with her slender finger. "Why do you have to put it so crudely? You're so weird today." Flute is a performance art, and performance includes musical instruments. How can you not be nervous at all? "Nervous my ass. So what if I play the flute? It's not like I can't." Mo Qingxue. So all her efforts to prepare him in advance were wasted on a pig. The bell rang. The first class was supposed to be math, but the homeroom teacher came instead. The homeroom teacher was a mature beauty in her 20s. Her face was slightly lacking barely a 7 out of 10, but her figure was stunning, perfectly matching the restlessness in Yi Li's soul. Without any preamble, the teacher got straight to the point, announcing what Mo Qingxue had told Yi Li earlier. The students' faces showed shock, then more shock followed by paleness. After all, they were still children, untouched by hardship. Faced with the attention, no the test, of such an important figure, they couldn't help but feel nervous. Nervousness swept through not only the class, but the entire 56 school. The teacher continued, although it's a collective honor, the class is also important. I hope you all give it your all, each practicing your own skill. You will perform on stage with other classes. Each class had an average of about 45 students, and each student's primary skill was different. To save time, the school planned to have all students with the same skill perform simultaneously. This meant the number of participants for each skill would be terrifyingly large. But if you thought you could just blend in, you were sorely mistaken. The governor had his own way of distinguishing. In a corner of the classroom sat 2 girls, also looking nervous at the news. Anlin, what should I do? You know my piano skills are terrible. They'll drag the whole class down. The speaker was Pu Mingrue, a pretty girl dressed neatly, but with makeup too heavy for her age. To stand out, Pu Mingrue had deliberately chosen a Western instrument, successfully catching the eye of a handsome senior. Yes, she chose the piano just to pick up guys. She was actually a klutz. Her desk mate was a cold girl with bangs like a noble lady from a big family. Hearing this, she remained calm, nodding to signal Pu Mingrue not to worry. Anlin, help me. I don't want to embarrass myself in front of so many people. Alright, I know. Wait a moment. Anlin pointed to the intercom speaker on the classroom wall. Pu Mingrue was confused and about to ask. But then the speaker crackled to life. It was the principal's voice, mainly telling the freshmen and sophomores to prepare and not to be nervous. The seniors would perform in the afternoon. Finally, the principal added, besides traditional instruments, Western instruments include violin, cello, flute, oboe, and piano. 6 in total. Students, do your best. On behalf of the 56th school, I encourage you and thank you. The speech left the students both nervous and excited. The teacher timely produced a list which the students passed around. When it reached Yi Li, he didn't hesitate, writing his name in the flute box. Seeing his confidence, Mo Qingxue perked up and neatly wrote her name. When the list reached Pu Mingrue, her hand trembled as she held the pen, tears welling up in her eyes. Anlin, what do I do? I can't do it. Anlin said nothing, her cold eyes glancing at Yi Li's seat, a flash of hatred crossing her face. Then she took the pen from Pu Mingrue and wrote Yi Li's name in the piano box. Pu Mingrue's expression changed, but before she could scream, Anlin covered her mouth. Have you forgotten what happened with Chun Yiming? Pu Mingrue paused, a flicker of hatred flashing in her eyes as well. Her current boyfriend had once been deeply in love with Yi Li, and even now he hadn't completely given up. For this, Pu Mingrue held a grudge, wishing Yi Li would be humiliated in front of the entire school. Now that such a perfect opportunity presented itself, why not seize it? Anlin, thank you. Anlin smiled enigmatically, as if she had done nothing at all. The list continued to be passed around. Behind the 2 of them sat a boy and a girl. The girl glanced at the list strangely, then at Yi Li, shook her head, and planned to ask about it later. The bell rang, and the entire school bustled into activity. Yi Li, under Mo Qingxue's signal, lined up and headed outside. Suddenly feeling a tap on his shoulder, he turned to look. It was a cute girl with twin tails. Yi Li couldn't remember who she was at first. Hey, don't you recognize me? It's me, Jean Jean. Oh right, her name was Xia Jean Jean. Jean Jean, can I lick you? Yi Li suddenly stuck out his tongue, startling Jean Jean. Why? That's disgusting. Because you're Jean Jean, you weigh delicious, I want to see if it's true. No. Xia Jean Jean refused, and was about to say more, but Mo Qingxue interrupted. Hurry up, make way for the boys. The sudden inspection was rushed, but orderly. For such a grand event, the venue was naturally set in the gymnasium. But with so many people, the gymnasium couldn't seat everyone, so the boys had to be the unfortunate ones carrying chairs. Yi Li slapped his thigh in delight. Great girls really have it good. He watched the boys from the first and second years bustling back and forth. Surprisingly, they were quite efficient. In less than 40 minutes, temporary seating had been set up in the gymnasium. Teachers and students filed in, and the place was soon packed, a sea of bobbing heads blocking much of the view. Yi Li followed Mo Qingxue and Xia Jingjin to their seats. Just then a sound came from the gymnasium entrance. Before Yi Li could look, everyone stood up. Outside, a line of military jeeps slowly came to a halt, and a group of soldiers disembarked, moving in perfect unison to form 2 rows. Then came a convoy of black official cars, and a batch of civil officials and attendants descended, clustering around a middle-aged man smoking a cigarette as he walked in slowly. School leaders stepped forward to greet him. The smoking man was approachable, smiling warmly, and greeting everyone generously, bestowing his affable smile upon every teacher and student. Yili stood on tiptoe, craning his neck, but couldn't see a thing. It wasn't entirely because he was short, it was also thanks to a boy in front of him. This boy, whose name he didn't know, must have been raised on fertilizer. He was ridiculously tall, with greasy hair and dandruff that could have been traded for skin. Yili was already nauseated by the smell, and now this guy was blocking his view of the governor. His anger flared. He reached up and punched the boy right on the back of the head. With a thud, Yili winced in pain. The boy winced, rubbed his head, and turned around. His adolescent beard was shockingly thick, and as he breathed, Yili could smell his bad breath. This feeling, damn. He hadn't experienced this in years. Who hit me? Was it you? Yili would never admit it. He smiled like a flower, his almond-shaped eyes full of confusion, his expression cute and bewildered, making the boy blush with embarrassment. On the other side, the school leaders had apparently settled the governor. The loudspeakers broadcast the voice of a teacher acting as host. Yili watched as the freshmen went up on stage in groups to perform their talents. Unable to see, he simply sat down. Music filled every corner of the gymnasium. The governor listened with a smile, nodding occasionally and applauding at the end. Soon Yili, who was getting drowsy, was tapped by Mo Qingxue. "What's up? Get ready, it's almost our turn." As she spoke, the homeroom teacher approached. Qi Xiao, who had disappeared somewhere, was also pushing his way through the crowd toward their class. His face was bandaged, looking hilariously oversized. "Qi Xiao, what happened to you?" The homeroom teacher looked puzzled. Some classmates who had witnessed Yili hitting someone that morning whispered among themselves. Mo Qingxue squeezed Yili's hand, seeming a bit nervous, afraid the teacher would find out. Yili, on the other hand, made faces, leaving Mo Qingxue caught between laughter and tears. Qi Xiao's expression froze, and he shot Yili a resentful glance from the crowd. Then he scratched his head at the teacher and said sheepishly, "I fell this morning." Some classmates chuckled. Yili nudged Mo Qingxue with his shoulder, silently conveying, "See, didn't I tell you this idiot would say he fell?" Mo Qingxue covered her mouth and gave Yili a knowing look. "Be more careful in the future. Do you want your parents to worry about you at this age?" The teacher scolded him, then said to the class, "Your juniors did very well." The principal said, "The governor is satisfied. You all need to work hard too." The words were carefully chosen. Similar words were spoken by each homeroom teacher of the sophomore year. The so-called "don't embarrass the class" meant not making mistakes during the performance, not letting personal errors affect the overall effect of the ensemble. Thus it wouldn't disrupt the rhythm of the entire grade, and there was no real honor at stake. But the effect produced was greater, with classes competing against each other, determined not to make mistakes among their peers. When the host calls your name, go up and perform. Don't be nervous, treat it like a mock exam. The teacher reassured them again. As he finished speaking, the host teacher at the center of the venue took the list and began to announce. "Next is the sophomore year Xiao performance. Please come up and play together. Qin Yang Mu Liuza Gu Xiao Xiao Wang Kiki, Hu Hui Hui, Do Mei Li, and Mo Qingxue Yili." The host teacher read out over 40 names, all of them students specializing in the Xiao. Yili strode forward confidently, then realized something was off, and switched to small, delicate steps as he followed Mo Qingxue and the others to the center of the venue. The teacher in charge of instruments handed each of them a finely crafted Xiao as they passed. The Xiao was no different from those on Earth. Yili took it in his hand and felt a sense of familiarity. This must be the familiarity from Yili's sister's memory, now inherited by him. The piece was called Boundless. Its style leaned toward the martial world, full of romance and chivalrous vengeance. Although Yili had never been interested in musical instruments during his school days, he was sure this piece didn't exist on Earth. He naturally didn't understand the music, but fortunately he had inherited Yili's sister's memory, so playing along shouldn't be a problem. Suddenly being the center of attention gave Yili a feeling of needing to pee, making him dizzy. At the same time, it felt like being chosen as an imperial concubine. But he was a tough guy, he could handle such a small scene. He adjusted his mindset, turned to look at the others, and saw a group of teenagers ready to begin. "Are you fine flowers ready?" The host teacher had some skill, his words stirred emotions, and subtly raised everyone's expectations. "Ready." Yili nodded with the others, full of vigor, then looked around and bowed. After the bow, he pinched his fingers, placed the Xiao to his lips, and smiled. The melody suddenly arose, instantly transporting the audience's spirits to a world they had once fantasized about. The surrounding trees were desolate, with withered leaves falling. The lovers in the martial world, why did they love and kill each other? The tune was gentle and tortuous, like a sharp sword light that cut off the woman's bamboo hat. Her long black hair scattered, and a crystal teardrop was broken by the strands of hair. The melody rose urgent and fierce, like the cold heart of a man, like his raging fire, venting the suppressed inferiority and the resentment of being belittled. The melody stretched long like a sword, hesitating, barely stopping at the woman's white neck, as if with the next note the long sword would slash her throat. Yet the melody did not rise, but fell. A low note broke the tense scene. In the vast forest, a crystal arrow shot through the air, piercing the pair of entangled lovers in the martial world tightly together. The scene stopped, and everyone withdrew from the mental world, but the final image showed the man and woman falling together into the boundless lake. Yili swallowed a breath. This piece was truly exhausting. He never wanted to play it again. The music ended and the teachers and students remained still. They were undoubtedly satisfied with the performance, but with the governor present, they dared not show their approval. In a certain spot in the venue sat a group of people in suits with a middle-aged man surrounded by them. The middle-aged man, a cigarette never leaving his hand, seemed to have just emerged from the music. Flicking the ash, he slowly nodded, and a kind smile reappeared on his face. "Is this piece the one designated for the school?" he asked his subordinate beside him. Since this world placed great emphasis on such culture, pieces could not be casually owned. They were usually designated by the authorities. Among the flute pieces of School 56, there was one officially assigned. Precisely Boundless. The subordinate nodded in confirmation, and the middle-aged man laughed heartily, standing up to applaud vigorously. Seeing this, the teachers and students immediately smiled and joined in the applause. The principal's face also bloomed like a chrysanthemum. The dry applause seemed insufficient to express his satisfaction, so the middle-aged man stood up again, intending to walk a few steps toward the venue. But the subordinate did not allow it, being very cautious. So the middle-aged man gave up and shouted from his spot toward Yili's direction, "Very good, kids. The piece is not about quantity, but quality. Except for a slight sluggishness in the middle part, I am very satisfied with the rest." Thus the teachers and students could not help but applaud again. The principal smiled even more joyfully. He knew that the governor's purpose this time was not merely an inspection. To be precise, the governor wanted to choose a good high school for his beloved daughter. How to define good? It depended on the school's level of artistry. Obviously, the governor's reaction delighted the principal immensely. As long as the governor's daughter enrolled, the principal would be immensely honored. The host teacher also praised Yi Li and the others, and then Yi Li and the 40 students left the stage. Next came the remaining skill demonstrations: drumming, pipa, eru, sun sheng, a wave of wind instruments, a wave of plucked instruments, a wave of percussion. In short, typical instruments, obscure ones, popular ones, and traditional ones were all played. So far, the coordination between classes had been quite good. Time flew by. 2 hours passed, and Yili was a bit hungry. But the head teacher had said that they could not leave until the governor left. Next is the Western piano performance. "Please come on stage," the students who were called. The host teacher spoke again. The art teacher, the principal, and other leaders all became nervous. The piano was not easy to learn. The principal remembered that so far only a dozen students had chosen it as an elective, half of whom were from the 3rd year of high school. If there was a mistake, everything would be ruined. The art teacher seemed to know the principal's worry and immediately assured him, "Principal, rest assured. I and several teachers are very confident. The students will not make mistakes." Meanwhile, in class 4 of grade 2, the head teacher also looked slightly worried and cast an encouraging glance at Enlon. The other students felt no pressure at all. It had nothing to do with them, and Yili was no exception. However, he curiously asked Mo Qingxue, "Who in our class chose piano? Don't you remember?" Mo Qingxue was surprised. "It's Enlon and Pu Mingrue." Then she added worriedly, "I hope they do well." Just then the host teacher began reading names. "Please come on stage, Chun Xiao, Li Shua, Chu, and Ianlon." Yili. The reading, which had been smooth, suddenly dragged on when it reached Yili's name, as if the name made the host teacher very uncertain and surprised. Not only was she surprised, but the entire school's teachers and students were also extremely surprised. The principal's eyes bulged, and he thought to himself, "It's over." There were only a few students who had chosen piano, and everyone was familiar with their names. They had never heard of Yili's name. In class 4 of grade 2, the beautiful class teacher widened her eyes, stunned for 3 seconds, then looked at Yili. The classmates also stared at Yili in surprise. Yili was even more confused. What was going on? Did the host teacher misread the name? "Yili, did you fill in the wrong name?" "No, teacher, I don't know what's going on either." Mo Qingxue testified. "Teacher Yili and I wrote our names together in the Xiao art category. He couldn't have filled in the wrong name. Besides, he doesn't know how to play the piano. It's over, it's over. The name has been called. If Yili doesn't go up, it won't work. Our class will be punished. Right? Why did he randomly fill in a name? I remember only Enlon and Pu Mingrue chose piano. How come Pu Mingrue's name is missing and Yi Li's is there?" The classmates began to accuse, but in the corner Enlon and Pu Mingrue exchanged a knowing smile. However, they would not step forward to accuse or say anything. as that would undoubtedly be self-incriminating. Lan walked toward the stage, first paused as she passed by Yi Li and smiled politely. Student Yi, the governor, and the entire school are watching. This reminder alerted the head teacher, who said to Yi Li, just go through the motions. The names have been announced, we can't change them. If the governor were not present and Yi Li had not played the flute piece earlier, the head teacher might have been able to find a way out. But Yi Li had played the flute piece, so she dared not replace him. The governor was not someone to be fooled. Go up. They'll have Teacher Chi arrange a seat for you in the back. The head teacher pulled Yi Li and left. Soon they reached the host teacher, whispered a few words, and then arranged for Yi Li to sit down. The piano had been prepared in advance, arranged in a pentagon shape. Yi Li's position happened to be with his back to the governor and the leaders beside him. The head teacher tried to use this to conceal the situation. Lan sat to Yi Li's right. She nodded and smiled, making it impossible to tell whether it was a sign of success or genuine encouragement. To his left sat a male student who looked at Yi Li with a strange expression and suddenly spoke. Student Yi, did you steal Pu Mingrua's spot? Even though her skill is low, she's still better than someone who hasn't learned right. Yi Li didn't respond. God damn it, I'm even more confused than you. The other three also turned their heads uneasily to look at Yi Li, hoping that this person would not affect their performance. Little flowers. Are you ready? Compared to the previous encouragement, the host teacher's voice this time was full of panic and uncertainty. But since things had come to this, they had to grit their teeth and carry on. Ready. The four answered in unison. Why only four? Because the fifth was still in a daze. That girl seems to be in Xiao Yi's group too. Did she just perform? The middle-aged man lit another cigarette, and his subordinate wanted to stop him, but dared not under his glare. Yes, hey, race the list. The subordinate handed over the list from the host teacher. Not bad. Yi Li, 16 years old, mastering 2 skills. Not bad, no weaker than Wayner. As he spoke, the sound of a piano began. The middle-aged man looked up, then closed his eyes to listen quietly. At the same time, Yi Li sat there facing a group of children who were jeering at him. Yes, definitely jeering. Along with the jeers came looks of mockery and whispers. Yi Li felt wronged. Having lived 2 lives, he had never been so humiliated. Thinking about it, he grew furious. Who the hell had signed him up? How despicable. The principal's smile vanished, replaced by a forehead full of sweat. His eyes never left the governor, afraid he might detect something amiss. If the fraud were exposed, the 56 school scandal would be the least of it. Deceiving the governor would land him in disciplinary trouble. The principal dared not think further, fearing he might spontaneously combust. He would definitely reprimand. No expel. This student named Yi Li later. As the saying goes, bad thoughts often come true. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the principal saw the governor suddenly open his eyes and say something to his subordinate. With 5 performers, why is the sound so faint? The principal, standing close enough to hear, nearly fainted again. But he didn't, because he heard the governor's subordinate reply. They'll check for you, the subordinate said, walking toward the stage. While the principal finally fainted without cause, alarming many teachers. Meanwhile, the governor's subordinate suddenly stood up, making everyone's hearts tighten. What was he going to do? He was heading toward the piano stage. Had he noticed something? Oh no, the 56 school fraud was surely exposed now. All because of class 24. They had dragged down their class and the entire school. The beautiful homeroom teacher's hands turned cold. She wanted to do something, but in the end she could only watch helplessly as that man approached Yi Li. The student named Pu Mingrue, seizing the moment, began crying, claiming Yi Li had bullied her and stolen her seat. The hypocrite's act was quite skilled. At this moment, no one cared about that. Aside from feeling indignant for Pu Mingrue, everyone's attention was fixed on the man. Why aren't you playing? The man stopped before Yi Li, looking down at him. His deep voice was not loud, but after it the entire gymnasium fell silent. The other 4 pianos stopped playing. All teachers and students held their breath. The principal, who had just woken up, fainted again. As a rebellious youth, Yi Li had never backed down from anyone. But facing this man, he felt like a little chick. I did play, he said, forcing calm. Lying. Fine, then play a piece by yourself. A thunderous roar echoed in everyone's mind. Yi Li's hand trembled, and his urge to pee grew stronger. Why not play? Deceiving a teacher and fooling the governor means eating disciplinary rice. If you don't want that, admit your mistake and get a lighter punishment, or play and prove your innocence. At this, everyone's faces changed drastically. Lan turned away, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. A poor child should know their place. Didn't she understand that tall trees catch the wind? Offending Lan, how could there be any good outcome? Hearing that he might face disciplinary action, Yi Li inwardly lamented the unfairness. But remembering this wasn't his original world, he could only accept it. If he didn't play, he'd surely be punished. If he did play, he didn't know how. His slender, delicate fingers slowly rested on the keys. For the first time, Yi Li felt the world was against him. What could he do? Just as his fingers touched the piano, his eyes widened. What was this feeling? Why did it feel so familiar? And what were these musical scores flooding his mind? Why did he suddenly have an unshakable feeling that he was a piano genius? At that moment, all the surrounding gazes and voices vanished. Yi Li's mind was consumed by this sensation. His fair soft hands hovered over the black and white keys, his feet slowly settled on the pedals. A piece surfaced in his mind. From Earth, a legendary genius. MJ's Smooth Criminal exploded into sound. The emotions, tension, oppression, excitement, joy, innocence, the fleeting sense of escape, the roaring of defiance, all were hidden within this piece. Yi Li played, his hair flying, fingers dancing, his size 34 feet, rising and falling. Silence. Absolute silence, not even a breath. How could Yi Li play piano? When had she learned? Everyone stared at Yi Li, his delicate profile expressionless, just like the music, cold, violent, meticulous. Everyone was stunned and amazed. The impact Yi Li brought was unbelievable. Hard to imagine that such a frail body could contain such explosive power. Every note, every movement, seemed to step on people's hearts. His mastery and understanding of the piano were definitely at the master level. The governor's eyes shimmered, the cigarette in his hand remained unlit. The principal, who had woken up, still couldn't accept the outcome he had imagined. He wanted to faint again, but witnessing this scene, he was left dumbfounded. The host teacher's microphone wavered. The beautiful homeroom teacher's heart pounded even harder. Pu Mingrue shook her head in disbelief. Mo Qingxue and Xia Jinjin's eyes sparkled. The students closest to Yi Li were all utterly shocked, especially Lan, whose eye twitched uncontrollably. How could Yi Li play piano? The music suddenly stopped. The player extended a delicate wrist, held it up, and snapped his fingers rhythmically. Then with a casual, seemingly careless touch, he struck a few keys, like a black cat stepping lightly. It was the perfect ending, marking the conclusion of the piece. All teachers and students stood up, even the governor rose. Applause was about to erupt. But the player seemed unsatisfied. His fair hands once again landed on the keys. The music resumed, urgent and pressing, the iconic flight of the bumblebee. This piece was a classic of classics, demanding extraordinary reaction time and finger speed. The man standing before Yi Li seemed to see his fingers blur into afterimages. He alone played a piece that normally required 2 people to perform perfectly. So this girl's piano skills were this proficient. Had he misjudged her earlier? Sweat dripped from Yi Li's forehead, sliding down his cheeks onto his white swan-like neck, making the boys in front of him swallow involuntarily. But Yi Li seemed oblivious, immersed in the pleasure. The governor, ignoring his subordinates' attempts to stop him, hurried over. He stood before Yi Li, eyes closed, his hand holding the cigarette, trembling. He loved this music. He had never heard such beautiful melodies. Dong dong, Yi Li finally finished playing. In his relaxation, he realized his hands were burning with pain. He stared blankly, wondering how he could play piano. Suddenly he remembered. It was the piano skill obtained from the system. Oh, so that's how it was. Once he touched the piano, the system's piano skill fully integrated into his mind and body. Not bad, he was quite satisfied. At least this current problem could be smoothed over right. Just as Yi Li thought this, he looked up and nearly scared his soul out. Why were this old man and the young man staring at him like that? He turned his head to look around and found everyone's eyes filled with shock and worship. Yi Li was utterly bewildered. What was wrong with everyone? Glancing at the cigarette in the middle-aged man's hand, an image from a film inexplicably flashed through his mind. Could it be that this man in his 50s had no lighter? He didn't have one either. Perhaps he could help in another way. Acting on a whim, Yi Li rose, and under the admiring and astonished gaze of the middle-aged man, took the cigarette from his hand. Then walking to the piano, he pressed the cigarette against a string. It instantly caught fire. The host teacher's microphone clattered to the floor, and the large speaker emitted a dull boom, as if marking a dramatic climax. The entire assembly of teachers and students erupted into applause. The fact that a piano string could ignite a cigarette spoke volumes about the extraordinary skill behind the previous piece, a testament to its immense difficulty, far surpassing grade 8. It was worthy of their standing through the entire performance. The sudden applause startled Yi Li, and his stunned expression captivated the boys, while even the girls gazed at him with adoring eyes and whistles rang out. Yi Li shot an irritated glance. Was he being flirted with? The governor and his subordinates also applauded, then gestured for silence. Taking the cigarette from Yi Li, he asked kindly, "What is this piece called?" Unaware of the man's identity, Yi Li answered bluntly, "I think it's called Plague of Wild Bees. No, wait, Flight of the Bumblebee." The governor burst into laughter, reached out a large hand, and ruffled Yi Li's hair. Did the crowd see a hint of fondness in his eyes? What a remarkable young lad. Thank you for lighting my cigarette. Though smoking is bad, and I've set a poor example, I'm still grateful. He took a drag, then asked, Did you compose this yourself? Yi Li, dazed, smoothed his disheveled hair. Didn't everyone know this famous piece? How could he have the talent to write such a melody? Then it struck him this was our star, not Earth, and he relaxed. Oh well. Sort of. Shameless plagiarism. So what? So many predecessors from other worlds had done the same. He wasn't the only one. What was there to be ashamed of? Such talent at a young age. I, Xiao Ning, hereby declare you the finest pianist of your generation. This praise was unparalleled. With the governor's affirmation, even a prefect would tread carefully around Yi Li. The principal's sycophantic smile returned as if he longed to kneel and cling to Yi Li's leg, muttering, "Little ancestor, you're truly incredible." Yi Li found the title oddly familiar. Where had he heard it? You flatter me, though I can hardly claim to be the best of my peers. The governor laughed heartily, a hint of lingering eagerness in his tone. You're about the same age as my daughter. Why not call me uncle? Could I ask you to sing a piece? Considering his past and present lives, calling him uncle was no issue, but asking for a sung performance was overstepping. Besides, Yi Li couldn't sing, let alone improvise lyrics. He hesitated, wanting to politely decline, but noticed so many people signaling him. The host teacher, his homeroom teacher, even Imo Qingxue, was giving him a look. What did that mean? Was everyone afflicted with a sudden twitch? Just as he decided to ignore it, the system triggered a choice. 1. Refuse the sung performance, obtain a pair of stockings, 150 forgiveness points. 2. Accept the sung performance, obtain mastery of comic art, 200 forgiveness points. Damn it, system, are you doing this on purpose? Stockings. What the hell? Yi Li realized the system was mischievous. It always pushed against his wishes. Fine, head sing, but couldn't it offer something useful like a panacea pill? Or at least some money? His mother and little sister were waiting for medical fees. As if reading his mind, the system suddenly chimed, "Do you have a card?" Yi Li was speechless. He didn't have one. This version of Yi Li had never owned a dragon coin card. What about pills? The system fell silent. Fuming, Yi Li had no choice but to say, "I choose option 2. Is it that difficult? The governor asked, noticing Yi Li's hesitation. Others, though eager for another stunning display, knew singing was no simple feat. Just a coincidence that I know one piece, some envious girls muttered. But they were in for a surprise. Yi Li nodded. All right, but he'll need a sheet of paper, other instruments to accompany, and a microphone for singing. Hearing this, the girls were left speechless. Yi Li recalled a song from his male days, humming it idly, but it was hard to sing as a female. Now he had the chance. The governor didn't need to order. The principal bustled about making arrangements. Ridiculously, even a technical teacher was provided. Yi Li deeply realized how much this world valued musical knowledge. Soon temporary equipment was set up, though not professional, it sufficed. During this time, Yi Li jotted down a score on paper, recalling the song required an electronic keyboard, drum set, and electric guitar. Without a keyboard, he substituted the piano. The main melody fell to the electric guitar, while the intro and chorus were his responsibility. The drum set handled the rhythm throughout. Great, no problem, Yi. Looking forward to your song. The student musicians, having grasped the rhythm, nodded confidently. They couldn't afford mistakes. This was a golden opportunity to shine. Mo Qingxue longed for such recognition, but Yi Li had no use for a flute. Seeing her disappointment, he sighed, paused, and rewrote a score incorporating flute elements. The musicians found it manageable, keeping their roles while adding a flute to the background melody. When Yi Li called her over, Mo Qingxue's cheeks flushed as she ran up. Learning she could join the accompaniment, she was so happy she nearly cried. Yi Li, you're so kind. How can I thank you? Sleep with me. Yi Li put on a lecherous grin, but on his delicate face, it was utterly unconvincing. Had meant to tease Mo Qingxue, but she agreed. Agreed. All right, mom's at grandma's tonight and dad's sleeping at work. He'll come to your place. Yi Li was speechless. Everything was set. No one announced, all eyes on Yi Li. Even the governor showed no impatience, smiling with hands clasped behind his back as he watched Yi Li's orderly preparations. This girl was more talented than his own daughter. Yi Li sat back at the piano, pressed a gentle key to start, then raised his hand as the drums followed. The electric guitar strummed and then paused together before resuming. Amidst this, Yi Li's voice rang out. Legends speak of a place, they call it the harem. The women there are so beautiful, so beautiful. Their steps are small, their grievances deep, for by their pillows no one lies, no one lies. One seeks a title, another weeps. Once she bloomed alone, now what taste does she keep? From the first note, joy lit up the crowd. The tune was delightfully cheerful. Paired with Yi Li's serene yet playful voice, it was instantly captivating. The girls gasped aloud. Goddess. Yi Li the goddess. I want to cling to her. From today, I'm the president of Yi Li's fan club. Sign up fast. The boys were even bolder, plotting confessions and dreaming of spending the night with her somewhere. The governor chuckled softly, wishing he had a beard to stroke. This girl is so spirited. Chi Feng, how does she compare to Wainer? Chi Feng, nodding along to the rhythm with his stern face, looked incongruous. At the question he froze, refusing to answer, thinking, Governor, is this a trap to punish me? How could he possibly answer that? The song was nearing its end. The teachers and students who had heard the chorus were clapping and singing along, infected by the rhythm. Whenever I think of this, my hair stands on end. Thank goodness I wasn't born in ancient times, and I don't understand the word pretentious. Thinking of our present, it truly brings joy as we occasionally indulge in willful, reckless abandon. Ah, Your Majesty, no fate in this life. Wait for the next. Dong dong. The song ended. Ah, Goddess Yi, I want to bear your child. You're a woman, can you even do that? You should say, Goddess Yi, I want your essence. The teachers and students erupted in frenzy. At this moment, Yi Li was undoubtedly a shining star. No, a brilliant gem. Dazzling to the point of blinding. Excellent, truly excellent. Little lass, did you compose this on the spot as well? The governor's gaze toward Yi Li grew increasingly fond. This song was an original piece from the great Zheng, and Yi Li couldn't explain it, so he simply nodded in acknowledgement. Forgive me, Governor, the students are overly enthusiastic. They've asked me to inquire about the song's title from Miss Yi. The host teacher was besieged by a group of female students pleading with her to ask for the song's name. No matter. I'm also curious to know the name of this playful, mischievous tune. Speak, little lass. Yi Li was quite annoyed being called little lass repeatedly, having already felt a chill of disgust while singing. He truly feared he might lose control and punch the older man. Wait, what had the host teacher just called him? Governor. Yi Li's eyes bulged. Had he been chatting with the governor all along? No wonder Mo Qingxue and the homeroom teacher had been winking at him earlier. With this realization, Yi Li couldn't help but wonder if he had refused the governor's request to sing, would he have been beheaded on the spot? Upon learning the man's identity, Yi Li restrained himself, trying to behave more like a girl. This song is called Thank Goodness I Wasn't Born in Ancient Times. Thank goodness I wasn't born in ancient times, ha. Vivid imagination and the impromptu lyrics are rich, no worse than those pop songs. The governor's assessment was spot on, but Yi Li lowered his head in embarrassment, silently praying the governor would stop to any more praise and had be mortified. The impromptu inspection concluded with Yi Li as the genius. As he left the gymnasium, he saw the principal grinning at him like a fool, sending chills down his spine. Moreover, the homeroom teacher's gaze was ambiguous, almost like that of a fangirl. Yi Li dared not look further. He hadn't intended to become an overnight sensation. In a corner, unseen by Yi Li and Lan, and Pu Mongrui stared intently at his departing figure. I never expected that little vixen to know piano. Not only did she not embarrass herself, but she also stole the spotlight. Pu Mongrui stamped her foot in frustration. And Lan remained calm, but her words were shocking. What's the rush? There's plenty of time in school. Yi Li, you're amazing. When did you learn piano? You didn't even tell me your best friend. From today, I'm also sister Yi Li's bestie. Outside the gym, Mo Qingxue grabbed Yi Li and rubbed his face, her voice sweet enough to stir wild fantasies. Fortunately, Yi Li no longer had the equipment or had have stood at attention instantly. Beside him, Xia Jinjin mischievously chimed in, linking arms with Yi Li, her softness pressing and rubbing against him. A familiar warmth rushed to his nose. Yi Li quickly tilted his head back. This couldn't go on. Though his body had changed, his mind remained the same, and certain reactions were still influenced. If this continued, would he bleed to death from a nosebleed? I want to treat Sister Yi to a good meal. Xia Jinjin patted her stomach as if to cement her position as bestie. Yeah, I'm hungry too. Mo Qingxue also rubbed her stomach, then suddenly thought of something, her expression shifting. Oh, Yi Li, are you going to the hospital to see your aunt at noon? This reminder jolted Yi Li. Right, his mother and little sister were still in the hospital. Just as he was about to bolt, a more anxious voice came from behind. What? Aunt is in the hospital? Turning around, he saw it was Chao He, who had been trailing behind him, seemingly feeling inferior. Recalling that this guy always had a car and driver, Yi Li grabbed him and ran. Yi Li, do you want me to come with you? Mo Qingxue and Xia Jinjin called out anxiously from behind. No need. Yi Li waved. Outside the school gate, Yi Li and Chao He got into a business, then heading straight for the 6th hospital. Yi Li, this is my first time visiting Anna. Should I bring something? Beside him, Chao He grew more timid. Yi Li's stunning appearance and remarkable talent made most boys his age feel inadequate. Yi Li didn't answer, his mind was elsewhere. The system might offer pills, but based on the frequency of triggered choices, the possibility was highly uncertain. He had asked the system, but it seemed unwilling to reveal anything. In other words, relying on the system to heal his mother and sister was impossible. Thus, medical expenses were inevitable. The key question was, where would the money come from? A flash of inspiration struck, and he opened the panel. Yi Li, 16 years old, high school sophomore. Gender male, temporarily female. Talent skills piano mastery comic drawing mastery. Combat skills Wulong Bagua staff. Items 1 Villa at Jinxiang District 2 No. 2. Tasks completed 3 upon cumulative completion of 10 tasks e.g. 203,040, the system grants additional forgiveness points. Final forgiveness, transformation value, 100. Current forgiveness value 600. Yili set aside thoughts of talents and skills pondering the items for a long time. If he rented out the villa, could the income tide him over for a while? Acting on the thought, he fumbled through his pockets. The internet in this world was unremarkable. Yili wanted to list his villa on a rental website. Damn, Yili didn't have a phone. Yili, what are you looking for? Oh right, boyfriend, let me borrow your phone. His words were sweet, but his actions were bold as he reached out and patted Chao He down. The driver, presumably one of Chao He's father's men who had watched Chao He grow up, stared wide-eyed upon hearing Yili's words. Was the young master in a relationship? Would his father beat him to death if he found out? Browsing on Chao He's phone, Yili found a rental listing site and breathed a sigh of relief. Had feared there wouldn't be one. He wanted to upload the property details, but remembered the system had left the deed and such at the community home. So he had to give up. Attentive Chao He, suppressing a strange sensation, noticed the worry in Yili's eyes. He glanced at his own phone, his eyes darting around, as if plotting something. The hospital soon arrived, and following Yili's memory, they found the mother's ward. Yes, mother had long suffered from coronary heart disease, relying on expensive and scarce medication to delay it. Yi Yao's incident was too much for her to bear, nearly killing her from a myocardial infarction. Fortunately, everything was timely, and she stabilized, but she was very weak and could relapse at any moment. Just as he was about to push open the door, it opened from inside. A woman about the same age as Yes' mother emerged with a gentle demeanor that gave a first impression of kindness. Yili recognized her. She was his mother's current best friend. Aunt Mimi. Ah, Lili, you startled me. Aunt May patted her chest and made a shushing gesture. Let's talk in the hallway, your mother's asleep. In the hallway, Aunt May looked at Chao He strangely, then scrutinized Yili. Yili knew what she was suspecting and gave a reassuring look. This is my brother. Aunt May fell silent. Chao He smiled bitterly, embodying a melancholic youth. Lili, Aunt May won't allow you to fool around. Don't worry, Aunt May. Just tell me about Mom and little sister's condition. Aunt May got down to business, saying that Yes' mother's condition was much the same as before, except that the rate of unstable myocardial infarction attacks was very high. Chao He felt he shouldn't be there, and said he would wait outside. Yili responded with a soft, "Oh." Yao Yao sighed. Aunt Mai's face showed pain, and mist appeared in her eyes. In the end, she couldn't calmly tell about Yi Yao's current situation, but instead pulled Yili toward the intensive care unit. Yili stood on tiptoe, and through the glass saw a girl lying in the ward. Her face was sallow, her cheeks sunken, and her slender arms outside the hospital gown were covered with speckled red spots, a unique characteristic of leukemia. Just one glance, and Yili's heart felt as if it had been violently struck. This was not just the body of Yili's sister. Reaction, but also from Yili's own heartache. Anyone who saw this scene would feel compassion. Yao Yao was diagnosed with acute myeloid leukemia. The doctor has given a terminal warning line. There's not much time left. Aunt Mai's eyes instantly reddened, tears falling. She had also contributed to the upbringing of these two children of the Yi family, and they were no different from her own children. Now one was about to wither away. This heartfelt reluctance could not be feigned. Lili, Aunt May has done her best. Your uncle even mentioned divorce 3 times because of this. I have no choice. The issuance of a terminal warning line was equivalent to a death notice, as the probability of a matching donor was extremely low, and even wealthy families might not have a solution. Poor families could only suffer in vain doing their best, and leaving the rest to fate, let alone the risk of bone marrow transplantation. And the process of doing one's best was a moral and conscience struggle for the family. Draining the family's savings only resulted in losing both the person and the money. Aunt Mai's family was well off, but they had also been greatly affected by Yi Yao's situation. The initial treatment cost alone was 3,000 yuan, not including Yes' mother's expenses. Aunt May could barely afford the money, but her husband had become estranged because of it, and the children looked at her differently. That was what truly chilled Aunt Mai's heart. Indeed, one often hears of brother supporting demons or sister supporting demons, but a honey supporting demon was novel. Yili had experienced many real-world matters in his past life and deeply understood the hardship. He was also very grateful to Aunt May. He said, Aunt May, rest assured I will take care of the medical expenses within 3 days. Then I will visit your husband to thank him and ask for his forgiveness. Please continue to take care of my mother and little sister these days. You? Lili Annie won't let you do anything foolish. Yao Yao is already like this. If something happens to you too, how can your mother go on living? As she spoke, Aunt May cried profusely, and Yi Li's eyes also reddened. Such affection was truly touching. Sniffling his reddened nose, he said again, Aunt May, rest assured, I won't do anything negative you might be thinking of, nor could I. I have a way, and you just have to trust me. As if those filthy deeds, not only would they make him unable to return to being a man, but simply Yi Li's true masculine nature would never accept them. Ugh. He retched inwardly. He must not think about such things anymore. Aunt May wiped her tears and asked a few more questions, then finally saw that Yi Li didn't seem to be lying, so she frowned and agreed. Do you want to see your mother? Yi Li thought for a moment and shook his head. No, we'll settle this matter first and come back later. Aunt May, remember to rest and let the nurse help. Don't worry about the money. At most, it'll let you spend for these 2 more days. All right, Annie will listen to you. I've been exhausted these past 2 days, so let's hire a nurse. The storm came and went quickly. Aunt May forced a smile through her tears and finally urged Yi Li to take care of himself. With a heavy heart, he walked out of the hospital. Chowhee, that guy, hadn't left. He was standing at the door waiting for him. Why didn't you leave? How could I leave when you haven't? You haven't eaten yet. Here, this is for you. This young man was truly devoted to Yi Li's sister. In such a short time, he had even packed some food. And what's this? Under the lunchbox, there was another bag. Yi Li opened it and saw, wow, a brand new phone. Star Plus. 4. For me. Yi Li marveled at Chowhee's thoughtfulness. Knowing he didn't have a phone, he had bought one. Seeing him happy, Chowhee was also overjoyed. Yi Li was helpless again, pushing the phone back to him. Brother, I've made it very clear. I don't like men. I know, don't say it. Even if you were a lesbian, I couldn't change my feelings. You can't control who you love. I'm already happy that you talk to me and treat me like a buddy. This was the sincere words of a young man. Truly, one cannot control whom they love. Yi Li understood. However, he didn't approve of the lesbian aspect. Since the other had spoken so frankly as a brother, he wouldn't be disgusted with him, right? Then thank you for the phone. We'll give you the money in a couple of days. Don't say not to, or we can't be friends anymore. He had Chowhee's family driver go back to the neighborhood. Yi Li took photos of the property deed and other ownership documents, and on the way back he posted them online. A very ordinary afternoon quietly passed. In the evening, he was about to walk out the gate with Mo Qingxue holding his arm. But Yi Li saw out of the corner of his eye that his big brother, Chowhee, was heading in a different direction. Wasn't that the direction of the small woods? Why go there instead of home? Instinctively, he felt something was off. This didn't match the Chowhee in his memory. Qingxue, why don't you wait here for me? They'll go check on Chowhee. Why are you concerned about him? Could it be? They'll go with you. The small woods to the north. This place had always been where boys settled their problems. No matter what, if someone came over, it would definitely draw attention. Especially in the early evening. At this moment, Chowhee was already lying on the ground, convulsing and spitting clear water. He couldn't fight. Chi Xiao was too fierce. He had been taken down in one encounter. He didn't even need the weapons held by the group of lackeys. Chowhee wailed in pain, and his glasses were broken. The lackeys burst out laughing, looking like beggars with bamboo sticks over a meter long in their hands. How's that it? Chi Xiao glanced disdainfully, finding it utterly boring. He felt that sparring with Chowhee was a humiliating affair. But as soon as his face moved, it hurt. Chi Xiao remembered the scene from that morning, and his anger flared up again. If it weren't for this kid's roses, would he have been so embarrassed and even injured? He leaped forward like a frog, pinned Chowhee to the ground, and began to rain down wild punches. But just then a black pebble flew fiercely toward Chi Xiao's head. Chi Xiao froze, clutching his head and rubbing it frantically. The scene was somewhat comical. Who the hell threw that? Say that again, and he'll slap you. A crisp voice came from behind the crowd. The lackeys all made way, and Chi Xiao saw Yi Li along with those long, slender legs. From this angle, Chi Xiao's gaze involuntarily drifted toward a certain spot. Yi Li paused, expecting this guy to stand up and spout something about cowards attacking from the shadows. Why wasn't he moving? She hadn't even hit his nose with a pebble, so why was he bleeding? Mo Qingxue followed Yi Li over. Seeing Chi Xiao's dazed expression and then the angle between him and Yi Li, she instantly understood. She quickly pulled Yi Li away. Oh no, you're exposed. 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 Yi Li looked down at her short skirt. Indeed, from that angle, how could it not be exposed? Careless. In her excitement, she had forgotten she was a girl. Chowhee, lying on his back, grinned foolishly as a trickle of blood oozed from his nose. This punch was worth it. Haha, goddess, Yi Li is wearing black today. Damn it. Thinking of Yi Li being seen, Yi Li delivered a knee strike to the still-dazed Chi Xiao. Thwack. Clack. The first sound was of impact, the second of teeth clashing. Chi Xiao toppled backward like a dung beetle rolling away. He clutched his chin, groaning in pain, and it took a long while before he recovered. Brother Chi, are you okay? Brother Chi, that wench dared to hit you. Want us to teach her a lesson? I'm fine. Chi Xiao squinted in pain, and looked at Yili. Are you crazy? Why did you kick me? Kick you? I'm going to beat you today. Yili was furious. He didn't know why, but being seen made him incredibly uncomfortable, as if his beloved Yili had been defiled. Saying this, he picked up a broken chair leg from the ground and raised it to smash it down on Qi Xiao's head. This fierce and reckless move truly frightened the onlookers, who instinctively scattered. Qi Xiao also covered his head and ran. Don't mess around. You could kill someone. Yili ignored him, regretting that she couldn't run faster, or she'd have cracked that bastard's skull open by now. Stop chasing. Are you even Yili anymore? I'm your grandmother. The more Yili chased, the angrier she got. A girl's physique was indeed poor. Running for a bit left her breathless. She hurled the chair leg forward, and it slammed into Qi Xiao's back with a thud. But the impact wasn't enough to stop Qi Xiao. By then his gang of lackeys had snapped out of their shock. Like members of a beggar's sect, they each held a meter-long stick blocking Yili's path. So you're that Yili? You slapped Brother Qi this morning. One of the boys with an arrogant expression swished his stick in front of Yili's eyes, a clear threat. Get lost. Who do you think you're showing off to? Yili didn't feel like brawling with kids. It seemed beneath her intelligence. But she couldn't stand the contempt from these little brats. She reached out and grabbed the tip of the boy's stick. The moment she touched it, a familiar sensation, like when she played the piano, surged through her. A technique called the 5-ling 8-trigram staff flashed through her mind. Undoubtedly, Yili had entered some kind of trance. Taking the stick, she ignored the astonished gazes, swung it over her shoulder, and brought it down with a sharp whoosh straight ahead. In that instant, the stick seemed to warp, as pliable as a steel whip, striking the shoulder of the boy who had just spoken. The collision produced a dull thud. The boy, as if losing all balance, rolled to the ground without a pause, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone's eyes widened. What kind of strength was that? Caught in the thrill, Yili couldn't stop. Her feet traced the 8-trigram pattern as she withdrew the stick, stepped forward, and thrust it like a sword, hitting another boy squarely in the navel. Unsurprisingly, before he could even cry out, he writhed on the ground in convulsions. Her fluid movements continued. What was a squatting retreat turned into a squatting advance. Holding the stick 2 feet off the ground, she swirled it among the retreating boys. A series of sharp snaps rang out, and the whole group was sent sprawling to the ground. Qi Xiao was dumbfounded. He had roamed the streets for a long time, but had never seen anyone fight like this. Did Yili know martial arts? Qiao He and Mo Qingxue also stood with mouths agape. How could Yili fight? And so skillfully? After finishing the staff routine, Yili felt a surge of knowledge integrating into her body and mind, leaving her immensely refreshed. Though a bit tired, she looked at Qi Xiao. He was still standing. He had to be taken down. Wait. Qi Xiao swallowed hard and raised a hand to stop her. I won't run, but can you tell me what kind of martial art this is? Chinese Kung Fu. Hiya. Yili flicked the stick, striking Qi Xiao squarely in the ribs. He was lifted off the ground and crashed down with a heavy thud. Let's go, bro. Qingxue. Dropping the stick and brushing off her hands, Yili expressed satisfaction with the staff technique. How are you so good with that stick? Mo Qingxue thought Yili looked incredibly cool, especially when hitting people with it. This is nothing. Back when I had a stick, I was even better. The words carried a double meaning tinged with a hint of melancholy. Yili, I embarrassed myself again. Qiao He had also gotten up and followed. What's there to be embarrassed about? By the way, why did you come here? Yili frowned at him, puzzled, and added, You didn't come specifically to start a fight, did you? Qiao He, as if his thoughts were exposed, looked down and said nothing. Yili shook her head. This lovesick fool, what could she say? She smiled wryly. Who hasn't been foolish in youth? Who hasn't fought for a girl? She understood. Once again they troubled Qiao He to drive them. Yili waved from the car. Thanks. How come you've changed? You can play the piano now, and you can fight. That's not the you I knew. On the street near the residential area, Mo Qingxue frowned, counting on her fingers in utter confusion. Yili's heart skipped a beat. She realized she had been too flashy and aroused the girl's suspicion. She laughed it off. What's different? Look, I'm still as pretty as before. Saying this, she even spun around. After all, she had to act like a girl. Mo Qingxue cast a disdainful glance. I don't think so. They're so small they've never grown. Her gaze fixed on Yili's chest, then she deliberately puffed out her own to highlight the difference. Yili's appearance and figure were among the top 3 for her age. Though not fully developed, she was at least a B cup, not small at all. But compared to Mo Qingxue's C cup, there was indeed a gap. Yili touched her own chest. It felt fine. Why would anyone need them bigger? Without thinking, she placed her hand on Mo Qingxue's chest. Indeed, there was a difference, softer and springier. You touched me. I'm going to touch you too. Yili was groped in return, and her legs nearly gave way. She immediately retaliated, and the two frolicked into the residential area. Dinner ingredients came from the fridge. Yili made her specialty scrambled eggs with green peppers, while Mo Qingxue prepared spicy shredded potatoes. At the hospital, Aunt Mimi was temporarily taking care of things, so Yili wasn't worried. The meal passed with laughter and chatter. As night fell, Mo Qingxue read a book, while Yili made faces at her own reflection in the mirror, lost in thought. I feel something is off. Suddenly, Mo Qingxue put down her book and stared at Yili with a frown. Yili's heart skipped again. Was this girl still fixated on whether she seemed different? What's off? Yili tried to stay calm. But their thoughts were on completely different tracks. After the talent show, I thought about it a lot. The list was passed around in order. No classmate would make a mistake, and no one would dare to play a prank. So who wrote your name? So that's what it's about. Yili breathed a sigh of relief, yet sensed something amiss. From what he recalled, his sister Yili was as gentle as a little white rabbit. She couldn't possibly have any enemies. Who could be so malicious as to set her up in such a public setting? Oh, I can't let this go. I want rest easy until I get to the bottom of it. Yili realized that Qingxue had a severe case of obsessive-compulsive disorder. They'll give Jinjin a call, Mo Qingxue said, picking up her phone. Why call her? She doesn't know anything. You're so dense. Her seat is in the 4th row, and the ones in front of her are in Lan and Pu Mengrue. Yili blinked. If someone had filled in his name on the piano frame before those two, there was no way in Lan and Pu Mengrue wouldn't have known. Then what's there to ask? Isn't the culprit already obvious? I suspected them all along. Chen Yiming used to adore you, and Pu Mengrue adored Chen Yiming. Even though they're a couple, now Pu Mengrue might still harbor a grudge. And last time in the cafeteria, she deliberately spilled rice soup on herself, but cried that you bumped into her just to make Chen Yiming blame you in front of everyone. Mo Qingxue seemed to hold a grudge over these things. The knuckles holding her phone turned white. Reminded of these details, Yili realized how scheming Pu Mengrue was. We can't retaliate, but we need to figure this out, and stay cautious. They'll call Jinjin to confirm, or we might be unjust. Yili didn't stop her. The call connected quickly. Hey Qingxue, you went to Sister Yili's place today? Are you two going to do something naughty tonight? What a shame I can't join. Xia Jinjin's lively voice came through. What nonsense are you talking, you dirty girl? Don't be ridiculous. I have something serious to ask you. Mo Qingxue shared her suspicions and reasoning with Xia Jinjin. Upon hearing this, Xia Jinjin seemed to slap her thigh on the other end, producing a sharp smack. Yes, I thought it was odd at the time. I was going to ask Yili, but you interrupted me, and then I forgot. Mo Qingxue and Yili both face-bombed. How could something like that be interrupted? All right, Yili, and I know now. Don't say anything else. They're vengeful, so just pretend you don't know. Okay, good night then. Hope you and Sister Yili have a delightful time. Remember to include me next time. The call ended with a click. That Jinjin getting dirtier by the day. Mo Qingxue shook her phone as if in retaliation, then shrugged at Yili, indicating it was just as she had guessed. In the world of men, a curse or a physical gesture, for the sake of women, career, or money, could lead to bloody conflict. Afterward, each goes their separate way, adding a new line to the pages of life. Yili couldn't fathom why women's vengefulness could fester for so long. You already have the man. Why still seek revenge? Must you torment them to death to feel satisfied? Just be more careful from now on. It's not like we're in the same circle anyway. Yili said nothing, thinking to himself, best not to provoke me again, or I might have to bully a young lady. I'm sleepy. I'll shower first. Yili yawned, stripped off without a care, and entered the bathroom. As the water splashed halfway through his shower, he suddenly noticed the bathroom door open. Mo Qingxue walked in with a mischievous grin, completely naked. Yili was stunned. This. Gulp before he could swallow his saliva. Mo Qingxue pounced on him, giggling. You touched me so hard earlier, but still hurts. I need to get my revenge. Strange sounds and feeble cries emanated from the bathroom. When they finally emerged, Yili could barely walk straight, with traces of blood on his rosy lips, looking as if he was at death's door. Mo Qingxue looked worried. Have you been getting too much internal heat lately? Why do you keep getting nosebleeds? Stop. Stay away from me. Yili was terrified. Without an outlet for his pent-up energy, the internal heat rushed straight to his nose. No wonder it bled. He collapsed weakly onto the bed, wondering how he would survive the days ahead. Mo Qingxue fussed over him like an old mother, helping him into his underwear. Lying in bed, Mo Qingxue asked, How's your aunt? Should we go to the hospital to see her? Mentioning this reminded Yili of money, so he took out his phone and browsed real estate websites. Well, no news yet. My mom's still not stable. I'm afraid seeing me might stir up her emotions. Let's wait a couple of days. Mo Qingxue murmured an acknowledgement, and holding Yili drifted off to sleep. Yili's physique wasn't like his past lives, and after a tiring day, he soon fell asleep too. At 3:30 in the morning. Ding, trigger condition met. 1. Immediately retaliate against the courier department head. Reward X-ray vision ability, 500 forgiveness points. 2. Choose to continue sleeping. Penalty deduct all forgiveness points, revoke the villa. Yi Li's eyes snapped open. After processing the system's choices, he was dumbfounded. How can you revoke it? What kind of game is this? Host, I am a punishment choice system, not a check-in choice system. The meaning was clear, rewards and penalties quite capricious. So you spring this on me in the dead of night on purpose. What triggered this choice out of nowhere? Why else would my name include punishment? Fine, Yi Li had no choice but to accept. Wait, what was the first option again? X-ray vision. That was a good one. Yi Li had read plenty of novels about X-ray vision. With this ability, he'd be a walking tycoon. I choose option 1. He quietly got out of bed, dressing, while formulating a plan in his mind. Yi Li had experience with mischief. Revenge couldn't be haphazard, it had to leave a lasting impression. His sister didn't own any dark clothes, only a loose-fitting green tracksuit. It had a zipper on top, making it less conspicuous to wear at night. After putting it on, he grabbed a baseball cap and a black backpack, tossing in some tools from the storage nook. Suddenly, he felt like a gravedigger. Adding a shovel would complete the look. Huh, are you going to kill me too? From memory, he knew the sorting department head was fairly dedicated. Unlike other jobs, the courier industry operated almost 247. Fatty Lou, as the district's head supervisor, had to oversee operations and typically drove to the company around 3:30 to 4:30 a.m. Yi Li's sister had some memories of this guy, knowing where he parked, what time he ate lunch, and when he clocked out during the day. Spending 60 dragon coins on a taxi, he arrived at the logistics park and got off under the driver's strange gaze. In the underground parking lot of the logistics park, Yi Li avoided the cameras moving through blind spots. Soon he found Fatty Liu's car in a certain spot. Coincidentally, the spot had no surveillance. Yi Li chuckled and began his work with the tools. In his past life during his college years, Yi Li had also taken on part-time jobs. It was at an auto detailing company, so he had some understanding of cars. He couldn't manage a major overhaul in a short time, but minor tweaks were definitely within his capability. After locking onto his target and executing a series of maneuvers, he finally left thoroughly satisfied. Yi Li could even imagine the miserable scene when Fatty Liu sat down in the car. Serves him right, who told him to bully Yi Li's sister like that. Once again lamenting how fragile girls were, Yi Li quietly slipped back home. By then the sky was already beginning to lighten. Figuring he wouldn't be able to sleep anyway, he decided to make breakfast. Once the meal was ready, Mo Qingxue stumbled out, still half asleep. Oh, why are you up so early? She stretched her curves, undulating, a certain dark spot particularly conspicuous. Yi Li sniffled. This woman was nothing short of a temptress. After a long internal struggle, he ultimately couldn't resist and reached out for a couple of grabs, earning a torrent of curses from Mo Qingxue. After breakfast, they headed to school. The moment he stepped onto campus, the scorching gazes aimed at him nearly made Yi Li drop dead on the spot. Ye goddess, can I add you as a friend? Ye goddess, I want to learn piano, could you guide me? Ye goddess, I'm your #1 fan. After yesterday's performance, the principal had received approval from the governor and announced he would send his daughter to school now. 56. Overjoyed, the principal shared this immensely happy news with the teachers and students. Naturally, it was another moment of shared pride, the governor's daughter being able to attend school now. 56 was all thanks to Yi Li the goddess. Yi Li, however, found it hard to understand why everyone held the governor in such high esteem, and why they were so thrilled about his daughter enrolling. After some thought, he figured it was probably because planet R was so vast, with the Dragon Kingdom's territory being immense, making the governor's status exceedingly lofty. In other words, it was like the emperor's daughter studying alongside you. You'd be just as excited. Of course, that was just an analogy. As for inadvertently gaining this honor himself, Yi Li felt quite helpless too. No help for it. Who could blame him for being a cheater? Accepting the admiring gazes from his throngs of fans with a smile, Yi Li also felt a hint of satisfaction. Yi Li, just as he was about to enter the sophomore teaching building, someone suddenly called out to him, their tone brimming with righteous indignation. Huh, who was looking for trouble now? Yi Li turned to look. The other person was a very handsome guy, truly striking, no less than Yi Li in his male form. From memory, this guy seemed to be called Chen Yiming. He was the senior aiming that Mo Qingxue had mentioned last night. This fellow was surrounded by a group of boys and girls, many from the senior year. Quite a few faces looked familiar to Yi Li, including Pu Mongrue from his own class. Something fishy. Yi Li sensed that this little white lotus was about to stir up trouble. Chen Yiming, let me ask, is Chunifi your sister? Do you know how to sing Fairy Tale Town? Facing him, Yi Li made his usual teasing remark. What are you talking about? I don't have a sister. Chen Yiming was utterly baffled by the question, his intent to accuse momentarily disrupted. He glared at Yi Li angrily and said, Yi Li, we're all classmates here. How can you target Mongrue like this? Sure enough, he really was trying to stir things up. Yili shrugged with a bewildered expression. Senior Aiming, you come out of nowhere with that, and I have no idea what you're talking about. You've changed, you've lost your innocence. And you're still pretending. Yili's innocent yet unpretentious demeanor felt alien to Chen Yiming. The girl who used to hang her head in timid silence at the first sign of questioning or accusation was gone. Yili rolled his eyes, still beautiful of course. If you've got something to do, get on with it. I don't have time to listen to your grand speeches. You've truly been corrupted by the filth out there. Since you asked me to speak, let everyone know your true colors. Why do you keep targeting Mingrue, constantly making things hard for her? Splashing her with rice soup at meals, staining her seat with ink in the classroom, tripping her on purpose during gym class to humiliate her in front of everyone. Everything has its limits. Because of the feelings between us, I could understand you lashing out at Mingrue. I might even forgive you. But at such a major event as the performance, you still went after her and stole her spot. How vicious can your heart be? Are you that obsessed with vanity and fame? Chen Yiming spoke with a pained heart, his expression as dramatic as a TV show oozing with anguish. It was as if these words had been bottled up for a long time, and his condemnation of Yi Li was laced with the bitter pain of love and hate intertwined. Yi Li was utterly disgusted. This guy must be from the acting world, right? Besides, that whole feelings between us thing was all his own fabrication, wasn't it? What? Yi Li Goddess has been bullying Senior Mingrue all along. I knew something was off. Senior Mingrue was signed up for piano elective, so why didn't I see her during the piano performance? Instead it was Yi Li. Now that Senior Aiming has pointed it out, I understand everything. So Yi Li was the one pulling strings behind the scenes, taking Senior Mingrue's place. But why would Yi Li Goddess do something like that? Don't you know? Word has it that a month ago Yi Li and Senior Aiming were entangled in some romantic mess. Later Senior Aiming got together with Senior Mingrue, so Yi Li harbored resentment and started taking revenge on her. Of course, it could also be that she was desperate to show off and make an impression in front of the governor. Is that so? How vicious. Her past purity and kindness must have all been an act. But I heard it was Senior Aiming who pursued Yi Li and got rejected. Could that story be something Yi Li made up to save face? Obviously, it's clear as day. Chen Yiming's words set the surrounding students to gossiping. The looks of admiration from his fans had completely soured when they turned to Yi Li as if they wanted to slap him twice. Yi Li cursed inwardly. These little brats sure knew how to spin a story. Before he could even catch his breath, he saw Pu Mingrue, who had been silent with a pitiful expression, walking toward him. Her nose slightly reddened on the verge of tears. She took Yi Li's hand. Yi Li, I know Aiming choosing me hurt you deeply, but matters of the heart can't be controlled. It's all my fault. I apologize to you. Can we get along well? From now on I'll do whatever you ask, but can you respect me and stop deliberately making things hard for me? Her display of grievance and goodwill instantly won over a wave of sympathy. The students felt sorry for Pu Mingrue and declared that Yi Li had gone too far. How could he hurt someone like that over a beautiful romance? Yi Li stared wide-eyed at the delicate, lovely girl before him, feeling as if he were trapped in some imperial harem. People often said the girls' world on campus rivaled the imperial harem, and Yi Li had never believed it. Until today, when he learned his lesson. Such cunning and scheming were beyond her years. In an instant he was covered in false accusations, wasn't he? Enough! Before Yi Li could say anything, Mo Qingxue angrily slapped Pu Mingrue's hand away. She turned to Chen Yiming. Senior Yiming, I have always respected you, even regarded you as a role model in my academic life, believing you to be intelligent, studious, and outstanding in talent and brilliance. But today all of these views are null and void. The usually gentle Mo Qingxue suddenly seemed to transform into a different person, pacing slowly as she pointed her slender finger at Pu Mingrue. Senior, don't you use your brain when speaking? If it were truly Yi Li who was eager to show off and took her place, wouldn't she, as the person involved, have noticed when filling in the name? And you? She glanced around, her eyes red with agitation. Just moments ago you were all calling Yi Li Goddess, but with a few words from others you've turned into this. Don't you use your brains to think things through either? I've spent so much time with Yi Li, I know her character well enough, and I don't need your validation. Besides, if it hadn't been that Yi Li happened to know how to play the piano, then she would have been the one humiliated during the performance. And it might have even displeased the governor, causing the principal to view her differently, bringing shame to all 56 schools. Have you considered these consequences? Hey. Her words plunged the crowd into silence. Indeed, everyone had filled in their own performance lists. If Yi Li had taken Pu Mingrue's place, why hadn't Pu Mingrue spoken up at the time? Instead, she only spoke out afterward. Everyone realized this point, sensing the scent of a setup, and felt they had wronged Yi Li, casting apologetic glances her way. Yet this apology didn't last long before it was interrupted. That's because Meng Rue is kinda she never said anything. I couldn't stand it, so I dragged her to confront Yili. Chen Yiming's face flushed with indignation, his boyfriend protector mode on full blast. The crowd's thoughts were pulled back again. Right, Senior Meng Rue had always been timid and unassertive, wouldn't complain if wronged. Yili's head ached from listening, and she interrupted. Even if what you say is true, that this girl is a poor fool unwilling to speak up. Was her deskmate also a fool? Would she just let me bully her and not tell the teacher? Pu Mingru's deskmate. Lan. Everyone immediately thought of something. Senior Lan was also studying piano and sat with Senior Meng Rue, but she couldn't have missed it when the name was filled in. So that meant, how did it feel like the thief yelling, "Catch the thief"? Who was the real victim? The crowd was bewildered. You? Chen Yiming was also at a loss for words. Yes, what exactly was going on? You what you? Big as you are is your head filled with environmental pollutants. Yili curled her lips into a sarcastic, silly grin and added, next time think things through before coming to argue with me, or I'll go straight to the principal and accuse you of harassment. The word principal coming from Yi Li's mouth at this moment carried immense weight. Everyone knew how highly the principal regarded Yi Li now. If she accused someone of harassment, the principal would probably expel them without hesitation. Oh my, what a grand play of the thief yelling, "Catch the thief." Outwardly seemingly kind, but inwardly full of venom and malice. Utterly shameless. Exactly framing Yi Li goddess like this with no limits. Give me back my sympathy. The crowd turned on her, and Yi Li couldn't be bothered to enjoy Pu Mingru's reddened face, still wearing a pitiful expression. Without even glancing at Chen Yiming, she took Imo Kinx's hand and left. Lan, who had been quietly watching this scene from a distance, also turned and walked into the classroom, her expression unreadable. She hadn't expected Yi Li to become so strong, as she had thought that public accusation would leave Yi Li speechless. Then the subsequent words would never have appeared, and the label of position grabber seeking fame and fortune would have stuck to Yi Li. However, Lan was unconcerned as school life was too dull, and there would be plenty more ways to pass the time in the future. After Yi Li left, the onlookers also dispersed. Those glances made Chen Yiming wish he could find a hole to crawl into. He had originally planned to make Yi Li apologize publicly to Pu Mingru, but now he was the one covered in shame. Pu Mingru, you were using me. No, Ming, let me explain. Explain? Do you really think I'm stupid? If Yi Li hadn't mentioned Lan, I wouldn't have realized this. Chen Yiming was nearly furious. The good girl he believed in turned out to be this kind of person. Not only did she slander others, but she also used him like a fool. You've disappointed me too much. Let's end this. Wu Ming, don't leave me. Pu Mingru burst into tears. Just as Yi Li and Mo Qingxue entered the classroom, the bell rang. Then the foreign language class began, and the beautiful homeroom teacher walked in. Having perhaps heard something, Teacher Qiuman's face was extremely grim. She slammed the textbook on the desk, and everyone in the class straightened up. I'm telling some of you the campus is a place for teaching and nurturing it. Don't bring your bad habits in here. Though her words were directed at the whole class, Qiuman's eyes were fixed on Pu Mingru and in Lan's seats. Everyone had also heard something, and they looked over with expressions of contempt and disdain. Pu Mingru felt her face burning with shame. She shouldn't have listened to Lan. Now look at the situation. How would she ever face others again? In contrast, Lan remained completely calm. Qiuman continued. Yi Li is a role model for our class. She is not only a top student, but also excels in skills. If I find anyone deliberately making things difficult for her again, don't blame me for being harsh. Regarding the performance incident, Qiuman had found it strange afterward. She had questioned each student last night, and finally learned the truth from Xia Jinjin. It must have been those two rich girls, Lan and Pu Mingru, who had nothing better to do and stirred up trouble. Qiuman had some understanding of those two's behavior. She had heard before that they often sought to cause trouble for Yi Li, but this time was even more excessive. If Yi Li hadn't known how to play the piano, the entire class, even all 56 schools, would have been in an awkward position. Not to mention how she as the homeroom teacher would fare. Even the principal himself would have to go for tea and his self-criticism. The more Qiuman thought about it, the harder it was to calm her anger. Her gaze never left Lan and Pu Mingru. If not for their backgrounds, she would have thrown them out long ago. All the students felt extremely oppressed. The accused Pu Mingru hung her head in shame. But Lan remained as calm as ever, as if those gazes didn't exist, her head held high. Qiuman's eyebrows shot up in anger. Even now some people still refuse to admit their mistakes. Then why are you even here attending school? Just go home and be a young lady and give everyone else a peaceful learning environment. Lan remained unmoved. Yi Li looked over curiously. Lan's composure truly impressed her. This little girl had some serious mental fortitude. As if sensing his gaze, the calm, downcast Lan suddenly looked at him. Their eyes met, and Yi Li sensed a hint of mockery in her gaze. Damn, Yili was startled. Was this little vixen provoking him? What was she after? He racked his brain. Yili the girl hadn't offended her. Ding! Choice condition triggered. 1 kiss and lawn in front of the whole class, and receive a customized beetle car 300 forgiveness points. 2 go to the senior high school building, shout I love you Chen Yiming, and receive mastery of fashion matching 200 forgiveness points. Yili was still pondering when the system triggered the choice. Hearing it, he froze. System, are you serious? Declare love to a guy. Why don't you just kill me? Can I refuse? I won't choose either. Host confirms refusal. Consequence: no choice conditions triggered for 1 year. No choices triggered within a year. Yili was speechless. If no choices were triggered, how could she accumulate forgiveness points? Without forgiveness points, how could she ever return to her male form? You win. I choose option 1. French kiss, or just a peck. The host may do as they wish. There are no restrictions. The atmosphere in the classroom continued to plummet. Chiu-man had not yet withdrawn her gaze. Just as everyone thought Lan was about to be singled out for criticism, Yili stood up. All eyes turned to her, and even Chiu-man adjusted her glasses in confusion. Student Yi. Before she could finish, Yili had already arrived in front of Lan. Chiu-man sensed trouble. Could this girl be about to do something foolish? Almost everyone thought the same. After all, being bullied could drive anyone to vent their frustrations. Lan looked at Yili in surprise. Her phoenix eyes slightly raised, a mix of curiosity and disdain flickering within them. But that gaze lasted only a few seconds before she seemed to forget how to breathe. Her eyes widened as she stared at the face so close to hers. Her fragrant tongue was ruthlessly pulled. Had Yili forced her? In an instant, the classroom fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared at the scene, their minds unable to process what had just happened. Yili wiped her mouth. This little girl's lips were quite sweet. You? Lan snapped back to reality, her breath uneven. Glaring angrily at Yili, she raised her hand to strike him. But Yili was ready. Blocking the blow, she leaned in with an intimate air and whispered in Lan's ear. This morning's incident. You orchestrated it, didn't you? I saw clearly how smart your teammates are. If possible, maybe we could become friends. The kind that revels night after night. The tickling sensation on her earlobe made Lan's face flush involuntarily. She glared at Yili in fury. How dare she? Student Yi. Chiu-man repeated herself, unsure of what to do. Yili turned around with a laugh. Teacher, I think classmate Lan must have some misunderstandings. I'm just building a closer bond with her. Just as she finished, her phone rang in her pocket. Yili looked at Chiu-man for permission, but the latter was too stunned to respond, lost in bewilderment. It's fine, Student Yi. You may answer the call. With that, Yili picked up the phone in front of the entire class. The voice on the other end was mysterious. It was as soft as a lover's whisper in the dead of night. Hello, is this Miss Yi? I saw on the rental site that you have a room available. Is it convenient to meet now? Now? Alright. Let's meet at the destination later. After hanging up before Yili could even ask for leave, Chiu-man spoke, first though still a bit flustered. Do you have something to attend to, Student Yi? Should I drive you there? The reason she was so accommodating to Yili, even indulgent, was all due to the principal's instructions. Teacher Chiu, your class, Yili is a treasure. You must take good care of her. Just make sure she's happy and turn a blind eye to everything else. With that directive, Chiu-man naturally knew how to proceed. No need to trouble yourself, teacher. I'll go on my own. Yili smiled, politely glanced back at Lan, and with a laugh that seemed to provoke murderous intent walked out of the classroom. Mo Qingxue opened her mouth as if to speak, then stamped her foot in frustration for some reason before shooting a glance at Lan. Yili had actually kissed that wicked girl. The campus was eerily quiet with no one in sight. Unafraid of being seen, Yili lifted her long legs and dashed like the wind. The system notified her that the customized beetle was waiting outside the school gate. It was class time, and the security guard initially moved to stop her, but upon seeing it was Yili, his stern face instantly morphed into a sycophantic grin. He too had likely been briefed by the school administration. He proactively opened the gate for Yili, cheerfully watching her get into the car, and even wiping his eyes as she drove off. Wasn't Yili supposed to come from a modest family? How did she have a car? Yili's face was full of black lines. Wasn't this car too girly? It was small enough, but why was the exterior covered in Pikachu patterns? She could still tolerate that, but the interior was all pink. Damn it. No, wait. She wanted to throw up. Is this what you call customized? She ground her teeth, barely suppressing her rage as she questioned the system. Don't be so narrow-minded. Try calling it Off-Fun. Off-Fun. Was that the car's name? Was it some kind of tech vehicle with a deceptive exterior? With a tentative mindset, Yili called out, Off-Fun. I'm here. What functions do you have? Master, would you like to see some of Off-Fun's features? Yili hummed in agreement, not thinking much of it. Then she watched as the back seat began to transform. It was actually transforming. It turned into a three-dimensional wardrobe. Inside were all kinds of lingerie outfits and even shoes. Then the passenger seat transformed into a vanity table stocked with every cosmetic imaginable. Even more terrifying, the driver's seat also transformed, sprouting countless tentacle-like appendages that lifted Yili up. Then they started undressing her. Undressing her. This was too outrageous. The tentacles divided their tasks efficiently. Some grabbed cosmetics, others searched for clothes and shoes. Still others were pulling stockings onto Yili's legs. The scene was simply indescribable. 5 minutes later, Yili sat expressionless in the driver's seat, her mind a blank. So this was the customized beetle. Too customized. It was beyond imagination. Looking down at her perfectly styled outfit, youthful and vibrant yet retaining a maiden's elegance, Yili was certain of one thing: this system was definitely the personality of a crude, lecherous man. She examined her makeup, flawless. European-style lip gloss, pink blush, coffee-colored eyeshadow, chocolate-toned eyebrows, with sparkling stardust at the tips. Damn you, system. This isn't human. Yili was on the verge of tears. Becoming a woman to survive. She could endure that. But this assault on her psyche was unbearable. The system ignored her, probably busy admiring Yili's transformed beauty. After shouting for a while, she grew bored. Torture was torture, at least she was still alive. Curious, she wondered how the wardrobe and other things had fit so seamlessly into such a small space. She asked the system, which replied with a cold sneer, "Mortal, how could you comprehend the power of technological space?" Insulted, Yili decided not to ask further. She simply drove toward Jinshang Villa. It wasn't long before she arrived. The security guard asked only a few questions, and upon seeing the key to the standalone villa in Yili's hand, he respectfully opened the gate. Standalone Villa District No. 2. The greenery was lush, the plot ratio excellent, and the scenery beautiful. Even the air seemed sweeter. The villa had 2 floors complete with independent facilities facing south, with a man-made lake in front. Except for the tacky, money-flaunting rockery clusters. Standing at the gate was a girl with an oversized suitcase, but no car. Yili parked and got out. The girl looked over, squinting uncertainly. Her exaggerated sun hat was like a bamboo hat, though she wore it stylishly. Besides the hat, the girl had oversized sunglasses, a pitch-black mask, a black trench coat to conceal her figure, and not outlandish leather boots. Yili silently admired her. With the sun so bright, wasn't she afraid of getting heat rash? "Are you here to rent the room?" Yili adjusted her skirt with a hint of irritation and asked. The girl pulled her sunglasses down slightly, looked around mysteriously, and then spoke. "Are you Miss Yi? You look so young." Yili gave a dry laugh. "You're so beautiful, and your outfit is amazing. This style is so elegant." Yili gave another dry laugh. Although Yili felt utterly disgusted, he had to admit that Afen's fashion and makeup were indeed top-notch. She wore a black and white plaid skirt paired with small Martens boots. Her top was a thin sweatshirt layered under a loose beige knitted cardigan. Her hair was styled in a divided braid topped with a beige 5-point cap. A rainbow bag was slung over her shoulder. Not to mention how others' eyes lit up at the sight, even Yili himself was stunned. Miss Yili was naturally blessed with beauty. With just a little dressing up, she outshone the crowd. The girl, as if genuinely convinced of Yili's beauty, unconsciously took off her glasses and reached out to touch her. Yili was speechless. "Sure, I'm a bit pretty, but can't you show some restraint? By the way, can girls be attracted to girls too?" Yili thought it highly possible. After all, lesbians and gay men really do exist. Without warning, as the girl continued to touch, she mysteriously and swiftly put her glasses back on, letting out a strange cry. Yili was startled and said irritably, "Miss, from the moment we met you've complimented me and touched me, and now you're scaring me. What exactly do you want? Are you renting the house or not?" The girl paused, halting her retreating steps. She took off her glasses again and asked in an incredulous tone, "You don't recognize me?" Yili raised an eyebrow. "Could this one be a suitor? Should I recognize you? You really don't recognize me?" The girl took off her hat and mask, revealing a delicate and refined face. The face itself could score an 8, but her uniquely clear big eyes added extra points, making her almost comparable to Yili. Yili stared at her strangely for a moment, then shook his head. "Stop messing around, I've never seen you before." He figured the woman was probably trying to get chummy to haggle down the rent. The girl was indignant and muttered to herself angrily, "I'm so famous, yet there are still people who don't know me. What a lousy diva company, totally unreliable." Yili was taken aback. From her tone, was she a public figure? He looked again, but still didn't recognize her. Seeming annoyed by Yili's reaction, the girl directly asked, "How do you rent it, and how much per year?" "Per year? You mean you're renting for a year?" "What can I? Of course you can. How much do you think it's worth?" The girl glanced at the villa and rolled her eyes. "You haven't even shown me inside yet." Yili gave a dry laugh, quickly took out the keys, and opened the door for them to look around together. The interior was exquisitely decorated, complete with furniture and other essentials. Yili wasn't sure about the smaller items, but it was basically ready for moving. The girl nodded with satisfaction. I'm quite pleased. I don't know the market price, so how about 2 million a year? Does that work for you? 2 million. Yili was stunned. He remembered that an ordinary luxury villa on Earth cost about 300 yuan a day. This woman was offering 2 million directly, which came to over 600 a day. That was acceptable. All right, no problem. Only a fool would turn down money. Yili promptly produced a contract which had printed at a small shop. I'm in urgent need of cash, so you'll need to pay 75% of the rent up front. The girl glanced casually at the contract and nodded readily. I can't do a transfer. Is cash okay? Yili smiled, thinking he didn't have a bank card anyway. He quickly agreed, then watched as the girl pulled a large wad of dragon coins from her suitcase. Speaking of dragon coins, it's worth noting that the currency of the Dragon Kingdom comes in denominations of 50, 100 and 1000. Using cash could solve many unnecessary hassles. Though it looked similar, Yili still felt no sense of belonging, even finding it a bit chilling. Whatever, as long as it worked. Then thank you. By the way, what's your name? You really don't know me? The girl asked again. Fine, you don't seem to be faking it. Let's get to know each other. My name is Tian Nini, and I'm a college student. Hello, my name is Yili Leaf, as in tree, leaf, Li, as in separation. I'm a sophomore at No. 56 high school. Tian Nini smiled, then suddenly frowned, as if struck by a bout of pretentiousness. That introduction is no good. You should say it like this: as the rustling bamboo leaves drift, the sound of water carries parting dreams into the flowing stream. Yili was speechless. Those lines aren't even from the same poem. Well, Miss Tian, enjoy your rental. Feel free to call me if you need anything. He'll be going now. Go on then. The 1.5 million wasn't bulky, so Yili just put it in his bag. Since he was already out, he didn't feel like going back to school. Instead, he drove straight to the hospital. Aunt Mimi was probably truly exhausted, having fallen asleep, leaning over the hospital bed. Yili's mother stared blankly out the window, her emotions seemingly sealed off. She didn't even notice Yili enter. This woman was a stranger to Yili, or rather his soul was unfamiliar with her. Yet in Miss Yili's memories, this face was deeply familiar. For some reason, seeing this face made Yili feel a little gloomy, his emotions on the verge of breaking. His voice choked as he called out, Mom. The woman turned her head in confusion, took a long time to react, and then her eyes instantly reddened. Unwilling to let the sorrowful atmosphere linger, Yili spoke first. Mom, I've earned some money. Little sister can hold on, she'll be fine. He wasn't heartless, but he wasn't keen on dwelling in sadness either. The commotion woke Aunt May, who called out, Li, and even more urgently than yes, Mother asked, where did you get the money? At that moment, Yili brought out all the rent money. Seeing the bills printed with a divine dragon pattern held in her daughter's hands, yes, Mother was stunned. So much money, all in 100 denominations. It must be over 1 million. Lily, Mom can't let you do anything foolish. Yao Yao is already like this. If something happens to you too, Mom really wouldn't want to live. Family was the seasoning that touched the heart. This sobbing tone was too much for Yili to bear, and his eyes treacherously welled up with mist. He swore this was not his own weakness, but a consequence of being in a female body. Mom, what are you saying? Why would I do anything foolish? Even if the sky falls, I wouldn't do something stupid. Lily, your mom and I want to believe you, but with so much money, you should at least tell us where it came from, right? Yili was at a loss for words. He had slipped up. If he said it was rent, then where did the villa come from? He couldn't exactly say his daughter was awesome enough to be bound by a system, could he? What to do? Yili's mind raced. Oh right, the system had given him mastery in comic drawing. Yes, he could use that as an excuse. Aunt May and yes, Mother were still staring at him, waiting for an explanation. Mom, Aunt May, it was kind of a stroke of luck. I was messing around with drawing some time ago and posted it online. Unexpectedly, a platform noticed and signed me. This money is my royalties. What kind of drawing? Yes, Mother asked, looking confusedly at Aunt May. Aunt May thought for a moment and said uncertainly, you mean the kind kids watch on TV? My Chanchan likes that. Yili forced a smile. Aunt May, that's called animation. Comics are in printed books or serialized online, kind of like picture books. Does that thing make so much money? Just messing around gets you over 1 million. Aunt May questioned. Yes, Mother was also skeptical. Lily, tell Mom the truth. Mom, would I lie to you? It's not that Mom doesn't believe you, but with so much money, how can I believe you? Yili had no choice but to bluff. Mom, my work is online. They'll show you when you're discharged, okay? After some persuasion and promises, yes, Mother reluctantly believed him. But Yili was filled with bitterness. How was he going to make good on this grand boast? Maybe he should consider drawing comics. Perhaps there really could be some profit in it. Taking the money, she followed Aunt May to pay the medical bills, then took another look at her pitiful younger sister before returning to the ward. Yi Li's attire today surprised her mother. "Lily, I never imagined you've grown into a young woman so quickly. Sigh, in a few more years I'll have to send you off to be married." Yi Li remained silent. Marriage, how could that ever be possible? The three of them chatted about trivial matters, and the atmosphere was finally becoming warm when for some reason her mother brought up Yi Yao again. "Lily, your sister's fate is bitter. What should your mother do?" Her mother had learned of the doctor's diagnosis, and she understood that Yi Yao didn't have many days left. Yi Li was also deeply saddened by this. All she could do for now was rely on medical treatment to sustain her sister, ensuring the medical bills were paid. Beyond that, she was helpless, leaving it to the will of heaven, or the system's intervention. If luck was on her side, perhaps she could obtain some elixir, and Yi Yao might instantly recover and be full of vitality. If not, with no elixir and no supreme medical skills, it would simply be Yi Yao's fate. She spoke words to ease her mother's worries until the other woman grew tired, and only then did Yi Li leave the ward. She also pulled Aunt May aside and handed over all the remaining money. "Aunt May, you've worked hard these days. Please take this money for my mother, and also use it to repay what you've spent. I still have school and the comic project to handle, so it'll likely be busier soon. They'll have to trouble you to look after my mother." Aunt May didn't refuse. She said, "Don't worry, Lily. My shop is my own, so I can close it for a while without issue. They'll take good care of your mother. You just focus on your studies." Leaving the hospital, Yi Li got into her car and began to think of ways to make money. Though the medical expenses were temporarily covered, the future would still demand a hefty sum. Making money was inevitable. Mastery of drawing, much like the proficiency in the 5 Lang's 8 trigram staff or piano, meant that whenever she touched a related object, the drawing skills would unfold in her mind. Her limbs also carried the memory of comic creation. What did she need for drawing? A tablet software, a stylus. After devising a rough plan, Yi Li drove her beetle to purchase a tablet and other necessary items. Then she used her ID to apply for a card, packed up some takeout, and returned home. There was internet at home, and her sister still had a computer, likely for study purposes. Yi Li surfed the web, her expressions alternating between fascination and excitement. Holy shit! The island nation was wiped out during World War II. History was strikingly similar, yet it also held shocking surprises. This world had no island nation. Yi Li burst into laughter, unrestrained and carefree. What did this mean? It meant that the comic industry had lost one of its major players. She then browsed various anime and manga websites, her laughter continuous. If she had been uncertain about making money through comics at first, she was now absolutely certain. Why? This world's comics were only of a few types: Hong Kong style, American style, Korean style, and Dragon style. In truth, these 4 could also monopolize and even fill the void in the industry. However, when Yi Li opened an anime or manga, she was stunned. The art style: every character looked like a muscular Barbie doll. Who would actually watch that? The American style was as stubborn as ever, never considering immersion. The Korean style, as everyone knew, produced only half-baked works that couldn't keep readers waiting, and their anime adaptations were insulting to one's intelligence. The Hong Kong style was decent, but the content was monotonous, and the world's uniform Barbie art style only diminished the already dwindling popularity. The Dragon style was similar, though it must be noted that a few Dragon style works were quite popular, and they were still serialized online with an estimated global readership of 65. They were definitely dominating the other styles. However, after examining those works, Yi Li still shook her head. The main issue was the art style, which was far inferior to that of Earth. After understanding this, Yi Li began searching for platforms. There were only 3: Kajai, Kikkoman, and Shirshian. Yi Li was completely clueless about the industry, so she went with her gut feeling. She chose Shirshian. Mainly, she liked the name Shirshuan, announcing to the world. How domineering. After some fiddling, she registered an author account, linked her phone number and bank card. Everything was set, and she downloaded the software on her tablet. After getting familiar with it, she finally began to draw. But another problem stumped her. What should she create? She had watched far too many anime, but she couldn't remember all the chapters. Maybe I should outline the story and freely improvise the chapters. She muttered to herself, finding the idea feasible, and started drawing with her stylus. As she expected, the moment she touched the stylus, images of comic chapters flashed in her mind, and a familiarity with comic creation surged through her. The strokes, starting, hooking, collecting, turning, skimming, were executed without any hesitation. Her fingers danced, and a scene structure gradually took shape. On the screen, a boy appeared, brown hair, an orange and white sports jacket, a youthful face with a hint of determination. The boy rode a skateboard, wandering through green mountains and fields not too high, sometimes tilting, frequently falling off. Seeing this, many would already guess what kind of anime this was. Indeed, it was Eureka 7, A work that incorporated mecha elements, alternate dimensions, super technology, light particles, and a youthful romance. Yili chose to borrow inspiration and adapt this work because it was a short series and exceptionally brilliant. Back in the day, it was hailed as a masterpiece by netizens. Moreover, Yili had captured the readers' hearts. Youngsters would be enchanted by the beautiful ideals of love, while middle-aged and young adults would reminisce about their passionate romantic past. As for the elderly, well, forget it. Lost in the process, Yili entered a state of bliss as she drew. To avoid using pages as a measure, she had completed about 30 chapters in 3 hours, until Mo Qingxue called. "Hey Yili, why didn't you come to school all afternoon?" "I had something to do." "Alright, I can't come over tonight." "Have you had dinner?" "Yeah, I've eaten, don't worry." "Okay, see you tomorrow." Hanging up, Yili hurriedly wolfed down a couple of bites of rice and continued drawing. Her hand speed was astonishing. She almost worried the tablet couldn't withstand her relentless abuse. Only when she felt exhausted did she stop. She then uploaded the completed chapters to Shishuan, submitted them for review, and waited for an editor to discover them. Stretching, Yili felt an urge to smoke, but thought better of it. Since she had finally quit, she shouldn't touch it again. She was about to take a shower and sleep when her phone rang. She had just bought the card and hadn't called anyone. Who could it be? Checking, she saw it was the tenant Tian Nini. After a moment's thought, she answered, "Hello, Miss Tian. Are you getting used to living there?" "Sister Yi, am used to it, but I'm scared. Could you come keep me company?" Tian Nini's voice trembled, clearly showing genuine fear. Indeed, how could anyone feel safe alone in such a large villa? Yili was speechless. She wanted to retort, "If I were a man, would you still ask me to stay?" As if sensing her hesitation, Tian Nini quickly added, "Sleepover service, 10,000 per night." Yili was instantly stunned. This was even more profitable than daily rent. Why not do it? "Wait for me, I'll be there in half an hour." The beetle pulled directly into the villa's garage. Tian Nini, holding a glass of red wine, stood at the door with flushed cheeks. There was a strange look in her eyes that made Yili feel a bit uneasy. "Hey, I'm a proper person, no Yuri." Tian Nini's movements froze, and she rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. "As if I do want that." They entered the hall together, and Yi Li's eyes lit up. He remembered there was no piano in the villa, so why was one now standing in the center? Tian Nini winked at him, acting like they were old pals. "Little celebrity, I've discovered your secret." Yili was bewildered. What? Had the system been found out, or his soul? Tada! Tian Nini pulled out her phone, which was playing a video. Legend has it there's a place people call it the harem. So it was Johnny's video. Yili thought something else had been discovered. But who was so bored as to upload it online? "You're a piano prodigy." "Not a prodigy, just know a little." "Come on, I listened to that piece. I tried learning it bit by bit, and couldn't master it. It's so hard." Yili gave a dry laugh. "If it were that easy to learn, would it still be Flight of the Bumblebee? Come on, teach me." Without further ado, Tian Nini pulled Yili to sit on the piano bench. "Since we just met, is this okay?" Tian Nini gave him another strange look and repeated mechanically, "You really don't know me." Yili rubbed his forehead. Was this girl a bit too narcissistic? "Search my name on your phone." Helpless, Yili complied. He opened the browser, typed in Tian Nini, and the search results filled the entire screen. Contemporary song Queen Tian Nini releases new song Dream of the Void with a play count of 1.7 billion. Miss Tian Nini practices piano late at night, posts on Weibo, and netizens point out disturbance to neighbors. Miss Tian Nini coldly replies, "I have no neighbors, thank you." According to official announcements, Tian Nini's tour will be held in the following cities. Fans can set off early and not miss the opportunity. On May 17th, the Divas agency is rumored to have a disagreement with Miss Tian Nini. Insiders reveal that Miss Tian Nini's personal freedom is restricted. There were at least 100 pages of results. Yili glanced at Tian Nini in surprise. Good heavens, she was a heavyweight song queen. He surprised? Yili nodded honestly. He was indeed surprised, but also puzzled. Why would such a famous public figure come alone to Beishur? Wasn't she afraid of something happening to her? "Do you know me now?" Yili gave a dry laugh, at a loss for words. Should he put on an adoring fan look? But that just wasn't his style. "I'm no stranger to the piano. I really want to learn that piece. Can you teach me?" Tian Nini wasn't joking. Yili scratched his head. If he didn't teach her, he'd never get rid of her. It was hard to refuse such earnestness. Seeing him nod, Tian Nini put down her wine glass and placed her fingers, even more slender than Yili's, lightly on the keys. "I'm ready." Her eyes sparkled like stars. Yili couldn't help but glance at her swan-like neck, then involuntarily let his gaze drift downward. Tian Nini wore a silk nightgown, sitting upright with a certain area faintly visible and quite substantial. She wasn't wearing a bra. He sniffled, afraid to look further lest his nose bleed. "Watch a section first to get an impression, then he'll teach you once." Yili began to play, and the Flight of the Bumblebee filled the air again. Tian Nini seemed deeply passionate about music, highly focused and demanding of herself. She didn't shy away from her own shortcomings. That might sound confusing. In other words, she bravely challenged her own limits. What surprised Yili even more was that after only 3 lessons Tian Nini had grasped about 70 to 80% of it. A genius. He gave her a thumbs up in admiration. Tian Nini smiled sheepishly. I just love music. Once I understand the basic melody, that feeling comes naturally. It's nothing special. Everyone has their own talent. Don't look at me so amazed. Unexpectedly, this goofy girl could be shy. By the way, in the video you improvised a song on the spot. Can you create another one? Tian Nini thought Yili's talent lay in creation. Yili looked at her with a strange gaze. Girl, aren't you asking a bit too much? Am I asking too much? You damn well know it. I thought you were all innocence and virtue. But this is your talent. Why don't you want to push yourself? Maybe your songs could touch people's souls. What talent? It was a cheat. Still, she had a point. What was music for? To stir the soul, uplift the mood. Whether somber, beautiful, dark, or bright. What's your mood right now? Yili suddenly asked. Her once smiling face suddenly faded. Though calm, it radiated unprecedented despair like a bird trapped in a cage. No matter how it fluttered, it was always confined to one place. I can't explain it. Let me put it another way. She forced a smile. I snuck out wanting to leave everything behind, go to an uninhabited island, be free, wake up naturally every day, and find inspiration in a world of black and white. But as you can see, I didn't have the guts, so I used the villa as a substitute for that island. Yili understood her feelings and nodded. Alright, then let's write a song based on your current mood. Though he said, right, he was actually plagiarizing songs from the geniuses of Earth in his mind. His piano mastery brought great benefits, covering almost all the music on Earth. As long as Yili focused, the score would quickly take shape in his mind. He opened his eyes and his fingers began to move. As the prelude started, Tian Nini's gaze grew vacant, perfectly matching her inner turmoil. Melancholy, oppressed, and unable to find release. Then Yili began to sing. His voice blended so seamlessly with the melody that Tian Nini didn't even notice. Behind the blackness lies the dawn, thinking time is plenty, so don't wake the dream. Time keeps flying, the next stop outside the airport gate, embracing your silhouette. This was Rin Dada's signature song with a melancholic style and a sense of longing. Yili's voice was about 70 to 80% similar, with a 99% fit, deeply moving. As the melody reached the second verse, Tian Nini silently shed tears and began to sing along. If the clouds are a letter from the sky, can I hear your voice again? Even if it's exploring, just being playful, following Peter Pan to Neverland. The piano notes gradually faded. Yili snapped back to reality, realizing he had been swept up by the mood. He looked at Tian Nini. Good grief, she was a mess of emotion, tears streaming down. Oh, that was so beautiful. Without hesitation, she hugged Yili and cried, smearing tears and snot all over his collar. Hey sis. Yili was disgusted, but Tian Nini didn't care. She just cried and rubbed against him. Helpless, he let her be. Besides being a bit gross, she actually smelled nice. He even felt like kissing her. A full 10 minutes. Yili sat rigidly for 10 minutes before this lady finally calmed down. Just how much bitterness did she have bottled up inside? Sorry, I got carried away. The emotions hit me. Yili rolled his eyes in silence. What's the name of this song? Deserted Island. Do you like it? I love it. Tian Nini nodded vigorously. Then buy it. They'll sell it to you. Really? Tian Nini's face lit up with surprise. She immediately reached for her phone, intending to search online and see if it was a stolen work by Yili. After confirming it wasn't, she was ready to pay Yili. Well, stop it. It's a gift for you. Seeing she was serious, Yili, no matter how shameless he could be, couldn't bring himself to sell someone else's work. Art is priceless, though the electronic series was an exception. Tian Nini shouted, really, again? After receiving Yili's confirmation, she ran around the villa like a madwoman. Yili was dumbfounded. This girl was definitely part husky. Her storm only lasted a moment. Then Tian Nini tirelessly practiced the song. Yili grew weary, took a shower, said, have fun, and went to find a room to sleep. Early the next morning, Yili woke up feeling a sharp pain in his chest. After lamenting that the days without an erection were strange, he tried to get up and wash his face. But when he pushed himself up, he realized he wasn't alone in bed. Tian Nini was sprawled out, clutching him tightly with a delicate hand firmly gripping his chest. Damn, no wonder it hurts. It's this girl's doing. He slapped her hand away and said angrily, sis, I locked the door. How did you get in? Ever since the system prompted that his virginity loss was invalid, Yili had warned himself he was a girl now, and he had to be cautious or he'd be stuck as a woman forever. So whether at home or outside, he always reminded himself to lock the door when sleeping. He really had no idea how Tian Nini got in. Tian Nini woke up from the slap and mumbled, There's a key in the room, so I just used it. She pointed at the nightstand. Yili looked and saw there was indeed a key. He had been careless. He hadn't noticed the key still in the door yesterday. But with so many rooms, why did you have to come to mine? I told you I was scared. I get that you're scared and sleeping together is fine, but why were you squeezing my chest? Tian Nini sheepishly let go. I used to sleep with Happy Bear, and I got used to squeezing its paws. Yili was speechless. What a piece of work. Treating my chest like a bare paw. Get lost. Tian Nini let out a strange yelp and tumbled to the floor with a thud. Stingy, it was just a squeeze. He'll let you squeeze me back if you want. No thanks. Yili was a bit annoyed. His chest hurt badly, and he suspected it was swollen. Oh, come on, I'm sorry. Tian Nini got up from the floor apologizing as she followed Yili out of the room. Ignoring her, he washed up, put on his school uniform, and left for school. Hey, don't forget to come tonight. I've already sent you the money. Not wanting to invite gossip, Yili didn't drive into the campus. Instead, he parked near a supermarket. Breakfast was a must. Even a fairy needs to eat right. From memory, there were many restaurants across from the school, and in the morning there were plenty of street stalls. The original Yili had apparently never eaten from them, so he didn't know what they sold. Walking over to check them out, he got excited when he saw a stall selling jianbing and ordered 2. Auntie had an egg. Sure, dear. It was peak school rush hour with students coming and going. Yili took the 2 jianbing, took a bite, and his eyes narrowed. The taste was so familiar. As he ate heartily, he suddenly heard a sarcastic voice drifting over. So this is the piano genius. Not just a common street girl. Exactly. I wonder why Senior Qin Yang silently supports someone like her. Who knows, probably using some shady methods. Yili glanced sideways and saw a few young girls waiting to cross the road looking at her as if appraising goods. What the hell? Suppressing himself, he decided not to bother with idiots. As he walked toward school while eating, Yili realized he had been careless again. He couldn't finish 2 jianbing. That Annie was dishonest, not warning me. What a waste. Goddess Yili. Just as he was wondering what to do with the other jianbing, the clever little Jin ran up from behind. Yili asked directly, have you had breakfast yet, sis? Xia Jin went, ah. And in that moment, Yili stuffed the jianbing into her mouth. MMPH, I've already eaten, goddess. Oh, it's fine. You're still growing, so eat more. All right. Xia Jin didn't stand on ceremony. After swallowing, she said mysteriously, want to hear some big news. Big news. What is the plane overlapping? Or is spiritual energy reviving? Or have human genes mutated giving us superpowers, eh? What? No, none of that. Then what news could be bigger than that? Actually, there are 2 pieces of news. Which one do you want to hear first? Yili gave Xia Jin a bored glance, really not in the mood to play along. You decide. Then I'll start with the bigger one. Have you seen the campus forum posts? Yili shook his head. The original Yili didn't even have a phone before, so how could she have seen them? Yesterday a series of photos were posted. Guess who they were of? Either say it or don't, but I'm not wasting brain cells. Xia Jin pouted and said, you're no fun, then continued. It's Senior Qin Yang. Look. She pulled out her phone, and on the screen appeared a young man with star-bright eyes and sword-like brows. The background seemed to be the cafeteria. The young man stared calmly at another person in the photo, Chen Yiming. His expression seemed calm, but his right hand firmly gripped Chen Yiming's collar, as if he was restraining himself with great effort. Yili found the background familiar, and the people around didn't seem strange either. Confused, he asked, what are you trying to say? You still don't get it. This is the cafeteria the day Pu Mengrue got splashed with rice soup. Yili was even more bewildered. This was all disjointed. How could he understand? Oh, after that bastard Chen Yiming pointed at you and scolded you, Senior Qin Yang rushed out and almost beat him up. And then, what does that have to do with me? Xia Jin slapped her forehead. Her goddess was clearly emotionally dense. How is it not related? Everyone knows Senior Qin Yang wanted to hit Chen Yiming because of you. Yili chuckled. How boring these people were. Xia Jin continued. And there's this video. It showed Yili and Pu Mengrue sprinting together on the track, when suddenly Pu Mengrue fell. The video was then zoomed in and slowed down, revealing that Pu Mengrue had tripped herself. Left leg hooking right leg, a self-staged act. Naturally, a crowd of boys and girls took it upon themselves to surround Yili and scold her. The scene cut to Qin Yang approaching each person who had scolded Yili, settling scores without violence, but whatever he said left them all looking terrified. Xia Jin opened another video which looked familiar. It was from yesterday's scene. Chen Yiming led Pu Mengrue around campus, trying to cause trouble for Yili. Then the scene shifted to what seemed to be the men's restroom, where Chen Yiming was already bruised and swollen, while a silhouette disappeared from the frame. Likely Qin Yang. See now? Xia Jin blinked expectantly. Yili nodded seriously. I get it. Our school seems to have a bunch of mysterious paparazzi. Xia Jin was speechless. Damn it, goddess, are you doing this on purpose? It's so obvious. Are you stupid? The clever little one jumped up and swore. Yili picked his ear, study hard, and stay out of these boring circles, they drag down your IQ. Tell me the second big news. Xia Jinjin was stifled, instantly feeling deflated. She snorted, but couldn't help saying, a big shot is coming to school today. Oh, here you go again. Spare me the build-up, and just say it, Grandma. Oh, the governor's daughter is entering school today. Why is her surname Shangwan? Shouldn't she share the governor's surname Xiao? After listening to Xia Jinjin's second so-called big news, Yili felt not shocked, but rather amused. Alas, it was all the king's fault. This is a huge secret. I guarantee only a few people know it, and I'm one of them. It was a pity Xia Jinjin wasn't an entertainment reporter. Her flair for sensationalism was endless. Yili decided to ignore her. The more eager he seemed to know, the more she would ramble. Sure enough, Xia Jinjin's expression stiffened, and she pouted, casting a resentful gaze at Yili. After a while she recovered, and said, apparently Shangwan Weiner's father was the governor's comrade-in-arms. Tragically, General Shangwan fell on the battlefield, so the governor took her in and raised her as his own daughter. Yili finally showed some reaction. Many couldn't fathom the depth of such a bond, but Yili understood it well, having shared a similar relationship with his grandfather from his past life. Well, Yili was an orphan adopted by a bachelor military grandfather. He deeply understood a soldier's love, especially one forged through shared battles. The old dean had cherished young Yili. Later, because of a lung condition, he was taken in by Yili's military grandfather, a fellow veteran, who treated him even better than the old dean had. When the governor spoke of Shangwan Weiner as his daughter, the sincerity was beyond doubt. It was absolute affection. True love exists in the world. A father's love is as steadfast as a mountain and as vast as the sea. Well, that barely counts as news. Hey, big goddess, compared to this, the whole grade knows you kissed in lawn yesterday. Yili scratched his head, recalling the sensation. It was quite pleasant. He hadn't expected that little Inland's lips would feel so nice. And everyone says you're a lesbian. Yili was speechless. What nonsense was this? His orientation was perfectly normal. It was just that these mortals only saw the surface. As they were talking, a tall figure hurried up from behind and grabbed Yili's shoulder. Yili, how could you, do you know Lu Fatty almost died? It was none other than the somewhat arrogant Qi Xiao. After being beaten by Yili with the 5-lane cudgel technique, he had skipped class yesterday. Unexpectedly, he learned that Lu Fatty had been hospitalized for an enema. Apparently, Lu Fatty went for lunch as usual, but once in the car, he let out a scream. According to bystanders, the scream was blood-curdling, lasting over 10 minutes, terrifying passers-by into inaction. Finally noticing blood in the car, the crowd called for help. After emergency treatment, an infection caused nerve damage to a certain organ, rendering him completely impotent. That was secondary. The main issue was that he had lost so much blood he nearly didn't make it, only stabilizing late last night. All of this was Yili's doing that night. He had placed an awl in Lu Fatty's car seat, leading to the enema. Yili shrugged off Qi Xiao's hand. What are you yelling about? I don't understand. He wouldn't have hesitated to kill that bastard if not for fear of being investigated and implicating his mother and little sister. Do you have any shame? You dare to act, but not to own up. Qi Xiao pressed relentlessly. Yili stopped, told Xia Jinjin to leave, then turned to Qi Xiao. Qi am no saint. I'll advise you one last time, don't provoke me or my big brother again, or next time it won't just be his enema. Was that a confession? Qi Xiao couldn't believe it. How could a girl be so vicious? You went this far over a minor conflict. Have you considered how Lu Fatty's family feels? Hearing his self-righteous words, Yili curled his lips and without a second thought, slapped him hard. Who are you to say that? Do you know Yili has already died once? You forced her. You bastards forced her. Do you know what despair and unbearable humiliation feel like? Do you know the feeling of being trapped in depression, even contemplating suicide? When you bullied Yili, did you ever consider how she felt? Did you think about whether her family would collapse if she took her own life? The memories and emotions of Yili's sister still lingered in his mind, and he had profoundly experienced that sensation. It was a feeling that life wasn't worth living, utterly unbearable. Faced with such murderers, Yili had already been merciful. He had intended to teach them a lesson, but this bastard had the audacity to lecture him on kindness. How laughable. Qi Xiao was stunned by the slap, not from pain, but from the look in Yili's eyes. The fleeting despair, anger, ruthlessness, and restraint in her gaze made him feel alien and fearful. He realized that although this person was Yili, her soul seemed different. Was it true, as she said, that Yili had already died once? Was she reborn from the ashes? Damn it. Not wanting to deal with him, Yili cursed and turned away, her hair flying as she walked. Watching her slender, retreating figure, Qi Xiao's eyes were complex. Her aura seemed to have changed. In a hidden corner of the campus, Qin Yang watched the scene with dark, unblinking eyes. His expression was calm, but his gaze held an inexplicable tenderness, especially when looking at her dashing figure. You've always been bold and decisive since childhood, but when it comes to feelings, you're so cowardly. How disappointing. An untimely voice broke Qin Yang's tender gaze. Lan walked over slowly, her eyes teasing as she looked at Qin Yang. Glancing sideways, Qin Yang said coldly, "My affairs are none of your concern, and I don't need your expectations." "Oh, then let's play slowly and see who gets hurt." Lan clenched her fists and walked away with a cold remark. But Qin Yang suddenly grabbed her neck and slammed her against the wall in a forceful move. "I warn you, Lan, if you bully her again, don't blame the Qin family for severing ties with the Yin family." Perhaps pain shattered her composure, and Lan flailed wildly, her eyes turning red. "Qin Yang, you bastard. I'm your fiancé, yet you love that wretched girl. You love her, do you? The more you love her, the more you'll torment her. You'll never have her." Yili couldn't care less about the storms and shadows on campus. Ignoring the varied gazes in the classroom, he sat down and quickly pulled out his phone. Just now his phone had been bombarded with texts from an unknown number. It turned out to be from an editor at Shixian. As for why they didn't call, Yili wasn't sure. Maybe it was a common quirk among editors. The main message was that the chapter he had drawn yesterday had passed review and editor Hammer was eager to sign a contract with him. Yili thought it over. He had to go to the hospital at noon to deliver food to his mother and little sister, so had signed the contract after returning. Editor Hammer said he was free anytime, just needing Yili's word. Such enthusiasm made Yili question reality. In his past life, he had written novels and editors were never this warm. "Hey, you're famous now, miss." Mo Qingxue arrived, her first words carrying a tone of reproach. Without guessing, Yili knew what she meant and quickly waved his hand to show he understood. Aren't you going to explain to your best friend why you kissed that nasty girl yesterday?" This. Yili was at a loss. How could he explain? "You've never done that to me, and that was your first kiss." Mo Qingxue sounded a bit jealous. Damn, they say women have a high chance of bisexuality. Could this trait be innate? He scratched his head and gave her a questioning look. Mo Qingxue, as if sulking, pouted and said, "I want one too." Yili's eyes lit up. Come on, the more the merrier." After a few light-hearted exchanges, it seemed Mo Qingxue was made shy and the topic drifted away. Suddenly, Mo Qingxue seemed to think of something and asked in a low voice, "Did you bring it?" "Huh?" Yili was confused. "Bring what?" "Oh, it's the 18th today." Yili was even more bewildered. What was this girl talking about? Before he could fully ask what she meant, Yili's expression suddenly twisted in pain. A sensation as if a meridian were hooked on a nail began to spread from a certain part of his body, causing Yili to bristle in pain. He finally understood what Mo Qingxue meant. This was his period coming to stab him. "I didn't bring it." At that moment, Yili's muscles tensed, and he clamped his legs together, afraid of any leakage. Besides the pain, he felt a humiliating urge to die. This was so embarrassing, a man experiencing this, damn it. Mo Qingxue's face turned pale, even more flustered than he was, and she quickly pulled Yili toward the women's restroom. The class was dumbfounded, and the homeroom teacher who had just entered was also frozen in place. But soon someone realized what was happening, and under the veiled laughter, everyone knew that Goddess Yi was on her period today. Yili silently withdrew his gaze, took out his phone, and searched online, how to relieve period pain. A whole class period. Yili spent an entire class period squatting in the restroom. No exaggeration there. The reason was that he had never worn that thing before, and it was terribly uncomfortable. Mo Qingxue helped him again and again, but each attempt failed, leaving them both embarrassed, annoyed, and at a loss. Yili finally understood the hardships of women. It was simply too embarrassing. "How about you try tampons next time?" Mo Qingxue suggested. "What's that?" Yili's face showed panic. Mo Qingxue lowered her head shyly. "It's something you insert." Yili was dumbfounded. How terrifying. After exerting tremendous effort, Yili finally suppressed his disgust and the feeling of a foreign object and succeeded. He succeeded. The first male soul in history had successfully worn a sanitary pad. It was just that his walking posture was a bit odd. If he were holding a bag and a half-pack of cigarettes, he could pass for a gang boss. In the corridor of the teaching building, many students were out for a break. Because Yili and Mo Qingxue were too beautiful, they immediately attracted many glances. When they saw his walking posture, the adolescent boys and girls covered their mouths and snickered. Thus the news that Goddess Yi was being tortured by her period spread to more people. Yili felt his face burning. He had never been so embarrassed, especially with the girls' looks, which seemed to contain a hint of schadenfreude. Women, why make things difficult for each other? Passing by class 25, that fellow Chow, he popped out, looked around, and slipped a cup to Yili. He felt it was still warm, opened it, and smelled the sweet aroma of brown sugar. There was also a hint of ginger. "Brother, you're so thoughtful." Big sister will remember your kindness. Yili gave Chao He an appreciative glance, but the latter blushed deeply. Not far away, Chi Xiao witnessed this scene and silently hid the cup in his hand behind his back. Ring ring class started again. Yili, like a 70 or 80-year-old granny, was helped step by step into the classroom by Mo Qingxue. Naturally, there was another round of laughter. Yili glared around angrily. What's so funny? Haven't you ever seen a man on his period? The sound of high heels came from the podium. He looked up. It was Chiu Man again. Why was it always her? Was there no other teacher? Yili looked at Mo Qingxue in confusion. The latter said in a low voice, "It's all because of you." Huh. Your performance won the governor's praise, and he said Shangwan Weiner would enter the school. Actually, everyone knows that Shangwan Weiner is definitely coming for you, so she will also choose our class. Teacher Chiu is waiting for her arrival. Why are you so sure she will choose our class? Are you really that dumb? I told you the governor came to inspect School 56 actually for Shangwan Weiner. Your piano playing is so good, the governor will definitely arrange for his daughter to be your classmate. That seemed to make sense. As she spoke, Mo Qingxue's expression darkened. Yili asked what was wrong. By then I'll definitely be asked to change seats. Yili, will you still be with me? How could that be? No matter if it's the governor's daughter or Zhang Liang or Zhong Wuyan, rest assured, I won't let anyone swap you out. As he finished speaking, a commotion arose, and all the students craned their necks to look outside. Soon the sound of uniformed footsteps came from the corridor, and then a group of battle-hardened soldiers tightly surrounded Class 24. What the hell? In an instant the light was blocked. Yili thought, is it necessary to make such a big fuss just for school? The soldiers formed 2 rows. Good heavens, there were about 20 of them. In the middle, a girl walked slowly forward. She appeared slightly taller than Yili and carried herself with great style. She wore a puffy dress and princess boots, looking incredibly noble at first glance. But that wasn't her distinctive feature. Her hairstyle was. Her straight hair hung loosely over her shoulders with bangs just brushing her forehead in a cute curve, revealing delicate lips, big eyes, and a dainty nose. Undoubtedly another girl as exquisite as a porcelain doll. Principal Gao and others followed behind her, constantly smiling and explaining something. Miss, this is the place. Chiu Man had already been waiting to welcome her and quickly led the way. It was only at this moment that Yili caught a glimpse of this noble young lady. Good heavens, with that outfit and hairstyle, he couldn't tell if she was Luna or Angela. Who is Yili? One had to admit, she came from a military family. The moment she appeared, there was no trace of stage fright. Just her confidence alone made the classmates breathe unevenly, not daring to let out a sound. Shangwan Weiner swept her gaze calmly across the room, and her first words called out Yili's name. Oh, that's me. What's up? Perhaps the period affected Yili's state of mind. He didn't feel pressured or nervous, nor did he stand up awkwardly. He just raised his hand and replied. Shangwan Weiner stared at him, frowned slightly, and paused for a few seconds. Without exaggeration, during those few seconds, Yili saw scrutiny and doubt in her eyes. How dare you remain seated when the young lady asks you a question? Seeing Yili sitting there unmoved, a soldier beside Shangwan Weiner barked, even moving forward to yank him up. Damn, that was an insult. How could Yili tolerate that? He immediately refused and was about to stand up and angrily unleash a Wulong 8 trigram staff, making this big guy know who was the #1 female monkey in the national server. But after that man spoke, Shangwan Weiner shot him a glare, and he dared not say another word. Nice to meet you. I'm Weiner. She nodded politely. Yili's emotions stalled, and he responded with an awkward smile. I don't need to introduce myself again, you already know. Weiner hummed softly, waved her hand, and the group of big men filed out in unison, standing outside the classroom, forming a human wall. After that, Principal Gao and the others also left. Dad said to listen to you and learn from you, so can I sit next to you? Shangwan Weiner had not glanced at anyone else from start to finish, not even at Mo Qingxue beside Yili. Mo Qingxue thought just as expected and unconsciously clenched her small hands. Yili patted her hand to reassure her. Then he said no. A thunderous shock erupted in everyone's hearts. Was Yili too arrogant? How dare he reject Miss Shangwan? Wasn't he afraid of the consequences of angering her? Chiu Man also changed expression, about to say something, but Shangwan Weiner spoke first. Why? Because I'm used to it. If I switch seats, it'll lose my rhythm. Fine, then, add a seat. Teacher Chiu, is that acceptable? Chiu Man had no reason to disagree, immediately agreed, and began to arrange it. Thus Yili found himself encircled. Mo Qingxue stood on his right, Shangwan Weiner on his left, like 2 guardian deities. Naturally, this drew envy and resentment from many, both male and female. The morning passed uneventfully, and Yili discovered that this girl Weiner was as silent as a robot, barely uttering a word, sometimes not even replying to his questions. Moreover, wherever Yi Li went, Weiner followed, leaving him utterly speechless. Mo Qingxue wanted to squeeze in, but feared displeasing Weiner, making her the one suffering throughout the morning. With a wink and a smile, he coaxed a laugh from Mo Qingxue before waving goodbye and leaving the campus. Ignoring the squad of battlefield soldiers and Weiner behind him, Yi Li arrived at a restaurant to pack some food, intending to drive to the hospital. As he got into the car, Weiner opened the door and silently took the passenger seat. Yi Li pressed his forehead and said, "I'm going to the hospital to see my mother. As surely you don't need to follow. Father said I must follow, and I have no place to stay, so I have no food either. Seriously, your father expects me to take full care of you." Weiner shamelessly nodded directly. "Why should I?" Yi Li protested. If it were just teaching piano, he wouldn't mind, but taking on a daughter for nothing was out of the question. Because of this, Weiner produced a document. Yi Li took it, his eyes bulging as he nearly jumped from the driver's seat. The document was none other than a bone marrow matching chart showing a 54 match with Yi Yao's marrow and a 60 success rate for the surgery. Regarding his little sister's illness, Yi Li had pondered and inquired with Aunt May and even asked the doctor the day he delivered the money. Tests revealed that neither his marrow nor Yes mother's marrow had the other half match, meaning even the initial 25 probability was absent. He had thought he could only watch helplessly as Yi Yao slipped away, but now hope was rekindled. Yi Li was overjoyed and marveled at the governor's generosity, how he had looked after him so well, and even meticulously searched for a matching source for Yi Yao. Knowing to repay kindness, since the governor had helped him so much, he would reluctantly raise a daughter. Arriving at the hospital, he recounted everything to Aunt May and his mother. Both elders wept with joy. Since he planned to let Weiner stay, Yi Li didn't hide anything and arranged for them to meet. Weiner was much warmer before the elders, behaving with sweet obedience. Yi Li exclaimed inwardly that she was a drama queen. Afterwards, he returned to the neighborhood and finalized the comic contract. Throughout the process, the battlefield soldiers followed by car with the beetles sandwiched between military jeeps. Without exaggeration, no assault team could get through. It was safe, but too conspicuous, and Yi Li found it unbearable. "You don't like it?" Weiner asked. "It's not that I dislike it, but I'm not used to it. It feels like being shackled, unable to relax." "All right, I'll make them disappear." Weiner didn't hesitate. She took out her phone and spoke a few words in an unyielding tone. Soon the jeeps truly vanished. Whether they disappeared entirely or concealed themselves somewhere remained unknown. Before long, the afternoon classes ended, and Yi Li took Weiner to the villa. He had no choice. With such a delicate young lady, he had nowhere else to arrange for her. Coincidentally, Tian Nini was afraid to be alone, and with the piano matter, the villa was definitely the place to stay. As the car pulled into the garage, Tian Nini, hearing the noise, rushed out. The girl was wearing an apron and holding a spatula, as if she were cooking. Before Yi Li even got out, she kept calling, "Little celebrity, you're finally here." To this, Yi Li wanted to quip, "I'm still Sasuke." When she saw Weiner, Tian Nini froze. "This? How?" "Well, let me introduce you. This is Weiner, and this is the great singer Tian Nini. Get to know each other." "Hello, Tian Nini, I've seen you and heard your songs." "Hello to Weiner." Tian Nini was still a bit dazed, unsure why Yi Li had brought someone else. Yi Li noticed her confusion and explained, "You said you were scared alone, so I found you a companion." At this, both girls turned to stare at him, signaling they were unaware and unwilling. Yi Li gave an awkward laugh, thought of another plan, and added, "The piano. There's a piano here. Nini, didn't you want to hear me play? Coincidentally, Weiner wants to learn piano, so he'll teach you both together." Hearing about songs, Tian Nini's eyes sparkled. She had fallen in love with last night's Island of No One and had been planning to ask Yi Li for more compositions. She had just been wondering how to bring it up, and now the opportunity presented itself. Weiner felt the same way. She had come for the piano, learning anywhere was fine, and if practice could bring additional benefits like songs, all the better. With one sentence resolving the awkwardness, both girls had no objections, and Tian Nini beamed cheerfully, inviting them to dinner. Being girls was troublesome, they had to wash their hands. Under Tian Nini's watchful gaze, they washed up and sat at the table. Yi Li's eyes lit up at the lavish dinner: seafood, chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Everything was there. He had to admit the singer's culinary skills were superb, absolutely delightful. Yi Li ate until his belly was round and still craved more. Tian Nini wasn't pleased and tapped him. Girls shouldn't eat too much. The implication was to watch their figure. But Yi Li didn't care. When he had weighed himself on the hospital scale at noon, he was nearly shocked. Yi Li's weight was unbelievable. Only 41 kilograms. Could you believe it? Luckily, Beishir wasn't prone to typhoons, otherwise Yi Li would be swept away, without heaven's intervention, just by his own weight. His mouth still wanted more, but his stomach wouldn't allow it, so he had to give up. After digesting, the three girls strolled and chatted by the lake in front of the villa, bonding. Girls were strange creatures, they disliked without reason and liked without reason. In less than 2 hours, Wayner and Tian were already well acquainted. Of course, Wayner still maintained a cool exterior, clearly a slow-tower, secretly passionate type. Only when all three felt a warm glow did they return to the villa. Inevitably, both girls asked Yi Li to compose or play the piano. Unable to avoid it, Yi Li decided not to be stingy, quickly handed out sheet music, and then went to draw comics. But which divine being's work should he plagiarize? Ding! Selection conditions triggered. 1. Request Tian and Shangwan Wayner to swim in bikinis on the rooftop. Reward, driving mastery, 200 forgiveness points. 2. Plagiarize 3 songs from Jay Cho and teach them to Tian. Reward, Ji Kyun, do mastery, 200 forgiveness points. 3. Forcefully kiss Tian and Shangwan Wayner for 1 minute. Reward, miraculous healing, 400 forgiveness points. Note: miraculous healing. A palm can heal or kill, can cure any disease on her star, can slowly kill any ordinary constitution. Yi Li stared blankly at the prompt. This was the first time he had 3 choices. What did the last one mean? Can cure any disease. Did that mean a single slap could heal his little sister's illness? Damn it, system, are you messing with me? You pulled this stunt right after I found a matching source today on purpose, right? After his outburst, Yi Li carefully examined the 3 choices. It seemed perhaps apparently he could choose all 3. I choose all 3. Yi Li, what are you thinking? Seeing him grinning foolishly, Tian closed his jaw for him. Yi Li snapped back to reality and put on a proud air. Look, him so selflessly composing and even teaching you. Don't you think you should repay me? Repay? How? Pay you tuition. Vulgar. Crass. How can we measure us with money? Then what do you want? Wayner said calmly. Yi Li chuckled, reached out, cupped Wayner's face, and pressed his lips to hers. Tian. Wayner's eyes widened like little light bulbs, utterly taken aback by the suddenness of it all. Yi Li. Tian stood by, equally stunned. How had it come to a kiss so abruptly? And even if it was a kiss, what was that tongue doing twirling around? Could it be that Yi Li was? No, it couldn't be. Feeling the small, sweet tongue in his mouth, Yi Li felt a bit dizzy. This was too sweet. Noticing his hands growing warm, he decided it was enough and finally pulled away. At this moment, Wayner's face was hot enough to boil, an egg, a flush of pink and white intertwining. She stared blankly at Yi Li, her heart pounding wildly. What was this feeling? She had never experienced it before. It was so thrilling. Just as he released her, Yi Li turned to Tian and pressed his lips to hers. The latter, caught off guard, was completely overwhelmed, her body sinking straight onto the sofa. Yi Li leaned in, pressing his hands over Tian, his hips tilted and his right knee resting on the sofa, between her legs, passionately kissing her. It was a different sensation. Wayner was sweet and fragrant, while Tian was smooth and soft. Yi Li kissed with abandon, his hands involuntarily groping, leaving Tian gasping and moaning softly. Yi Li, I want to escape, but I can't. That was exactly how Tian felt. And the worst part was she was actually getting into it. This little brat sure knew how to kiss, and his hands were anything but still. Life was like a robbery. Since she couldn't resist, she might as well enjoy it. So Tian stopped resisting and let Yi Li do as he pleased. Nearby, Wayner sat on the piano stool, her hands clasped together, watching the scene intently. That feeling from before was quite nice. She wanted to experience it again. A minute finally passed, and Yi Li was exhausted himself. He stood up, wiped his mouth, and let out a breath that anyone could tell was one of pure satisfaction. Tian was already disheveled, her hair in disarray, lying on the sofa with her arms and legs splayed. Yi Li, what the hell are you doing all of a sudden? The tone was furious, but the words came out weak and feeble. Yi Li, without a hint of shame, explained matter-of-factly, building intimacy, you know. See, I kissed Wayner, then I kissed you. That means all 3 of us have kissed. That kind of kissing is definitely intimate. Wayner, upon hearing this, actually nodded in agreement. She nodded. Tian sat up, straightened her clothes, and said testily, what nonsense is that? This morning you were so aloof and arrogant, and now you're so forward. What kind of animal are you? Yi Li was at a loss. He touched his chest and gave an awkward smile. I'm not letting you get away with that kiss for free. From now on, if I accidentally squeeze your chest while sleeping, don't scold me. All right, no scolding. Come on, follow me. Yi Li was eager to try his miraculous healing skill, so he grabbed Wayner and Tian and dashed out of the villa. What are we doing? The 2 girls asked in unison, puzzled. Looking for injured stray cats and dogs. Huh, why find them? You'll see soon enough. And so 3 girls of different styles, heights, and temperaments, all with exceptional grace, searched back and forth across the vast villa district. Yi Li, I think we're going in the wrong direction, Wayner said. Beneath her calm exterior lay not only a hidden mischievous side, but also a sharp mind. How so? This is a high-end villa area. Do you think security would allow stray cats and dogs in? Yili slapped his thigh with a loud smack, winced, and exclaimed, right. Tian Nini facepalmed, gave Yili a look as if he were an idiot, and then blushed herself. The three of them left Jinshang Villa and searched along the streets by the moat and in public gardens. Persistence paid off. They finally spotted a white cat with a limp. It was said that white cats were born with poor hearing, and it seemed true. Yili approached, and the little creature didn't notice until its neck was grasped. By then resistance was futile, and it could only mew pitifully. So pathetic, Tian Nini said, her sympathy overflowing, her eyes shining with compassion. Weiner remained cold, her expression unreadable. Maybe it won't be so pathetic in a moment. Yili pressed the cat's front against the tree trunk to prevent it from lashing out. Then, following the system's instructions, he patted the cat's rear with his palm and let go. The cat meowed, too scared to flee immediately, its claws extended, hissing warily. Nothing happened. Yili kept his eyes fixed on the cat's lame leg, but saw no change. A minute passed, and the cat was still hissing. 2 minutes passed, and as the cat hissed, Tian Nini looked at Yili as if he were an idiot. 5 minutes passed, and Weiner tapped her numb calf. 10 minutes passed, and Tian Nini was straddling Yili's shoulders like a horse. 15 minutes passed, and Weiner was leaning on Tian Nini's back. Yili felt the pressure. Meowed. After 20 minutes, the cat suddenly darted away, fleeing swiftly. Whoa! Yili was startled, then stared intently at the cat's hind leg. It was healed. It seemed the method worked. It really could cure anything. But the delay was ridiculous. It's actually healed. Weiner murmured, clearly having seen it too. How did you do that, Yili? Tian Nini found it utterly unbelievable. Yili didn't know how to answer, so he just laughed it off and quickly changed the subject. Come on, let's go practice the piano. I've already thought of a score. Huh. Oh, okay. The three of them returned the same way, but cautiously, since Tian Nini was a renowned diva. At that moment, under the dim streetlights in a dark corner, a motorhome was parked. Inside the vehicle sat a man and a woman staring in the direction the three had left. Should we take her away now? The man asked. The woman shook her head. Sigh. Let her have a brief moment of freedom. With that, the motorhome started and drove onto the road. As it straightened, the logo on the back read, Diva Agency. This song is very meaningful. Don't cry when you hear it. Yili sat in the center with Tian Nini and Weiner on either side. Fortunately, they were all slender, otherwise they wouldn't have fit. The piano began to play softly, and Yili started to sing. Your replies are scattered at this moment. I think of the white doves by the fountain, sweetly scattered. This song Jay chose, Promise of Happiness, suited the piano melody. However, for a female voice, Yili raised the key by 2 tones, otherwise it would be hard to control. Practice makes perfect, and the same seemed true for music. Yili found that as he taught, his own singing improved. Of course, it also depended on the girl's vocal lines and pitch. In his past life, Yili had been tone deaf. It was while singing this song for his girlfriend's birthday that he had broken up because of his terrible singing. As if recalling that memory, Yili became emotionally invested and sang with deep feeling. The 2 girls listened intently, unconsciously shifting their gaze from the piano keys to stare at Yili's profile. For a moment, both Tian Nini and Weiner had an illusion. Yili seemed to have a double image. Beneath that delicate exterior was a soul that was sunny and handsome. Beautiful, Weiner said simply and directly as the song ended. Tian Nini hadn't yet emerged from the song, only slowly opening her eyes after a moment. She said sadly, but the music box of memories still spins. How can it stop? Yili disliked melancholy and quickly interrupted. This song is for you too. Weiner practiced the music. Nini, you practice the vocals. Set your own schedule. He'll write the score. Soon Yili had written the score. Looking at the title, Tian Nini nodded in agreement. It fits the lyrics perfectly. Yili thought to himself, of course it does. That's a song from a master on earth. The 2 beauties then began practicing their songs and singing. Yili, on the other hand, took his tablet and returned to his room to type at lightning speed. During this time, Mo Qingxue called, saying that there were no classes tomorrow, Saturday, and that teacher Chiu was holding a class meeting under the pretext of fostering camaraderie among classmates, but everyone knew it was actually to welcome Weiner. Mo Qingxue mainly called to inform Yili on behalf of teacher Chiu and asked him to pass the message to Weiner. Yili agreed. How could he refuse such a request? After 2 hours of intense typing, he glanced at the time and saw it was past 8 o'clock. He had managed to churn out over 20 chapters, so he decided to call it a night. He proficiently uploaded the content and was about to shut down the tablet when it suddenly occurred to him that he hadn't checked the updates on his work. So he clicked in to take a look. What he saw stunned him. The comments section had exploded. Overnight, there were over 700 comments and 3,333 requests for updates. Even the editor Hammer had left a personal comment, and readers were unanimous in their praise. I love this art style. The scenes are concise, rich, and the character portrayals are nuanced. Really like it. Great work, Lang Lang. Wow, Lanton is so warm, I envy Uraka so much. Lang Lang gives you a super thumbs up. The person above is obviously a Chinibu girl. Love and emotions are so mundane. Nerve Ash is the coolest, so domineering. Long Long, please don't stop. Lang Lang was the pen name Yili used derived from his full pseudonym Jinj Long Long, symbolizing a chaotic world of warhorses and a longing for a clear bright sky. Seeing all this, Yili felt not excitement, but a hint of shamelessness. These praises felt utterly undeserved. Besides the unanimous acclaim, the account's tip jar was astonishingly generous. He had earned 7,000 yuan overnight. One reader named Duan Gung, Jiushang Men Stop Updates, and I'll Visit, had tipped 5,000 yuan. Awesome. With such magnanimity, Yili casually clicked to leave an author's like. After scrolling for a while, he headed downstairs. The 3 choices given by the system were still incomplete. As he reached the bottom of the stairs, the harmonious blend of music and singing made him feel a twinge of inferiority. He relied on a cheat to be gifted, but the 2 girls at the piano were practically human cheats themselves. In such a short time, they had already mastered the songs and piano pieces. Admirable. To appear impressive, Yili pretended to be dissatisfied. You took so long, Tisk, you're so slow. As expected, the remark worked. Both girls blushed, and Yili felt a shameless thrill. Alright, I'll teach you the second piece. There's more. Tian Nni exclaimed with sparkling eyes. Yili, what's in your head? Does inspiration just come to you effortlessly? Even Wanner unexpectedly gave a subtle thumbs up, acknowledging Yili's awesomeness. But this is nothing, a piece of cake. The 3 of them then played and sang together as Yili shamelessly plagiarized Jay Chou's In the Name of the Father and William Castle. Both songs featured diverse musical elements. The main melody of In the Name of the Father relied on piano, which though somewhat monotonous still sounded decent. William Castle could only be replaced by piano, which wasn't strange, but something felt off, though that was probably a redundant statement. Yili promised to write out all the elements for both songs so Tian Nini could later produce a multi-element music video. Indeed, she planned to turn the songs he plagiarized into an album, even coming up with a title, The Splendid Encounter on the Night of the Decayed Chessboard. Yili, I love you. You're so talented. These melodies and lyrics are incredibly rich. I absolutely adore them. Tian Nni hugged Yili, excitedly rubbing against him. It was clear she truly loved these songs. Yili felt happy too. Though plagiarism was shameful, he believed bringing Earth's art to planet R and sharing it with the world, enriching their senses, made it somewhat justifiable. One had to admit the gap between a professional and an amateur was vast. Both songs were quite tongue-twisting, and Yili had stumbled a few times while singing earlier. Yet Tian Nni sang them with remarkable fluency. Yili suspected she had eaten Dove chocolate. Wanner also learned a lot. She realized the piano didn't have to be so rigid. After practicing for a while, Yili suggested they take a bikini bath. Huh, isn't it too late for that? Tian Nni tightened her collar, increasingly suspicious of Yili's intentions. If you underestimate me. The rooftop pool can be heated. I've already turned it on. It'll be super comfortable. But where do we get bikinis? Alright. Yili froze, realizing he had overlooked that issue. System, can a bra and panties substitute? No. Damn, where am I supposed to find suitable ones this late? In your room. Huh. Yili was baffled again, wondering if the system had thoughtfully prepared them for the girls. While this system was a total pervert, even more than a human, so eager. Since the system had arranged it, he went for it. He gave the 2 girls a mysterious smile. Wait here, I've got something for you. Yili dashed upstairs, and then back down, now holding a few items. They looked fresh and new. Let's go. On the rooftop, Yili dove in with a splash. He had already changed into a pink 2-piece bikini in his room. Very charming. Yili's female form had skin like creamy jade, a cool pale tone that paired with the alluring pink bikini looked like a dessert under the night sky, bathed in soft lamplight. Having become a woman, especially a vibrant, youthful fairy, Yili confirmed one thing: a fairy's feet were truly beautiful and, importantly, not smelly. He lay in the pool, stretching his long legs, wiggling his toes, admiring the perfect curves. He loved them. These feet were exquisite. If only Yili's female self could return to her own body, and he could rebuild his flesh, he would marry her no matter what. This girl's nature, appearance, and soul were undoubtedly the finest in the world. Alas, it was only a fantasy. Like a lamp extinguished, snow melted by hot water, to revive a soul would be as impossible as fishing the moon from the seabed. What a pity. The sliding glass door opened and Tian Nni walked gracefully into the pool. Undoubtedly, she was also a top-tier beauty. In terms of leg length, she was even more exaggerated than Yili, with proportions that defied even a 6,040 split. Though her chest wasn't as voluptuous as Mo Qingxi's, it was still pleasantly rounded and attractive. Hey, where's Warner? Tian and I covered her mouth with a smile. Your little friend seems calm and composed, but when it comes to this she's quite shy. She's blushing in her room. Hearing this, Yili ran to the room and found Warner clutching the blanket looking at a loss. Her face was alarmingly red, yet she maintained a stoic expression. The contrast was priceless. Warner, don't you want to join us? It's not that. I've just never experienced this before. Oh, don't be shy, come on. Yili pulled her along, and as the sheet slipped, Warner let out a nervous yelp. Yili turned to look and couldn't help but laugh. Now he knew why Warner had been hesitating. She was a little flat-chested and lacked confidence. Yili's mischievous side took over, and he gently teased Warner with a series of playful moves, leaving her limp and weak. He then carried her into the pool. Not stopping there, he also had his way with Tian and I doing everything imaginable in the water. Tian and I realized with horror that she might be turning straight. The next day, Yili awoke once more to a familiar ache. Before he could even lament how unaccustomed he was to such mornings, he kicked Tianini off the bed. Wainer was stunned, quickly withdrawing her hand that had instinctively found its way to a certain part of Yili's body. After breakfast, the three fairy-like maidens dressed to the nines drove out of the villa in their car. There was no school today, and Tianini clamored to go shopping, claiming she had never experienced it before and insisting Yili indulge her. Yili couldn't refuse and had no choice but to agree. That fellow was dressed like a panda, terrified of being recognized, making it uncertain whether they'd actually be shopping or getting mobbed. In the end, on his advice, they kept it simple, just sunglasses and a different hairstyle, though masks were of course indispensable. On the way, Yili initially wanted to go to the hospital to swiftly heal his mother and Yi Yao. But upon careful thought, he realized such a feat couldn't be performed in public, especially in a place like a hospital. Acute myeloid leukemia had no possibility of spontaneous remission. For them to be inexplicably cured in the hospital would cause a huge uproar. If that were to attract the attention of certain high-level officials, or even the top medical research institute of Dragon Country, and they took Yi Yao and his mother away for study, it would be a disaster. Therefore, Yili hesitated, repeatedly planning to find an opportunity to get Yi Yao and his mother discharged from the hospital first. He wanted to do it today, but he had no good plan yet. He couldn't just go to the hospital and demand to pull the plug on them, could he? So this matter still required Aunt Mai's cooperation, as she needed to put on a tearful act in front of the doctors. He had to wait. At the hospital, Aunt Mai stared at the text message from Yili, speechless for a long time. This girl wanted her to tell the hospital they couldn't afford treatment anymore. What was she up to? Aunt Mai certainly couldn't stand by and watch her best friend and Yi Yao stop treatment and wait for death. But Yili's firm tone, which she could feel even through the screen, made her hesitate. What puzzled Aunt Mai was that this girl also insisted she keep it a secret, not even telling her mother. This was undoubtedly the hardest part, and Aunt Mai's head was spinning. This girl had always been cautious and steady since she was young, so she might as well listen to her. After a brief internal struggle, Aunt Mai walked towards the attending physician's office. Soon sobbing could be heard, causing patients and medical staff passing by to shake their heads in sympathy. Another unfortunate family unable to afford treatment. Originally, they thought shopping would be an arduous task, but as a girl the feeling was completely different, not tiring at all. The three of them wandered aimlessly, eating and drinking, enjoying themselves. Tian Nini seemed to have freed her soul, of barely concealed joy shining in her eyes. That girl truly seemed to have been converted by Yili sticking close to him every step of the way, perhaps without even realizing it herself. Wainer was also acting strangely, staring at Yili from time to time, her small hand constantly clutching the hem of his clothes. Yili sensed it all, but he didn't think it was about being converted, rather the two girls, seeing through his outward appearance, had perceived his handsome soul. What astonishing shamelessness! As the three were walking, a little girl of about 4 or 5 came stumbling down the escalator. Why describe it as stumbling? Because the little girl was reaching out her hands, her steps unsteady, as if she were blind, groping forward without any sense of security. Yi Li and the others were riding the escalator up, and the little girl was staggering above them on the verge of falling, which could result in a bloody head injury. Or worse, the escalator could malfunction and pull the little girl in. Yi Li couldn't just stand by. He rushed forward and caught the little girl just as she was about to fall. Seeing this, Tian Nini and Wainer also clutched their chests, utterly terrified. No sooner had he caught the little girl than a tall figure hurried over, looking at her with concern, examining her from head to toe. This person was a man around 25 or 26. He was handsome, but he insisted on keeping a scruffy beard, giving him a somewhat weathered look. His aura was very gloomy. Whether it was because of the girl or his own demeanor, Yili sensed a faint trace of killing intent emanating from him. He glanced at Yili, his gaze not lingering for a moment. as if Yi Li's striking appearance meant nothing to him. My thanks for now. We'll discuss the rest later. The man didn't take the little girl from Yi Li. Leaving behind this sentence, he turned to look behind him. Two middle-aged men were leisurely approaching from behind. One was slightly plump, the other had a sharp monkey-like face. With each step they took, they deliberately controlled their movements, exuding the air of a mountain cultivator. Mr. Dong, are your words just now true? The young man asked. The sharp-faced middle-aged man raised his head with a laugh. Of course. I, the true man Dong, always keep my word. As long as Mr. Li agrees to work for me for 10 years, I guarantee your sister's eyes will see the light again. The plump middle-aged man quickly chimed in. Mr. Li, you must have heard of our skills within this circle. Rest assured. Yi Li had wanted to leave, but since the man hadn't taken the little girl, he had to wait a bit longer. Overhearing their conversation, he looked at the three of them with a strange expression. Then he looked at the little girl, understanding what was happening. The little girl was truly blind. No wonder she had been groping like that. Sister? You're a sister, right? You smell so nice, so good. The little girl smiled adorably, clinging to Yi Li like a sloth, holding him even tighter. Tian Nini and Weiner had also come up, seemingly smitten with the little girl touching her here, and they're utterly charmed. How about it? This kind of condition can only be treated by us brothers in this world. What else is there for you to hesitate about, Mr. Li? The plump and thin middle-aged men were still urging, appearing extremely eager. Yi Li raised an eyebrow again, looking at them, then at the young man, who was frowning in silence. What was there to think about? These two old men in their 50s were clearly swindlers. They're trying to fool you, can't you see? As long as my little sister can recognize the things of this world, I, Li Liao, will pledge my loyalty. The young man seemed to have reached a conclusion after an inner struggle, bowing slightly to signify his agreement. But just as he was about to lower his head, Yi Li reached out and stopped him. Seeing that the deal was about to be sealed, only to be interrupted, the two middle-aged men glared angrily at Yi Li. Where did this damned girl come from? What business is it of yours? Yi Li sneered. I'm your mother, is that how you talk to your mother? You? How dare you? Dare my mother's firecracker? You're so insincere, and you call yourselves true men. You're closer to being true swindlers. You say you can cure this little girl's eye problem. Is that in doubt? And who do you think you are? Do you know who you're talking to? The fat man stepped forward, ready to throw a punch. But a single glance from the young man who called himself Li Liao made him freeze in his tracks. Li Liao looked at Yi Li. Well, he looked down at her, because he was too tall. Little sister, what do you mean? Nothing much, just that your sister and I have a connection, and I don't want to see her brother being cheated. Look at these two, they're clearly con artists. If they could really cure your sister, why would they need a 10-year term? As the saying goes, the bystander sees the chess game clearly while the player is lost. Li Liao, focused solely on curing his sister, had never considered this point. Coupled with the constant urging from these two, which clouded his judgment and stirred his emotions, he had nearly fallen for their scheme. Thinking about this, Li Liao stared at the two men menacingly, as if he wouldn't let them off easily unless he got a satisfactory explanation. The two men felt as if needles were pricking their hearts and instinctively stepped back. The name Li Liao was known to all in the underground world of the vast northern city, who no one dared to offend him. If he found out they were scheming against him, how could they escape unscathed? No, they couldn't let him find out. The plump man fixed his gaze on Yi Li. It was this damned girl who had ruined his plan. Since that was the case, she would be the scapegoat. The ignorant child speaks nonsense. Our words are the truth. There is no one else under heaven who can cure this girl's eye problem. Then he clasped his hands towards Li Liao. Since Mr. Li trusts a mere chit of a girl, then we brothers will take our leave. Now that Li Liao was suspicious, further deception was impossible. The two men were desperate to escape. But before they could even take a step, Yi Li let out a cold laugh. And what if I can cure her? The voice brimmed with confidence and disdain. The two middle-aged men clearly felt Yi Li's mockery and were instantly choked with rage. You? Look at yourself, who do you think you are? If you can cure her, I, Pang Dogwang, will kneel and call you granddad. Yi Li grinned. I wouldn't want a grandnephew like you. Just kneel. You? The two men were so furious they nearly howled. Little sister, are you joking? Li Liao's voice was very magnetic, and he had to inquire thoroughly about his younger sister's condition. Yi Li nodded at her, patting his chest in a manly manner, then gently touched the little girl's head. Don't worry, I have a way. Fine. Let's see how you handle this. If you fail to cure the child, what then? The middle-aged man was clearly determined to save face. Hey, how could he be bullied by a young girl at his age? What do you want? The middle-aged man laughed heartily. I have a distant relative whose son is mentally impaired. If you fail to cure the child, you'll marry my nephew. His intentions were venomous. He wanted a celestial maiden like Yi Li to wed a drooling fool. You old fool with a trendy heart, just wait. If you don't kneel before me soon, I'll break your legs. Yi Li's sharp words made Li Liao glance at her repeatedly. Tian Nini behind her couldn't help tugging at Yi Li's clothes, signaling that a fairy maiden shouldn't speak such profanity. Brother Li, if you trust me, wait here for a while. Li Liao immediately nodded, no problem. They'll look after your friends, and these two won't leave. Yi Li nodded and strolled leisurely with the little girl in her arms. The group exchanged glances. Li Liao wasn't worried Yi Li would harm his sister since her friends were still there. The two middle-aged men were baffled but dared not leave. Li Liao's words had been a warning, leaving forcibly would have serious consequences. Tian Nini and Weiner exchanged glances, both recalling the cat from last night. Could Yi Li possess supernatural abilities? Some method to bring the dead back to life? Tian Nini suddenly felt it made sense. Yi Li wasn't just brilliant and talented, but also had such extraordinary means. This was beyond ordinary capability. Over 10 minutes passed in a flash, and Yi Li walked back, carrying the little girl. Everyone looked at her, noticing her complexion had dimmed, her fair skin had darkened considerably, her lips were purple, and her eyes were bloodshot. Tian Nini was shocked and rushed forward to support Yi Li. What happened? Why is there blood at the corner of your mouth? The little girl's eyes reddened too, and she sobbed toward Li Liao. Brother-sister was bleeding just now, so much blood. The direction she looked and her turning movement startled Li Liao and the two middle-aged men. She could see clearly now. Xiao Xiao, can you see your brother? Yes, brother. I could see not long after sister started bleeding. Hearing this, Li Liao suppressed his excitement and looked at Yi Li's sister. Yi, are you all right? He suddenly realized how pointless the question was. With such a pitiful state, how could she be fine? But he had no idea what had happened to Yi Li and felt utterly helpless for the first time. Tian Nini and Weiner also asked with concern. Yi Li waved her hand. It's nothing. They'll be fine in a while. The truth was the sneaky system hadn't warned Yi Li that the miraculous healing ability had limits. The restriction was vague, not about usage frequency, but the severity of the ailment. According to the system's explanation, Yi Li had mastered the life transfer form of miraculous healing, using the world's vital energy to forcibly cure all things. If something had been injured for a long time with deep-rooted illness, the vital energy's feedback would backfire on Yi Li, causing varying degrees of harm. Simply put, Yi Li was a medium, once the load exceeded her capacity, her body couldn't bear it. Yi Li didn't fully understand either. All she knew was that this miraculous healing couldn't be used lightly or shed cough-up blood. Well, with her period stabbing like a knife below and this chaos above, it seemed she was destined to be in a bloody mess these days. Words cannot express my gratitude. Li Liao will remember this. Li Liao was clearly deeply grateful, his lips trembled as he spoke. For a major figure in the northern city underworld to show such emotion revealed how shocked and moved and deeply thankful he was. How is this possible? True to the script, the villains were stunned and exclaimed in disbelief, shouting it was impossible and defied all logic. The two middle-aged men's gazes toward Yi Li shifted. They had some knowledge. Could this unremarkable girl actually know some ancient art? What's impossible? Kneel before your granddad. Their old faces stiffened, and the two men laughed awkwardly, spouting flattery for a while, as Yi Li listened silently. Afterward, they thought the matter was over and tried to slip away. But Yi Li wouldn't let them. Kneel. Li Liao also chimed in. I don't wish to pursue this, but if you try to escape today, don't blame me for investigating. The implication was clear: if they didn't follow Sister Yes' orders, he would use his influence to crush them. Their backs instantly soaked with sweat. With surprising dignity, they knelt with a thud back straight. They even bowed their heads. Grand Aunt, your grandnephew offended you. Please don't hold it against us. We apologize. They thumped their heads against the floor vigorously, puzzling passers-by, who thought it strange. After rising and apologizing again, the hatred in their eyes only deepened. They were likely plotting revenge against Yi Li afterward. First violate, then torment, slice and dice. Then sell to the venue and torture to death. Only then would their anger be quelled. But one sentence and a gesture from Li Liao instantly dispelled such thoughts. He patted Yi Li's shoulder and said calmly, from now on I'll be in District 56. As mentioned earlier, Planet R was vast. For convenience, place names only referred to cities, while districts within cities were numbered. District 56 was just one area in Northern City, with 55 of 54, 53 below, and 57 of 60, 100 above. In short, it was enormous. Li Liao's reputation in the entire Northern City underworld, feared by all, showed his influence. His words told the two men that he would temporarily reside in District 56, guarding Yi Li. Dare to touch her. Instinctively their hands trembled, and they quickly smiled apologetically. Mr. Legrand, and if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Yi Li and Li Liao said nothing more. You seem unwell. I have an old friend skilled in medicine, adept at replenishing blood and nourishment. They'll go get some tonics. ITLL take a few days. Yi Li was bewildered, not understanding Li Liao's intention. This card has 60 million. Tell me when it's used up. Take care of my sister for a few days. Call this number. If anything comes up, they'll follow your orders. Li Liao said, handing Yi Li a dragon card and a number. Then he affectionately touched Xiao Xiao's head. Listen to this, sister. They'll get some medicine for her. Xiao Xiao was sensible, knowing blood loss needed replenishment, and nodded. Brother, come back soon. Stay safe. Li Liao hummed softly, glanced at Yi Li again, and turned to leave. Yi Li, what did this mean? How did she end up with another daughter? Sister, big brother really likes you. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't personally go find grandpa medicine. He'd just give them some money. Little one reached out for a hug, as if sensing Yi Li's confusion, and explained without any context. Just as she said, someone like Li Liao would repay any favor on the spot, using money to settle debts of gratitude or agreeing to minor requests. There was absolutely no need to travel to another place himself, seeking out an old friend only he could meet to procure tonics. Yet that was exactly what he did. In Li Liao's heart, Yi Li was his sister's benefactor, and only this act could truly repay the debt. Tian Nini and Weiner paid no heed to these details, gazing at Yi Li with worry and showering her with concern. Yi Li was slightly moved. It's really nothing, just a bit of blood. It's all the same, whether it comes from up or down. Tian Nini and Weiner were speechless. You're in this state, let's head back. They'll cook something nourishing for you. Tian Nini was curious about how Yi Li had cured little one's ailment, but she feared provoking Yi Li's displeasure, so she kept the question to herself. Weiner, being straightforward, asked directly, how did you cure her? At that moment, little one was already in Weiner's arms. To their surprise, the usually cold and taciturn Weiner also liked children, her hands gently stroking little one. Yi Li froze at the question, but quickly recovered with a prepared answer, saying mysteriously, actually, years ago, I met an old immortal who taught me many folk remedies, and one of them happened to treat little one's condition. Tian Nini and Weiner rolled their eyes in unison. Who were they trying to fool? Who would believe that? Weiner wanted to say more, but Tian Nini stopped her with a glance. Come on, let's go back and make you a super nourishing soup. The three little fairies, accompanied by a celestial baby, returned to the villa. Since Yi Li had spat blood and was weak, Tian Nini had to drive. Yi Li swore that unless absolutely necessary, she would never let this woman drive again. She nearly got them killed with her skills. To put it simply, every driver they passed stuck their head out to curse. Sir, miss, and that miss ye just encountered Li Liao, the underground boss of the northern city. Should we intervene? In a hidden alley, a concealed jeep was parked, carrying several men in covert attire who were currently on a discreet phone call. A soft laugh came from the other end. Ah, that kid. He probably recognized Weiner already. No need for you to step in. Understood, sir. Also, it seems they're being harassed now. Should we clear the area? Harassed? The governor shot up from his seat. What harassment? Just a few reckless kids. They've surrounded the beetle with their cars. Looks like a bunch of spoiled brats provoking them. Hearing this, the governor relaxed. As long as nothing serious happens, you don't need to get involved. Things have been stirring up in the southern frontier lately. Keep an eye on Weiner and that Miss Yi. That's all. At that moment, on a wide, elevated bridge, the beetle was trapped in the middle, unable to break free. Surrounding the beetle were a fleet of luxury cars. Yi Li didn't recognize them, but they probably resembled the extravagant vehicles on Earth. Now all the car windows were rolled down, and several young heads poked out, grinning and saying something Yi Li couldn't quite catch. What are these people doing? Tian Nini's driving skills were already poor, and with this commotion, she was sweating with panic. Hey, beautiful, want a race? A young man in a yellow sports car shouted, pulling his car even closer. Tian Nini, always protective of her privacy, didn't roll down the window, but cursed from inside. Race your sister? You look like a baboon. Yi Li grinned, glancing at the cars. From the looks of it, were these guys a biker gang? Looking for a drag race? If so, this was trouble. Refusing seemed impossible if they wanted to leave today. Pull over. Let me ask what they want. Stop. Hey sis, these guys are thugs. We're girls. We'll get the short end of the stick. Yeah, we can't outfight them, Weiner added coolly. Yi Li rubbed her forehead. They wouldn't dare in broad daylight. Besides, I'm here. No way. It's too dangerous. Tian Nini still refused. Yi Li wasn't in a hurry to get back, but she couldn't stay trapped like this. Tell you what, pull over and let me get out. Don't worry, these little punks are nothing to me. Although she didn't have a staff to wield the 5-lang 8 trigram staff technique, Yi Li still knew Jeet Kune Do. As long as there were no firearms, she could handle ordinary thugs. Do you really have to go down? Tian Nini insisted, but seeing Yi Li's confident and relaxed expression, she hesitantly nodded. Keep an eye out then. He'll leave the door open for you. If anything's wrong, get back and immediately. Got it. Yeah, I know. Yi Li handed little one to Weiner and was about to open the door and get out, but Weiner grabbed her. Take this with you. She pulled out a small knife from somewhere. A folding one like a butterfly knife. Whoa, where were you hiding that? When did you stash it? Wayner said calmly. I always carry it on me. Impressive. I never even noticed. The beetle slowed down, and the other cars also stopped, though their formation still tightly surrounded the beetle. As Ely stepped out of the car, a young man with a crew cut got out of the yellow sports car. Seemingly struck by Ely's agility, he was visibly stunned and clicked his tongue for a long while. Hey, got a maggot in your mouth. What are you clicking about? After he got out, the others from the cars also emerged, a dozen or so in total. They all looked at Ely with lecherous eyes, not hiding their predatory intent at all. Some even did push-ups on the spot, trying to catch a glimpse under Ely's skirt. Ely frowned, and without a second thought kicked that man in the eye, eliciting a scream. The little bow tie's got a temper. I like that. What's your name, sis? Despite his own man being hurt, the crew-cut guy seemed indifferent and started flirting. Before becoming a woman, Ely never knew what this situation felt like. Now she truly understood. It was disgustingly infuriating, making her want to grab a knife. Me. My surname is Chi, my given name is Ni, and my courtesy name is Laumo. The crew-cut guy paused, and the thugs were stunned too. After a moment he laughed heartily. Too bad you don't have one. The crowd joined in the laughter. Ely was speechless. Even when his mother was insulted, this guy could still laugh. Too lazy to waste words, she asked directly, what do you want? I want to screw you. The guy she had kicked earlier, recovering from the pain, lunged at her. But the crew-cut guy stopped him. Diao-san, what do you think you're doing? You were the one being a pervert, and you blame her for kicking you. Get back. As he spoke, he winked as if something important was at stake. Diao-san caught on, covered his face, and grunted in acknowledgement. Seeing this, the crew-cut guy grinned at Ely. Brother doesn't want much. Just a little race with you ladies. Care to oblige? Just as Ely had expected. But she had no time to play with them. She was about to refuse, and if they didn't move aside, a beating would do, giving her a chance to test Ji Hyundo's power. But, ding, choice triggered. 1. Race with these bastards, gain godlike power, 300 forgiveness points. 2. Beat up these bastards, gain dammy, toy, 100 forgiveness points. Ely was stunned. System, didn't you say that kind of thing was invalid? Why are you giving me this choice? And what's this dammy? What do you mean by punishment? Desire is also a punishment. How would you know pain without a little temptation? Dammy is a toy. Damn it. Ely was about to explode. This system was truly rotten to the core. Even without the penalty involved, Ely had never contemplated harming himself. What kind of mental fortitude would that require? 1. I choose 1. He roared inwardly, then paused to recall what the other option was. Divine power. What in the world was that? How about it, sis? No need to worry about the car, we'll lend you one. Ely glanced at the crew-cut man, annoyed. What's in it for me if I race you? And stop calling me sis, or I might just punch you. The crew-cut man sneered dismissively, unfazed by Ely's threat. Still, he corrected himself. Then what do you want, beauty? Since it's a bet, there must be a stake. How about that guy's eyes? Let's bet on him going blind. Ely pointed at the man who had tried to peek up her skirt. The man's expression darkened, his jaw tightening with rage, as he barely restrained himself from striking her. The crew-cut man was taken aback, wondering if girls these days were so bloodthirsty. But recalling the task assigned by that person, he let it go. Fine, I like your ferocity, beauty. But you need to offer a stake too. Ely shrugged nonchalantly. With her driving expertise, who was she afraid of? Name your terms. If you somehow survive and lose the race, you'll kneel and lick our shoes. The crew-cut man pointed at the ground with a glare, his meaning unmistakable. At the thought, Ely almost abandoned the bet and just beat him up. But she held back. Besides, those bastards couldn't possibly beat her. Let's talk after I win. Ha, so you agree? Pick whatever car you want. The crew-cut man hid the lecherous glint in his eyes, turning and waving a hand. Ely glanced at the sports cars, a bad feeling rising. She said wait and walked toward her beetle. The crew-cut man and his thugs were puzzled, but didn't stop her. When Ely returned, Tian-Nini looked disgustedly at the group and asked urgently, what did they say? Can we leave? Ely briefly explained the situation, including her agreement to the race. Racing? Do you even know how? It's dangerous. Ely nodded noncommittally, said nothing more, and gave Tian-Nini a wait gesture. Then she addressed the beetle. Off and aside from the previous features, how about your speed and safety? Offense Central Console flickered. Master, I have all the safety systems of this world's cars plus more advanced ones. I can even take off if needed. Also, Master can switch to any speed mode you desire. Damn, that's incredible. Ely marveled inwardly. No wonder it was a custom edition. Even without the makeup and fashion features, these alone were mind-blowing. With such a car, why would she need another? I'll use my own. Walking up to the crew-cut man, Ely pointed at her beetle. Once again, everyone was stunned, then burst into laughter. Beauty, are you kidding? Driving that thing is just asking to lose. Or is that your intention? The crew-cut man feigned shock, his gaze lingering on Ely's lips suggestively. Are we racing or not? If not, move aside. Fine, if you want to lose, I won't stop you. Suit yourself. Come on, follow us to the track. The crew-cut man smirked, looking innocent. He had planned as instructed to lure Yili into using their car. All those cars had tech controls. Once she drove at high speed, they could remotely cut the brakes. Combined with the hidden gaps on the mountain track, how many could survive? But Yili insisting on her own car was unexpected. Still, the crew-cut man wasn't worried. The winding track and concealed gaps could still cause injury or disability even if the beetle was slow. At worst, they could finish her off afterward and push her car down the mountain. Yili didn't dawdle. She shot a mocking glance at the skirt peeper and got into her car. Wait for a world without light, kid. Was my skirt really that worth looking at? A convoy of luxury cars with a beetle in tow headed toward Jiuming Mountain. Once they left, the driver stuck behind finally moved. They hadn't dared to protest because they couldn't afford to offend even one of those luxury car owners, let alone a dozen. On the emergency lane of the overpass, a business luxury car remained stationary. Inside were 5 people, including 2 faces Yili would recognize. The 2 old scoundrels who had knelt and called her granddad. Another was a young man in his 20s before whom all notable figures in the northern city had to smile. This was Rao Bai, a rival of Li Lu. Rao Bai, who held 1/3 of the northern city's underworld. The 1/3 referred to Rao by holding 1 share, while the other 2 were divided among the city's 3 great families. But after Li Lu arrived in the north, he carved out a share for himself, terrifying his peers, and leaving even the 3 families unwilling to challenge him. Now Rao Bai, holder of that 1/3, sat in the car of the Qin family patriarch, their familiarity evident. Mr. Qin, our failure to control Li Lu wasn't entirely our incompetence. That little wildcat was a major factor. The once dignified Master Dong, now fawning like a lackey, pointed in the direction the beetle had gone, shifting blame. The middle-aged man he addressed was the final occupant of the car. The man squinted slightly, shaking his head imperceptibly. Li Lu was never easy to control. Your failure was within my expectations. But it led me to something interesting which did surprise me. This man was none other than the patriarch of the Qin family, one of the 3 great houses. Ahihi, may we ask what caught your interest, Mr. Qin? Another old scoundrel chimed in obsequiously. Qin Heron said nothing, a dark glint passing through his eyes. He had long heard that his son Qin Yang was infatuated with a girl at school named Yili. The Qin family was declining, outwardly strong but inwardly weak, and an alliance with the Yin family through marriage was their only hope to endure in the north. He had seen this clearly years ago and ingratiated himself with the Yin family, securing the engagement for his son. Although his son never showed reluctance, Qin Heron, as a father, could sense it. He had been searching for the cause, never imagining it was for a wild girl. Given his status, he couldn't be bothered to make a big deal of it. He had planned to send someone to give the girl some money and have her family leave the north. But today, from the 2 old fools, he learned that the one who sabotaged the plan to control Li Lu was also named Yili. Qin Heron found it amusing and ordered a check, only to confirm it was the same person. The coincidence magnified the matter in his eyes, and thus malicious intent took root. Any problems? He asked Rao Bai. Who would have thought that Rao Bai, holder of 1/3 of the underworld, was actually Qin's man? Rao Bai had a deathly pallor and spoke without emotion or with barely any fluctuation. He nodded faintly, saying nothing. Master Dong grinned obsequiously. Brother Rao Bai is absolutely reliable. That little slut is as good as dead. His words earned him a glance from Rao Bai which sent a chill down his spine. How many lives must one have taken to possess such a gaze? Let's go. Dismissing this trivial matter, Qin Heron lost interest. As the driver prepared to start, Rao Bai spoke up, spitting at the 2 old scoundrels. Get out. They had botched the job and hadn't been killed for it. Now they wanted a ride. Tired of living. Master Dong and his companion dared not argue, nodding repeatedly as they scrambled out of the car, disheveled, on the emergency lane. Meanwhile, Yi Li and the others had arrived at Jiuming Mountain. Gazing at the winding, undulating mountain road, Yi Li narrowed her eyes, looking both fierce and adorable. She murmured, interesting. Hey, are you serious? Tian Nini was already chilled to the bone, her expression adorable, carrying a hint of pleading and a bro, don't mess around vibe. Yi Li chuckled, don't you think it's exciting? Wainer nodded seriously and replied straightforwardly, very exciting. I can feel my legs trembling even now. This girl was a real character. No matter what the situation, she naturally carried a contrasting charm. Xiao Xiao had no reaction because she was asleep. Beautiful lady, if you're scared you can just say it and hand over the bet directly, the crew-cut guy said as he approached the beetle, his tone disgusting. He looked down and saw 2 more beauties inside the car, his eyes brightening even more. He knew there were people in the car, but he didn't expect them all to be so exquisite. Truly a once-in-a-century sight. After this, who knows, he might even get to have some fun right here. What a deal. I have a quirk. I don't like saying the same thing 3 times, nor hearing it 3 times. Otherwise I can't help but punch someone. Yi Li glanced sideways at the crew cut guy, originally intending to release a killing intent, but his face wouldn't allow it, making him seem mischievous instead. The crew cut guy was amused and nodded repeatedly like a little girl. Alright, we won't say it 3 times. He then pointed at his accomplices. For fairness, you can pick anyone. The moment he finished, before Yi Li could even look, Diao San, who had been beaten earlier, volunteered himself. Dare you pick me? This guy among ordinary people looked like a tough character. He showed no mercy toward Yi Li. Mainly because he got kicked, he completely lost any thought of compassion. He was probably thinking about how to vent after Yi Li's car crash. Whether to strangle first, then humiliate, or humiliate, then strangle. Yi Li bared her teeth, revealing a row of pearl-like teeth. You want me to pick you? Fine, bark 3 times like a dog, and he'll give you the honor. Huh, what did you say? Jiao San clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. A useless waste, already hard of hearing at such a young age. You? Jiao San's voice twisted with rage. If you don't dare step aside. Stop spouting nonsense. Jiao San abruptly turned to look at the crew cut guy, as if exchanging a glance. The crew cut guy instantly understood his intention and couldn't help but admire him. You dare to fuck someone after a car crash? Don't you find the bloody mess disgusting? But then again, Jiao San was like that. He could stomach anything. So let him be. Jiao San blinked, silently understood, and confirmed to Yi Li, you mean it? Yi Li didn't even want to look at him, simply ignoring him. Jiao San held back his anger. Later he wouldn't need to wait until the cutting point, head, just force her off the road halfway, drag her out, and have his way with her. With that thought, he endured the humiliation and roared 3 times, Arf? Arf! Arf! The sound instantly broke Tian Nini's tension, and she burst into giggles. Weiner also cooperated with 3 hee-hee laughs. Even the crew cut guy's accomplices couldn't help but laugh. Then let's start. Wait and see how I'll deal with you. Jiao San left a harsh remark and got into his car. Next, the crew cut guy guided the Beetle and Jiao San's car to the starting line. Looking at the Beetle, the crew cut guy felt an unprecedented pang of pity. Such a beautiful face would be gone, a pity, a real pity. If only he could have enjoyed it beforehand. He waited for the people in the Beetle to get out, but there was no movement for a long time. The crew cut guy stepped forward and asked, Beautiful lady, the rule of racing is no more than 2 people. You're not planning to bring your friends along, are you? Oh, you noticed? The crew cut guy was taken aback. You're really thinking that? Yi Li ignored him. The crew cut guy confirmed she wasn't joking and was instantly speechless. Such exquisite beauties, 3 of them about to die at once. What a huge loss. While feeling regret, he also worried that the Beetle would be too heavy, affecting the final outcome. Killing someone and causing death by accident were 2 different things. Although the crew cut guy had done such things plenty of times, doing it so openly would definitely cause trouble. No, he had to have his other brothers cut the surveillance cameras on the mountain. Immediately, the crew cut guy sent a text to his brothers, who had cleared the area on the mountain. Since you insist, don't blame me if you lose the race. To avoid making Yi Li suspicious, he reminded her once more. Yi Li gave him a look that said, stop fucking wasting words. Seeing this, the crew cut guy walked to the middle of the 2 cars, raised a flag he had gotten from somewhere, waved it rhythmically 3 times, and on the last wave brought it down sharply. The moment the flag fell, Jiao San's green sports car shot forward, its taillights blurring in an instant. In contrast, the Beetle had just started letting out a puff of blue smoke. This made the crew cut guy and his brothers' faces change. This speed was probably not enough. However, the next moment, the crew cut guy and his brothers were stunned as 2 blue flames shot out from the Beetle's exhaust pipe. Immediately, the engine's tone changed, and the Beetle suddenly shot forward. Before anyone could see clearly, the crew cut guy felt a sharp wind blade cut across his scalp, stinging painfully. How fast would it have to be to achieve that? Inside the Beetle, Yi Li looked at the steering wheel with a strange expression. Just now he had asked a Fun how to switch driving speed. A Fun asked what speed he needed, and Yi Li replied, just better than a sports car. A Fun received the instruction, and immediately the steering wheel automatically retracted and switched into a handlebar style. The handlebar was cool. Yi Li gave it a casual glance, then tapped the accelerator and pressed the burst speed button on the handlebar, and the car shot forward. The thrust of acceleration was something he had never experienced before. Yi Li felt his face sinking inward, showing how incredible the speed was. But it was only a moment of panic. He quickly adjusted his mindset and immersed himself in the mastery of driving skills. The feeling was similar to the previous skills, but without much thrill. The only wonderful thing was that Yi Li felt a certain connection with the car, very familiar, as if every corner was under his control. Moreover, the road rushing past before his eyes was exceptionally clear enough for him to control at will. The green arrow has passed the first turn, 130 miles per hour, time 0. 76. The walkie-talkie in the crew cut guy's hand relayed the live broadcast from the mountain. Actually, the crew cut guy could see it on the drone surveillance without his brother's broadcast. Undoubtedly Jiao San's driving skills were fine, but brother, didn't you forget something? The beetle also passed the turn mph. 170. Time 0. 24. The walkie-talkie broadcast again, and the crew cut guy was stunned. What? What did he just hear? That thing took the turn at such a high speed. But recalling how the beetle's start was equally incredible, he accepted it, though his shock didn't stop. He quickly told his brother controlling the drone to keep monitoring the beetle. In the footage, the beetle seemed transformed. Not only had its speed increased, but its four-wheel hubs had also grown larger. The crew cut guy was completely dumbfounded. How was this possible? Meanwhile, Jiao San, driving the Green Arrow, saw no beetle in his rearview mirror and curled his lips into a disdainful smile. How boring this race was, meaningless. But then he thought of something. Right? The race was secondary, the real goal was to kill that bitch. With that thought, Jiao San was about to slow down and wait, but as the idea just arose, a whoosh sound passed by something. The beetle has overtaken the Green Arrow. Speed 306 miles per hour. There was also a walkie-talkie in the car. Jiao San heard this broadcast and was completely dumbfounded. How was that possible? That was just an ordinary commuter car. How could it reach 306 miles per hour? Inside the beetle, Tianini had already started rolling her eyes, clutching the seatbelt, unable to even breathe. She wanted to speak, but under the severe force along with chest tightness and shortness of breath, the only sounds she could make were, "Aha." The vague meaning was probably cursing Yili, "You bastard, messing with me, playing with me." Weiner, on the other hand, was unusually calm, but there were subtle changes. For example, her face was flushed, her breathing was rapid, and her hair was flying uncontrollably. Most importantly, she wasn't as miserable as Tianini with rolling eyes. And she could still speak. "Yili. I peed." "Up." Yili exclaimed in shock, not daring to look back. So this is what it's like to be scared into wetting oneself. It's actually real. As long as it's not too much, you'll make it up to you, Weiner. At this moment, Yili had no other choice but to offer such consolation. Weiner remained silent, presumably struggling to hold something in. Snapping out of his shock, Jiao San's speed surged instantly, and a smirk crept across his lips. Yes, he was smiling. Since the speed was sufficient, this was a good thing. Siyuan too was also smiling, thinking along similar lines as Jiao San. As long as speed wasn't an issue, the outcome would naturally be favorable. However, Jiao San's thoughts differed slightly. He hadn't forgotten the kick Yili had given him. Thus he intended to personally ram Yili over and then drag him out to wreak havoc. To kill her outright, making her regret being a woman in her next life. The more Jiao San thought about it, the more excited he grew, licking his lips and bursting into laughter. It was as if he could already see the fear and helplessness in Yili's eyes. He loved that look. He reveled in others' despair. Yili once again marveled at the adage that system products were always top-notch. This makeshift racetrack was something Yili had never seen, let alone heard of. Yet he wasn't unfamiliar with it, all thanks to Afin's impressive capabilities. Not only were there voice prompts, but the windshield also displayed the racing route and the entire mountain road layout. It was a true real-life cheat. With such clear guidance, who needed advanced driving skills? Just follow the map. Just as he was marveling with excitement, a car appeared in the rearview mirror. Jiao San had caught up. It would have been easy to shake him off with Afin's racing mode, but Yili didn't do that. He was also one to hold grudges, and with similar intentions to Jiao San, he wanted to take this bastard out early. Though he had no intention of killing him, maiming him was a certainty. The Green Arrow and the Beetle are side by side, both maintaining a speed of 345. The next stern is within 500 meters. They've entered the stern. Moving in unison, speed unchanged, no collision. They've exited the stern, neither yielding an inch. Speed has reached 350 and is still climbing, still climbing. Heavens, what kind of commuter car is this? No unexpected issues, even gripping tightly through the curves. Unbelievable. Something's happening. Something's happening. The Green Arrow seems to have an idea. It's less than a meter from the Beetle, closing in. What is it trying to do? The next turn is a double LL. Jiao San controlled the Green Arrow, gradually closing in on the Beetle. Yili glanced sideways at him, seeing the guy grinning at him through the car window, as if bidding a final farewell. It was indeed a farewell, but the roles of the one bidding and the one being bid were different. Yili wasn't afraid of him getting close. He was afraid he wouldn't, for he was waiting for just that moment. Feeling the time was right, Jiao San jerked the Green Arrow's steering wheel hard to the right. At this speed, with such a violent turn, a collision would surely flip the Beetle. As for the guardrails on the mountain road, Jiao San had considered them. He wasn't worried about the Beetle flying off. If it did, a clean death would be fine. After all, killing was the goal, even if he missed out on the fun. Of course, deep down, Jiao San hoped the Beetle wouldn't fly too high. If it plunged off the cliff, he wouldn't be able to vent his pent-up anger fully. In short, either outcome was acceptable, though the meaning and nature differed. With that thought, he poured all his strength into his hands, spinning the wheel sharply and the green arrow slammed straight into the beetle. Yi Li had been watching him closely. Seeing this, he pressed a button on the handlebar for a left side strike. He had no idea what it was, but the meaning was clear. Left side strike meant hitting to the left. As the button was pressed, several round holes opened on the beetle's left shell. These holes were about the thickness of Yi Li's calf, pitch black inside, and as the green arrow drew near, solid iron rods shot out. Thud! Good heavens, 7 or 8 black rods, each over 40 centimeters long. Then Yi Li felt the car shudder briefly before stabilizing. Looking at the green arrow, it was now intimately pressed against the mountain wall, sparks and lightning trailing behind. If not for Jiao San's seasoned skills in stabilizing the car in time, even his skin might have been scraped off. Once stable, Jiao San's eyes bulged, his heart pounding, feeling utterly disoriented. What just happened? Wasn't I trying to ram his car? How did I get pushed back with an extra dent? Since they were side by side, and the beetle and green arrow were roughly the same height, Jiao San had no clue what had occurred. But he noticed a row of dents on the right side of his car, over 10 centimeters deep, leaving him even more bewildered. He was confused, but someone else had seen it clearly. Cun2 held his breath for a long time. He had seen the beetle extend a row of arms that shoved Jiao San's car back. Is this even a car? Is it a mecha? No, this can't go on. He can't let Jiao San mess around anymore, or he'll get himself killed. With that thought, he quickly switched to Jiao San's channel and shouted, "Jiao San, listen to me. That girl's car is strange. Don't do anything reckless. Just wait until she reaches the gap." Strange? What's strange? No time to explain. The next turn is a reverse double LL. Keep your distance from her, got it? Are you exaggerating, brother, too? Can I take her down? Jiao San pouted defiantly. Though he didn't fully understand what had just happened, he refused to believe Yi Li was behind it. If you listen to your bro. Cun2 tried to say more, but Jiao San turned off the walkie-talkie. He refused to believe he couldn't take down a mere girl. Accelerating, he closed in on the beetle again. Cun2 called out for a while, but got no response, and his heart sank. It was over. That guy was done for. The upcoming double LL had only partial guardrails due to the cliff's overhang. If Jiao San got rammed by the beetle again, there would be no good outcome. Cun2 was about to explode. Ignoring Rao Bei's orders, he drove his car straight up the mountain. At that moment, the reverse double LL was approaching, and the beetle and green arrow had swapped positions. Now the beetle was on the inner side, near the mountain wall, while the green arrow was on the outer side by the cliff. This Jiao San was truly stubborn. Even on the outside, he recklessly closed in on the beetle, trying to squeeze it against the wall and scrape it raw. With such provocation, how could Yi Li be merciful? He immediately pressed the right side strike, not pausing for a moment. With a series of thuds, the green arrow skidded uncontrollably its direction, veering, heading straight for the guardrails. Jiao San's soul nearly fled in terror. He had seen it. He finally saw what that thing was. Without time to think about how it had appeared on a commuter car, he quickly braked. Yi Li caught his intention and wasn't about to let him succeed. He kept steering to the right and pressing the right side strike faster. A continuous barrage of thuds filled the air. When the green arrow's speed dropped, it was by ill fortune right where the guardrails were missing. Yi Li kept thudding with no sense of having gone too far. Jiao San had clearly tried to kill him earlier. Why show mercy to such a person? The green arrow had already left the road, teetering on the cliff's edge. The entire car frame was deformed from the thuds. Without the wheels, it wouldn't have been recognizable as a vehicle. Panic-stricken, Jiao San's survival instinct surged. As never before, he risked opening the door, trying to climb over the roof to save himself. But it was all too late. He had to pay for his vile intentions. Yi Li rolled down the window and gave him a smile so mysterious and enchanting. Yet in Jiao San's eyes, it was like the grin of a demon. "No, I beg you." He stood on the roof, raising a hand to stop him. Yi Li grinned. "If our roles were reversed, you probably wouldn't have given me a chance to speak, would you?" Heh. Thud. The final metallic sound rang out, and the man and his car plunged off the cliff together. Just at that moment, Kunto arrived, just in time, and witnessed the scene, his scalp instantly tingling. He shot a deep glance at Yi Li, then rushed toward the cliff. Crawling to the edge, he saw Jiao San. The sight made even him, a drifter who had stained his hands with many lives, tremble with fear. The cliff was nearly 1,000 fathoms high. By all logic, Jiao San should have been smashed into a pulp, nowhere to be found with the naked eye. Yet he was not. He was caught by a strange tree clinging to the cliff face, but he did not have the fortune to survive. The tree had no leaves, its branches sharp and grotesquely twisted. Two upward-pointing branches had pierced Jiao San's eyes, suspending him firmly in midair. The blood gushed like a pillar. Even from 100 meters away, Kunto could see the spray marks. He thought, thank goodness human skulls are hard. Otherwise, wouldn't the skull have been pierced through as well? Kunto could not bear to look anymore. He turned his head and stared at Yi Li without a word. Yi Li calmly got out of the car and now it was his turn to click his tongue. Oh dear, I got distracted for a moment. Your brother here. Such a wide road, but he had to squeeze me. Look at the mess it's caused, sigh. It was only right for the victor to say whatever he pleased. Kunta being in this line of work understood that, so he said nothing. Seeing no response, Yili smiled again. Let me tell you a secret, there's a gap 700 meters ahead. You know about that, right? As soon as those words were spoken, Kunta's hair stood on end and his lips quivered. How did he know? How could he possibly know? It was impossible. Only 3 people knew about this, and they would never reveal it to an outsider. What are you panicking for? Yili stepped closer. Your bastard brother's death is just a warning to you. If you still want to mess around, maybe more than one of you will die. Let the dead rest. This time I won't pursue what you were after or whether someone is behind you. But if there's a next time. Yili suddenly paused as if he had completely touched Kunta's heart, causing the latter to look over in fear. Even the person behind you, they'll skin him alive. With that, Yili smiled again. At that moment, he didn't realize how impactful his smile would be in Kunta's eyes. Besides, racing has its risks. You wouldn't be a sore loser, would you? As for how to clean up this mess, I think you know yourself. With that, he left Kunta an unforgettable silhouette and drove away. Yili. You. The car was not far from the villa district. Tian Nini had been holding back all the way, still hesitating to speak. What about me? Why is your face so pale? So weird. Tian Nini was speechless inside. You killed a man, isn't that worth a pale face? Alas, that's just the way the world works. If you're merciful, others will always bully you. That guy brought it upon himself. You saw it too. Recalling the earlier events, Tian Nini nodded reluctantly. Indeed, that Jiao San had been bent on harming them. If not for Yi Li's strange method, who knows who would have fallen off the cliff today. But you're a girl. Why aren't you afraid at all? Weiner added. You're not afraid at all, but totally badass. Yi Li was speechless. He couldn't very well say that after experiencing soul transmigration, killing a few people was nothing, could he? But just now, your expression and tone when you spoke, I felt it was really cool. I even thought you were a boy. Weiner added, indeed so arrogant. Yi Li blushed for the first time and waved his hand repeatedly. Oh, it's nothing, nothing. Fortunately, the earlier scene had not been witnessed by Xiao Xiao, who was sleeping soundly. It had been about an hour or two. It was now nearly 2 o'clock, and they had missed lunch. Yet the feeling of hunger had not diminished. After returning to the villa, the 2 women quickly busied themselves and put the matter of Jiao San out of their minds. Yi Li settled Xiao Xiao down and sat on the sofa in silence. He was thinking he hadn't done anything to offend anyone, had he? So where did Kunta and his gang come from today? At first he had thought it was just a simple flirtation and the race was just a pastime for young people. But the gap on a Finn's map made Yi Li feel something was wrong. At high speed, that gap was enough to cause instant death. This was clearly premeditated, and that was why Yi Li had made up his mind to kill, making Jiao San the scapegoat. He wanted to know immediately whether Kunta had someone behind him, but for now he had no power. A direct confrontation probably wouldn't be good, and he might even end up at a disadvantage. That was why he had ended things hastily with those words. Who could it be? Qi Xiao. Impossible. In his memory, this guy was only capable of minor mischief, and his family couldn't afford such extravagance. Pu Mingrue. She was just a puppet White Lotus. She didn't have the courage, guts, or brains. Chen Yiming. Also unlikely. What would he gain? It couldn't be just because of a few arguments, could it? Those 2 old men today. Did they think I ruined their plans and want revenge? That didn't seem realistic. They looked pretty scared of that Li Lu guy. Since he had given them a veiled warning, they wouldn't dare mess around again, would they? Weren't they afraid that Li Lu would find out and screw them over? Those 2 old men didn't seem likely either. That left only in Lan. Yi Li narrowed his eyes. Was this girl's heart so ruthless? But what was she after? Thinking about this, Yi Li grew even more frustrated. In his memory, the original Yi Li had never had any unpleasantness with this girl, not even over emotional entanglements like Chen Yiming. So why was this girl targeting the original Yi Li? After thinking for a long time, Yi Li just felt a headache. Forget it, I can't figure it out, so we'll stop thinking. When water comes, the earth will block it. Let's do something pleasant instead. He opened the panel. Yi Li, 16 years old, high school sophomore, gender male, temporarily female, talent skills, piano mastery, painting mastery, martial arts skills, 5-ling Bawa staff, Ji Hyun, do operation skills, driving mastery, special abilities, miraculous healer, godlike strength items, a villa, at Jinshang District 2 No. 2. A customized beetle missions, completed 7, cumulative completion of 10 missions. G. 203,040 system extra rewards, with varying forgiveness points. Ultimate forgiveness transformation value, 100. Current forgiveness value, 2500. After reading them one by one, Yi Li couldn't help frowning. The frequency of triggering choices was so mediocre. At this rate, when would he ever accumulate 10 billion? But he wasn't discouraged. The frequency of choices didn't matter, what mattered was the forgiveness value. Based on the summary of previous choices, this forgiveness value was defined by the difficulty of the choice. Simple ones gave low points while complex or morally questionable deeds gave high points. For example, with that Lu Pengzi incident, it jumped by 500 points. He hoped the system would let him do more morally questionable things in the future. After reading all this, Yili realized he had missed something important. Godlike strength. What did that feel like? Standing up to avoid damaging anything in the house, Yili went outside to the streetlight by the villa and gave it a squeeze. Then came a creaking sound, and the lamppost deformed, bent into a 90-degree angle. Before Yili could react, there was a thud as the lampshade fell on his head. The pain made him dance on the spot. Even the hand that had squeezed the lamppost hurt. This was so unphysical. His hand strength was so great, why hadn't his bone density increased? He shouldn't have felt pain. The system gave no explanation. After thinking for a while, Yili concluded that the original engine couldn't keep up with the overdrive, so it was naturally mismatched. In plain terms, his physique couldn't match such immense power. Understanding this, he became frustrated again. If it didn't match, why give him godlike strength? What the hell? Hearing the commotion, Tian Nini came running out with a spatula, not knowing what was happening. Weiner also came out with wet hair. It seemed she had been showering, a result of being scared earlier. The two women stood at the villa entrance stunned. What kind of godly friend had they made? I apologize, Miss Yi. It might be a quality issue. We'll be sure to check it immediately. We're sorry for the inconvenience. After seeing off the property management staff, Yili glanced at the newly repaired street lamp, shook his head, and went to eat. At the dinner table, Weiner and Tian Nini stared at him in silence. Yili felt as if his underwear was being pierced through by their gaze, and couldn't help asking, "What's up? Just tell me straight. Don't look at me like that or it gives me the creeps. Do you consider us your besties?" Weiner added, "Do you? It hasn't been that many days, has it? Things are heating up this fast." Weiner reacted first, turning to relay, "She doesn't." Tian Nini shot her a look that said, "I heard that," then turned back to Yili. "At least we're friends, right?" "Right." Yili covered his face, wondering what kind of creatures these two women were, and nodded in agreement. "As a friend, shouldn't I know what's going on with you?" Yili couldn't deny it. "Your behavior has been really strange. Don't you want to talk about it? Don't you?" Yili raised his hands in surrender. He couldn't take it anymore, and confessed everything. "Listen, I'll only say this once." The two women instantly perked up, leaning in closer. "I, Yili, am a transmigrator. I came from another space-time 5.9 billion light-years away. By some twist of fate, I became the person you know now. That's why I know so much, am so daring, and my strength is terrifying." Yili finished in one breath, speaking very quickly, expecting the two women to respond with looks of surprise, shock, and disbelief. To his surprise, Tian Nini and Weiner showed no change in expression, even looking a bit bored. Finally, they exchanged a glance and said in unison, "Let's eat." "Ignore her." "Hey, I'm telling the truth. Why don't you believe me? Try this, it's my specialty. Eat up, take the big ones, don't let someone else snatch them." "Okay, I won't give her any. She doesn't know how to share, so I won't share either." Yili scratched his head, feeling a melancholy he had never known before. "Since you've made this decision, I am sorry and regretful. After all, a hospital is a place to cure the sick, not a charity. I apologize." The attending physician repeatedly expressed his apologies, but there was little sincerity in his eyes. After learning the reason for Aunt Mai's tears, the doctor had already prepared for the mother and daughter patients. After making a show of his statement with practiced movements, he finally completed the discharge procedures for Yi Yao and her mother that afternoon. Finally, he insisted that Aunt Mai sign some kind of medical advice agreement and a liability agreement. Aunt Mai had been through the workplace. She could see right through the doctor's little tricks. But thinking of Yili, the girl, she signed in the end. Alas, she prayed that the girl wasn't suffering from some kind of delusion, or otherwise she'd be eating government meals. In the evening, the hospital finally arranged a car to take Yi Yao, still with a tracheal tube, and her despondent mother back to the old neighborhood. Throughout the whole process, Yes' mother remained silent, utterly despondent. They had finally found a matching donor, and now the treatment funds were gone. Aunt Mai's heart wept for her. "My dear sister, you can't blame me. It was all your daughter's idea, and she wouldn't let me tell you." Aunt Mai didn't dare look at Yes' mother's face. She secretly sent a text message to Yili. Upon receiving the message, Yili was overjoyed and brought the fairy baby home. Why did he bring her? Because the three fairies in the villa had no experience taking care of a baby. Yili planned to have Yes' mother and Yi Yao help take care of the baby once they were better and wait until he returned. As soon as he entered the house, Yili felt a wave of coldness hit his face. This cold wasn't physical, but came from the heart. He could feel Yes' mother's resentful aura and her will to die from across the room. Yili's heart ached. He went over, held his mother's hand, and finally told her the truth. Mom hasn't had much education, but you can't just comfort me like this, can you? What method could cure leukemia instantly? Yes, Mother couldn't bring herself to believe it. Aunt May also smiled bitterly. Lily, if you don't explain yourself clearly, the decades of friendship between your mother and me will be over. I've been so scared all the way here. She still didn't dare to look at Yes Mother, feeling a chill. Not just her, even Yili felt the same way. His mother at that moment reminded him of a celebrity. That celebrity was Yin Near, who could make you collapse with just her silent, worried expression. Don't you believe in your own daughter? Tell your mom from now on your daughter will soar to great heights unmatched by anyone in this world. Yi Li's voice was resounding, dispelling some of the resentful aura as he took the opportunity to pat his mother. After speaking, ignoring the two elders, he went to Yi Yao's room and gave her a pat as well. Yes, Mother's illness was a worsening of an old coronary heart disease. After that pat, Yi Li felt his head go dizzy. But he held on. That was why, not wanting his mother to notice anything wrong, he hurried to Yi Yao's room. Yi Yao's illness showed no signs or trends, as if it had erupted out of nowhere. But there were still blood clots, viruses, and fungi in her body. Yi Li had used his miraculous healing power 3 times in one day, and his body hadn't recovered. After giving that pat, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, couldn't hold on, and collapsed to the ground. But he still didn't dare make a sound. In his past life, apart from the old man's warmth, he had never experienced a mother's love. He didn't want this motherly love to worry too much about him. Yi Yao seemed to react. Her gaunt face moved, and her once lively big eyes, now dim and lifeless, looked at Yi Li on the floor. Although she didn't know what had happened, just that one look made the little girl cry silently. "Sis," she said very weakly, tears wetting the corner of her pillow. Yi Li wiped the remaining blood from his lips with his sleeve, looked up, and gave a fairy-like smile that made one feel as warm as a spring breeze. But his complexion was frighteningly pale. If one didn't know, they'd think he'd just come back from a coal mine. Seeing this, Yi Yao's tears, which had been slowing down, started flowing again. "Sis, what's wrong with you? Why is there so much blood on the floor?" "Nothing, sis, is just happy and excited that you're going to get better." "Sis." Yi Yao wasn't naive, she knew her own condition. Facing life and death, seeing her loved one hurt, all she could do was cry, feel endless grievance and fear. "Get up. The floor is cold." Even on her deathbed, she still cared for her loved ones. This girl's fate should not be sealed. Yi Li would not allow the heavens to take her. At that moment, Yi Li swore in his heart that from now on, no matter who in this world dared to harm a single hair on Yes Mother or Yi Yao, he would break every bone in their body. The influence of loved ones was terrifying. Yi Li, who had intended to lift Yi Yao's spirits, found his own eyes reddening because of the little girl. But he coaxed her with a smile. He said, "Sis says you'll be fine, so you'll definitely be fine. Believe me, in a few minutes you'll be able to get out of bed and jump around." As he finished speaking, Aunt Mai's exclamation came from the living room. Lily, it's a miracle. Your mom is insisting on going for a run." Hearing this, Yi Li plopped down on the floor, habitually stroked his own long jade-like legs, and grinned like a fool. To be honest, even when treating cats or Xiao Xiao, Yi Li had never felt such unease. Even if the other party recovered in the blink of an eye, it did not stir much emotion within him. Ultimately, he had known about it beforehand, and there was a lack of a close familial bond involved. When it came to his mother Yi Yao, the feeling was beyond description. It was a chasm between heaven and earth. Thus, this process was filled with anticipation and anxiety. It even made him doubt whether miraculous healing was truly real. Such doubts lingered in his mind. When Aunt Mai's exclamation rang out, Yi Li instantly felt what joy was. Good, this feeling was wonderful. At that moment, Yes Mother stood in the living room with a radiant complexion, the angle of her posture, and the way her feet perfectly touched the ground unmistakably indicating she was in excellent health. She even paced in place from time to time, as if warming up for a run. "Tongmei, what's happening to me? I feel full of energy. Am I not sick anymore?" Yes Mother spoke with excitement and doubt, too thrilled to contain herself, even forgetting her daughter. Aunt May wept with joy, unable to utter a word, her mind filled only with the text message Yi Li had sent her. This must be connected to Li, it had to be. "Mom, are you better?" Yi Li asked, cheerfully leaning against the doorframe. Yes Mother suddenly realized, seeming to recall Yi Li's earlier strange claims and promises. Before she could ask, in surprise and confusion, Yi Li, still by the door, slowly stepped aside. "Tada!" With a playful gesture of her hands, Yi Yao walked out in a daze. Her complexion looked even better than Yes Mother's, and even her lifeless hair had regained its vitality. Yi Yao expressed her confusion. How strange, how had she recovered so suddenly? Just as her sister had said. Then came the touching scene of tears as Yes Mother hugged Yi Yao and kissed her repeatedly, examining her from all sides. Aunt May was no exception, nearly overwhelming Yi Yao with affection. After the excitement subsided, the two elders turned to Yi Li in unison. "Lily, tell your mother the truth. What exactly happened? Unable to comprehend such an unusual event, the elderly woman's familiar tone gave Yili a headache. After pondering for a long while, Yili failed to come up with a good explanation. She simply said, I met a living immortal who said that if I brought you and little sister home today, your illnesses would heal on their own. An immortal? Yes, Mother turned to Aunt May, her questioning look needing no further clarification. Aunt May shot Yili a strange glance, as if playing along. I've long heard that feng shui can cure all ailments. Perhaps Lily really did encounter an immortal. Aunt May spoke with finesse, shifting the focus from meeting an immortal to feng shui. Yes, Mother, from a generation that had survived on war's leftovers, had heard of folk feng shui and believed it to some extent. From that start, things spiraled out of control. That very night, she went out to buy incense and muttered incantations in the hallway. As if sending gratitude to the immortal from afar, she expressed her heartfelt thanks. Yili rolled her eyes so hard she nearly cursed. The two elders had noticed Xiao Xiao early on, but given the tense atmosphere, Yes, Mother had only been slightly surprised and hadn't asked. Now in a much better mood, she finally found time to inquire. Yili slapped her forehead. What a mess. She had never taken care of a child before, and her carelessness had been unfair to Xiao Xiao. Mom, Aunt May, this is my friend's little sister. Her brother went out of town for a few days, so I'm looking after Xiao Xiao. The two elders exchanged glances, looking at Xiao Xiao, then staring intently at Yili. Without them saying a word, Yili could read their thoughts clearly. Mom, she's really just a friend. Please don't let your minds wander to unnecessary things. Yes, Mother remained skeptical. Really? Lily, you're still in school. A girl should value herself, especially avoid getting involved with those in society. Stop. Mom, your daughter will remain alone, chaste, pure, and untainted, flawless as jade. I'll say this only once. Rest assured, I will never lose my virtue. Don't let your imagination run wild. Yes, Mother pursed her lips in worry, but could say no more. Aunt May, knowing Yes, Mother's insecure nature, helped reassure her. I trust Lily. I've watched her grow up. She would never touch those sordid matters. Exactly. Yili chuckled. By the way, Mom, stay home and rest for a while. Don't go to work. Yi Yao has fallen behind on her studies, so you and Aunt May can find her a tutor. With that, she pulled out a prepared card. There's money here, enough for us to live on. Don't skim, Mom. My comics have been earning money. Xiao Xiao is in your care. Xiao Xiao had been sitting quietly on the sofa. Hearing Yi Jie call her, she quickly jumped down. She was a bit shy, holding Yi Li's hand and flashing a sweet smile at Aunt May and Yes, Mother. Grandma, you're as pretty as Jie. Oh, what a sweet little mouth. Come here, let Grandma hold you. Yes, Mother was delighted. Yi Li smiled wryly, speechless at the generational mix. I'll forget it. Both elders adored Xiao Xiao, especially her lively spirit, which captured their childlike hearts. Upon learning that the little one had once been unable to see, their care and affection became even more pronounced. Yili was happy to watch, intending to spend more time with her mother and cherish this rare warmth. But her phone rang. It was Mo Qingxue. Yili thought, oh no. Hey Yili, why aren't you at the class meeting yet? Everyone's here, we're just waiting for you and Miss Shangwan. There had been too much going on today, and Yili had completely lost track of time. She glanced hastily at the dark sky and lied to Mo Qingxue, saying she was already on her way. Then grabbing her bag and phone, she prepared to leave. Where are you going? Yes, Mother, having just finished showing Xiao Xiao around the room, asked with concern upon seeing Yili's rush. Forgot to tell you. There's a class meeting today, Mom. They'll be staying at Kings's place for a couple of days. Take good care of Xiao Xiao. Come here, little one, give Jie a kiss. Moi? With that, she had already opened the door. Yes, Mother exclaimed, as if remembering something. Be polite while staying there. Oh, and what's with the blood on the floor in Yao Yao's room? Yili paused, unable to think of an excuse, and blurted out, and he stabbed it. Bang. Staring at the closed door, Yes, Mother exchanged a glance with Aunt May, silently agreeing not to show any strange expressions in front of the children. As soon as Yili went downstairs, she couldn't find her keys. Just then Yi Yao came down from the stairwell holding the keys to a beetle car and asked in shock, Sis, when did you get a car? Pinching Yi Yao's cheek, Yili gave her a quick kiss. He'll tell you later. I'm in a hurry now. Study hard and listen to Mom. Okay, sis, be safe. She sped back to the villa, not even closing the car door, and grabbed Wainer, who was watching TV, to rush out. Tian Nini asked what was going on, and upon learning they were heading to the class meeting, launched into a lecture. Campus is a place of fantasy, society is a place of reality. Straddling both brings double pressure. Oh my God, just say what you mean. Yili couldn't stand it. Tian Nini rolled her eyes in exasperation. Are you going like that? People will laugh at you. She swept her gaze over Yi Li's outfit and Wainer, who was standing there bewildered in her pajamas. Yili looked down at herself. She was wearing a pair of 17 denim flared pants, a khaki hoodie, and white sneakers. She didn't see anything wrong with this outfit. It was very comfortable. Oh, she couldn't even feel the chill on her backside. Sigh, I really wonder if you're even a woman. Class meetings are highly competitive. If you're this casual, you'll face awkwardness at the dinner table. Tian Nini spoke with the tone of someone who had been through it all. Yili was speechless. Was a simple gathering really that complicated? But then she thought about it. She was now Yili, and she should consider her image. So what do you suggest? Follow me, I guarantee you'll be stunningly beautiful, captivating everyone with a single smile. Tian Nini licked her lips temptingly, then remembering Weiner who had been watching them talk added you too. 40 minutes of 40 minutes of torment. Yili had no idea how to reason with Mo Qingxue anymore, so she simply said she would definitely go, and then turned off her phone. Looking at herself in the mirror, her heart raced uncontrollably, and once again, she couldn't resist the urge to marry herself. The young girl wore a dark gown, the black hue accentuating her cool-toned skin, strikingly alluring. The lace-trimmed neckline barely reached her armpits, revealing flawless collarbones, and a neck as graceful as a swan's. Her hair was styled into 2 braids at the back of her head, playful and lively. Under Miss Tian Nini's deliberate styling, her bangs were shaped into fluffy air bangs. Paired with this gown, it seemed incongruous, yet it was precisely this incongruity that lent Yili a contrasting beauty and a youthful charm. On her feet were hollow lace-trimmed high heels, equally stark in black and white. The fit and contours were just right, with clearly defined veins and a bony, elegant foot shape. A single glance would make any foot enthusiast fall to their knees in adoration. Once again she was hailed as a celestial maiden. Yili was a goddess descended from heaven. How could the word beautiful suffice? Yili took the opportunity to sneak a few touches on herself, feeling elated, and blushed from her own actions. This outfit was stunning, but one thing irked her greatly. Why do I have to wear something so constricting? Tian Nini, who was tidying up Weiner, glanced at her dismissively. You're not as big as me. Without this, how else would it stand out? Yili rubbed her forehead. It seemed logical, but it was terribly uncomfortable, hard to breathe, and painfully tight. Soon Weiner was also dressed up as graceful as a startled swan, outshining all others. She was about the same height as Yili, with a completely different aura, yet both were exceptionally beautiful, even without deliberate adornment, radiant and captivating. The only drawback was her chest, which needed a bit of enhancement. Yili couldn't help but plant a kiss on her, leaving Weiner blushing furiously. Tian Nini asked out of the blue, "What flavor are you today? I want a kiss too." Such a reasonable request. Yili naturally obliged, and the 3 of them began to savor each other's lips in the dressing room. Another 10+ minutes passed, and after indulging her craving, Yili asked curiously, "Where did these clothes come from?" "Ask her." Tian Nini gestured toward Weiner. The latter replied truthfully, "Dad's subordinates sent them over." "Subordinates? Those battlefield soldiers?" Yili nodded, and seeing they were ready said, "Let's go." As for makeup, it didn't need to be so elaborate. A simple touch-up sufficed, defining the eyebrows to add depth, a bit of lipstick, and some highlighter. Tian Nini saw them off, and perhaps due to her artistic nature, she asked reflexively, "With this outfit today, what musical style do you think suits it?" Yili stood by the car, and without a moment's hesitation hummed and sang, "Coffee on the left bank of the Seine, I hold a cup to taste your beauty," leaving lip prints on the rim. Of course it's a throbbing romantic style. Another original. Just off the top of your head. Tian Nini had only asked casually, never expecting Yili to come up with a tune on the spot, and one so fitting. "What's this song called?" "Farewell to Earth." "Ah no. It's Love Confession Balloon. Teach me when you come back." Tian Nini pleaded. Yili chuckled and got into the car. "Depends on your performance." Yili and Weiner drove toward Huiting restaurant. Weiner frowned at Yili, holding back for a long time until Yili was about to speak. Then she said, "I used to hate getting close to people. But since meeting you, that feeling is gone. Isn't that strange?" Yili had no idea what the girl was trying to say. Weiner continued on her own. "Last night, I couldn't sleep, so I looked it up on my phone." "Looked what up?" "About this thing called Lily." "Yili, I think I've turned out to be bent." Yili was speechless. "Why would you even look that up?" "I just wanted to know why I feel so drawn to you. It doesn't make sense. I don't feel that way about Nini. You're very strange." Yili scratched her head. Had she gone too far? If she ended up confusing the girl's orientation, the guilt would be immense. She seemed curious about something too, and asked back, "Weiner, what if one day you found out I'm a man? Would you still be drawn to me?" Weiner stared, not blinking. Then she nodded. "It seems unrelated to gender. Your allure is too strong, no matter your identity." Hearing this, Yili was almost moved to tears, vowing that the moment she returned to her male form, she would claim Weiner for herself. Weiner's answer also made Yili realize the girl's orientation was normal. It might have been because of her own actions or demeanor that the girl had developed some perceptual deviation. At Huiting restaurant on the 3rd floor's private hall, Xiaoman's purpose in hosting this class gathering was clear: to curry favor with the governor's daughter. The other students were merely background. But what Showman hadn't expected was that Class 25 had also tagged along, obviously to network and ingratiate themselves. Showman was fuming but helpless. Now both classes sat in the same hall close enough to whisper to each other. As time dragged on, the guest of honor was still absent, sparking murmurs among the crowd. Ha, the star is deliberately delaying. Given her status, we'll wait willingly. But that one from your class is acting like a big shot on borrowed authority, so shameless. I think she's intentionally keeping us waiting. Several heavily made-up girls from Class 25 sneered, their tone dripping with displeasure. Class 25, what do you mean by that? Who are you talking about? You know exactly who we mean. Don't think you can look down on everyone just because you've got a piano prodigy title. Not everyone has to put up with her, as she might offend someone one day and end up in a bad spot. Just a piano prodigy. Just a wretch born to a wretch. Watch your mouth. Goddess, he is not what you say, as she must have been delayed by something. Dong Hue, I won't allow you to insult Yili again, or I'll do something drastic. Mo Qingxue stood up, her gaze sharp as she stared at the speaking girls. Chao He also glared at her classmates, her hand already gripping a bottle, as if she would smash it on their heads if they dared say another word against Yili. Qi Xiao from Class 24's face darkened, and a faint, ominous aura began to emanate. Both homeroom teachers sensed the tension and stepped in to mediate and scold. The girls remained unrepentant, chattering on, claiming Yi Li was abusing her power, using Weiner as an excuse to put on airs in front of classmates. Hearing these words, and seeing the reactions, and Lan, who had been looking down, suddenly smiled. Class 24 fought back, saying Class 25 was just using this opportunity to get chummy and cozy up to the governor's daughter. What started as a spat among a few escalated to a class-wide conflict, and Showman and the other teacher struggled to contain it. Just then the sound of high heels echoed from the stairway leading to the hall. Yili, expressionless, walked in step by step. Everyone noticed and turned to look, their eyes widening in astonishment. Is that Yili? The title of goddess is no exaggeration. She's like a fairy. This evening's Yili was vastly different from what they knew. Too beautiful, as if she had stepped out of a painting. Exclamations of awe rose and fell, momentarily dispelling the tense atmosphere. Even Mo Qingxue, Chao He, Qi Xiao, and the ever-silent Lan lifted their heads. Without pausing, Yili fixed her gaze on the girls who had insulted her earlier. The crowd sensed her intent and felt a growing unease. This matter seemed about to blow up. Finally, Yili stopped in front of the girls, and everyone seemed to hold their breath. The girls were intimidated by her presence, but forced themselves to stay calm. What? What do you want? Yili raised her eyes, captivating and piercing, and said softly, Who did you say was born to a wretch? Yili shouldn't have been able to hear those words. But as luck would have it, the girl's voice was too shrill, and he had just stepped out of the elevator at that moment, instantly igniting his fury. I didn't say that, it wasn't me. Dong Hui averted her gaze, crossing her arms defensively, refusing to admit it. If you apologize now and admit you're born of a bastard, he'll forgive you. If not, you won't need that mouth anymore. Yili's voice remained calm, but his words and chilling demeanor struck terror into the hearts of those present. Apologize? Yili, who do you think you are? Yes, I said it. So what? What can you do to me? Dong Hui decided to come clean, her arrogance only growing. She wasn't afraid of Yili, nor did she worry about how the governor's daughter, who was close to her, would react if she offended him. She had Lan's support, and Lan was the heiress of the Yin family, one of North City's 3 great clans. Though her status might not match the governor's daughter, the Yin family feared no one in North City. Dong Hui naturally had nothing to be afraid of. Catching a glimpse of Lan's curled lips and a slight nod in her direction, Dong Hui grew even more confident. Give it to me. Yili didn't look at her anymore, but turned to Chao He, raising a slender finger to signal for the item in Chao He's hand. Chao He seemed to know what he intended to do and hesitated. Let me handle it. Just calm down. He stood up as he spoke. Yili interrupted him, saying, I'll do it myself. The crowd had no idea what they were talking about. Weren't they addressing the insult? Why were the two of them conversing now? The next moment, everyone felt a chill, and screams echoed far and wide. Yili took the bottle from Chao He and smashed it directly onto Dong Hui's mouth. The bottle shattered instantly, and shards of glass lodged into her mouth. Her cheeks were torn and bloody, a horrifying sight. Everyone stood up. How could these young kids have ever witnessed such a scene? Even Xiao trembled, unable to utter a single word. The girls beside Dong Hui turned pale, staring at Yi Li with terror in their eyes. My mouth. Dong Hui, dazed from the blow, finally came to her senses, her mouth a bloody mess, whimpering in panic. Pain and humiliation festered within her, and she lunged at Yi Li, recklessly determined to tear his face apart and ruin his delicate lips as hers were. Yi Li sneered. Wearing a skirt, she found it inconvenient, so she hooked a chair with her foot. With godlike strength, the chair shot forward, colliding head-on with Dong Huihui, sending her crashing backward into unconsciousness. Insult him. Fine. But refusing to apologize after being caught. That was unacceptable. The crowd in the hall stood frozen. Yili had been terrifying, just now her aura like that of a cold-blooded machine. And how had she kicked the chair without even moving her body? No, that wasn't the main point. How could she possibly kick a chair flying? The girls who had been sitting with Dong Huihui finally snapped out of it, rushing to help her up from the floor. One of them, seeing her gruesome state, pointed at Yi Li with red-rimmed eyes. You're finished. You're dead. She's Dong Li's sister. With that, they lifted Dong Huihui and left. With such severe injuries, if not treated promptly, the scars on her face might never fade. The words left before they departed made many in the room pale. Those who knew the name Dong Li looked fearful, while others inquired, "Who's Dong Li? Why does everyone seem so scared?" You don't know Dong Li. He's a notorious underworld boss in District 56, rumored to have powerful backing. Yili, are you okay? At that moment, Mo Qingxue approached, concern in her eyes. Yili smiled faintly. How could anything happen to me? You saw it all. But I heard them say Dong Huihui's brother is very formidable. Maybe you should leave first. Yes, Yili, you should go. My husband told me about Dong Li. He's ruthless, and few who cross him come out unscathed. Qiuman stepped forward as well. Dong Li. Formidable. Yili didn't know the man, but he wasn't about to leave. Today's welcome party was for Wainer. Even if it wasn't his arrangement, it carried that sentiment. Leaving now would be improper, and besides, would leaving solve anything? Nonsense. Whoever comes ill, just beat them down. Yili suddenly thought of something, and turned to Qiuman. You're married. Qiuman and Mo Qingxue were speechless. Seriously, what kind of thought process is that? Shouldn't you be worried about the current situation? Qiuman noticed a flicker of disappointment in Yili's eyes. What was this kid thinking? Did you have a crush on my husband, or something? Not just Qiuman and Mo Qingxue, but many others urged Yili to leave. But Yili sat down casually. Let's enjoy the meal, and not get so tense. Come on, everyone, sit. Huh. Where's Wainer? I'm here. Wainer had somehow already taken a seat beside him. Everyone was speechless. This he-goddess was not only beautiful, but also remarkably carefree. Seeing this, Qiuman decided not to press further, wondering if she should notify the authorities later. Miss Shangwan, everyone is eager to get to know you. Would you like to introduce yourself? Soon the earlier incident was forgotten, as people stole glances at Wainer over food and drink. Qiuman skillfully broke the ice. Hearing this, Wainer instinctively looked at Yili. Seeing his encouraging nod, she stood up and began her introduction. You probably already know my background and name. In the same age as Yili, share the same hobbies, live with him, and enjoy watching him play the piano. This brief introduction left everyone bewildered. Miss, are you introducing yourself, or Yili? Let's get things straight, shall we? At the same time, they sensed something unspoken going on. Could it be that the rumors about Yili being a lesbian were true? Had she already won over the young lady? Everyone exchanged awkward glances, then clapped reluctantly. Hello, Wainer. Mo Qingxue, your deskmate. Let's take care of each other. What followed were self-introductions. Complicated, yet simple, and somewhat tedious. Yili paid no attention, having been hungry for a while. He ate heartily. This sight once again amazed the boys. Yili not only had a big heart, but also a healthy appetite. How did she stay so slim? Chow, he blushed with a sweet smile, enjoying watching his brother eat. It made his meal more appetizing. Chi Xiao also smiled, but quickly straightened his face upon noticing his own reaction. Why do I keep unconsciously watching her? Bai Lian and Pu Monrui were tugging at the tablecloth, muttering curses under their breath. It was obvious she was full of envy and jealousy, wondering why Wainer favored Yili instead of her. The scheming heiress and Lan remained silent, but a slight smile played at the corners of her mouth. She was likely plotting something, or perhaps waiting for the next event to unfold. As everyone was lost in their own thoughts in the subdued atmosphere, the screech of cars braking abruptly echoed from outside the restaurant. Then came the grumbles of dissatisfied diners, but they quickly subsided. Everyone in the third-floor hall tensed simultaneously. Had Dong Huihui's brother really come? The commotion could only mean that. No sooner had the thought crossed their minds than the elevator doors opened along with the emergency exit. A crowd of people surged toward them. A thin young man with slicked-back hair stood before the table, slowly removing his glasses, tonguing his teeth, and wrinkling his nose. Which dumbass named Yili? Step forward now. It seemed that villains were all cut from the same cloth. Their talent for grandiloquence was innate. Yili kept eating, without even glancing up. Yet the teachers and students involuntarily rose to their feet, not out of a sense of justice, but because they dared not sit calmly in the presence of these men, fearing they might be singled out for a beating. Simultaneously, their gazes involuntarily drifted toward Yili. The slick-haired youth must be that Dong Lai of following the crowd's eyes. Their eyelids twitched slightly. Not bad. The girl in the black dress was quite something. They could catch her fragrance even from afar. They'll say it one more time. Who the hell is Yi Li? The hall fell into dead silence, and many of the timid ones began trembling all over. It wasn't their fault for being cowardly. The scene was truly terrifying. The hall was so vast, yet at this moment no one dared to move an inch, illustrating the sheer number of people present. Amidst the quiet, a discordant, playful sound suddenly rang out. Dong Lai narrowed his eyes and looked toward the noise, only to find it was again that girl in the black dress. This girl had some nerve. Her mental fortitude was impressive. Everyone else had stood up, but she hadn't. The one beside her hadn't either. Dong Lai could hardly believe it, and was about to strike up a conversation when someone spoke. This isn't Yi Li's fault. Your sister started it with verbal insults. Friction between classmates is inevitable. No need to blow this out of proportion, right? The first half of that statement seemed somewhat brazen, but weak, yet the latter half carried an inexplicable firmness. The speaker was none other than the shy boy with glasses, Chao He. Yi Li shot him a surprised glance. The kid had guts. Even teacher Chiu dared not speak at this moment, yet he stepped up to defend her. Dong Lai was taken aback, then snorted with a sneer. You little brat, teaching me how to act. Who the hell do you think you are? They'll say it one last time. Who's Yi Li? Come out now, or none of you are leaving this place on your own 2 feet today. At those words, the teachers and students who had initially wanted to defend Yi Li instantly crumbled. Without even a moment's hesitation, they all pointed at Yi Li in unison, mumbling incoherently, saying this person was Yi Li. It was she who smashed the bottle on your sister's head. Oh, we had nothing to do with it. Please don't drag us into this. Mo Kingsu's face turned pale with anger. You have no honor. The crowd felt ashamed, of course, but wasn't dishonor better than getting beaten up, or even crippled? Anlan smiled. A genuine smile, though Yi Li didn't notice. He sighed inwardly, regretting that he had even bothered to test them. The result was truly disheartening. That's right, he had remained silent all this, while precisely to see how far these former classmates would go for him. Though it was a pointless exercise, it would absolutely influence how he chose to interact with them in the future. But the outcome was far from beautiful, leaving him with a bitter taste. After learning from the teachers and students that the girl in the black dress was Yi Li, Dong Lai was stunned again. This guy was always in a daze. How did he ever become the boss? You're Yi Li, eh? See, he stupidly followed up with another question. Yi Li put down the crab leg and cupped his hands, the very one. Everyone's eyes bulged. Sis, are you kidding? Dong Lai nearly choked. According to the rules of the underworld, shouldn't you say the humble one as a sign of modesty? Saying the very one. Was that an insult to me? Little girl, you've got a sharp tongue. If you don't want them to suffer, you're coming with us. Dong Lai was secretly delighted. He even felt his sister's disfigurement was worth it, if it meant getting such a beautiful plaything. Indeed, he had already planned to take Yi Li back to his place and go wild until this little vixen was completely out of it. But Yi Li didn't follow the script. He said, except for him or her, and her, you can do whatever you want with the rest. Yi Li pointed at Wainer, Xiaoman, Chao He, and Mo Qingxue. The implication was clear: these people were off limits, the rest were fair game. This instantly infuriated many. Their faces flushed red, yet they couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. Yes, Yi Li had no reason to protect them. After all, they had shown no loyalty earlier. Dong Lai was so angry he laughed. Do you think I'm playing house with you? You hurt my sister and you're destined to be crippled, yet you're still bargaining with me. He was done playing. The pitiful state of Dong Hui was still fresh in his mind, and the thought reignited his fury. Dong Lai waved his hand, casting a subtle glance at Anlan, then ordered his men to move the irrelevant students aside and surround Yi Li and the others. You still want to protect these people? I'll do the opposite of what you want. Watch me destroy them right before your eyes. With that, he moved to act. Hold. Yi Li finally stood up. What? Have you decided to come with me after all? Thankfully, Yi Li was a woman. Otherwise Dong Lai wouldn't have wasted words and would have started breaking bones long ago. Yi Li ignored him and looked at Wainer, scared. Wainer tilted her head, then gathered her skirt and pulled out a butterfly knife. This was her way of telling Yi Li that she wasn't really afraid of these people. To be honest, Yi Li was a bit surprised. Wainer looked so delicate. Could she have trained in something besides piano? Yi Li had Xiaoman, Mo Qingxue, and Chao He stand behind him, their backs against the wall. Yi Li felt reassured. Then he too gathered his skirt. Though it didn't help much, it was a bit more convenient. Seeing this, Dong Lai was furious. Wasn't this a blatant provocation? With such a frail frame and soft skin rolling up sleeves. Who the hell are you trying to scare? He couldn't take it anymore. Cripple them. Up. At Dong Lai's command, 2 men charged forward. Though unarmed, their massive frames were enough to overwhelm the 2 girls. Dong Lai could already picture Yi Li lying on the ground, helpless and at his mercy. But the result was always shocking. The two subordinates had barely advanced when they were sent flying back with two thuds. Flying back. Dong Lai could even swear he saw afterimages, momentarily wondering if it was an out-of-body experience. Yi Li checked her high heels. Good thing they were sturdy, otherwise those two kicks would have ruined them. Boss you. Chao He had intended to protect Yi Li with his life, but after seeing the aftermath of those casual kicks, he was speechless. Not just him, but Mo Qingxue Qiu Man, and even Weiner were the same, staring at Yi Li as if she were a monster. Weiner was fine, having witnessed Yi Li snap a lamppost before. Yi Li didn't notice their stares. He was pondering something, or rather measuring a standard. Based on past experience, bending a lamppost would make bones unbearable, but kicking a chair caused almost no pain. Even the recoil from those kicks just now was bearable. So did that mean only metal was off limits now? He figured that was the case. Of course, that didn't mean he could ignore everything else besides metal, or that he was immune to recoil. Though those two kicks were effortless, Yi Li clearly felt a numbness in his ankles. It was likely that the tissue had suffered localized damage under the high-speed impact. Saya Girl's body really was weak. How could he strengthen it? Ding, triggering choice. 1. Subdue these 48 people with Weiner. Reward Cosmic Human Level 1 Physique, 600 forgiveness points. 2. Subdue the 48 people with Weiner, and make Dong Lai kneel and sing Conquer while drinking. Reward 3 Orders of Command, 1,000 forgiveness points. The system triggered a choice. Seeing the rewards, Yi Li's eyes lit up. He asked eagerly, System, what exactly is the Cosmic Human Level 1 Physique? You can understand it as a cultivation physique, the bone structure of the foundation establishment stage. Holy shit. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Yi Li nearly danced with joy right then, and there, almost flinging off her skirt. She had read plenty of Xinxiao novels, and she knew well that the physique of a foundation establishment cultivator was utterly monstrous. Even a small hill couldn't crush such a body. What did she have to fear if she possessed such a constitution? She could just sweep through everything with her head alone. No other way. She was just that stubborn. Suppressing her exhilaration, Yi Li asked again, and what about 3 commands? The system grew a bit impatient, likely because the description was already on the panel, but it still explained verbally. 3 commands in order must be obeyed. The host can use it on the same person 3 times. No matter how absurd the request, under the influence of the 3 commands the target will comply. The prerequisite is knowing the target's name. Yi Li's eyes lit up once more. This was practically sorcery. Well, then I'll take both. How is this possible? Dong Lai snapped out of his daze as he watched his subordinate fly backward. He stared at Yi Li in disbelief. How could he accept that this young woman had just accomplished such a feat? Surprised. Exciting, isn't it? Yi Li was overjoyed, her words dripping with smugness. Come on. Let's keep going. Provoked, Dong Lai's shock subsided, replaced by a blazing rage. Having roamed the underworld for so long, he had endured countless beatings and humiliations. But he had never been disgraced by a woman. Charge. Forget the consequences. Despite her bravado, Yi Li remained vigilant. After all, she didn't yet possess that monstrous physique. Seeing 3 more burly men charging at her, she didn't hesitate. Lifting her skirt, she stepped back and executed a side kick. A classic Bruce Lee move. A loud thud echoed. This time the force was far greater than before, sending the man flying 3 or 4 meters, smashing several tables and chairs. After the kick, Yi Li quickly steadied herself and closed in on another thug. She reached out, touched his clothes, and punched. Another trademark Bruce Lee technique, unleashing 1,000 pounds of force from an inch. A sharp gasp escaped the man's lips. He didn't fly back this time, but stumbled uncontrollably, unable to stop his companions, unable to steady him. His mouth seemed to have an endless supply of air, and he panted incessantly. The remaining thug went after Weiner. She didn't have Yi Li's cheat-like abilities. The man reached for her, but she nimbly dodged. Seizing the moment, she twisted her butterfly knife and stabbed it viciously into his armpit, showing no mercy. The thug howled in pain, using his other hand to cover the wound. Weiner's expression remained calm, but her movements were razor-sharp. She struck again and again, each hit targeting the most agonizing yet non-lethal spots on the human body. Blood spurted with every cut, and the man had no chance to counterattack. Finally, Weiner extended her jade-like hand, and using her knuckles struck the thug's Adam's apple with brutal force. With a heavy thud, he collapsed. Whether dead or alive was uncertain. This time not only the onlookers, but even Yi Li was stunned. Weiner's moves were clearly honed to perfection. It was obvious she had received professional training. Her techniques were not only cunning but also sharp and meticulous, each strike causing unbearable pain. Sensing the stares, Weiner didn't spare them a glance. She simply said to Yi Li, "My surname is Shangguan. I have 2 military fathers and a brother as fierce as a tiger. The implication was clear. Growing up in such an environment, it was hard not to be strong. Yili understood, but she wondered, isn't your Shangwan family known for wielding brushes? Why are you so skilled with a blade? Sai fooled by the king again. Dong Lai couldn't even utter the word impossible anymore. Was this what a young girl should be like? She fought even more ruthlessly than grown men. Truth be told, he was starting to feel afraid. But since things had come this far, reconciliation was no longer wise. The only way to end this was to cripple these two girls. All of you attack. Crush them. He was practically roaring. Yili frowned slightly. Here they come. Can you handle it? It's tough. I might not have the stamina. Then it'll go big. Yili no longer cared what others thought. She grabbed a dining table and started swinging it wildly. She didn't know what she was hitting, but she kept smashing with her eyes closed. Weiner wasn't idle either. Her nimble steps were swift as she darted between the thugs. Everyone she touched grimaced in pain. One man clutched his ear, blood gushing out. It was likely severed. The teachers and students witnessing this could no longer describe their feelings as mere shock. It was more like seeing a ghost. The universally adored goddess Yili had always been seen as a well-behaved, innocent girl, a commoner goddess untouched by trouble. But who could have imagined this goddess was so formidable? She had lifted a table weighing at least 60 jin. Heavens, why did we have to see this? What could ever heal the trauma to our souls? And what about this aloof heiress, so delicate and ethereal? Who would have thought her knife skills were so terrifyingly ruthless? No, this couldn't be real. It was all a self-deluded hallucination. The crowd refused to accept reality. Some even closed their eyes, hoping that when they opened them, this illusion would vanish. With Yi Li and Weiner's cooperation, the enemy, no, the thugs, one by one lost their ability to fight. They were battered and bruised, heads bleeding, scattered about in disarray, groaning in pain. The only one still standing was Dong Lai. He stood amidst his fallen men, wide-eyed and trembling. When Yi Li looked at him, he showed some backbone by dropping to his knees with a thud. I won't dare again. I was wrong. They'll never do it again. His voice could be charted like a curve, but don't mistake it for genuine submission. He was just feigning cowardice to save his skin. Yi Li didn't care whether he was sincere or not. She decided to beat him first. She lifted Dong Lai up and slammed him down over and over. The onlookers felt as if they were watching a TV drama, everything enhanced by special effects. Yet despite that, their hearts pounded wildly in sync with Yi Li's rhythm. Dong Lai passed out twice during the ordeal. He didn't know how many ribs were broken, and his left foot was already deformed. Yi Li felt it was enough, any more, and she might kill him, and then there would be no choice left. Come here. She dragged over a chair, sat down imposingly, and beckoned to Dong Lai, who had just regained consciousness. His face bruised and swollen, Dong Lai was too terrified to even look at Yi Li, fearing that meeting her gaze would trigger another beating. He obediently crawled toward her on his knees, moving slowly. Yi Li wasn't in a hurry. But in the process, Dong Lai quickly typed a text message and sent it to someone unknown. Sing conquest and drink while you sing. Huh. Dong Lai was bewildered. What conquest? How did it go? Was it some peasant song? Yi Li slapped her forehead. Right, this was her star. She kept forgetting. Did she have to teach him on the spot? Fine, I'll teach you line by line. Drink, then follow me. Dong Li complied immediately, his obedience surpassing that of a son. The crowd couldn't help but sigh. Was this really the infamous boss of Sector 56? Just like this, conquered by you. Just like this, Awahawa, conquered by you, Awawa. Poor Dong Lai, choking on the strong liquor, couldn't get the words out properly. His voice was rougher than a tractor. Before he could finish the line, liquor sprayed out of his nose. Watching Dong Lai's pitiful state, the crowd wanted to laugh, but dared not utter a sound. They held it in with great difficulty. Lan gazed at Yi Li's profile from within the crowd. She had never discovered that Yi Li possessed such astonishing power. Perhaps she should not have targeted her so relentlessly. All of today's events had been deliberately orchestrated by her. The insults from the girls, the stirring of the atmosphere, the provocation of the class quarrel, every bit of it. Her goal was to tarnish Yi Li's image in everyone's eyes. She gained nothing from this, but as long as Yi Li's reputation was ruined and word reached, Qin Yang and Lan would be delighted. Yet despite all her efforts, even resorting to outside forces, she had failed to make Yi Li suffer even a shred. This made Lan wonder if she had ever truly seen Yi Li clearly. It turned out she could be just as unyielding, even arrogantly domineering. Could it be that Qin Yang, her fiancé, had discovered this very potential in her? At this thought, Lan's once clear gaze suddenly dimmed again. She would never let Yi Li have an easy time, her and family would never allow themselves to be humiliated, and she and Lan would never admit to being inferior to anyone else. So she can fight, can she? Let's see how much she can fight. If she hadn't missed a single detail, Dong Lai had just sent a text message. Although she was the heiress of the family untainted by the affairs of the underworld, she was not ignorant of its dynamics. The greatest backing behind Dong Lai was Rao Bai, and under Rao by were 3 generals, each as fierce as wolves and tigers. The nearest to District 56, and the one connected to Dong Lai's higher-ups, was only one person. Baya. Lan revealed a cruel, cold smile. As far as she knew, Baya had come out of the southern border's 79th prison, and everyone who emerged from there was a twisted individual. Yi Li's fighting prowess was indeed astonishing, but Lan refused to believe she could overpower Baya, who had been forged in the southern border's prison. At the thought, she gently covered her mouth with a smile, her eyes shimmering as she cast a pitying glance at Yi Li. Xiaoman had been holding her phone, intending to call the authorities. Such matters of the underworld could only be resolved by the authorities. But due to the suddenness of the series of events before the call could be made, the situation had already reversed dramatically. Was this student of hers even human? Had she single-handedly taken down that gang of burly men? Swallowing hard, Xiaoman struggled to calm herself and began organizing the students to leave. At her reminder, the homeroom teacher of class 25 also snapped out of it, and with a turbulent heart led the students away. Student Yi, Student Shangwan, and Student Mo, you should all leave too. Seeing that most had gone, Xiaoman turned to Yi Li and the others. Teacher Qiu, you go ahead. Qingxue Weiner, and I will leave shortly. Yi Li casually replied, with Chao He and the others nodding in agreement. Xiaoman knew these children shared a close bond. After offering further words of concern, she too succumbed to her fear and left. There was no helping it. Just looking at the people lying on the floor made one's skin crawl. Qi Xiao seemed to resent his earlier weakness and failure to stand up for Yi Li, his guilt evident. He hesitated as if to speak, but ultimately followed the others. What was he? Nothing at all. He had bullied her before, and even tried to drive her into depression. He was nothing but a scoundrel, too ashamed and unworthy to stay by her side. Lan mingled with the crowd, gracefully meeting Yi Li's gaze just as Yi Li noticed her. Their eyes met, and Yi Li immediately sensed a mocking glint in the girl's eyes. What did this mean? Could today's events have been orchestrated by her yet again? This was purely Yi Li's intuition, but the mockery in Lan's eyes was too blatant to ignore, forcing one to suspect as much. Before she could fully process this, the entire group of teachers and students had already vacated the third-floor hall. Yi Li felt a nagging sense that something was off and decided against teaching Dong Lai a lesson to make him obedient or have him avoid her path in the future. She said a few words to Mo, Qingxue Weiner, and Xiao He, and they prepared to leave immediately. But as fate would have it, just as the teachers and students downstairs dispersed, 100 or more cars screeched to a halt in front of Huading Restaurant. The scene was even more terrifying than the one Dong Lai had caused. A patrol car happened to pass by and witnessed the sight, but instead of stopping it sped away. This was an implicit confirmation that these cars, and the men in black suits inside, were formidable. So formidable that even the District 56 patrol dared not intervene. Yi Li saw this through the glass and felt a chill in her heart. Truth be told, even having lived 2 lives, she had rarely witnessed such a spectacle. Except of course in movies or TV shows. At this moment, it would be a lie to say she was calm. Even with her extraordinary abilities, she couldn't help but feel a bit unnerved. So many people. The sheer number could only be described as a sea of faces. This time the entire restaurant fell silent. Whether in private rooms or the main hall, almost everyone kept their heads down, not daring to make a sound. Even the owner dared not utter a word, standing dumbfounded to the side, occasionally forcing a smile. The owner was inwardly bitter, just which deity had provoked that murderous fiend Baya. Alas, today's business was ruined, and he would have to fork out money on top of that. Boss, nothing much. Just close the doors and let these people out. At the front of the dark mass of men stood several muscular individuals. Among them was a familiar face, the crew-cut young man from the morning street race. Between the crew-cut man and the muscular men stood an unremarkable youth, probably around 18 or 19. There was nothing particularly striking about him, yet it was he whom the crowd behind him gathered around and followed. At the crew-cut man's words, the restaurant owner immediately nodded in agreement, not daring to delay for a moment. Seeing this, the crew-cut man looked respectfully at the youth in the center, as if seeking his approval. The youth said nothing, his eyelids slightly drooping, seemingly indifferent to everything around him, even finding it rather dull. Speaking of dullness, he couldn't help but find it amusing. Dong Lai might have been bluffing with borrowed authority, but he was still quite capable. Handling celebrities and underworld troubles was no problem for him. Coupled with Baya's reputation in District 56, no one dared to touch him. Yet tonight he had received a distress call from Dong Lai, and Baya was extremely curious about who had beaten Dong Lai and his men to a pulp. At this moment on the third-floor hall, Yi Li had already pulled out her phone to make a call. It wasn't out of fear, nor because she thought she couldn't handle the current situation. With her current strength, godlike power, the 3 commands ability, and a physique at the level of a cosmic being, She could without exaggeration sweep through all of District 56 without suffering a loss. But she realized that this approach wouldn't work. Beat the son, and the father comes, and beat the father, and perhaps the grandfather shows up. The cycle would be endless and utterly tiresome. Therefore it was better to let those in the same line of work handle such matters. Besides, she was now a girl, and ought to do things befitting a girl. Constant fighting and killing. What kind of behavior was that? She had saved the number Li Lu had given her. At the time, Li Lu had said that any problem could be solved by contacting this person. The call connected. The man on the other end had a gruff voice. Who? He sounded as if he had been asleep. Yili was a bit at a loss for words, so she simply said, Li Lu told me to contact you if I had any problems. You. Before she could finish, the voice asked, where are you? Her heart sank. Yili was a bit dumbfounded. Was this really someone from the underworld? She gave the location, and the man said nothing more, only stating he would be there in 5 minutes before hanging up. Listening to the dial tone, Yili felt a sense of unreliability. Wasn't this a bit too hasty? Meanwhile, Dong Lai was already roaring with laughter. He had heard the commotion downstairs, and knew Baya had arrived. Laughing wildly, he pointed at Yili. You're finished, you idiot. Just wait and see how I deal with you. As the saying goes, pride comes before a fall. Dong Lai had forgotten how Yili had tossed him earlier, and now dared to call him a brute. How capricious was Yili's temper. Right then, stepping on her high heels, she delivered a blow to his groin. So discriminatory against women. Then stay a eunuch forever. Dong Lai fainted from the pain. Mo Qingxue paled as she looked at Yili. This was too ruthless. Chow He shuddered inexplicably, unconsciously crossing his legs, vowing never to speak ill of women in front of his big brother. Weiner, however, remained calm. Aside from her hair being slightly disheveled from earlier activity, her emotions were unchanged. But she still asked, can you handle it? When it came to strength and influence, who in the entire northern city was more formidable than Miss Shangwan? With just one phone call, soldiers would flood into the northern city, and the sky would echo with the sound of helicopter rotors. But she did not do that. For some reason, she was eager to see how Yi Li would resolve this. On the other hand, she respected Yi Li's choices and did not want to use her own power, lest it make Yi Li feel inferior. Earlier I couldn't, now I could probably thrash him, but I don't want to. I've already called for backup, they'll be here soon. Well, see. Looking at his profile, Weiner bit her lip. This was not the first time she had such an illusion. At moments like this, Yi Li always seemed like a real man to her. And the overlapping silhouette of that profile reflected the face of that man. Deep-set eyes, thick lashes, sword-like eyebrows, a high-nose bridge. Not strikingly handsome, but certainly pleasing to the eye. Weiner knew clearly that the phantom was not merely an illusion, yet she could not understand why she saw it. Weiner did not doubt Yi Li's godlike confidence. If he said he could thrash someone, he certainly could. This came from heartfelt trust. Though they had only spent 2 days together, Yi Li's character had left an indelible mark on Weiner's heart. She had felt this way only with her 2 fathers and her elder brother. The elevator doors opened again. The imagined, overwhelming crowd did not appear. Only 3 people stepped out. A muscular man, fierce-looking with a tiger's back and a bear's waist, his massive frame easily half again as tall as Yi Li. The description of being raised on fertilizer could no longer apply. Then there was the crew-cut man. As soon as he saw the whole scene, and Yi Li in her black dress, he froze. The other was the youth Baya. Perhaps to conceal his thin frame, or to isolate himself, he was draped in a leather coat, appearing mysterious. None of the 3 spoke. They glanced at Yi Li and the others, and a flicker of surprise passed through their eyes. Then they looked at the wounded on the floor, and the unconscious Dong Lai. When Baya saw Dong Lai's horrifying state, his brows knitted sharply. Other injuries he could accept. Fights always bring injuries, and they can be healed. But the blood and unknown fluids between Dong Lai's legs sent a chill down Baya's spine. Logically, someone like him released from the southern border prison would look down on the blustering Dong Lai. Yet beyond their territorial ties there was another connection. Baya's sister was married to Dong Lai. Dong Lai was Baya's brother-in-law. Now that this brother-in-law was ruined, how would his sister fare? He suddenly turned his gaze toward Yi Li, and a tangible chill spread instantly. You're all asking for death. Curiosity turned to fury. Baya could not let these people go. They must die no matter who came. As if an illusion, Baya gave Yi Li a sense of an indescribable dark aura. She did not know what it was, but it felt unpleasant. Perhaps this was what they called killing intent. Ignoring it, she glanced at the crew-cut man and curled her lips playfully. The crew-cut man avoided Yi Li's gaze uncomfortably. The incident that morning was still vivid. The shock Yi Li had given him had not yet faded. He never expected to meet this formidable lady again within half a day. Having one of his brothers killed would not normally shake him so deeply. But it was because Yi Li was a woman. The contrast left an impression he had never experienced. He whispered a few words in Baya's ear, and Baya laughed silently, a strange twitching laugh. Interesting. Since you also killed Diao-san, it saves me the trouble of looking for you. Let's settle old and new scores together. Without giving anyone time to process his words, Baya shed his coat. Now Yili finally understood why he kept his body so tightly wrapped. The man was bizarre, skinny to the bone with every rib visible even from a distance. Moreover, his skin was a scorched yellow like a wax figure, and on its surface were messy gray marks like a child's graffiti. In short, aside from his face, every other part of his body seemed utterly inhuman. Stay away from me. Ignoring why he looked like that, Yili sensed danger as Baya shot toward her from 5 meters away. He leaped into the air, bringing a series of sharp whooshes. At Yili's warning, he and the others did not hesitate. They swiftly moved away from her. Yili, with no time for other reactions, thrust out a fist to meet Baya's. Crack! Almost everyone heard the sound. The collision of knuckles. It was like a hammer striking the heart. The force of Baya's charge sent Yili's hair flying. He was strong, very strong. Even with her current Zeus-level physique, Yili was forced back several steps. If this had happened 15 minutes earlier, that blow would have shattered her bones. Yili was shocked, but someone else was even more shocked. Baya's henchman and Baya himself. How formidable was Baya in combat? It was no exaggeration to say he was worth 100 men. Someone had seen him take on 200 opponents alone, ending with only rumpled clothes and a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, otherwise unharmed. A blow of that caliber, even without full force, should not be withstood by a mere girl, right? But Yili took it, and her breathing seemed undisturbed. The crew-cut man was speechless. He only knew Yili was ruthless and bold, but never imagined she possessed such monstrous combat ability. That was Baya, a man even Raobai had to go all out to defeat. Baya too was stunned, but soon smiled eerily. He had not had a serious fight in a long time. This girl was indeed noteworthy. He would definitely beat her to death. He did not bother to wonder how she matched his strength. There were many things in this world unknown to ordinary people. Baya had seen many things. Yili was merely a surprise. The two separated after one blow, and Baya prepared to get serious. But just then the elevator doors opened again. The elevator seemed packed. As the door slid open, a cascade of suited men tumbled out. Apparently these men had been trying to stop something, only to be beaten into this unconscious state and then shoved into the elevator. After they rolled out, a large fleshy foot in a slipper stepped onto the pile of bodies, followed by a figure emerging bent over. Who's tired of living bullying my sister? The moment this person appeared, Yili felt an inexplicable sense of amusement. He even instantly likened him to a character from a domestic animated film, Po from Kung Fu Panda. Meanwhile, Baya's group involuntarily held their breath, and even Baya himself halted his previous actions. They all looked as if facing a formidable enemy. The fat man was unaffected by the scene in the hall, nor did he glance at Baya's group. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings on his own. As if guided by instinct, he fixed his gaze on Wainer and Yili. Which one is Sister Yili? Yu Shao, Brother Liao's buddy. This fellow asked boisterously as he strolled, appearing thirsty. He grabbed a bottle of beer from the table and chugged it down. Hello, Brother Yili. Yu Shao gave a simple, honest smile, pointing a chubby finger at Yili. I actually knew it was you all along. Brother Liao's chosen sister definitely has this kind of aura. You're Brother Liao's sister, so from now on you're my sister too. We'll talk about other things later, let me deal with the matter at hand first. Setting down the beer bottle, Yu Shao twisted his large belly and walked up to Baya. A familiar scene unfolded again. Without giving anyone time to think, he reached out and slapped Baya's face repeatedly. The force was so strong that even Baya, who was no weakling, stumbled backward. Strangely, this humiliating act by Yu Shao didn't provoke any retaliatory thoughts from Baya's men. If Yili had been observant, she would have seen the expression on the crew-cut man's face. It was fear, unmistakable fear. Go back and tell Raobai that I said this. If any of your people dare set foot in District 56 again, don't blame Brother Liao for kicking your brains out. After slapping him over a dozen times, Yu Shao stopped. By now, Baya's left cheek was swollen to twice its size. Blood continuously seeped from the corner of his mouth, and his tongue rolled around a few dislodged teeth. Baya said nothing, just stared at Yu Shao. It was obvious he was furious, yet for some reason, he didn't dare to fight back. Little brat, don't think that changing your name means no one can deal with your kind. Just stay put and stop causing trouble. Take your men and get lost. Yu Shao waved his hand as if he couldn't be bothered to argue further. Let's go. Baya obeyed and turned to leave, but it seemed he couldn't swallow his anger. He threw out a threat. The wheel of fortune turns. Please tell Li Liao this for me, brother. Baya's no worse than him. Let's see if he can survive this year safely. And so the farce akin to a conflict in the underworld came to an end. Downstairs at the restaurant, Yu Shao wore his signature simple smile. Sister, I've heard all about it from Brother Liao. Am not good with words, but I truly thank you for helping with Xiao Xiao. From now on, if you ever need anything, Yili'll crawl over if I have to. In the world of gangsters, when you encounter a brother willing to risk his life for you, that bond is as strong as the camaraderie between soldiers. Xiao Xiao was Li Liao's little sister, and she was also Yu Xiao's. Since Yi Li had cured Xiao Xiao, Yu Xiao naturally had to repay her. Yi Li was speechless at the moment. He looked around and saw only a beetle car, no other vehicles. So this guy had come alone. Damn, too confident. Probably thinking he was too rough and didn't want to embarrass himself in front of his newly acknowledged sister. Yu Xiao said a few polite words and left. He shuffled away in his sandals, swaying with each step. This guy is such a contrast. The night's experiences left Mo Qingxue and Xiao He utterly astonished. Finally, unable to contain themselves, they spoke in unison. Let's go. We should leave too. Yi Li smiled to himself, also finding Yu Xiao quite interesting. Mo Qingxue seemed to remember something and quickly asked, by the way, Yi Li, when did you learn to fight? And how do you know so many people? Ahaha, well, it's like this. Half an hour later, Baya and the crew-cut man arrived at a manor. In the manor's hall, Rao Bai was petting a Tibetan mastiff. Hearing the commotion, he turned his head. Seeing Baya's condition, a slight ripple crossed his face. After the crew-cut man recounted everything that had happened, Rao Bai raised an eyebrow. Not only did he survive, but he also killed one. I have to say, Li Liao's judgment has always been good. It sounded like a comment on the matter, but whether there was envy in his tone was hard to tell. Brother, Bai, Li Liao's men are too arrogant. I can't take it anymore. I know it's hard on you, but now isn't the time. Wait a bit longer. Soon the northern city will change. Li Liao is destined not to live to see the end of the year. After Baya and the crew-cut man left, Rao Bai relayed the matter to Qin Heron. On the other end of the phone, Qin Heron suppressed his anger. Forget about that girl and Li Liao for now. We must endure until the Qin and In families unite. Alright, but what if the In family finds out about young Master Qin's romantic entanglements, or if the situation escalates? It would be best if that girl has some self-awareness. If she still clings to my son, we'll have to act preemptively. The rise and fall of a family depended not only on wealth and power, but also on necessary covert strength. The Qin family was at its last gasp and needed a blood transfusion to replenish its vitality. Once the Qin and In families united, their covert forces would merge. At that point, the tripartite balance of power in the northern city would no longer exist as it did. Then dealing with Li Liao expanding influence, and even taking over the underground forces would all be possible. The reason for inaction now was the lack of certainty. Initially, Qin Heron had planned to control Li Liao, but an unexpected obstacle, a girl, had thwarted his plans. Even if the Qin family was on its last legs, dealing with a commoner girl should have been easy. But who would have thought that Li Liao would support this girl so staunchly? This forced Qin Heron to hold back for the time being. However, if the girl remained clueless and continued to grow closer to his son, Qin Heron would no longer tolerate it. He feared that once he acted, the In family might change their stance upon discovering the opportunity, disregarding all ties to devour the Qin family. Additionally, Li Liao was watching the Qin family like a hawk, an ever-present threat. Moreover, there was another family in the northern city waiting for the Qin family's downfall, not to mention the smaller factions. All these factors combined left Qin Heron tied hand and foot, unable to make any rash moves. He even had to be wary of the In family, his prospective in-laws. What does one move triggers 1,000 reactions mean? It perfectly describes the current state of the Qin family. Meanwhile, Yi Li and Weiner had returned to the villa. They bathed together, chatting and laughing. Little did they know, outside the door Tian Nini was spying on them. She had been on the verge of sleep, but was kept awake by the song Yi Li had sung earlier, coupled with the roar of the car engine. Watching the two slender silhouettes cast on the frosted glass door, Tian Nini's face twisted into a wicked grin. But it quickly vanished, as if something had crossed her mind. Everyone has their sorrows. The carefree days were numbered, and perhaps she couldn't escape what was coming. After a moment of melancholy, Tian Nini decided not to dwell on those messy thoughts. She would live in the present and enjoy herself. Just then she heard the water in the bathroom stop. Realizing she hadn't yet relieved herself, she panicked. No, I need kisses and cuddles. I'm going to claim Yi Li. The door burst open, startling Weiner and Yi Li. Tian Nini's hand lunged at them through the steam. Instantly, the sounds of playful scuffling filled the air. In the days that followed, Yi Li was swamped with work. Not only did she have to draw comics, but she also had to teach Tian Nini how to sing, and even Weiner couldn't escape piano lessons. The comic project was essentially stable, having gained popularity online. Even on campus, Yi Li heard many people discussing it. With the current work nearing its end, Yi Li planned to plagiarize another manga, The Mountain Bandit King. Unfortunately, this work was steeped in island nation culture, and without detailed alterations, most people wouldn't understand it. So she changed the pirate's treasure into the mountain bandits' mountains of gold and silver. Of course that was just a gimmick. The real story was still about a passionate martial world and high-powered combat. Speaking of Nini's singing lately, the girl had been running out frequently, sometimes not returning until late at night. Out of concern, Yili asked a few times, but Nini always replied with a weary, mysterious expression, "It's a surprise. You'll know soon enough." And sure enough, within 2 weeks, the album The Splendid Acquaintance of the Rotten Chess Knight was released. On that day, Yili felt the entire world explode. Almost everyone was talking about it. They praised Nini to the heavens, elevating her already soaring popularity to its peak. Yili listened to it too. It was very good, very faithful, including certain elements and the overall atmosphere. Perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed about using Yili's songs as her own album, Nini had been exceptionally gentle lately, occasionally throwing a little tantrum, leaving Yili both amused and exasperated. Just now she expressed gratitude again, hoping Yili wouldn't think ill of her. "I've told you so many times I don't mind at all. Besides, those songs were always meant for you. Come on, don't burden yourself with guilt. Yili, you're so good to me. If you were a man, I'd marry you," the coquettish Nini began again. "Really?" Yili pressed. "Of course. If I weren't afraid of gossip, I'd marry you right now." Although same-sex marriage wasn't unheard of here, it was still not widely accepted, especially for a public figure like Nini. Yili studied her seriously, sensing she wasn't lying, and began to ponder in his heart, after becoming a man, which one should he seduce first. In the following days, Nini came home less and less, eventually not returning at all. Yili looked at the note on the table, a wave of melancholy washing over him. Nini said she had been on leave too long, and with the new album released, the company arranged a tour for her. It was her job, and Yili couldn't complain, but he still felt a deep sense of loss. Nini also said she wanted to see him and Wayner on stage. "They'll buy 3 glow sticks," then Wayner said beside him. "Why 3, not 4? Yili asked. "Because that represents the 3 of us." Yili rubbed his forehead, thinking it was rather sentimental. "By the way, Wayner, there's something I've never understood." "What?" "How come you get scared to death by fast cars, but you're not afraid of fighting?" Rarely. Wayner blushed, forcing calm as she said, "Different experiences, different feelings." With the singing chef gone, cooking became a major problem. The delicate, sharp-tongued, and secretly flirtatious Miss Shangwan couldn't cook at all. When asked to chop vegetables, she nearly split the cutting board. Thus the chore fell to Yili. Honestly, he wasn't great at it either, but he was handy and quickly learned many dishes online. Back home, everything was fine. Xiao Xiao had reached kindergarten age, and Yes Mother enrolled her, temporarily squeezing her into the class. When Yili occasionally visited, Yes Mother would be holding Xiao Xiao, chatting and playing. It was clear the old woman adored the little one. So much so that Yi Yao felt jealous of her sister, and the sourness in her eyes made Yili feel sorry for the girl. It was all Li's fault. Was he just trying to dump responsibility because he thought Yi Li was kind and beautiful? Speaking of which, where had he gone to find medicine? There was still no news. Even a trip to the Himalayas would have been enough for a round trip, right? Yili naturally used Wayner as an excuse for not staying at home, saying the villa was Wayner's. Once Yili subtly hinted at Wayner's identity to his mother, and she insisted he must make Miss Shangwan comfortable. Well, that was a given. After dinner, the 2 girls drove to school. Different planet, different education. Yili had never even looked at the class schedule, but he vaguely knew that mornings were for basic subjects while afternoons were for idle chatter. Because afternoons were for skill classes with students from all grades gathered in one place. Piano in one spot, flute in another. Yili thought it was all just a waste of time. Speaking of skills, the sophomores had to choose another elective, otherwise by senior year there wouldn't be enough time. Yili didn't care about graduation, but he had to play the part of Yili the girl. "What are you going to choose, Yili?" Mo Qingxue asked. "Anything works. I'm basically unbeatable." Mo Qingxue rolled her eyes as she didn't believe that nonsense. Yili wasn't lying. With the system triggering choices, there was a good chance he could learn any skill, though not yet. "And you, Wayner?" Wayner glanced at Yili, the meaning clear shed, "Pick whatever he picked." In the end, Mo Qingxue huffed off, having asked around without getting an answer. Skill classes had no breaks, and Yili, feeling a sudden urge, went to the restroom. As she squatted down, her expression turned ethereal. How wonderful it was to be without sanitary pads. She wiped lightly, stood up, and adjusted her skirt. Passing a corner, she noticed someone watching her. Turning around, she found the guy vaguely familiar. Wasn't his name Qin Yang? Seeing that Yili had spotted him, Qin Yang stopped hiding and walked over slowly. "How have you been?" His tone was so gentle it made Yili's skin crawl, and she immediately stepped back 2 paces. "Fine. Senior, what advice do you have?" Qin Yang's eyes dimmed, and he gave an imperceptible self-mocking smile. "Advice? I heard. You already have a boyfriend." The question caught Yili off guard, but she quickly nodded, not denying it. From her first day at school, she had planned to use Chow He to fend off such questions, so she couldn't deny it now. Qin Yang was deeply disappointed, but forced a smile. He wanted to say more, but saw Yi Li walking toward someone behind him. He turned quickly to see Lan standing there appearing out of nowhere. His gentle expression turned dark. Worried Yi Li might misunderstand, he stepped forward to explain. However, the next scene left Qin Yang frozen in shock. Yi Li forcefully pinned Lan against the wall, kissed her without hesitation, and even kneaded her wildly with her small hands. Yes, she was kissing Lan again. Just then the system triggered a choice. 1. Kiss Lan in front of Qin Yang to obtain 8 extremes fist, 300 forgiveness points. 2. Slap Lan in front of Qin Yang to obtain a pair of lace panties, 100 forgiveness points. Naturally, Yi Li chose the first option. Indulging her lips was far more pleasant than hitting someone. Lan once again glared at Yi Li with murderous eyes. This person was utterly detestable, utterly detestable. Without a doubt, under Yi Li's immense strength, she couldn't move an inch, forced to endure and taste sensations, flavors, and thrills she shouldn't have. Qin Yang just stood there, his mind blank, only recalling the rumors that Yi Li was a lesbian. Let go. Finally finding an opening, Lan broke free. Yi Li exhaled, a strange expression on her face. He had to admit this girl's lips were even sweeter than Wayner's. Lan's face flushed crimson. Just moments ago, Yi Li had unleashed her full power, stirring an unfamiliar sensation within her. She glared at Yi Li with shame and fury, itching to take a knife and slash that handsome face apart. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Lan spun around to look behind her and found Qin Yang staring directly at them. In an instant, Lan felt it was over. Without a second thought, she raised her hand to strike Yi Li again. But as expected, Yi Li effortlessly caught her wrist. Still at it, Yi Li taunted, a smirk playing on her lips. I haven't settled the score from last time yet. Last time. Lan's gaze wavered, avoiding Yi Li's eyes. Last time, she had orchestrated a few girls to stir up trouble, eventually drawing in Baya and Donglai. Lan had hoped to use them to teach Yi Li a harsh lesson. Little did she expect the outcome to be so utterly unforeseen. She had thought Yi Li was oblivious to the scheming behind it all, but now it seemed she had guessed it was her doing. What last time? Lan refused to admit it. Yi Li didn't argue, instead declaring with dominance, provoke me again, and I'll kiss you senseless. With that, she licked her vivid red lips. Watching his retreating figure, Lan's shame and rage intensified. She had never been so belittled before. This Yi Li was too much. Before she could plot her next move, Lan turned to look at Qin Yang. She wanted to explain that the scene just now was a misunderstanding, but Qin Yang gave her no chance. I don't want to know about your personal affairs, he said, and walked away. Lan stood there, consumed by a fury she had never felt before. It was all Yi Li's fault. Not only had she captured her fiancé's heart, but she had also caused her fiancé to misunderstand her. Yi Li, just wait and see. As Yi Li entered the music hall, she heard instructor Xiao discussing the latest popular songs with the students. Indeed, Miss Tian's new album is truly diverse. Whether it's the use of instruments or the atmospheric depiction, it's top-notch in the current scene. Not only is it top-notch, but some songs also carry inspiring messages. For instance, Invisible Wings embodies the meaning of life, ideals, perseverance, and courage, as well as darkness and sarcasm. Another example is In the Name of the Father. I wonder if everyone has truly understood this song. The teacher interprets it as a spiritual shackle, knowingly committing mistakes, and even after breaking free from one mental bondage, a new one emerges. I believe Miss Tian intends to convey through this song that while darkness may be unavoidable, it can be dispelled. There are many ways, but none may be maximally effective. Ultimately, one must drive away the shadows and embrace the light. The students listened intently, though this diverged from the day's lesson. They relished such insightful analysis. What about the uninhabited island teacher? Instructor Xiao, a man, paused to ponder the song's meaning, his eyes clouded with reminiscence. Humans are emotional beings. Miss Tian's song is profoundly lonely, like a sudden departure of emotions, yet also a yearning for such feelings to exist. She fantasizes about meeting an acquaintance or the one she longs for on some deserted island. This revelation darkened instructor Xiao's mood. Not wanting the students to notice, he waved his hand. The power of music is immense. If possible, I suggest you all buy this album or listen to it live. After hearing this, Yi Li silently gave a thumbs up. Truly, a teacher's understanding was spot on. By the way, Nini's tour seems to be coming to Bayshore this week. Really? I have to go then. Recently, the online buzz had all been about Tian Nini. Her tour dates and locations were public knowledge, and many fans eagerly awaited. The students of Class 56O ranked who knows where naturally yearned to witness their senior sister Nini's grand performance. The mere mention stirred restlessness in their hearts. Mo Qingxue was also caught up in the excitement, her small hands clenched together, her face flushed with anticipation. Yili, I absolutely adore Nini. I want to go too. Will you come with me? Yili thought there was no issue. He and Wayner were planning to go anyway. Just as he was about to respond, a contemptuous voice interrupted. How can you even afford a ticket? Not everyone gets to see Nini's show. Yili turned to see a senior girl, pretty, but with a sharp, mean look. What are you staring at? I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about status. Yili was speechless. Since when did watching a concert require a certain status? Little Piano Jr., you probably don't know yet, but Nini's concert tickets sold out a week ago. There's no way you can buy one now. Check the official site if you don't believe me. Yili couldn't be bothered to argue. He could just ask Nini for tickets directly. But Mo Qingxue had been looking forward to this concert for ages. As soon as the senior girl spoke, she checked. The result was the same. The ticket portal was inaccessible, either down due to heavy traffic or overwhelmed by users. Regardless, there was no chance of buying tickets now. Mo Qingxue's starry eyes reddened with disappointment. The senior girl continued flaunting her privilege. Luckily, my brother works on the inside and got me plenty of tickets. He'll get to see Nini in person. She waved her phone, and other girls immediately began to fawn over her. Senior, do you have any extra tickets? I can pay for them. Me too, Lingling, were such good friends. You have to sell me one. In no time, the music class turned into a ticket-selling session. Instructor Xiao was at a loss for words, but couldn't very well stop them. After all, he had encouraged the students to attend the concert. The girl named Lingling didn't hold back, apparently planning to make a killing at school by selling tickets. Mo Qingxue grew anxious and tried to buy a ticket at triple the price. But no matter how many times she called out, Lingling refused to sell to her, clearly doing it on purpose. Yili smiled wryly, wanting to tell Mo Qingxue that tickets weren't an issue, but with so many eyes and ears around, he feared his words would be twisted and cause trouble. More importantly, he couldn't easily explain his relationship with Tian Nini to Mo Qingxue. Wayner remained calm, finding the whole affair tedious. Qin Yang, also a student in the music class, noticed the commotion and quickly learned what was happening. It was hard not to notice, as even some boys were buying tickets. Seeing Yi Li's hesitant expression, Qin Yang misinterpreted it and walked over, ignoring Instructor Xiao's gaze. Do you want one too? Qin Yang's background was well known at school. Handsome, and with an ethereal aura, he had a legion of admirers. His movement silenced the entire hall. Senior Qin Yang, as handsome as ever. He's asking that girl Yili. Is Senior trying to give her a concert ticket? Yili scratched his neck, annoyed. Why did this guy keep bothering him? The ticket. I can handle it myself. Qin Yang ignored his reply, his voice still gentle and magnetic. If you want, I can have someone buy some for you. As many as you need. His tender, devoted demeanor made his fangirls suppress excited screams, their eyes brimming with envy. Of course, there were also jealous glares, like from Lingling's side. Yili felt like throwing up. Bro, please direct your affection elsewhere, will you? I'm a man. Suppressing a cringe that made him want to die, Yili decided to be straightforward. Thanks, Senior, but really I don't need it. I have connections, so don't worry about me. But as soon as he said this, Lingling jumped in. You have connections? Could believe that. If he can get tickets, he'll do anything. How ungrateful. When a senior offers you something, why play hard to get? As one of Qin Yang's fangirls, Lingling was no exception. Not to mention, speaking with Qin Yang, even a single glance from him was hard to come by on ordinary days. Seeing Qin Yang shower Yi Li with such affection, Lingling burned with jealousy and directly put Yi Li on the spot. Yi Li inwardly cursed the system once again. The male transmigrator attracts hatred, but why does the female also attract it? Double the hatred for both genders. Looking at Lingling, he said helplessly, are you really willing to do anything? Really? But I have conditions too. Lingling was naturally unafraid. Her brother was the internal manager of this concert, and he had almost monopolized the tickets and connections. To get tickets, one needed either an impeccable identity or formidable backing, otherwise it was impossible. Speak. If you can't get the tickets, kneel and kowtow to me and stay away from Senior Qin Yang. This woman's jealousy was no less fierce than a man's, and her methods of humiliating others were equally harsh. Staying away from Qin Yang was exactly what Yili wanted, but kneeling and kowtowing was going too far. The other girls felt immensely relieved. They had long been displeased with Yili. Why did so many handsome seniors hover around her? They had to teach her an unforgettable lesson. Qin Yang cast a cold glance at Lingling, as if an invisible chill made that group shrink back. Lingling inwardly regretted showing such a vile side in front of her senior. But she felt happy as long as she could make Yili stay away from Qin Yang. Fine, no problem. But if I get the tickets, you'll stand on the confession stage and confess to Zhu Yurun from class 27. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, and some even began to exaggerate dry heaves. Almost everyone knew Zhu Yurun. He was quite a celebrity at the school. He was notoriously ugly, comparable to a grotesque figure, and not only that, he was exceptionally obese, requiring a specially made school uniform. In short, he was tall, lecherous, dark-skinned, and rough like a sow standing up. Yi Li usually disdained doing demeaning things, but hearing that Zhu Yurun used his family background to harass junior girls, she thought sending him a gift would be a contribution to society. Ling Ling felt her dignity insulted, her eyes red as she pointed at Yi Li, trembling with anger and unable to speak for a long time. A cheap girl is always a cheap girl, even her thoughts are so filthy. Fine, I'll take the bet. Filthy. I'd say making someone kneel and kowtow is filthy. There was no reasoning with her. Anyway, he wouldn't lose, so he might as well treat it as entertainment. Just then school was over. Too lazy to look at Ling Ling's furious gaze, he signaled Imo Qingxue and Weiner to leave together. But looking up, he found Qin Yang still hadn't left. Yi Li was a bit impatient, but helpless. After all, Yi Li's charm was irresistible. Anything else? If you can't get the tickets. You're so long-winded. I said it's none of your business. Anything else? If not, I'm leaving. Yi Li really couldn't stand being ambiguous with a guy like this. He held back from punching him, thinking he had shown remarkable restraint. Wait. The gentle Qin Yang reached out again to block Yi Li's way. Speak. Say it all at once, bro. There's a school basketball game tonight. Will you come watch? Basketball. Yi Li looked at Imo Qingxue in confusion. The latter whispered, it's the game between schools 56 and 57. You don't follow it, so you wouldn't know. You seem eager to go. Yi Li felt displeased seeing Imo Qingxue's shy gaze. No, it's teacher Chiu who asked me to be a cheerleader. Also, that's it. Yi Li sighed in relief. He turned to Qin Yang and waved, well, see. Maybe you'll go depending on my mood. Just then Xiao He, who was taking flute lessons, came by to wait, as if making an announcement. Yi Li deliberately said loudly, boyfriend over here. Qin Yang's gaze dimmed slightly, but he didn't turn to look. The girls who hadn't left buzzed with excitement. Yi Li has a boyfriend. She has a boyfriend and still flirts with Senior Qin Yang. So shameless. Senior Qin Yang is so nice. Hearing those words, Qin Yang remained unmoved, though his heart was probably being stabbed like a knife. Ling Ling chose this moment to offer comfort. Qin Yang, are you okay? This kind of two-timing woman is definitely not clean. She's not worth your sadness. Qin Yang cast her a cold glance. Under Ling Ling's confused gaze, he took the remaining tickets from her hand. Then in front of everyone he tore them up piece by piece and scattered them all over the hall. Finally, he said domineeringly, how much? He'll buy them all. Everyone was stunned, mixed with regret. Anyone could see that Senior Qin Yang was extremely angry at this moment. Oh, please help me. Leaving the concert hall, Imo Qingxue quickly tried to win him over, wanting Yi Li to join the cheerleading team. It was hard to get such a rare slot usually, but unexpectedly it was assigned to class 24 this time. Xiuman asked Imo Qingxue to pick 5 people from the class, and she still had no idea. Yi Li absolutely didn't want to go, but finally nodded helplessly when he saw the girl was about to cry. He had already lost all face as a man, so what was a little more? Fine, you win. Who's participating? Yi Li asked. Basically the usual ones. From our class, it's Qi Xiao and the others. As she spoke, her eyes drifted toward Weiner. The meaning was too obvious. Yi Li looked to Weiner for confirmation. She shrugged, thinking the cheerleading thing sounded fun. As they talked, Xia Jinjin caught up from behind. Her first words were about the school competition. Naturally, Imo Qingxue recruited her into the cheerleading squad too. Xia Jinjin was thrilled. The competition started at 7:00 p.m. and it was already 5:40. With the cheerleading rehearsal, there wasn't enough time to go home for dinner. Let's eat at the food stalls. The lobster there is delicious, Jinjin suggested. Xiao He had no objections. He had nothing to do with it anyway, but he wanted to watch the game just to see Yi Li's graceful moves. This little guy was quite the flirt. The others had no objections either, though Weiner tilted her head, seemingly unaware of what a food stall looked like. It wasn't that she was delicate, she had simply never experienced such street food since childhood. The location was north of School 56. Many high school students lived on campus, and over the years many shops and food stalls had sprung up around the area. Xia Jinjin seemed familiar with the area, and quickly found a stir-fry stall. The entire street was filled with food vendors, and it was packed. Yi Li and the others had to wait a bit for a seat. But the food came out quickly, and soon the table was full. As they ate, a group of people suddenly arrived. They came in swearing and cursing at the owner. The commotion drew attention, and Yi Li and the others turned to look. The group wore jerseys with the words School 57 on them. They were probably there for the competition. But this group seemed very arrogant, each wearing an aggressive expression, acting like they owned the place. They cursed the owner because there were no seats. The owner, for the sake of business, didn't dare to talk back. But someone couldn't stand it, and said a few words only to nearly get beaten up by the group. That person left without finishing their meal. Several tables left, and the empty seats were naturally taken over by that group. Xia Jinjin said contemptuously, they say basketball players have bad tempers, but I think it's not about temper, it's a character flaw. Yi Li also found the group absurd. Was it necessary to curse and fight over a meal? Aren't they bringing shame to their school? Just as Yili signaled Xia Jinjin to stay out of it, the group had sharp ears and immediately looked over. Who the hell are you talking about? A young man with a center-parted hairstyle immediately glanced over, his initial expression fierce and harsh, but upon realizing Yi Li's group was entirely composed of young women. Oh, junior sisters, my mistake, don't take it to heart. It was a display of self-restraint upon seeing their delicate features. Yi Li let out a snort. In his memory, he recalled acting just as foolishly in his past life. The center-parted youth said nothing further, and the group of players accompanying him all turned to look their way. Their expressions weren't overtly lecherous, but they made one feel deeply uncomfortable. Especially those with cocky smirks who stretched their necks to sniff the air as if savoring a faint fragrance. Hey brothers, the usual routine. At one table, a group of 5 or 6 exchanged sly glances and began plotting. The others instantly understood. With a knowing look, they took a spoon, scraped it across the table, and set it spinning. Their eyes fixed on the utensil as they murmured, me, me, me. It was evidently a frequent ritual performed with practiced excitement. Finally, the spoon's handle pointed at the center-parted youth. He burst into laughter. Don't envy me, brothers. There are 4 girls over there. Share the joy, I'll reel them in first. How you can't hog it all. Promise. Don't worry. How chuckled, deliberately smoothing his center part, wiping his mouth, eyes, and nose before heading toward Yi Li's table. Ahem, hello junior sisters. I'm Zhang Hao from the 57 school's basketball team. Mind if I get to know you? Yi Li and the others were chatting and laughing, but they all stopped at his words. Mo Qingxue and Xia Jinjin immediately showed disgust, leaving Zhang Hao awkward. Yi Li exchanged a glance with Weiner, feeling irritated. Such incidents had been frequent in recent days wherever they went. Yi Li had grown used to it. He had once been a man himself and understood his brethren's inclinations. This was impossible to eradicate. Haha, junior sisters might not know, but my family runs a cosmetics business, Hailan Wanqing. That's ours. After the awkward moment, Zhang Hao resolved to hold his ground. He dragged a stool over to sit down, using his wealth as bait, a tactic that had never failed him before. Yi Li glanced at him. The fool chose to sit right beside her. It would be a shame not to act. She extended her foot and lightly nudged the stool as Zhang Hao sat. It tilted, and with a thud he landed squarely on the ground. The floor was littered with clamshells, lobster shells, and beer bottle caps. The impact made Zhang Hao's face contort in pain as he yelped. When he stood, his hands were scraped with shrimp claws stuck in them. Mo Qingxue and Xia Jinjin burst into laughter. Chao He joined in, eyeing Zhang Hao as if he were a fool. What was this guy thinking, hitting on their boss? Tired of life. Zhang Hao felt humiliated, puzzled by the stool's instability. He hadn't seen it, but his companions had witnessed Yi Li's trick and signaled him. Enraged, he shouted, "We're all neighboring school alumni. I'm honoring you by speaking. Is this how you treat your seniors? Think you're pure and noble. Who knows if you're just trash?" The insult was too much. Mo Qingxue and Xia Jinjin's faces darkened, and in a fit of impulse they threw their drinks at Zhang Hao. Watch your mouth. Already bruised, now drenched in stains, Zhang Hao nearly lost control. He was supposed to play basketball tonight. The dirty clothes would embarrass the 57th school. He held back, but his attitude grew nastier. Pretending to be innocent. Everyone knows the 56th school is into selling out. What's the act? I've got money. Though slanderous, Zhang Hao's words held a grain of truth. Kids this age often chased vanity and money, tarnishing the school's reputation. Zhang Hao had crossed the line. His companions swarmed over, ready to escalate if Yi Li's group resisted. The scene sobered Mo Qingxue and Xia Jinjin. Mo Qingxue, recalling the Huading restaurant incident, knew Yi Li and Weiner could handle it, so she wasn't scared. But Xia Jinjin clung to Mo Qingxue's arm in fear. Chao He remained utterly calm, as if he were a master martial artist. He stood, adjusted his glasses, and said to Zhang Hao's group, "If I were you, I'd leave now. The consequences will be dire." "What the hell? You think you can scare me yet?" Zhang Hao grabbed Chao He's collar, his fist clenched. In the past, Chao He would have trembled, but now with his big brother around, he feared nothing. "Big brother, he's got my collar." At this, Zhang Hao and his crew looked around, wondering if the kid had called for backup. Seeing no one, they noticed a young woman stand up. Zhang Hao's eyes went wide, and so did those behind him. She was radiant, with skin like ice and jade and legs that seemed straight out of a manga, enough to fuel fantasies for hours. A single night with her would be worth 5 years of life. "Since you're playing ball tonight, let go and leave." "Well, forget this." With his little brother pleading, Yi Li couldn't stay seated. But her words made Zhang Hao and his friends snicker. He shook Chao He's collar, amused. "Kid, you're joking, right? This is your big brother. Call her big sister-in-law from now on. I'm your real big brother." Weiner frowned and whispered, "He's insulting you. Want me to jab his armpit?" Yi was about to get angry, but found Wayner's earnest gesture amusing. Sis, do you have to act it out so seriously? Let go. Honestly, I can't be bothered with you. Annoyed, Yi grabbed Zhang Hao's hand and squeezed, forcing him to his knees. With her godlike strength, it was no joke. Zhang Hao howled in pain, bewildered by the force. Seeing his red face, his companions pointed at Yi, and when she didn't relent, they ignored the shame of hitting a woman and reached for her hair. Let go, you bitch. Tired of the hassle, Yi used Zhang Hao as a weapon, knocking down those who tried to grab her hair. Zhang Hao nearly passed out, feeling his hand might break. Remembering their game later, Yi held back from breaking bones. She let go, thinking it was over. But her mercy only provoked a worse retaliation. The fallen men charged again, this time armed. Xia Jinjin and Mo Qingxue shrieked, knowing that if struck their heads would surely split open. Yi narrowed her eyes, quick and precise, instinctively kicking a bottle back into the air. Though not a master of martial arts, she possessed a few skills and enormous strength, making short work of the flying bottles. Within moments, a dozen bottles were all kicked back by her. Each either struck the opponent's bodies or their heads. Picture this: a young girl standing still, shifting her stance, each kick hitting a bottle and sending it back. A truly astonishing feat. Some farther diners witnessing this paused their chopsticks and cursed, "Damn, a female martial artist." Meanwhile, Zhang Hao's group was covered in bruises, their jerseys filthy. Their expressions were more varied than a kaleidoscope. Bitch, just wait. Zhang Hao wasn't foolish, he knew this girl was trained. Unable to beat her and unwilling to lose face, what could he do? Call for backup. So a group of young men surrounded the stall, while Zhang Hao made a call outside the circle. One of them tried to intervene, having not been involved in the earlier altercation, seemingly of upright character. But his advice was met with Zhang Hao's rebuke. Luo, stop pretending to be noble. You're just a figurehead, captain. Get out of the way. Seeing this, Luo could only relent, but he worried about the impact on School No. 57's reputation and also feared that Yi Li's situation might escalate. After consideration, he decided to approach and attempt mediation. Meanwhile, Xia Jinjin was gazing at Yi Li with sparkling eyes, incessantly praising how cool and awesome she was, chattering like a little bird. Luo's approach interrupted Xia Jinjin's joyful outburst. What? Still want more? Our goddess Yi is formidable. Xia Jinjin, a drama queen, struck a handchop pose as she spoke. Luo was extremely humble, repeatedly apologizing with his hands clasped. Yi Li sensed his sincerity and asked what he wanted. You're Yi, right? Your friend called you that. Is it okay if I address you the same way? Yi Li nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Luo continued. I saw your skills am no match for you. But even the mightiest hero faces many foes. I suggest you leave quickly. Yi Li caught the implication, connected the dots, and nodded in thanks. Thank you for the warning, but we haven't finished eating. Besides, your group started the trouble. It's you who should leave. I'm sorry for causing you trouble, but Yi Zhanghao knows some local thugs, social parasites who are no strangers to violence. You'll be at a disadvantage. Worried that Yi Li might not understand, Luo laid it bare. I've encountered those people before. They're vicious and reckless, even armed. Please go and I'll hold them off for you. He pointed at the human wall Zhanghao and his crew had formed. Luo truly had a warm heart. Xia Jinjin, frightened by his words, urged Yi Li to leave. Chao He, Mo Qingxue, and Wayner were indifferent, knowing that Yi Li had a loyal and formidable brother in the underworld. Yi Li herself was unafraid. She recalled Yu Xiao telling her that District 56 was under his control, calling in reinforcements would be a toss-up. But considering this was near the school gate, she decided to follow Luo's advice to avoid a bigger scene. However, within those few minutes, the screech of tires echoed one after another. 7 or 8 black cars pulled up, disgorging at least 20 men. The leader was a young man with a thin mustache, exuding a sinister aura. His long eyes alone made many shrink back. Behind him followed a gang of thugs, all unkempt and carrying steel objects, some long, some flat. Under the streetlight, the boss' presence made many retreat, barely daring to breathe. People began to distance themselves. Brother Fox, you came personally. Zhang Hao greeted him obsequiously. Fox grunted, scanning the area, and asked who had beaten Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao pointed at Yi Li. It's her, that crazy bitch, Brother Fox. She's freakishly strong. I said I worked for you, but she claimed she'd never heard of you, and called you some worthless bird crap. Not content with just pointing and snarling, he had to embellish the story. Hearing bird crap, Fox was enraged. Without a word, his underlings advanced toward Yi Li. Then Fox, with the demeanor of a boss, sauntered over, and his men parted way like a scene from a movie. Little sister, if you haven't heard of me, fine, but calling me a bird. He stopped mid-sentence, his sinister expression freezing, then turning to confusion, then to fawning. Sister Yi, what are you doing here? This move baffled not only Zhang Hao, but also Yi Li herself. Since when was she so famous? Catching her confusion, Fox quickly explained. You're brother Liao, and brother yes little sister, so you're the big sister to all of us. Brother, you gave us your photo long ago. I was lucky enough to see it. Ever since Yu Xiao returned that night, he had spread the word about Yi Li and passed around her photo. Though it was a blurry profile, Fox was shrewd and recognized her. Yi Li thought to herself, so this chubby Yu Xiao, though seemingly careless, is actually quite thoughtful. She had expected to explain herself to Fox and his crew, but this saved a lot of trouble. Sister Yi, I have sharp eyes, so brother, you gave me the down name Fox. Just call me Little Fox. Yi Li almost laughed. What was this, a cultivation sect? A down name? While they were cozying up, Zhang Hao felt something was off. Foolishly, he didn't flee, but stepped forward. Brother Fox, you. Slap. Before he could finish, Fox turned and slapped him, making Zhang Hao understand the principle of a compass. A dizzying spin. You fucking idiot. Are your eyes gouged out by cats? How dare you mess with Sister Yi? He'll fuck your wife. Which hand touched Sister Yi? Stick it out. Whether to intimidate or to show off in front of Yi Li, Fox drew a large machete from his waist. His underlings quick to catch on, pinned Zhang Hao onto the table, forcing his hand open. Clearly a hand was about to be severed. Brother Fox, you can't. I didn't know she was your sister. I beg you, my father has paid you off plenty. Let me go? Sister Yi, I was wrong. I want dare again. Zhang Hao was crying in terror, all his earlier arrogance gone. He finally understood what the glasses-wearing guy had meant. But his pleading only enraged Fox further. If Yu Xiao found out that he had brought men to harass his sister, Fox's legs would be broken. Don't just stand there. Pin them all down, he ordered, pointing at Zhang Hao's teammates. Even before it began, one could imagine the bloody scene. Many faces turned pale, and a few kind-hearted souls wanted to call the patrol. Yi Li didn't want to escalate things. She waved a hand. Enough? Give them a lesson, but no bloodshed. Yes, Sister Yi. Fox was sharp. He saw that Yi Li wasn't very vengeful. Hurry up and thank Sister Yi. Kneel properly. All those who had fought with Yi Li were forced to kneel on the ground, and said in unison, Sister Yi. Yi Li casually lectured. All right, they're just kids, so it's understandable. But you can't help them anymore. It seriously affects teenagers' growth. Especially the thing about messing with young girls. The Fox quickly agreed. Sister Yi, today was a misunderstanding. Brother you. Don't worry, I'm not that petty. I know, I just care about you, Sister Yi. Are you heading back to school? Want me to send you? No, just go do your own thing. Remember, don't lead students astray anymore. The Fox grinned and called his underlings to see her off. Sister Yi, take care, they all chorused. The scene and voices made the onlookers feel a surge of respect, even a desire to join in. Tisk can't underestimate these young girls nowadays. She's already the boss lady at such a young age, incredible. The Fox then threatened Zhang Hao before leaving. The latter's heart trembled, and he swore never to casually flirt with girls again. Luo wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling for the first time that being kind-hearted seemed like a joke. He stared deeply at Yi Li's retreating figure, feeling captivated. Goddess, you're so cool, I think I've fallen for you. Xia Jinjin was still chattering, her beautiful big eyes sparkling, hugging Yi Li left and right. Yi Li, don't associate with those people if you can help it. Mo Qingxue had a different perspective. She didn't want Yi Li to have too much involvement with people from outside society. Yi Li understood she was worried for his sister, so he quickly nodded to stop her from nagging. Chao He, who had been silent with his eyes never leaving Yi Li, suddenly interjected, I want to learn too. Yi Li looked at him puzzled. Chao He added, I want to learn those fighting techniques so I can help you in the future. Forget it, just focus on your studies. Yi Li didn't want to get into that hassle. Chao He said nothing more, but his eyes rolled around out of habit. The four walked toward the school, while Mo Qingxue contacted the last cheerleader from their class. Yi Li knew this person, but not well. She was quite snobbish, named Su Mili. Su Mili had a hint of allure, tall and slender with decent features, but she paled in comparison to the class monitor Mo Qingxue Weiner and Yi Li. She had a frizzy hairstyle, obvious makeup, heavy eyeshadow, and a fierce look, giving an overly mature impression. Hi, Yi Li, Qingxue and Weiner. From a distance, Su Mili waved, clearly sociable and likely frequented bars. Yi Li and the others nodded. Mo Qingxue said, let's go to the rehearsal room. The rehearsal room was also a dance studio usually used by senior students. The school had interest clubs, and besides basic skill classes, club activities were quite popular. By now the dance room was already filled with many unfamiliar faces. Yi Li didn't know any of them. Mo Qingxue explained quietly, the cheerleading squad, including the captain, has 20 people. Teacher Chiu secured 5 spots for our class, and the rest were selected from other grades. They're all excellent. Yi Li responded with an, oh, and looked around. Indeed, these girls were excellent in figure, looks, and temperament. Probably the best looking in each grade. Actually, it shouldn't be described as looks, but for a basketball game cheerleading squad, the biggest point is precisely that. Especially on campus. The nonsense about boosting morale and warming up the crowd. Only the coach believes it. Of course, not all can be generalized. Why are you so late? As soon as they entered, a senior student glared sternly at Yi Li and the others. She was probably a veteran of the dance club appointed by the school as the captain for this choreography. Though her tone was questioning, it carried no emotion. All right, everyone's here, let's hurry up. The captain clapped to gather everyone's attention. Listen to my arrangements, no complaints. Our goal is the honor of School 56, and we must not be inferior to the cheerleaders of School 57 in dance moves. The basketball game is divided into 4 quarters, 2 per half, excluding free throws, timeouts, and substitution requests, plus breaks. The cheerleaders perform 5 fixed times. That meant the squad needed at least 3 sets of lively routines. Obviously, the captain had already planned and began teaching grouping and assigning positions. But to get everyone invested quickly, the costumes had to be uniform. The school had prepared in advance. Yi Li looked at everyone suspiciously. He felt like he was the only one not clear about this competition, while others already knew. It wasn't his fault. He spent his days flirting with Weiner and Mo Qingxue, ignoring everything else, so naturally, he missed a lot of information. No choice but to follow everyone to change clothes. Gazing at those willow-waist long legs, and Yi Li almost had another nosebleed. The sight nearly gave him internal injuries. You're Yi Li, right? Why are you spacing out instead of changing? The long-haired captain had already changed and noticed Yi Li holding clothes in a daze. Yi Li snapped out of his reverie, turned to change, but when he saw the outfit, he didn't want to do it. A booty skirt, a tube top, and fishnet stockings. Were this for those guys to see? No. The thought of dancing so exposed in front of so many people made Yi Li shudder, his pores standing on end. But the more he resisted, the more the system opposed him. Ding. Trigger option. 1. Where the cheerleading outfit properly gained dance mastery, 300 forgiveness points. 2. Refuse to wear properly gain a bottle of rainbow nail polish, 20 forgiveness points. Yi Li suddenly wanted to throw a violent tantrum in the dance studio. System, you're just too cruel. Sigh for the forgiveness points, I'll go for it. I choose 1. You bastard. In a mix of excitement and agitation, Yi Li put on the alluring stockings, tiny tube top, and booty skirt. He thought it would be too revealing since dance moves are usually big and might cause wardrobe malfunctions. But he was overthinking. The booty skirt had 2 layers, the inner one like safety shorts, completely shielding the last secret area. Indeed, with that layer, the sense of security increased significantly. No wonder girls like wearing this. The tube top wasn't as revealing as it looked. The outer layer was leather, the inner layer soft with hidden indentations, so no worry about fitting a bra. Plus it was super stable with double fastening. A worthy purchase. But it was troublesome to put on. Yi Li had to ask Mo Qingxue for help. Fully dressed, Yi Li looked in the mirror and gasped, thinking of the word girl group. Yi Li's physique was naturally excellent. If trained for a girl group, she would be the ultimate darling of otaku. Next were the shoes. White sneakers with inner lift and sparkling crystals, very pretty. But Yi Li's feet were too small. She couldn't find the right size at first, and finally found them with the captain's help. Just after putting them on, Yi Li stood up and stumbled, almost falling, drawing laughter from the girls. Annoyed, Yi Li looked at the soles and was stunned. Damn, what kind of trick is this? They're heelais. Sorry, I forgot to mention this. Because the dance moves require it, we're using heelais to highlight the difference in agility between us and the opponents. The captain apologized, explaining to Yi Li. What else could Yi Li say? This was utterly unheard of. Next came the choreography session. The built-in elevation already made Yi Li extremely uncomfortable, and with the rear wheels of the heelys, he had to constantly watch his balance. One misstep, and he'd surely fall. Admittedly, the female captain had a remarkably creative mind. After incorporating back-and-forth sprinting moves into the overall routine, the entire cheerleading squad became exceptionally fluid. Combined with synchronized endings, spins, and alternations, it was truly distinctive. One could imagine that before the game started, when both schools 56 and 57 entered the cheerleading arena simultaneously, the scene would explode instantly, with cheers overwhelmingly for School 56. However, there was a drawback. During the rehearsal, several members reacted slowly and were knocked down by teammates groaning in pain. This stirred up emotions and arguments seemed imminent. Yi Li paid no mind. His and Weiner's body coordination was fairly good, so these moves posed no problem. Mo Qingxue felt a bit awkward, likely due to the heelais, as well, struggling to master them at first, but she managed to keep up barely. The long-haired captain was strict, granting the team no rest whatsoever. The atmosphere grew oppressive, driving the discontented members closer to their breaking point. Yet when the captain said they could leave if they didn't want to dance, they all fell in line. For no other reason than to shine in this interschool competition. After all, many aspired to be on the cheerleading squad. In less than 50 minutes, 3 simple routines were completed. Yi Li felt no pressure. In fact, he was starting to enjoy this feeling. Who said it? Cross-dressing only exists between once and infinite times. Yi Li suddenly realized he didn't seem to resist it anymore. Shocking. This thought must be suppressed. The other members were slightly fatigued, but excitement prevailed. After finishing the practice, they hurried toward the gymnasium. Weiner, Yi Li, Mo Qingxue, and Su Meili followed closely as the captain led them into the entrance passage of the gymnasium. Along the way, the system notified that the selection task had been completed 10 times, rewarding 1/0 forgiveness points. Yi Li quickly checked. Task completion count 10, cumulative completion of 10 tasks e.g. 203,040 additional forgiveness points awarded by the system accordingly. Final forgiveness transformation value 1,000. Current forgiveness points 14700. For this, Yi Li felt a small thrill. Finally breaking through 10,000, though still a skylight gap from 10 billion, it was at least a good omen. As soon as he entered the gymnasium, a buzzing murmur filled his ears. By then the stands were packed with students from both schools, and many noticed the cheerleading squad. Among the crowd, and Lan's cold, delicate face turned slightly, casting a glance at Su Meili in the squad. The latter returned her gaze, nodding imperceptibly. Yi Li and the others stood at the forefront of School 50SX's side, while the captain busied herself handing out pom-poms. Everything was ready, only waiting for the game to begin. Principal Gao seemed to have received word. He strode to the center of the court, with a microphone beaming as he launched into his grandiloquent speech. First, I want to thank the students for their collective spirit. This game, I'm sure, has been eagerly anticipated. Remember, this is a friendly match. Though honor is important, I hope the two schools won't let this create any estrangement. In a friendly game, minor friction is inevitable, but don't take it to heart. At the same time, I hope this game will strengthen the friendship between our schools, foster learning, and encourage private exchanges. So let's begin. As Principal Gao finished, the teacher in charge of the sound system appropriately played an energetic BGM. The long-haired captain signaled Yi Li and the others to stay alert. As soon as the music stopped, it would be time for the cheerleading squads of both schools to take the stage. Meanwhile, in the basketball locker room, the players representing School 50SIX's team were also boosting morale. There were 12 in total, including substitutes and the coach. 2 familiar faces would be on the court in the first half, Qi Xiao and Qin Yang. The remaining 3 were a freshman from the lower grade and 2 senior players from the third year who were said to often appear in city-level competitions. Go! Go! Over a dozen people gathered in a circle, stacking hands and shouting. Just hearing the sound was enough to feel its power. In another locker room, Zhang Hao and his group were doing the same. But compared to Qin Yang's team, this side was somewhat comical. Their jerseys were filthy, some had bruises on their foreheads, and Zhang Hao himself had a hand that twitched occasionally. It was probably because Yi Li had twisted it too hard, and it still hadn't recovered. Brother, how is your hand? Okay. We're already in this state. If you don't perform well, we'll be laughed to death. A player pointed at his dirty jersey, his face full of bitterness. He had come to the game full of spirit, only to be reduced to this by a girl. He wanted to complain about Zhang Hao, but didn't seem to have the guts. Sure enough, Zhang Hao caught the underlying tone, shoved him, and said irritably, "Back when you were following me, you never thanked me. Now after one setback, you blame me." Seeing that this could lead to internal conflict, the others quickly intervened, offering soothing words. They criticized both sides, but offended neither. Zhang Hao snorted, shot a glance at that guy, and decided he'd never bring this guy along when picking up girls again. Still, he knew internal strife before a game was bad. Reassuring them, he said, "What are you afraid of? Even if I don't play, and we have no substitutes, this game is still a sure win." The others were puzzled. What did he mean? Was School 56 going to throw the game? Brother Hao, what do you mean? Don't keep us in suspense. Yeah, Brother Hao, after what we just went through, we're all rattled. If you have something up your sleeve, just say it. Zhang Hao shook his wrist, smugly speaking deliberately and slowly. In short, just rest easy. Then he lowered his voice mysteriously. I've got a bunch of buddies on School 50SX's side. They only have 2 main players. No matter how they rotate, we've got this game in the bag. Damn, Brother Hao, you're a legend. What are we afraid of? Let's just go for it. Hearing this inside information, the School 57 players erupted in excitement. This game was a total stomp. Taking down 2 players would be a piece of cake. The coach listened in silence, then sighed. With Zhang Hao's background, he was just a figurehead coach. Electrify the arena, boost School 50SIX's team, go. The music in the stadium suddenly stopped, and the long-haired captain called for Yi Li and the others to enter orderly. Hearing that cheer, Yi Li kept facepalming. This felt like they were about to shoot a movie. Electrify the arena. The cheerleading squads of both schools entered amid cheers, naturally forming a confrontational stance. Each side had 20 members, their eyes locking with faint sparks of hostility. Go, girlfriend. On the stands, Chow, he was getting overly excited, adjusting his glasses and shouting, drawing looks of disgust from those around him. When they realized he was cheering for Yili the goddess, the crowd's mood was instantly ignited. Go goddess! Yili, you must crush School 57. If you utterly defeat them, you'll join the Lily group. Yili closed his eyes, ignoring the piercing shouts behind him. He refused to spread rumors or believe hearsay. At least Chow He, that young lad, performed well by publicly maintaining that he wasn't single, which helped dilute the gossip about his relationship with Bai He. Both sides were in position, awaiting the explosive arrival of the music. Just as Yili was calmly waiting for the song and dance to begin, a cheerleader from School 57 across from him called out, "Hey!" Yili looked over and saw a pancake-faced girl with exaggerated eyeshadow, bearing large front teeth. She looked utterly grotesque, making Yili's heart skip a beat. Frowning, he silently asked her with his eyes, "What do you want?" "You're Yili, right?" the pancake face said, winking and acting boorishly like a widow sitting on the curb in northeast China cracking sunflower seeds, both arrogant and aggressive. Yili grunted in acknowledgement. The girl continued, "I heard you're into that sort of thing. How about being with me?" "I'm good in bed," she said, licking her tongue lasciviously, making Yili's nether regions tighten. Fortunately, he wasn't wearing a menstrual pad, or it would have been sucked in. "That sort of thing? What sort of thing?" Yili was momentarily confused, then realized, damn, this one's a pure lesbian. "All right," Yili agreed. He actually agreed. "But could you please clean that beetle nut residue off your front teeth before you speak?" Since she was still female, Yili felt he shouldn't use harsh words, so he settled for a subtle sarcasm. Unexpectedly, she showed no sign of embarrassment. She immediately used her pinky to pick at her teeth, then wiped it on her large backside. "Thanks for the reminder. They'll find you later, and make sure you have a good time." "Damn it." Yili lowered his head and remained silent, suppressing his urge to rid the world of this menace, reminding himself to stay calm and not harm an animal protected by law. Since both schools had communicated beforehand, they shared the same track, a versatile dance number that was quite catchy. As soon as the music started, the entire cheerleading squad jolted in unison, and the whole gymnasium fell silent. The main faculty and students from both schools were all watching. The meaningful cheerleading dance battle was about to begin. Wabba wabba. For speakers emitted a rhythmic female voice that, though lacking melody, gave everyone a metallic sensation. Yili's team executed the first move, and School 57's team mirrored them. As the rhythm unfolded, both sides showcased their dance moves. The teachers and students from both schools swayed their heads to the beat, watching the cheerleaders with appreciative eyes. "I can't take it anymore. I have to record this video and save it for tonight," some male students in the audience exclaimed. "Me too. This is a perfect subject. I bet I can use it for a long time without getting bored." "Hey, why are you zooming in? Why are you only recording Yili the goddess? What do you know? Concentration is the essence. Yili alone is enough to drive me wild. Those legs, that sweet jawline, those delicate features, and that dreamy hair. Everything I've ever seen in my dreams." Well, another secret admirer of unknown rank. The dance music was barely a third through, and both formations had shifted, sometimes crossing, sometimes rotating, creating a visually pleasing spectacle. The next move involved using heel eyes for a visual impact. Yili's team knew what was coming and exchanged quick, furtive glances to gauge each other's positions. But just as the two-thirds rhythm began, an accident occurred. Su Mili, who was behind Yili, needed to switch positions, forming a straight line with the rest of the squad. She moved to Yili's left, then suddenly leaned back, her hand seemingly instinctively grabbing Yili's hair, pulling apart one of his two braids. The rubber band, adorned with a ceramic jade rabbit, spun in the air, a few strands of glossy hair still clinging to it. This happened so abruptly that no one noticed at first. When they did, they saw Su Mili frozen in place, leaning back at a 45-degree angle. Students and faculty from School 56 held their breath. If this turned into a major blunder at the start, their morale would plummet. They hoped it wouldn't happen, hoped Yili's shoulders were strong enough to help Su Mili recover from her misstep. In fact, their prayers were answered. Yili's physique was now formidable, strong enough to take on a group of men. This minor incident was nothing. The moment he sensed the accident, he stopped moving, giving Su Mili ample time to react. But, whether intentionally or not, she remained frozen, refusing to ease up. In fact, he could faintly feel her leaning back even further. Touching his head where the hair had been painfully pulled, Yili glanced sideways to see what Su Mili was up to. She met his gaze, her eyes clearly showing guilt. But today her goal was to make Yili look foolish in this public setting. Even if she couldn't embarrass him, she aimed to disrupt the entire cheerleading squad's momentum. Su Mili remembered and Lan's instructions, but found Yili as immovable as a mountain. She exerted all her strength and pulled back hard again. "What the hell are you doing?" Yili wasn't stupid, it was too obvious. If he couldn't see it now, he might as well throw away his brain. "Huh, Whether shocked or flustered, Sue Mealy's face flushed red as she quickly stood up, pretending to be wronged and not daring to move. Honestly, she was terrified inside. She weighed at least 94 Jean. In such a chaotic moment, she should have easily pulled Yeely down. But she didn't. This sudden disruption caused the entire team to freeze. The captain's face was grim, tinged with embarrassment. Indeed, it was sheer embarrassment. With so many watching, School 57's team was dancing merrily, while their own rhythm was completely thrown off. The fact that the captain hadn't immediately turned and run away was a testament to her mental fortitude. What's going on? Keep up, the captain hissed, her face burning with shame and undisguised anger. The other team members also turned to look at Yeely. Though they didn't know the specifics, they assumed he and Sue Mealy were responsible. Just then Sue Mealy, her demeanor changed from earlier, pointed at Yeely and shouted loud enough for all to hear, "Why did you trip me?" Hearing this, the team members' minds were swayed, believing Yeely was the culprit, and shot him accusatory glances. Those stares honestly made Yeely's blood boil. Invisible violence and false accusations can easily cause psychological damage. Fortunately, he was mentally strong. Suppressing his anger, he stared at Sue Mealy for a long moment. Perhaps having been schemed against by someone too often had honed his discernment. He immediately turned his gaze toward the School 56 audience section. He was searching for Enlan's face. Among the varied expressions, he found Enlan. She sat gracefully, her back straight, exuding a refined and gentle aura like a noble maiden about to be married. Sensing his distant, indignant gaze, she looked up, her eyes meeting his, and a soft, curved smile spread across her face. Perfect. The moment Yeely saw that smile, he understood everything. Sue Mealy's actions were definitely orchestrated by that girl. Oh, this infuriates me. Yeely immediately devised a plan. After today's event, he would go to an adult toy store, find Enlan, and then, well, do what needed to be done. Withdrawing his gaze, Yeely calmed his emotions, unwilling to cast another look at Sue Mill. What was there to see in a sycophant? Still daydreaming. Third group, sixth beat. Follow the next segment. The captain was frantic, but with things already at this point, there was no turning back. The scene on this side made those from School 57 laugh so brazenly the spectators behind stood up, flipping middle fingers. The cheerleaders, too, wore mocking smiles. That flat-faced girl who had once taunted Yeely to follow her suddenly grinned, laughing the loudest. Yeely grew even more disgruntled. How could someone like that even make it on stage? The rhythm arrived, and everyone followed in unison. After this brief hiccup, the cheerleading squad of School 56 was noticeably less spirited than before. The entire formation seemed lifeless. Oh, just as a sliding move barely managed to salvage some morale, Sue Mill had to stir up trouble again. She deliberately extended her leg toward Yeely, kicking him straight on the leg when she could have pulled back. The stocking on Yeely's right leg instantly ran, spreading all the way up to the thigh. Unquestionably, the overall movement was disrupted again, drawing even louder jeers, like a chaotic horse training ground. Yet mercifully, this awkward scene was interrupted by the BGM of precisely the cheerleading dance music came to an end. Both sides bowed in salute. The moment their heads lowered, a burst of laughter erupted. Without a doubt, it came from School 57. Yeely clenched her small white teeth, glaring at Sue Mill, setting a boundary in her heart. Let the past be past, but if it happens again, she wouldn't hold back. They exited the stage together, orderly following the captain toward the School 56 spectator area. Before Yeely could even steady herself, the captain stormed over, furiously swatting the pom-poms from her hand and scolding, "What the hell is wrong with you? It's not entirely my fault if she, not you. Then why does she only clash physically with you and not others?" The captain pointed at Sue Mill, truly livid. She took a sip of water, glanced around, and addressed the crowd. "I don't care about your personal grudges. This concerns the entire School 56. If any more accidents happen, you're out. We can manage even without 2 members. With that, she turned and left, presumably to face the school authorities' criticism. Yeely rolled her eyes repeatedly. Where could she even plead her case? No chance to defend herself. "I know. I saw it too," Warner said coldly, her large eyes fixed on Sue Mill's smirking figure, as if ready to jab her armpits. Seeing is useless, only clearing everyone's misunderstanding matters. Forget her. Humans dominated by others are pitiful. Warner gave a cold, her gaze still locked on Sue Mill. Mo Qingxue, with a worried expression, crouched by Yeely's leg, inspecting for injuries. Yet she found her concern unnecessary. Apart from the run in the stocking, Yeely's leg, with its cool, cream-like skin, was perfectly smooth, unblemished. After all, he possessed a Zeus-level physique. Though his appearance couldn't fend off knives or bullets, it couldn't be damaged by a mere kick, could it? "Scared me to death. Good thing you're not hurt, or there'd be a scar," Mo Qingxue muttered. Above, murmurs came from the audience. What just happened? Was it Yeely's fault? I don't know, it felt like both were at fault. The whispers around pleased Enlan. This situation was within her expectations. She lifted her head slightly, glancing at a corner of the audience. No need to guess. It was the typical trick of wealthy young masters and ladies. Money makes the world go round. Receiving the signal, two male voices of uncertain grade started clamoring. Such a scumbag doesn't deserve to participate in public events. She brings shame to herself and drags the whole school down. Exactly. I saw it clearly. Yili deliberately provoked Su Mil. I even recorded it. The crowd was already disoriented, the school humiliated by mockery and scorn. As students, they felt uneasy. Unsure of the specifics, they had bottled up their discontent. But now, hearing those two men's assertive words, the seed of doubt in their hearts tilted. What honor Yili had brought to the school, her piano genius, her goddess status. In that moment, except for a few who held firm, all turned to glaring hostility. And Lan's hired hands weren't just these two. After the men finished, it was the women's turn. Word has it that this junior Yili is quite cunning. She knows piano but didn't tell the teacher, only performing by chance when the governor inspected. I don't buy there's no trick behind it. What's that? Haven't you heard the song she sang, Lucky Not to Be Born in Ancient Times? It shows she's well-versed in schemes. Gaining honor, impersonation, tangled emotions. What's so hard about that? Well, little Clever and Lan had gone all out this time, stirring up a whole pot of trouble. After several girls' propaganda, the recent campus rumors surfaced in people's minds. Yili was juggling multiple partners, both male and female, using all sorts of tricks to make certain people devotedly care for her, even turning former bullies into friends. Isn't Yili younger than me? So scheming. That's not about age, it's innate. Wrong. It might be hereditary. Everyone chimed in, tearing Yili apart until she seemed inhuman. She deserved punishment, or the principal would be failing. Bang. These words, spoken without restraint, all fell into the ears of Yili Wan, Mo Qingxue, and Xia Jinjin. To be honest, Yili's nature was quite decent. Not a saint of justice, but certainly not a cunning villain. Mo Qingxue had wanted to interrupt the verbal assault earlier, but he stopped her. Yet when she heard the line about scheming being hereditary, she couldn't hold back. With a small force, the plastic chair snapped apart. Yili. Mo Qingxue froze, clearly startled, but more worried that Yili might do something rash. This was school after all. It's fine. With Wanner's connections, even if I flipped this place over, that bald gal wouldn't dare say a word. Besides, I can make sure they don't scream. While that was true, though, it carried a hint of bullying through borrowed power. Mo Qingxue pursed her lips and said no more. In fact, she wanted to slap those people herself. The sound of the chair breaking silenced everyone instantly, their eyes wide with terror at Yili. They couldn't even figure out how the backrest had snapped. Yili took off her roller shoes and stepped up the stairs toward the two men. Why remove the shoes? Because she feared getting too excited and tripping to her death. Her small feet had perfect curves visible through the thin stockings, almost tempting one to cup them in their palms. Many young men found it irresistible. A series of gulps echoed, faint but audible. At that moment, Yili exuded the same chilling aura as that day at Huading restaurant. So cold that just looking at her made everyone feel something was off. Perhaps it was the extra radiance bestowed by the system. Not only the crowd, but even Wanner and Mo Qingxue felt it. The two men who had started the verbal attacks grew uneasy. Not out of cowardice, but fear, or rather guilt. Yili ignored their feelings and smashed the chair back into one of their faces, targeting the corner of his mouth perfectly. With a slap, the boy's head jerked to the side. The impact was so strong that his head knocked into the other boy's mouth. While both of them turned their heads like huskies, stunned for a long time. The onlookers watched, mouths agape, forgetting even to gasp. Yili was furious. In this life, she had a mother, a warm, loving mother, and would never let anyone defile that with words. This kind of anger, no matter when, Yili would never endure. Though beating people was satisfying, Yili was not without restraint. He did not use his full strength, perhaps only a 10,000,000th of it. This estimation was not precise. In truth, his movements were minimal, but with the blessing of godlike power, the two boys experienced such a violent impact. This was not entirely Yili's original intention. Either do not strike or strike until submission. While the crowd was stunned and the two boys' reflexes had not yet returned, he swiftly performed the miraculous healing technique, placing his hands on them. With this touch, almost zero delay, the blood in the boys' mouths had not even time to flow before they were healed, leaving not a trace of injury. Of course, the pain was unavoidable. To be honest, Yili was somewhat surprised. He recalled that when healing his mother's sister, and even that white cat, there was a significant delay, yet now it was instantaneous. After some contemplation, he concluded it must be related to the Zeus body constitution. His medium could fully control the backlash, or perhaps there was no backlash at all. By now the crowd gradually reacted, and many of the timid began to scream loudly, the crowd growing chaotic. Yili had anticipated this, taking advantage of the confusion before the situation fully escalated. He quickly raised his hand to gesture for calm. The crowd indeed followed his lead. Why? This involved psychology, atmosphere, influence, dominant thinking, and so on. In short, the crowd quieted down with his gesture. A smile curled at the corner of Yi Li's mouth. Don't be afraid. My uncle taught me a visual magic trick. It's quite fun. I want to show everyone. Visual magic. Perform now. The crowd felt their heads ache. What was this all about? With such a murderous atmosphere, he wanted to perform magic. Were his words consistent with the surrounding context? Yi Li smiled again, tidied his half-mussed hair, and raised the chair back in his hand. Everyone look. Whoosh. He slammed the chair back down again, and the two boys reacted just as before, even the distance identical. This time they cried out. It truly hurt. One instinctively tried to flee, but Yi Li would not allow it. He grabbed the boy by the hair, and with immense strength forced him back into his seat. He also took the opportunity to strike both of them with a palm. The crowd watched, their hearts pounding. Was this really magic? As if sensing their doubt, Yi Li used the chair back to forcibly turn one boy's face toward the audience, signaling them to see if there were any injuries. The crowd craned their necks, their suspicion turning into astonishment. Indeed, there was no damage at all. How was this done? The two boys also touched their faces in confusion. Though numb and sore, there was no change, not even swelling. This magic trick has a lovely name. Beat the mouthy brat. The crowd fell silent. They were not fools and understood the implication. Then Yi Li began his relentless assault, wielding the chair back repeatedly. The crowd's terrified gazes never left him, their heads swaying back and forth. The scene was comical. Each face looked like an idiot. No one knew how many times he struck. The two boys were completely dazed, like puppets, letting him vent at will. Satisfying. Feeling his anger finally spent, Yi Li let out a relieved breath, tossed the chair back, spread his hands, and pointed at the two boys, silently asking, "Great trick, isn't it?" Lan was completely frozen. She had momentarily believed Yi Li's words, thinking it was truly a magic trick. But her sober rationality told her it was impossible. The crisp sound of impact was so clear, how could it be faked? So how had Yi Li done it? At this moment, the audience of School 56 was nearly silent, an eerie stillness. All eyes were on the girl with disheveled hair and bare feet, a striking contrast of beauty. Just when everyone thought it was over, however. "What is your name?" Yi Li leaned toward the girl who had said cunning could be inherited. His voice was pleasant, his tone calm, making it impossible to discern his emotions. Having witnessed the scene just now, the girls skilled in verbal attacks were stunned, fear evident on their faces. The girl questioned blurted out in terror, "I am Zhu Dai? Don't hit me. I won't talk about you anymore." Though the two boys showed no external injuries, the visual impact had overwhelmed these young girls psychologically. "Zhu Dai," Yi Li repeated, nodding slightly. "Very well, Zhu Dai, listen to me. I want you to brutally beat your companion for 1 hour. These words seemed imbued with the Tao rhythm of heaven and earth, carrying an irresistible will that instantly seized Zhu Dai's rational mind. Her eyes changed as she slowly turned toward her companion. A command thrice given must be obeyed. Yi Li curled his lips slightly. People's natures are not inherently evil. Much stems from the turmoil of the soul and the oppression of the mundane world. He paid no further heed to what followed, turning gracefully to leave without taking a single cloud. Well, mainly because there were none here. The commotion did not spread far. The school leaders seemed focused on the basketball court and paid no attention. As Yi Li turned away, Zhu Dai frantically grabbed her companion's hair, and they tumbled together. Soon they rolled down the steps onto the court, leaving no time for anyone to intervene. The school disciplinary team noticed and rushed over, forcibly separating Zhu Dai and her companion. However, their faces and mouths. Alas, it was all the fault of fingernails. Principal Gao, learning of the situation, sternly said, "Why keep such students? At an event like this, they ignore school rules and brawl. Throw them out. Tell their parents that School 56 doesn't want them." What happened to them? How? Mo Qingxue and Xia Jinjin were bewildered. Why had they suddenly started fighting each other? "Yi Li, what did you say to them?" "Oh, this. Well, it's a long story. We'll talk later. Weiner gazed at Yi Li, not missing any hint of emotion, then tilted her head habitually and said, "You're very suspicious." Yi Li was used to brushing things off, so he pointed at the basketball court. "Hey, it started." The brief interlude had only lasted a few minutes, and during that time the game had already begun. The current score was 12-36. Unfortunately, the 12 points belonged to School 56. Yi Li knew a bit about basketball. After watching for a while, and realizing it was no different from Earth's version, he grew uneasy. He clearly saw that School 50's team was in good form, with Qin Yang and Qi Xiao coordinating well. But the problem lay with the other three, who seemed to dominate the court. In other words, they refused to cooperate, wouldn't pass the ball, and their defense was full of holes. School 57 easily bypassed them and even blocked shots under the basket. There was definitely something fishy. Yili wasn't a basketball expert, but he could see that much. Not just him, everyone from School 56 understood. The principal was so angry he loosened his belt. What terrible skills. Even an old bald man like him could play better. Huxian Lu Ming Bai Hua. What's wrong with you three? As School 57 kept extending the lead, and the opposing crowd jeered, Chi Xiao finally exploded. Why didn't you take that layup just now? Why pass it back? In that moment it was a sure 2 points, but Lu Ming had to pass it to him when he was beyond the 3-point line. Who plays like that? What are you yelling about? What do you want? I play like this, got a problem. Lu Ming's attitude was exceptionally lax, dismissive, and hostile. Chi Xiao, burning with rage, couldn't stand it, and charged at him ready to tear apart that thick-lipped mouth. Fortunately, the referee and coach intervened, preventing this shameful internal conflict. Thus the game was paused. The long-haired captain quickly called for Yi Li and others to come on stage and liven up the atmosphere. The cheerleading squad of School 57 did not take the stage this time, as they held the upper hand and had no need to stir up the atmosphere. As Yi Li and the others stepped onto the court, the music began just in time. The dance moves for this pause were brief, lacking the visually striking spectacle of the heel eyes. They had hoped to finish the entire dance routine peacefully, but someone insisted on causing trouble. Having witnessed Yi Li's earlier act of brutality and cunning, Su Mi Li should have dared not stir up any more mischief. Yet she felt a persistent prickling sensation knowing that Lan was watching her. If she did not follow her orders, her family would face hardship in this northern city. Forced by circumstance, she resorted to subtle small-scale movements to disrupt Yi Li's performance. After repeatedly kicking Yi Li several times and noticing no reaction, her audacity grew. This is a common human flaw. Once the pain fades, the memory of fear fades with it. Each tentative probe made Su Mi Li forget the fierce side Yi Li had shown earlier. Left foot, right foot, kicking became a habit. Looking at Yi Li's slender legs, the right stocking had torn, riddled with countless rips. This scene naturally caught many eyes. Low laughter rippled from School 57's side, while School 50's members frowned, some even covering their faces in dismay. It was utterly embarrassing. Such obvious mistakes repeated continuously only provided amusement for the opponents. Another kick came. Yi Li still showed no reaction, but a keen observer would notice her brows slightly lifted, her thin, rosy lips tightly pressed together. Weiner saw it clearly at this moment. Yi Li was visibly displeased. The consequences of that were not hard to imagine. Another kick followed. Yi Li's brows furrowed further. As the music neared its end, Su Mi Li took another opportunity to kick. But before the kick landed, Yi Li spun half around, bent down, swiftly reached out, and seized the offending ankle. Go to hell with your stupid twirl. Gripping Su Mi Li's ankle, she used the momentum to hurl her away. With a thud, Su Mi Li landed 3 meters away on the floor, spinning as she fell. A faint pained cry followed, lacking strength. The entire venue fell into stunned silence, as if the rhythmic music had also paused to spotlight this shocking scene. Principal Gao's eyes nearly bulged out as he immediately rose from the school leadership seats. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Which student is that? Huh. Bring them to me at once. The other school leaders were equally speechless, their hearts shaken by this unprecedented event. Hearing the principal's furious, no wrathful, roar, they scrambled down from the stage in haste. Nearby, the entire cheerleading team gasped, hands covering their mouths, their wide eyes filled with horror as they gazed at the composed young woman. She exhaled slowly, her chest rising and falling in a graceful rhythm. From the side, it was almost poetic, from the front, mildly stunning. Recalling the scene moments ago, everyone thought this woman is incredibly cool. Was Yi Li insane? In such a setting, she actually. Even if she didn't care about School 50's reputation, shouldn't she consider her own? Yi Li paid no heed to their thoughts. As long as she felt at ease, that was enough. She had endured for too long, and when Su Mi Li's 20th kick came, she could no longer hold back. There has to be a limit to bullying, doesn't there? The school leaders rushed over only to turn back midway. Principal Gao, that girl seems to be Yi Li. Yi Li? Who is Yi Li? No matter who, such lawlessness and public harassment of a classmate must be punished. Principal Gao was clearly beside himself with rage, feeling utterly humiliated. The jeers and murmurs struck straight at his soul. If word of this got out, his reputation as Principal Gao would become legendary in the northern city's school circles, with tales of how the students under Baldy Gao were all barbaric in nature. Perhaps it was the dean. He wiped the sweat from his brow and repeated, "It's Yi Li, the piano prodigy, the girl personally commended by the governor." This time Principal Gao understood. Whether he was still angry or not, he paced in frustration and stomped his foot. He had recently heard many negative reports about Yili. Logically, each one severely tarnished the school's image. If not for her connection to the governor's daughter, Principal Gao would have imposed punishment long ago. But now he dared not take that step, nor did he know what to say. Frustrating, wasn't it? Bring her up. Tell her I have something to say. Thus, amid the gaze of the crowd, while 100 onlookers, and under low murmurs, Yi Li was brought forward. Weiner wanted to follow, but Yi Li stopped her. Leveraging the governor's name was one thing, but sullying his reputation was another. Yi Li had that bottom line. If Weiner followed, people might not say it aloud, but in their hearts they would surely disparage her with remarks like the governor's daughter is no good, either relying on family background to challenge the principal. Turn around. As soon as she approached, Principal Gao erupted in a stern voice. Everyone thought Yi Li would be punished. Even if she had the governor's daughter's backing, she couldn't openly defy the principal's authority, could she? Yi Li silently complied, wondering why she needed to turn around just to be lectured. Puzzled, she looked up and saw the scene behind the principal, instantly understanding the old, bald man's plan. It was simple. Across the court, Weiner stood still, staring intently in their direction. Principal Gao likely didn't want to lose face in front of so many people. He couldn't ignore Yi Li's bullying of a classmate, but he also couldn't offend Weiner. So he used this self-deceptive method, having Yi Li turn with him to change direction. Admittedly, self-deception sometimes worked. After turning, Principal Gao felt relieved, no longer needing to worry about Weiner's expression. Two birds with one stone. What's wrong with you, girl? His voice was not loud, tinged with helplessness. Before Yi Li could respond, he continued. You're putting me in a difficult position in front of so many people. Should I punish you or not? Yi Li thought regardless of the circumstances or causes, using violence during a school event deserved punishment. That was an undeniable fact. But since it was her, it was hard to say. I tell you, I think highly of you, girl. But you can't make me lose face and authority in public, can you? How am I supposed to conduct myself as principal? How am I to lead thousands of students? His words were nuanced. Yi Li detected a mix of sweet and salty undertones. She blinked cleverly, her eyelashes long, her eyes large. With a sweet, seemingly naive tone, she asked, Principal, what do you think? Principal Gao nearly spun around in frustration again. His meaning was so clear. How could this girl not understand? No, his old eyes widened in anger. Yi Li's words and tone carried a hint of cunning, as if waiting for him to state his position first. This girl was incredibly clever. Stop playing dumb. I've been watching your every move lately. With your intelligence and talent, you could herd 20,000 cattle. Don't pretend you don't understand. Yi Li almost laughed out loud. So this was how old Gao described intelligence. Feeling it would be disrespectful not to respond, Yi Li stood openly and bowed to the principal before the crowd, saying loudly, Principal, I was wrong. It's all my fault. Please calm down. I still want to continue my studies. This scene was witnessed by the crowd, instantly smoothing over the petty jealousy, discontent, and injustice in their hearts. The principal was truly impartial, treating everyone equally, punishing mistakes without favoritism, deserving the heartfelt respect of these students. Yet Weiner and Mo Kingsu's expressions soured, especially Weiner's. To make Yi Li bow her head and admit fault before her very eyes in full view of everyone. This she would remember. As Yi Li rose, Principal Gao cooperatively declared, admitting fault and correcting it still makes you a good student, but your actions were truly egregious. I've decided to place you under observation and punish you with cleaning the library for a month. Principal Gao spoke these words loudly, ensuring they reached the ears of every attentive student. Upon hearing this punishment, some in the crowd were displeased. Shouldn't she be expelled outright? But then they reasoned that the principal wasn't foolish. A single hand cannot clap. This wasn't solely Yi Li's fault. Thus they reluctantly accepted it. Yes, Principal. This student will certainly reflect quietly, accept the punishment diligently, and improve my shortcomings. Yi Li was furious. She had thought a mere show of compliance would suffice, never expecting the old bald man to spring this on her. A month of cleaning the library. That massive library. Ah, what a miscalculation. Principal Gao felt at ease, immensely satisfied, and nodded approvingly. Yet seeing the girl's distressed expression, he understood immediately. He lowered his voice. The punishment can be postponed, but what about the cheerleading team's loss of morale? How do you plan to handle that? This was promising. A chance to atone for her mistake. Yi Li eyed the old bald man suspiciously. Could he have discerned her extraordinary talent, her peerless genius, her innate brilliance, her heaven-sent destiny, her towering prowess? Well, not that last one. In short, had Principal Gao seen through her exceptional foundation and her dominance in dance? Not bad, old bald man. Your judgment is sharp. Then you must agree to one condition. Neither the young nor the old was foolish. Their communication flowed without a hitch. Upon hearing this, Principal Gao was taken aback. He had merely been testing the waters, never expecting Yi Li to actually have a solution. This tentative notion stemmed from a memory half a month ago. Yi Li's wild piano performance, coupled with her impromptu creation, had sparked an instinctive thought. Tell me, let's see if I can agree. Yi Li smiled coyly, her tone honeyed. If I can turn this morale around, just let me be. Let me skip class whenever I want. What do you say? Principal Gao frowned. This request was excessive. As a teacher, he could not allow it. Yi Li knew his concerns and quickly added, but I promise my grades won't suffer. Principal Gao still refused. This wasn't just about academics, it was a matter of school discipline, something that couldn't be indulged. Thus the crowd watched as the two whispered back and forth, occasionally gesturing, leaving everyone utterly bewildered. Fine, but you absolutely cannot break your word. Principal Gao felt his heart couldn't take much more. If this continued, the girl might talk him into letting her skip class for the entire semester. The deal was struck. Yi Li would restore morale for School 56, and the principal would allow her to skip class, provided she didn't disrupt other students and maintained her academic performance. This minor issue was no challenge for Yi Li with her extraordinary advantages. She nodded immediately and stepped down from the podium. An awkward silence hung over the arena. The players hadn't even taken the court yet. Perhaps the internal conflicts at School 56 were too severe to resolve quickly. As friendly rivals, Zhang Hao side naturally jeered and sneered, though they restrained themselves out of decorum. Still, their mocking expressions infuriated the School 56 contingent. He'll call Dad as soon as I get back and have him invite Principal Gao for tea. As soon as Yi Li descended, Weiner spoke coldly, her eyes fixed on the principal until he couldn't bear it and slipped away. Yi Li chuckled and pinched Weiner's icy little cheek. Don't take it so seriously, it doesn't affect me. How utterly shameful. Causing such a scandal and still striding down unapologetically. Do you have no sense of shame? At this the cheerleaders dropped all pretense, openly scolding her. They had joined the cheerleading team to bask in admiring gazes, and they had already received plenty of flirtatious winks from the boys. These displays of admiration, the amorous glances and timid looks, had secretly thrilled them. But the joy was short-lived, shattered by Yi Li's crude interruption. The captain was already too furious to speak, standing there with vacant eyes, silent. The corn kernel that had been rolling on the ground was gone. Presumably it had been sent to the infirmary. Hey, is this all the dance club of School 56 has to offer? I suggest you give up on dancing altogether. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Your bizarre moves aren't even as entertaining as the monkeys at the zoo. Tisk basketball team bickering, cheerleading team bickering. How embarrassing. The School 57 crowd seized the opportunity to pile on. The team members were on the verge of tears, glaring at Yi Li as if to say, this is all you're doing. Are you happy now? Yi Li shrugged dismissively. Since she had promised old bald Gao, she might as well get it over with. I don't mean anything else. Just step down, all of you. They'll conquer them single-handedly. The honor of School 56 won't be lost on my watch. Her voice was soft, but everyone heard it, including the School 57 crowd, who burst into collective laughter. Even her own side laughed in disbelief, their faces twisted with contempt. Bragging without regard for the occasion. Was this Yi Li as clever and sharp as the rumors claimed? She was simply an idiot. The captain, however, cast a long, steady gaze at Yi Li. Seeing no other option, Yi Li decided to enlist the captain's help. I know how much this dance honor means to you. Trust me. Send them away, and I'll win that honor back for you. Seeing that she seemed sincere, the captain's eyes flickered, but she still sought confirmation. You're not bluffing. No. But I need you to go to the sound booth and prepare a track. I want a classical-style song, medium tempo, preferably with drum elements. Her voice flowed like a gentle stream, calming the mind and inspiring trust. Perhaps it was the clarity of her gaze. The captain stared at her for a long time, until Yi Li waved a hand before her eyes, snapping her back to reality. As if possessed, she nodded hastily. All right, I'll trust you this once. They'll go prepare it. With that, she actually led the entire team away, including Weiner, Mo Qingxue, and Xia Jinjing. What's this all about? Are they just giving up? But School 56 sure knows their limits. But their mental fortitude is terrible. How boring. The murmurs gave way to a roaring buzz like a jade-green lake rippling in the wind. Amid the clamor, someone asked in surprise, why hasn't that one left? All eyes followed the pointing finger to the center of the arena, where the girl boldly tore open her tattered stockings. She then loosened her hair, removed her shoes, walked to the School 56 seats, took 2 school flags, tied them together, and fastened them around her waist. The flags, like thin silk curtains, she pinched at the upper and lower corners, swept them over her shoulders, and tied the ends together. Thus arranged, it resembled a flowing sleeve silk gown. Fortunately, her petite frame made the effect possible. The crowd stared in stunned silence. Honestly, they were envious, yet utterly baffled by Yi Li's antics. At that moment a drumbeat rang out from nowhere, thudding into every heart. Then came the sound of a people like pearls cascading onto a jade platter suddenly heard above the water. And Yili stretched out her lotus-like arms, her swan-like neck swaying. If it's a dance to win back glory, then it'll stun you all into submission. Surrender, you little wretches. The drumbeat resonated with a lingering charm, like muffled thunder in the clouds, making the audience hold their breath. No one knew who caused the mischief, but the moment the drums sounded, the entire stadium plunged into darkness. Before the crowd could panic, a beam of fluorescent light enveloped the center of the arena, illuminating a young girl dancing gracefully. Principal Gao stood in the light control room, smiling happily. The surprises this girl had brought him were unforgettable, lingering even in his final moments. The pipa, accompanied by stringed instruments, unfolded slowly, as if a celestial maiden were floating through the air. The drumbeat served as the core, like a fierce blue beast following closely behind the celestial maiden. The subsequent flute melody became the sovereign of this symphony. It swirled around the young girl, accentuating the beginning of this visual feast. With the first drumbeat, the girl's right arm bent at the wrist with perfect elegance, a sight of breathtaking beauty. With the second drumbeat, the girl moved her left arm, letting the wide sleeve flow. Within the sleeve, her slender fingers formed a pinching gesture, dreamlike and illusory. With the third drumbeat, her delicate lotus feet, subtly hooked, and her long, graceful legs stretched out elegantly, creating a scene straight out of a painting. The drums quickened, the flute hastened, and the girl danced with all her softness, drawing every gaze in the arena. Her waist was as slender as a bundled silk ribbon, her brows like kingfisher feathers, her skin white as snow, and her smile radiant. Every frown and smile made her seem like a fallen fairy, every movement a dream painting. The audience was utterly captivated. Well, of course, ignore the scattered dark hair. Yet that very dark hair was a beauty spot amidst imperfection. The more it veiled her face, the more enchanting she appeared. Occasional glimpses of the fair skin on her forehead stirred the heart. Throughout, the girl did not look sideways, her eyelids slightly lowered as if immersed in a certain realm. Her body moved with the drumbeat, her arms followed the flute's melody, and her delicate feet always captured the audience's attention at the first moment. Finally, the music ended and the lights returned. But the crowd remained silent for a long time. In the stillness, warm waves of heat seemed to hang in the air, streams of intertwined gazes. Then applause erupted. The sound of clapping filled the ears. Not only did School 56 rise to applaud, but School 57 did the same. At this moment, they vented purely based on their feelings without any emotional prejudice. Yili raised an eyebrow and glanced around. Not bad. He had been lost in the ecstasy of the dance, aware of the outside world, but not particularly concerned. Now, hearing the continuous applause, he thought to himself, alright, I really did amaze them. Amid the thunderous applause, Xia Jinjin's clear voice cut through, "Goddess, you are so beautiful." This immediately drew cheers. Yili also heard whistles. What the hell? Are they flirting with me again? Weiner watched with a smile, not shouting like the others. She loved Yili in this state, focused and beautiful. Mo Kingsu's eyes reddened for some reason. She covered her small mouth with her hands, perhaps moved by something, her body trembling slightly. As a close friend, and even something more, she was naturally delighted and proud of Yili's shining moment. Lan remained as composed as ever, but something flickered in her calm, starry eyes. A subtle emotion, as described in books, a faint feeling of affection emerging. Chow, he was busy pinching his own philtrum, his eyes wandering somewhere, drool flowing out of excitement. Big brother is so handsome, breathtakingly, so overshadowing heaven and earth. I can only look up to him, look up to him. Just before the lights dimmed, Qin Yang and the others had stopped at the entrance. They had also witnessed Yili's dance. Now a gleam flickered in their eyes, and the fading thoughts surge again. To marry such a fierce, know such a worthy person. What regret would there be in life? Yili looked around quickly, thinking it was enough. He wondered if the intangible morale had returned. It had indeed. After his dance, the entire School 56's spirit was renewed. Meanwhile, the School 57 members, once they realized what had happened, felt a sense of inferiority and defeat. To restore the fading morale with just one person's effort, they felt they couldn't do it. Alright, time to go. Yili returned to the audience, facing the captains, praised the friendly glances of teammates and countless fiery gazes from behind. It was very realistic. If you have the skill, they respect you. Next came the basketball match between the two schools. After the earlier friction, under the coach's mediation, Lu Ming was substituted. Originally, they thought this would at least help recover some points. However, the same thing happened again in the same scenario. Not only did they fail to recover points, but School 56 completely lost the first half of the game. Damn it! Qi Xiao roared, uncontrollably glaring at the three players. Besides, Qin Yang, his arm veins bulging. It was clear how furious he was. After the first half he had long seen through it. Besides Qin Yang, everyone else was an actor. Damn despicable actors. Actors are shameful. But he couldn't figure out why these substitute teammates would act like this. Many people shared this feeling except for those blindly following the crowd. Yili frowned in silence occasionally, turning to look at Enlon. He thought, even if you're messing with me, is this basketball game also you're doing? But after a moment's thought he felt it was unlikely. There was no reason. He had nothing to do with the game. Why would Enlon target the game? Then it must be something else. But what? The old driver admitted he couldn't figure it out for now. This game is unplayable. You guys continue. Back in the locker room, Chi Xia showed his temper and refused to go on. Qin Yang coldly looked around at the other players. Are you willing to sell out the collective honor for some money? This remark came out of nowhere, but Qin Yang from a prestigious family had seen the trick. He knew these players must have accepted bribes from someone in School 57. Otherwise there was no reason for them to act like this. Senior, what are you talking about? We don't understand. Yes, Senior, we've done our best. We can't just drag the School 57 players and stop them, can we? The actors didn't admit it, which was inevitable. Catch a thief red-handed. There was no way to prove a fixed match. Even if caught on the spot without confession, nothing could be done. The middle-aged coach was also fuming. These players were all trained by him. He couldn't understand why they would betray School 56. You three have played in the city competition with me. How can you do this to me today? Don't you feel ashamed? Hey coach, don't say that. We really tried our best. School 57 is just too strong. We can't beat them. No matter how they were questioned, the players repeated the same words, refusing to admit it. What can you do to me? The principal and others also arrived. Such matters damaging the school's reputation naturally concerned him. Like Qin Yang and the others, they questioned the players repeatedly, but the answers were almost identical. Finally, Principal Gao exerted strong pressure, even bringing up the offense of actively participating in school activities with deliberate intent to damage the school's reputation. It was useless. The players were stubborn. They wouldn't admit it, and they wouldn't play seriously. Even deducting points didn't work. Expel them. You couldn't expel them without a proper reason and evidence. Get out. The principal roared, feeling he had had enough anger for the day. The players were driven out by the principal, leaving only Qin Yang, Qi Xiao, the middle-aged coach, and the school leaders. Coach Wang, is there any way to salvage this? Alas, there were many players, but after the substitutes and positions were set, those kids were upset and wouldn't even watch the game. Contacting them now. Coach Wang didn't finish, but Principal Gao understood. Even if those kids agreed, could they arrive in time? School 57 couldn't wait forever. If the delay dragged on, rumors would spread that School 56 was deliberately delaying the game because they couldn't afford to lose. How unpleasant that would be. Clearly there was no solution for the moment, and the match was essentially lost. With so many people around, it was inappropriate for Principal Gao to pace around, but his anger had nowhere to vent, leaving his old face grim and dark. Just when everyone thought the outcome was sealed, a knock came at the door of the locker room. How about count? The sudden voice was like a heavenly melody. The principal and the others turned to look, all thinking the same thought. Besides the school team, was there anyone else who could play basketball? Before a smile could even form on their faces, the principal and his companions froze. Yili, Qin Yang, and Qi Xiao murmured almost simultaneously, then exchanged a glance, both inexplicably irritated. Hey principal, esteemed leaders, and senior fellow students. Yili leaned by the door, her right leg kicked back in a girlish pose as she waved her left hand. Seeing this young lady, Principal Gao couldn't help but think of Wayner, feeling a bit intimidated. Student Yi, your performance just now was excellent. I am very satisfied, and the leaders are all very satisfied too. I didn't expect you to perform so brilliantly. You will be commended by name at the next school assembly. Yes, Student Yi. If it weren't for your dance, just now our school would have lost in the cheerleading competition against the 56 schools. Several of us teachers express our gratitude to you. Yili's smile froze. What were they going on about gratitude for? She hadn't even taken it seriously in the first place. She was here to discuss the ball game with them. Why were they talking about other things? Oh well, keep up the good work. Principal, esteemed leaders, and the two senior students. I noticed the other seniors have all left. What? Isn't the game going to continue? As if waiting to answer his question, Qin Yang immediately spoke up. Junior, Yi, there's an internal issue with the school team players. This game might not continue. An issue? That was a key point, but Yili wouldn't pry. It had nothing to do with him. He quickly said, don't say that. Why stop playing? This concerns the collective honor of the 56 schools. The principal and the others' faces grew even more grim, but not towards Yili. It was directed at those students who had thrown the match. With a bitter laugh, Qin Yang shed his usual gentle and quiet demeanor and continued, collective honor is certainly important. No one would choose to give up. But there are only the three of us left now. He looked at Coach Wang and Qi Xiao. Oh, is that so? Not a problem. With me here, I alone am enough. Yili patted her small chest. The group was momentarily stunned, their expressions varied but unchanging, as if they hadn't quite grasped the meaning of Yili's words. I've never seen you play basketball. Qi Xiao was the first to react, his expression somewhat peculiar. His voice lacked its usual abrasive edge, and one could faintly discern an attempt to lower his tone. Have you ever seen me play the piano? Have you ever seen me dance? Have you ever seen me fight? After this triple soul strike, Yili only then realized that the principal and the others were still here. Why did he say fight? But his questions were indeed straightforward, causing the principal and the others to ponder. Could it be that basketball was also a piece of cake for him? Had they guessed wrong? When it came to ball skills, Yili could only look up to the great masters. It was the same in his past life. In this one, alas, never mind. He was so short. Why play basketball? He should do something more fitting for a girl. The reason he volunteered was really because of the system's base nature. Just a moment ago, he had wanted to sit in the chair for a bit. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the players in the restroom walk out excitedly, not understanding why he heard the system trigger a choice. 1. Turn the tide of this game. You must personally achieve victory in a dominant manner. Reward Encyclopedia of Wilderness Survival Experience, 500 forgiveness points. 2. Kiss and lawn publicly for 1 minute again. Reward a set of flowing immortal dress, 200 forgiveness points. In the past, with Yili's greedy nature, he would have definitely taken both. But the second choice was public. There were nearly 1/5 of the students from both schools here. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he had to hold back a little, right? So he gave up on the choice to kiss and lawn and went for the game instead. As for his terrible ball skills, there was no need to worry. At worst, he wouldn't go for a layup. He would just stand beyond his own baseline and throw the ball. With his godlike strength, he could probably make a few shots right. Such a slick maneuver would leave the opponent with no chance to score. In fact, it didn't need to be this complicated. A single command from him would have been enough to secure the victory. But the system was base and without limits. It insisted on him showing off personally. There was no choice. He couldn't refuse a forced highlight moment. Can you really do it? The principal asked skeptically. Yili immediately straightened his back, wanting to say, how can a man say he can't? But swallowed the words before they left his mouth. The bandits' den on Furball Mountain caught fire, burning the big chief's cotton pants. The words slipped out, a little joke he blurted out. The principal and the others froze again. What was this girl rambling about? Still, the principal asked, what does that mean? Yili squinted, striking a pose from Peking opera, raising his hand, pulling in his stomach, and lifting his calf. Of course it does. The air was still, and then the school leaders and the principal burst into laughter, slapping their thighs. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. You little imp, don't say such bandit jokes anymore, the principal scolded, then continued, so you really can play basketball. Yili shook his head and sighed. This old man was more long-winded than a woman. He tossed out a line, call the start of the game. I alone am enough. So half-doubtful, yet somewhat excited, the principal and the others followed him out to make the calls. The second half officially began. Although the 56 school side didn't know exactly what had happened, they had a bad feeling. As the game's background music started, their hearts tightened. Almost everyone craned their necks to look toward the entrance of the court. But when they saw who was stepping onto the court, their expressions turned strange. The baggy shorts could have been pulled up to his armpits, and the jersey was so oversized it nearly dragged on the floor. The person was just a tiny speck. Apart from a dark head, nothing else could be distinguished. Which senior is that? What? Is he so small? Are you sure he can play basketball? Is the jersey too big? This is kind of funny. Whoa, that's Yili the goddess. Am not mistaken. Those with sharp eyes from a great distance recognized the person in that blob of clothing as Yili. This shout was like a tidal wave. With a roar, everyone stood up. Mo Qingxue, Xia Jinjin, and others covered their mouths and giggled. Yili's outfit was simply hilarious. The principal really could have found a smaller jersey. Yili had just told them about playing the game. Mo Qingxue and Weiner were almost used to his nonsensical nature. They weren't worried, they just silently supported him. Haha, it really is Goddess Yili. Gosh, she's so cute. I can't take it. The goddess is both cool and adorable. I've fallen and I can't get up. The crowd, who had been full of worry, saw this hilarious scene and immediately doubled over with laughter, releasing a year's worth of, well, not pee, but a year's worth of laughter. Before this, Mo Qingxue had tied Yili's hair into a bun. Because of this, her already small head looked even smaller against the backdrop of the oversized jersey. Black lines of frustration kept appearing on her forehead. Yili sighed, still unable to figure out how the principal had been so excited that he hadn't given her time to find proper clothes. This outfit had been prepared earlier. If it hadn't been, wouldn't she have had to go onto the court without a jersey? This old gal was unreliable. No way is that her again. Is she going to play the game? As they neared the court, the 57 school side also recognized Yili. Wasn't this the one who had been putting on a show earlier? Did she even know how to play basketball? Zhang Hao and the others had been looking relaxed, but when they saw Yili walk out in a jersey making a ridiculous entrance, they completely lost their composure. The memory of the market stall incident was still vivid in his mind. This female warrior before him possessed not only monstrous strength, but was also a major figure in the underworld. How could Zhang Hao not be afraid? Even a man like Fox addressed her respectfully as sister. How could he not fear her? Dressed in a sports jersey, was she about to play a match? Sister Yi. Zhang Hao was uncertain, but he called out shrewdly. Yili did not respond, her eyes fixed on the scoreboard. 24-63. How was that even possible? The three of us can't hold the defense, Qin Yang whispered beside Yili. Who said we need to defend? And why are you standing so close when you speak? Yili shot him a sidelong glance. As she stepped back, she noticed Qi Xiao was also nearby. Muttering something under her breath, she escaped the encirclement. Qin Yang and Qi Xiao lowered their gazes, sharing a bitter smile. Zhang Hao was torn. If Sister Yi took the court, should they even bother playing? Should they just forfeit? But the score gap was so absurd. What were they supposed to do? Just then Yili seemed to remember him, and turned back. Give it your all, she told Zhang Hao. Otherwise I'll have Fox deal with you later. Zhang Hao was stunned. Was she serious? He decided to play it by ear as long as he didn't anger this formidable woman. By this point the game had lost its initial thrill, and the crowd's excitement had waned. Still they continued watching. After all, a desperate struggle often stirred the heart, especially with a new female player taking the court. After confirming both teams were ready, the referee cast a bewildered look at Yili's trio, but signaled the start. As the game began, unease gripped both sides. Zhang Hao's team, aware of Yili's identity, dared not act rashly, caught between playing and holding back. Qin Yang and Qi Xiao, unaware of Yili's true nature, believed their trio stood no chance. But whenever Yili got the ball, the scene transformed. From her own half, she launched shots at the opponent's basket. An almost supernatural display that defied belief. Everyone was on the verge of breaking down. What kind of strength was this? Was she even a girl? Yet despite her raw power, Yili lacked perfect accuracy. Several shots flew too hard, sailing out of bounds. But quick-witted, she adjusted over time. While not 100%, her three-pointers rapidly closed the score gap. Throughout, the crowd watched in stunned silence, the gymnasium locked in an eerie stillness. Zhang Hao's team, aside from occasional serves, became mere spectators to Yili's solo performance. Swish, 3 points. Swish, 3 points. Under everyone's gaze, Yili, disregarding any suspicion of cheating, seized victory flawlessly. Single-handedly, she crushed her opponents. When the game ended, the audience was mentally shattered, stumbling out of the gymnasium in a daze. Even the teachers were left speechless, their minds echoing only a single expletive. Despite Yili's hard-won triumph, no one applauded. She strolled leisurely, accompanied by Mo Qingxue and the others. Having witnessed her overturning tables and fights, they found her basketball shots unremarkable, far less shocking than her table-wielding brawls. Only Xia Jinjin was slightly unsettled. She had missed the class meeting that day, so the scene had shattered her worldview. But the girl was carefree by nature, and soon the shock faded from her mind. You can't trick me about Yili's concert tickets, Mo Qingxue insisted, clearly obsessed with Tianmini. Yili and Weiner exchanged a knowing smile. If they had known Mo Qingxue adored Tianmini so much, they would have introduced them earlier. Don't worry, we'll go together. By the way, what day is it? This weekend. Yili nodded. Today was Thursday, 2 or 3 days away, no rush. As they chatted about other things, someone suddenly snickered behind Yili. Goosebumps erupted across Yili's skin. She spun around to see that pockmarked, moon-faced woman. Hey girl, you promised to. Promise my ass. Take this. Yili had endured this pest long enough. Without a second thought, she threw a punch. Damn, it hurt her hand. The moon-faced woman staggered backward. With so many eyes around, Yili panicked slightly. Before anyone could react, she kicked Chao. He grabbed Mo Qingxue, Weiner, and Xia Jinjin and bolted. Are you okay? Did you faint? A concerned voice echoed behind them. School No. 56 bordered the CBD of Beishir, surrounded by towering buildings and unfinished skyscrapers. About 700 meters southeast of the campus, atop a nearly completed building, stood two shadowy figures. Under the moonlight, the silhouettes seemed eerily mysterious. They remained motionless, their breaths nearly imperceptible. Before them, high-powered binoculars sat poised, as if monitoring something. Suddenly one spoke, fringe bangs about 1.6 meters tall, oval face, a small mole at the right brow tip. Confirmed. Upon hearing this, the other asked, which direction? Instead of an answer, he received a sharp knock on the head, followed by the first man's furious tirade. Which direction, you idiot? I told you to watch the target, and you're using the binoculars for what? Staring at some woman who didn't close her curtains. Is it that good? And you're still looking now. The boss will cripple you if he finds out. The barrage of curses and blows had the man begging for mercy. The first speaker finally calmed down, pulling out a device resembling an internal phone and dialing. Boss, the targets appeared. Do we take direct action, or what? You want to die? We just got out, and you're itching to go back in. Have you forgotten how hard Mr. and worked to get us out? Is this how you repay him? The voice on the other end scolded harshly, and the man quickly apologized. Keep watching. Find a way to get her out of the city. After we settle this grudge, we'll repay Mr. Got it, boss. But this girl's got another with her. Should we take care of both? There was a brief pause on the line. If she's too much trouble, leave her. Now stay sharp. Notify me when the time comes. By the way, Wayner, where did your battlefield guards go? Haven't seen them in ages. Not even during that big ruckus at Huading restaurant. Did they leave? After parting with Mo Qingxue and Xiao He Li and Wayner got into the car, now heading home. Yili had been curious about this for a while, but kept forgetting to ask. Now it slipped out. At the mention, Wayner unconsciously gazed out the window. Maybe. Yili shrugged. Feeling hungry, she considered stopping at a barbecue joint for a late-night feast. Just then her phone rang. Who would call at this hour? The screen showed Yu Xiao. She paused. Why was Fatty calling now? Missing Xiao Xiao. Hey brother you. Haha, not asleep yet, girl. Nope. What's up? Well, there's something. Yu Xiao's voice was oddly strained, laced with a shyness unbecoming of a straight man. Yili was intrigued. This guy was usually so boisterous. What was this? What is it? Can I help? Cough, I didn't want to bother you, but you know your brother's a big shot. Asking others for help would be beneath me. What's the matter? Don't talk about losing face. Just say it, and it'll help. Yili chuckled. Promise you won't look down on me or laugh. I lost some money gambling, and now I can't get out without cash. Yili was taken aback, realizing this guy was asking him for money to settle things. But how did he know Yili had that kind of cash? Probably sensing Yili's surprise, Yu Xiao said sheepishly, Brother Liao told me before he left that he gave you 60 million and said I should give you more when you run out, but now. Huh. Oh, so that was it. Alright, how much do you need? Tell me your card number, I'll transfer it to you now. Of the 60 million Li Liao had given him, Yili had only used a few 100,000. That one time for his mother. He didn't feel embarrassed about it. For one, Xiao Xiao really needed money for daily life. His mother couldn't work while taking care of her. Also, Xiaoxiao's kindergarten required funds, and as for Yi Yao's tutoring, that was just a side matter, not too much to ask, right? Besides, Yili had his own income. His plagiarized works had already taken off at Shishuan, earning him a daily fortune. Under Hammer Editor's price hike, each chapter was set at 5,000. Tips alone amounted to a few thousand, so current expenses were enough for Yili's family. On the other end of the line, Yu Xiao hesitated again. With my status, I don't have a card. Yili realized the issue. Right, as an underworld big shot, his background was surely shady, and he generally wouldn't have official things. Besides, here it has to be cash. Stunned for a moment, Yili processed his words and swore, holy crap. You're not asking me to deliver it to you, are you? Yu Xiao gave an embarrassed dry laugh. Bro, I just don't want to lose face. This guy would rather beg in front of his own sister than lose dignity before his underlings. Yili rubbed his forehead and sighed. You really know how to boss your sister around. How much cash? Alright, where? What? The city outskirts river. Where's that? Hearing the location Yu Xiao mentioned, Yili was baffled and looked to Wayner for clarification. She pointed toward the southern suburbs. It's the Changjing River at the northern border. Beyond it lies Jiangnan. Besides Changjing, there's a 1500-kilometer uninhabited highway. Yili told Yu Xiao, head, get the money and go, then hung up, curiously asking Wayner, why is it called an uninhabited highway? Wayner shrugged as if to ask what was wrong with that. That's what everyone calls it. The north and south are divided by the Changjing River. The southwest terrain isn't suitable for habitation, so no one goes there casually. Our country has many such areas. At her reminder, Yili suddenly understood. Of course. Our star was so vast, a city comparable to a small country, with distances between cities so immense that many undeveloped lands lay idle in between. I see. Well, Wayner, let me take you back first. She shook her head. No, I want to come with you. Was that Yu Xiao on the phone? Asking you to go to Changjing River? Yeah, he said he lost a lot and needs cash support. You should stay. I saw you were sleepy earlier. Let me take you back. No. Wayner insisted. I don't want to sleep alone. Yili grinned, recalling the moments they'd shared recently. This girl had probably grown dependent on him. After a moment's thought, Yili asked, how far is that river from Zone 56? How long would it take to drive? I don't know. I used to take helicopters. I've only heard the brothers mention Changjing River. She meant the battlefield soldiers. Yili nodded in astonishment, realizing the person before him was a big shot. Often navigate to Changjing River. Opening navigation system. Locating Changjing River. Ready to depart. Total distance, 275 kilometers. It was really far. That fatty you could really roam wandering out of the city. Checking the time, Yili calculated at 120 kilometers per hour, it would take over 2 hours. It was already 9:60 p.m. Now a head probably arrive around midnight. Oh well, head promised, so no point dawdling. Better get moving. Wainer, are you cold? I'm a bit chilly. Let's go back and change clothes before heading out. She hummed in agreement, and they drove to a bank. The bank staff here reportedly worked late until about 11, and it wasn't closed yet. Withdrawing a large amount of cash should be possible. Sure enough, the whole process went smoothly. Under the respectful gaze of the staff, Yili walked out of the bank. He withdrew 10 million. Yu Xiao said he owed 7 million, but Yili took extra in case of complications. Large denominations were great. They didn't take up much space. As he turned a corner, Yili spotted a familiar figure. Unlan. Was this girl going out to eat in the dead of night? Remembering how she had schemed against him time and again, Yili fumed. He told Wainer to wait, parked the car by the roadside, and went after Unlan. At that moment, Unlan was surrounded by a crowd just getting out of a car. She hadn't even changed out of her school uniform, so she must be meeting someone at this restaurant or had other business. Many people followed her, all female bodyguards, each with a slender figure, sharp eyes, and crisp movements. Hey, you there, come over. Yili called out directly as he approached. He had to ask why this girl kept picking on him. Honestly, he didn't harbor much resentment toward Unlan. From his soul's perspective, she was just a little girl acting out, and with his previous groping, Yili even felt a twinge of guilt. Damn it, why did he feel that way? The sudden voice startled the bodyguards, who immediately encircled Unlan, assuming combat stances. A plum blossom formation. Yili marveled. Using the essence of Go in combat. Impressive. But didn't they realize leaving such a big gap in the middle was dangerous? Who are you? Don't come closer. The lead bodyguard snapped. Yili was annoyed. Was this road hers? He wasn't wrong. This restaurant was one of the Yin family's properties. Can't you tell? I have something you don't. A fairy maiden. Yili shook his long hair. The bodyguard pursed her lips, seemingly speechless and exasperated. She was about to shoo him away, but Unlan stopped her. She had noticed Yili the moment he appeared, a flicker of emotion in her eyes before she regained her composure. She looked at Yili calmly and said flatly something. Of course, or why would I call you? Come here, let's chat. With that, Yili walked to the side, making Unlan frown repeatedly. After a moment's thought, she stepped forward gracefully. Logically, the grudge between her and Yili had been long-standing. They weren't mortal enemies, but there was no reason for a calm conversation. Yet Yili's attitude piqued her curiosity, as she really wanted to know what he had to say. Miss, it's fine. You all go up first. The bodyguard seemed reluctant, but dared not object, so they kept their distance, ever vigilant. I'm not close to you. Say what you need to. Unlan stood 5 steps away from Yili, as if deliberately. Understandably, after repeatedly provoking him so recklessly, she was afraid he might take revenge. But she wasn't dealing with an ordinary person. She faced a hero from across dimensions. Yili stepped forward and put his arm around her shoulder. Unlan froze entirely. Was he this direct? Wasn't he afraid she'd stab him? Listen, sis, is there some misunderstanding between us? Spit it out so I know. Playing these underhanded tricks isn't cool, is it? With familiarity from their past encounters, Yili didn't overthink until he caught Unlan's murderous glare and awkwardly withdrew his arm. Such an icy gaze, even Wainer could not match it. Yet what ignited Unlan's fury was not Yili's hand, but the words he spoke. Why was she targeting him? Did he need to know the reason? Heh! This kind of humiliation known to one person was already unbearable. Was he to make it public, inviting more ridicule? If not for you, Yili, would I, Unlan, have been scorned by that man? If not for you, would I have been brought so low? If not for you. The marriage alliance between the two families was an ancient pact carried into the present. As a girl of this era, Unlan had her own share of naivety. When she first heard the news, her heart was filled with rejection and fear. All the beautiful love and perfect suitor she had once dreamed of shattered in that moment. Just as she finally accepted the truth and was about to offer her heart to that person, Yili appeared and shattered everything. She and Lan had endured so much inner turmoil and suffering, and what was the result? She closed her eyes slightly, her hand in her school uniform pocket tightening and loosening and tightening. In the end, she still didn't take that thing out and draw it across her fair neck. Yili stared at her suspiciously. He had just sensed a fleeting aura, making him feel even colder. Girls are just afraid of the cold. No misunderstanding. I just hate you. She coldly tossed the words, averted her gaze, and turned to leave. Yili wouldn't have it. He had come specifically to ask for clarification, and now she wanted to leave without making things clear. No way. He stepped forward and grabbed her hand. They were at least classmates, right? Even if there are frictions, you've schemed against me so many times. Shouldn't that be enough to settle the score? Yili was also frustrated. He was utterly confused, being set up time and again without knowing why. Who could endure that? Let go. And Lan pulled free abruptly, her gaze growing more repulsed. Yili was furious. And even if we don't get along, we've still been through something. Can't you show any consideration? Are you so heartless? Shameless. Not mentioning it was one thing, but at that Lan directly swung at Yili. She already hated this matter deeply, still recalling the looks people gave her that day. A look of disdain, of keeping their distance. That gaze made her extremely uncomfortable. Yili reacted swiftly, catching Lan's wrist and pulling her close, his other arm wrapping around her waist, holding her firmly. They were inches apart, eyes locked, each able to hear the other's breath. Whatever the reason, I hope you can let it go. Maybe you've truly misunderstood me. Yili smirked at the blushing Lan. Girls were such incomprehensible creatures. Why was she blushing? Let me go. Lan glared at him angrily, her beautiful starry eyes shimmering with captivating light, enchanting to behold. Then tell me, what is the real reason? Yili leaned in with a mischievous grin. Let go. Lan's voice dropped. Her angry gaze softened until finally she averted her eyes. Looking at her small lips, Yili felt the urge to tease her again, his old habit resurfacing. Lan seemed to sense it, turning her head away defiantly, as if swearing she wouldn't yield. This resistance stirred a strong possessiveness in Yili, and he was about to lean in. Release the young lady. The head bodyguard rushed over, pointing angrily at Yili. Everything that had happened between them was under their surveillance, and seeing the situation twist, they could no longer hold back. The shout startled Yili. He couldn't help feeling guilty. Instinctively he let go. Lan flush shot him a furious glare before turning and hurrying away. She had actually forgotten to call for the bodyguards. They also glared at Yili as if to say, if you dare do this again, we won't be lenient. Scratching his head, Yili watched the group enter the mansion and sighed deeply. Still didn't get a clear answer. Back in the car, ready to head to the villa, he suddenly felt a cold gaze fixed on him. Wayner, what's wrong? That look is terrifying. Aren't Nini and I enough for you? Wayner blurted out coldly. Huh. Yili was confused, but no matter how much he asked, Wayner wouldn't speak, and he couldn't soothe her. Earlier, after Yili got out of the car, Wayner had followed, witnessing his flirtation with Lan. Now she was in a foul mood, wanting to stab him in the armpit. Back at the villa, the two girls changed into casual clothes. Yili realized he had grown fond of 9-point flared pants. Whenever not in uniform, he almost always wore this style. All women's clothing was truly beautiful. Perhaps influenced by him, Wayner had also become more relaxed in her dressing, no longer as particular, just wearing whatever was comfortable. Paradoxically, this made her seem more natural, lively, and spirited with a unique youthful charm. Nini liked matching outfits with her bestie, especially shoes. Recently, she had bought several pairs of the same style for the three of them. Yili and Wayner were now wearing the same style of shoes, chunky, oversized, and incredibly light. The moment Yili put them on, he felt the air itself had grown sweeter. Their tops were brown turtleneck base layers paired with knitted vests. It had that certain vibe. Both girls had flawless figures, and this outfit accentuated their layers. Yili's bottom was just a touch perkier than Wayner's. After getting ready, the two finally set off. On the way, Yili calculated that the round trip would waste considerable time. So he called Teacher Chio, informing him that he and Wayner wouldn't attend class tomorrow. Alright, Yi. It's good to relax from time to time after studying hard. But be safe and don't stay up late. Thank you, Teacher Chio. Unbeknownst to them, from the moment Yili left campus, lingered at the mansion, and entered the villa, they were being watched through binoculars. Inside a black SUV, the two men from the rooftop lowered their binoculars and made a phone call to report. Good, keep watching. See where they go and find the right moment to act. Remember, no commotion. Understood, boss. The nearly 3-hour drive was tedious, but fortunately during this time, Yili finally managed to cheer Wayner up, even eliciting a few smiles. As the navigation indicated, they were nearing Changing River. The closer they got, the fewer cars there were, until finally there were none at all. Expecting desolate wasteland, Yili was stunned upon reaching the Changing riverbank. Rows of charming little villas lined the shore, along with various buildings, shops, small bars, and snack stalls. It felt like Hawaii. The night view was stunning, with many couples and groups gathered chatting and laughing. No wonder there were so few cars on the road. Everyone was here. Changing River was vast, far exceeding Yili's expectations. Several stationary cruise ships floated on its surface. Yes, cruise ships. Changing River was exceptionally wide, connecting to many places, so cruise ships were nothing unusual. Through recent conversations, Yili knew that Fatty Yu had no particular hobbies, just loved playing small card games, often indulging day and night. Sometimes he even neglected to visit Xiao Xiao. No wonder he chose to come here. With such beautiful scenery, if Yili enjoyed card games, he would pick this spot too. What a pleasant, refreshing view. Just then Yu Xiao called. Brother Yu, I'm here. Where are you? I've already told them. A small blue yacht will come to pick you up. Don't be scared, sis. It's fine, we'll leave soon. A yacht. Yili looked around and rolled his eyes. With so many yachts all blue, how could he tell which one was his? Bro, how am I supposed to tell? Do you have that person's number? If not, I'll call. Oh, that's not good. How about this, put a coconut on your head, and he'll describe it to the guy. Fatty Yu was quite protective of the girl's privacy. A coconut. On his head. Great suggestion. He felt like he'd grown taller just thinking about it. Thus Yili bought a coconut, and stood foolishly on the riverbank, bag slung over her shoulder, holding the coconut atop her head with both hands. Many onlookers chuckled softly at the sight. What was this girl up to? Tribulation transcendence. Wayner tactfully stepped back a few paces, unwilling to share in this foolish lightning. Speedboats occasionally darted across the river, and Yili scanned them with a dark expression. Before long, a distinctly different cruise ship came into view. Why was it different? The speedboat's maneuvers were bizarre and provocatively erratic, drawing curses wherever it went. With a sharp screech, the driver executed a drift, sending river water splashing and mist swirling. Under the dim lights, a fleeting rainbow bridge appeared. Yili was caught in the spray and glared at the man angrily. Oh, haha, sorry. Seeing such a beauty, I couldn't help showing off, said the young driver, a smooth-talking rogue with a decent face. Yili remained silent, unsure if this was the person Yu Xiao had mentioned. By the rules of the underworld, since you're brother, yes sister, you're our honored guest. Please, Miss Yi, the young man said with a bow and a smile, clearly recognizing her. With that, Yili set down the coconut and beckoned Wayner to board the boat. Since the young man had made things so clear, there was no need for further confirmation. As the two prepared to step down, he steadied the boat and reached out to help. But the two fairies moved with such grace and agility that assistance was unnecessary. Haha, no wonder you're brother, yes sister. I was overthinking it, he said awkwardly, withdrawing his hand. After a few pleasantries, he started the engine and headed toward the center of Changjing River. Why was it called Changjing? Because a small island lay in the river, covered in strange trees that grew in clusters resembling houses from afar. An ancient saying held that a pillar and a side room constituted a ing, and thus the river was named. The journey was silent, or rather Yili and Wayner ignored the young man, gazing curiously at the night-shrouded Changjing River. In truth, they could see nothing. The deeper they went, the less visible the surroundings, with only distant lights faintly discernible. Was that a luxury cruise ship? Wayner seemed nervous, her eyes fixed on the river surface as she gripped Yili's hand tighter. Sensing this, Yili was surprised, but quickly understood. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Even if a sea king lurks beneath, or a sea beast, it'll snap its neck. Indeed, Wayner was terrified of elongated creatures, snakes, eels, and other bizarre things. Yili shared a bit of that fear, especially of snakes. It was an innate weakness. It seems Miss Yi knows Changjing River quite well, the young man interjected. They say there's a big thing down there. Huge, and it's devoured many. Yili frowned. Was he doing this on purpose? She felt Wayner's hand tremble. Hurry up. I want to get back to sleep, she said, then wondered if such a creature truly existed. This wasn't Earth after all. All right. Miss Yi and your friend hold on tight. The cruise ship they were heading to was far away, nearly at the river's center. It was dozens of kilometers from the shore. At first, other cruise ships could be seen receding behind them, but soon not a single one was in sight. Why hide your ship so deep? Yili asked out of curiosity. The young man didn't hide the truth, as there was nothing to conceal. This is our trade. The law cracks down hard, so we have to be cautious. Trade. Yili pondered. How many of the three vices did this involve? Indeed, it deserved to be stamped out. How many lives had it ruined? Look what it had done to Brother Yu. After another 10+ minutes, the vice-ridden cruise ship appeared. Deep in the river, the wind died down, but the fog thickened, providing perfect cover for the vessel. Looking up, Yili saw an enormous, lively cruise ship. Through the windows, she could see many people inside, some sipping wine and chatting by the windows, others convulsing to wild music, and more. In short, it was bustling. Following the young man aboard, Yili and the others entered an interior corridor, climbed a few flights of stairs, and arrived at a room. As the door opened, dozens of gazes fixed on them. Yili immediately spotted Yu Xiao's displeased, roguish face. Upon seeing her, he broke into a cheerful grin. You're here, sis. He gestured for her to come over, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings warily, ever on guard. A sudden crisp clap echoed through the quiet room. Truly worthy of being the sister of Brother Yu and brotherly. So beautiful, like jade on the street. A man in a dark blue suit, cigar in hand, appraised Yili and Wayner with admiring eyes. But deep within his gaze lurked a disgusting glint. It reminded Yili of that greasy, slick-haired pervert from a certain film. Cursing inwardly, she ignored him, pulled Wayner along, and sat beside Yu Xiao. Here, it's all yours. Let's go after this, Yili said, handing the money to Yu Xiao. He nodded, having no desire to linger. His main concern was that Li Liao would beat him for bringing Yi Li to such a place. Zhang Luer, you're ruthless today. Yu Xiao can take a loss. The money's all here, not a cent short. Next time I'll win it back myself. He slapped 700 large bills onto the table, visibly annoyed. He had frequented this cruise ship, played these games, and sat in this room many times. He had always experienced wins and losses. After all, luck played a part. But tonight's game infuriated him. Zhang Luer had set him up, bringing in an expert who had cleaned him out in no time. Excluding what Yi Li had brought, he had already lost 30 million. That was no small sum. Dragon currency held high value, reigning supreme internationally. Many poor people had never even seen a 10,000 note bill in their lives. For Yu Xiao, losing tens of millions was painful, and he would inevitably face cold treatment from Li Liao afterward. Haha, don't be angry, brother Yu. It's all trivial. If it pains you, you can take the rest back. Zhang Luer took a deep drag of his cigar, his eyes fixed on Yi Li and Weiner. But the price is that I'd like to share a drink with these two ladies. His lecherous intent was unmistakable. Everyone present knew what sharing a drink implied. Yu Xiao instantly exploded, punching a massive hole through the table. Zhang Luer, take that back, or I swear I'll tear you apart. His rage was justified. Before leaving, Li Liao had explicitly instructed him to take good care of Yi Li and Xiao Xiao. Beyond that obligation, Yu Xiao genuinely cared for Yi Li as if she were his own sister. How could a brother tolerate such disrespect toward his sister? Well, that Dong Lai, the one who got his balls crushed, didn't count. Yu Xiao's outburst made the entire room's atmosphere heavy and suffocating. Zhang Luer's men didn't make any aggressive moves, but their hands all crept toward their lower backs. Hee, alright, I take it back, brother Yu. Don't be angry. Zhang Luer apologized hastily, though his sincerity was questionable. Then his fawning expression hardened. But after all this time, the money should have accrued some interest, don't you think? In other words, the 7 million from an hour ago was indeed 7 million, but an hour later, it was no longer so. You dare charge me interest? Yu Xiao asked, somewhat incredulous. Zhang Luer smiled without a word. He knew the strength of Yu Xiao and Li Liao in the northern market, but so what? He was the leader of the river bandits on Changjing River. Could Li Liao and Yu Xiao possibly bring men to attack his boat? If they tried, they would only be courting death. Before they even got close, Li Liao's men would likely be gunned down by the cruise ship's firearms. Yu Xiao was not a reckless man and naturally understood this, yet he found it hard to swallow. How could anyone dare to swindle Yu Xiao's money? If word got out, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? Thinking of this, he grew furious at his own lack of foresight. Why had he bothered with saving face? For the sake of such hollow pride and authority, he had placed his own sister in danger. Damn it! Yu Xiao cursed, inwardly forcing down his anger. How much more, he asked. If it were just him, he would never swallow this loss, but now he dared not act recklessly. If anything happened to his sister, his life would be over. Straightforward. 10 times. Zhang Luer chuckled, his ambition blazing. 10 times. 70 million. Are you courting death? Do you truly dare to ask for that? Yu Xiao was utterly enraged. These arrogant fools were pushing him to the edge. If forced, he would have to resort to that method. When that time came, not a single soul here would be left alive. Except, of course, Yi Li and Weiner. Yet he feared that Yi Li would see him as a monster. This concern weighed heavily on Yu Xiao. He was even afraid of frightening Yi Li, and more critically exposing that matter would spell disaster. At this level, no one was easily intimidated. Zhang Luer was also provoked by Yu Xiao's words, eager for a confrontation. He wanted to see whose power, the river or the land, would prevail. Just as he was about to fight to the death, ready to retort, I dare to ask for it, what can you do to me? Someone suddenly stirred. Zhang Luer saw that breathtakingly beautiful woman walking toward him with graceful steps. His men moved forward to guard him, but he stopped them. Why? Curiosity kills the cat, and lust is a blade over men's heads. A common weakness. Unconsciously, Zhang Luer was captivated, his fierce expression transforming into an involuntary look of delight. He thought to himself, could it be that his handsome appearance had won the latter's heart? Was she coming to throw herself into his arms? Ahem. Put it out, put it out. It's been smoking for ages, and I can't stand it anymore. Yi Li stepped forward, snatched the cigar from Zhang Luer's hand, then turned it around and pressed it directly against his body, holding it there until it was completely extinguished. I'm not saying this to criticize you, but the space here is so small, and you didn't even open the window. Smoking in here, don't you find it suffocating? Yi Li said as she looked around, completely ignoring Zhang Luer's livid face, the bulging veins on his forehead, and the sizzling sound of the burning tip against his skin. Everyone was stunned. This scene was utterly unexpected. This woman was truly audacious. The onlookers were both awed and furious, while Yu Xiao, after a moment of bewilderment, burst into laughter. No wonder she was his sister. She was supposed to be this bold and heroic. As if just noticing everyone's expressions, Yili muttered in confusion, then turned to Zhang Luer, glanced at the cigarette, but in her hand, and quickly apologized. Sorry. I was so choked by the smoke that I got confused and pressed it on the wrong person. You're not mad, are you? Can't a big man handle a little pain? If not, you can hit me, a weak little woman. Weak little woman. Yu Xiao's fleshy face twitched at the words. Had he misheard about those 48 people being taken down? By now Zhang Luer was drenched in sweat, his teeth clenched tightly. It took him a long moment to release the breath he had been holding. As long as the little sister is happy, this little pain is nothing, he said, but the chilling tone in his voice was unmistakable to anyone. If there had been any room for compromise before Yi Li's move had sealed the deal, Zhang Luer was no longer willing to back down. Not only did he want the money, but today he also wanted the woman. See, I knew it. Brother Jiang is truly a man among men. A mere cigarette, but is nothing to you. Yi Li released her grip cheerfully. The long cigar fell to the ground with a thud, while Zhang Luer's suit now bore a scorched hole through which a raw, reddened white burn could be seen. The embers of that cigar were far more persistent than an ordinary cigarette, but one could only imagine how long Zhang Luer had been burned. Boss, his subordinate asked if he should do something. The latter raised a hand to stop him and shook his head, slightly lost in thought, perhaps calculating how to minimize losses while still capturing the two women. Yi Li ignored the murderous stares and furious expressions around her. She looked at the items on the table. There was nothing but a dice cup. Had Yu Xiao lost tens of millions playing with that? How unlucky could he be? Sister, don't be afraid. At worst he'll take them all down, but then. Yu Xiao wanted to prepare her, but Yi Li stopped him. What are you thinking? I'm short on cash. Are you willing to just hand it over to them like that? I'm not. This was true, but there was another reason. Yi Li had been silent for a while because the system had triggered a choice. 1. Win back the money Yu Xiao lost. Reward spiritual communication, 500 forgiveness points. 2. Defeat this group with overwhelming force. Reward customized SG5 5300 forgiveness points. The friendly suggestion left Yi Li puzzled. Why was it recommended? Compared to firearms, Yi Li preferred spiritual communication as it was a supernatural ability. She had just been asking the system if this skill could be used on anyone. The system replied that it could be used on any living being, even a tadpole, with an effective range of 7,000 meters. Of course, the target must possess its own consciousness and thoughts. After weighing the options, Yi Li decided on the first choice. Firearms were prohibited, and she didn't want to get into trouble and be lectured. Besides, she had no use for them. The system said nothing more. Hearing her words, Yu Xiao scratched his head in confusion. Sister, what do you mean? Do you plan to? He wanted to suggest a violent solution, but stopped himself, mindful of the crowd. Yi Li caught his implication and waved her hand. What's the point of always fighting? Let me have a go. She made no effort to lower her voice, and everyone in the room heard her. The old man sitting across from Yu Xiao raised an eyebrow and cast an amused glance at Yi Li. This guy must be the expert Yu Xiao mentioned. Zhang Luer also stopped his scheming, staring at Yi Li's delicate face with amusement. Sure, anyone can play, but does the little sister still have chips? He saw this as a convenient shortcut. If she lost and couldn't pay, it would save him a lot of trouble, and Yu Xiao would be left speechless. He eagerly hoped Yi Li would play. Ignoring him, Yi Li asked Yu Xiao about the stakes and rules. Yu Xiao explained, it's simply guessing big or small. 3 dice rolled in turns. The loser forfeits the right to bet. Only the winner gets the privilege. The stakes vary each round, but start at a minimum of 1 million. 1 million. That meant Yi Li could only afford to lose 3 rounds at 1 million each without any price increases. So she said to Zhang Luer, I still have money, you know. And if the stake exceeds your budget, then what? Yi Li knew exactly what he was thinking, those sordid intentions. She said bluntly, then you can do whatever you want, all right. Stop stalling and start. After all, she wasn't going to lose. Zhang Luer exclaimed with relish, his lecherous intent growing more pronounced. Why struggle, little girl? Young Master Zhang is a rare talent among 10,000, why not? Old fool, what are you saying? Have you lived long enough? The expert across from them had intended to mock, but Yu Xiao was having none of it, glaring with wide eyes that truly startled the old man. Yi Li remained silent, but tapped the table impatiently, signaling for haste. Somehow she felt that the system's friendly suggestion was deeply unsettling, sending a chill down her spine. So she wished to finish quickly, take the money and leave. We'll continue with the same rules. I'm still the banker, and the price is 3 million. The old man, having been humiliated by Yu Xiao's blunt retort, was thoroughly displeased. He set the price at a level Yi Li could not yet accept, but was just within reach. Yu Xiao grew worried. Zhang Luer's men sneered, convinced they would win this dice game. The price would surely put Yi Li in a bind. According to the rules, the player must raise the bid or forfeit and pay 3 million. Old man, you have no guts. At your age, you're still so timid. Why not set it higher? Raise it to 70 million. Yili mocked the old man with a glance utterly fearless. What did she fear from a mere golden-haired dog? Her X-ray vision was no joke. Everyone was stunned except for Wayner. Yu Xiao quickly nudged Yi Li and whispered, "Damn girl, you're too wild. There's no turning back now. Don't worry, I've got this. I just want to scare that old man." Yu Xiao was speechless. This girl might have been a man in her past life. Zhang Luer was also a bit bewildered. The price jump was absurd, but he wasn't worried at all. That old gentleman was a master of this trade. With a flick of the dice cup and a twitch of his ear, he could tell whether the three numbers were big or small. This skill was no small feat. Otherwise, why would the old man be so down on his luck? Everyone hunted him down, forcing him to follow Zhang Luer for a meal ticket. The old man glanced at Zhang Luer for confirmation. Could they accept this price? If something went wrong, the money would still have to be paid. Zhang Luer's eyes signaled that it was fine. He didn't believe Yili could guess correctly. Yili wasn't skilled at this game. She had never had time for such things in her past life. But she wasn't stupid. She wouldn't believe that Yu Xiao could lose so badly without the opponent having some skill or trick. With that thought, just as the old man was about to shake the dice, she abruptly interrupted. "Wait." The old man's hand trembled, his heart nearly giving out. "What now?" "Hey Zhang, you didn't tamper with the dice cup, did you? Like a remote control or silver wire?" Yili looked at Zhang Luer. The latter's face darkened. Yili had dropped a character from his name, clearly an insult. He held back his anger. After all, he would soon have her in his hands, and could do whatever he wanted then. "No need to rush. Feel free to check. If there's any problem, I Zhang Luer will give you 100 million. Every trade has its own rules. Apart from those who specialize in the underworld, people like Zhang Luer disdained such petty tricks. Mainly they couldn't afford to lose face. They preferred pure technique like the old man. Though his lowly style sounded bad, he could rake in money. "Oh, no need to check. I trust you." Yili waved dismissively, and Zhang Luer nearly choked. He had already prepared several cups only for her to pull this. What was the point of her questioning? Zhang Luer realized he didn't like this girl anymore. The bid and raise were settled. The old man picked up the cup cover indicating the dice inside. Yili glanced and nodded. "Listen carefully." The old man's demeanor changed the moment he touched the cup. Indeed, professionals and amateurs were worlds apart. Everyone had assumed Yili knew something given her calm composure, assuming she had exceptional hearing. But instead she simply covered her ears with her hands. Was she an idiot? Was she just handing over the money? Everyone's worldview crumbled a little. Yili did it on purpose. She wanted to overturn people's perceptions, win in a domain, and shatter the superiority of those in that field. "You old men are good at listening. Then I won't listen. If I can win without listening, won't that make you furious?" Sure enough, the old man's eyes bulged, nearly stopping his shaking. How infuriating. She was showing him no respect. Yu Xiao was also stunned, speechless with shock. Though called shaking, it was really listening. The old man's skill was top-notch. The sound of the dice was meticulously crafted, sometimes chaotic and noisy, sometimes subtle, and hard to distinguish which die was moving. A low hum. The cup landed on the table, and the old man pushed it forward slightly, looking at Yi Li with a contemptuous gaze, signaling her to guess. Yi Li was cautious. Though she said she trusted Zhang Luer, she still worried the old man might have other tricks. She said, "Old man, step back a bit. Better stand in the corner." "What now?" The old man was furious. Was this girl bullying him? Yi Li wanted to say she was afraid he might use some cheat technique, but that seemed too far-fetched, so she finally said, "I'm afraid you might cheat. I offered to let you check earlier, but you refused. Now you're worried about cheating. Just admit defeat. Stop wasting time with excuses, and you still won't be able to guess. Old man, are you really planning to cheat? Step away now. If you affect my guess, and I lose, will you pay 70 million? Yi Li was also irritated by the old man's nagging. At these words, everyone was speechless. Now the old man had to leave even if he hadn't intended to cheat. Otherwise, why would he stay? To prepare for cheating. You? The old man's face trembled with rage. He flicked his sleeve and retreated to the corner, fuming. Ahem, watch closely, I'm going to guess now. Seeing this, Yi Li added a reminder. Everyone was even more speechless. Just guess why I act so smug. But they all stared intently at Yi Li, including Yu Xiao and Zhang Luer. Just as everyone was growing impatient, Yi Li suddenly slammed the table and shouted, "Hey!" Everyone's heart jolted, as if struck by lightning, their hair standing on end. This person was definitely insane, a total madwoman. Yu Xiao was already planning how to fight their way out. This girl was too unreliable. Yi Li didn't shout to scare them for no reason. She wanted to focus their attention and scatter it. Why? Simply put, when she used her X-ray vision, a faint golden light flickered in her eyes. A fact she had confirmed through multiple experiments recently. Though faint, if others saw it, it would cause trouble. So she pulled that stunt, nearly scaring everyone to death. Wayner knew her habits, so she wasn't too shaken, just puzzled why Yi Li would act so silly. At that moment she had been watching Yi Li and caught that fleeting golden glimmer. Her heart was utterly shocked. She fell into deep thought, desperately wanting to call the governor to ask about Yi Li's father. With that commotion, Yi Li had already glimpsed the scene inside the cup. She was momentarily stunned, then looked at the old man with admiration, gave a thumbs up, and said, "Impressive. You actually managed to roll 666. That's pretty six. 666. It's definitely big," Yi Li said with a smug grin. As these words left her mouth, the old man's eyes narrowed, and then he seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, leaving the onlookers utterly bewildered. He had shaken the dice cup himself, and with his skill he naturally knew the outcome. Jiang Luer noticed the old man's shift in demeanor, and quickly inquired, "Odd-handed Lu, did she guess it right?" This question drew Yu Xiao's attention as well, and he too fixed his gaze on the old man, a hint of tension creeping in. The old man remained silent, his eyes locked on Yi Li, until after a long pause he slowly spoke. "How did you manage that?" It was no wonder he was shaken. He had spent nearly a lifetime honing this skill, yet now a mere girl had accomplished the same, unsettling his pride. Yi Li, generous in spirit, promptly offered an explanation. "To discern the dice by sound you must first know the cup's material. Is it glass or plastic? Plastic comes in 6 types, glass in 8. As for the dice, they can be ivory or resin with concave or flat faces, rounded or sharp corners. When shaken, there are 1,000 variations, each sound differing by a hair's breadth, invisible to the inattentive ear. Moreover, with each collision, there's a chance of 3,500 identical tones. To pick out which sound belongs to the front, back, or any other side is more arduous than scaling the heavens." The crowd listened intently, and as Yi Li spoke with such authority, an inexplicable sense of reverence welled up within them. Seeing her pause, the old man urged, "Can you really discern all that?" His question drew everyone's expectant gaze toward Yi Li, including Yu Xiao and Wayner, not to mention Jiang Luer, who had already lost his money. "Oh well. I can't." The crowd was speechless. "Then why the hell did you go on like that? Playing games?" Yi Li gave a shy smile, thinking to herself, "I was just showing off." Who knew they'd actually ask? Pay up, chop chop." She lifted the cup, revealing 3 sixes, big indeed. Jiang Luer and the old man's faces darkened, but a bet was a bet. They couldn't lose face. At Jiang Luer's signal, someone handed the money to Yi Li, who counted it with a pleased air. She asked, "Want another round?" "Of course," Jiang Luer replied without a second thought. Yi Li had just recouped all of Yu Xiao's losses. How could he let this chance slip? Yi Li naturally welcomed it, thinking the more the merrier, and the richer she'd become. "All right, this time in the banker, and the bet is 50 million. Jiang Luer's face darkened further, and even the old man began to sweat. Meanwhile, amid the cruise ship's revelry, a black speedboat glided slowly across the dark river. It had clearly been circling for some time, as if searching for something. "Are you sure they're in there?" the square-faced man at the helm asked impatiently, addressing the figure standing at the bow. "Boss, I saw them board a blue yacht with my own eyes. How could they have vanished now? Damn it, how long has it been? Keep looking." Just then another voice called out, "I see it, boss. There's a big one over there." Following his pointed finger, the others saw a cruise ship moored just over 100 meters away, shrouded in thick fog. If not for the keen-eyed lookout, it would have been invisible. "That's a damn cruise ship, or we're looking for a yacht." The man called boss snapped, then suddenly froze. The yacht had disappeared here. Could it have docked at the cruise ship? Deeming it highly likely, he sped toward it, circling the cruise ship a dozen times. Sure enough, they spotted several yachts and speedboats all moored there. "Boss, they've definitely boarded the cruise ship, no doubt about it." "Do I need you to tell me? Can I see that?" the square-faced man retorted irritably, then fell silent. Today he was here to avenge himself against the descendants of his enemy. In prison he had sworn that if he ever got out he would personally kill the man who had arrested him, Shangwan Mingbo. But upon release he learned that Shangwan Mingbo had died in the line of duty. So the debt would have to be paid by his kin. The square-faced man's eyes glinted with malice as he stared at the massive cruise ship. He was determined to exact his revenge today, to justify the years of suffering and bloodshed. Yet now the descendant had boarded the cruise ship. Storming it would surely cause a commotion, drawing unwanted attention from those who guarded this land. The consequences would be dire. What was he to do? The square-faced man glanced at the cabin, where several dark, bulky objects lay quietly. A cruel expression flickered across his face. Clearly he had come prepared. "Fall back. Boss, aren't we boarding? Can you shut the hell up? Must you always question me? Fall back now." With that, the black speedboat retreated to a distance, just barely within sight of the cruise ship. Back in the cruise ship's cabin, Yi Li had set down the dice cup, waiting for the old man's guess. She knew the old man had a knack for it, and would surely get it right, but she wasn't worried. She had a trick up her sleeve. Slowly the old man opened his eyes, having discerned the outcome within the cup. 132 small. Seeing his demeanor, Jiang Luer knew the result. Could he at least recover some of his 70 million? The first is 1, the old man declared confidently. The second is 3. He grinned. Just as he was about to announce the third, a voice echoed in his mind. Hey you old pervert, exciting isn't it? The voice came through Yi Li's mental communication. She was just testing it out to see if it worked. The old man's suddenly stunned face and wide eyes betrayed his shock. It was as if he were thinking, who's speaking to me through thought. Yi Li chuckled to herself, pleased that it had worked. Jiang Luer, noticing the old man's silence, asked in confusion, what about the third? The old man stirred, still wearing a bewildered expression, wondering if he had misheard or was hallucinating. Yi Li had planned to startle the old man and test her mental communication, then use a command to make him call out a different number for the third die. Since Jiang Luer had already revealed the old man's name, Odd-Handed Lu, it should work. Just as Yi Li prepared for the next step, an unexpected voice rang out. A level warning. Leave this place immediately. What was that? The system's voice. A warning. Was it alerting her? Yi Li froze, taken aback. This was the first time the system had ever issued such a prompt. Her thoughts lingered for only a moment, but in that brief instant the system urged her frantically. Break the window, jump into the river. Now. Though she didn't understand why Yi Li trusted the system wouldn't lead her astray, she grabbed Wainer and roared at You shall move. Fearing he might not react in time, she kicked him hard, sending him flying into the cabin wall with a thud just a few steps from the window. Simultaneously, Yi Li scooped up Wainer, leaped like an arrow, stepped onto the table, and crashed through the window into the river. At almost the same moment, 3 fiery streaks tore across the river, trailing flames, and a deafening sonic boom, hurtling straight toward the cruise ship. A dull roar filled the air. As Yi Li hurtled through midair, she had no idea what was happening. Her hearing was overwhelmed by a piercing hum. Nothing but the endless ringing filled her ears, drowning out all other sounds. Then the two of them fell into the water together. The entire event transpired in a mere instant. Wainer remained in the seated posture she had held within the cabin, only to be jolted into terror when the icy river water enveloped her. She tried to cry out, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she choked and gasped unevenly, apparently swallowing several mouthfuls of the river. Although Yi Li was blind, Wainer's violent coughing caused her body to twist and writhe incessantly. He vaguely surmised what had happened and felt a surge of urgency, desperately wanting to surface immediately. He knew that after falling they would sink deep, for the cruise ship was so high and the river so vast and deep that there was no way to break the surface anytime soon. What to do? Before jumping, Wainer had never considered this. Unlike Yi Li, who had held a breath of air in his mouth at the moment of entry, she was now suffering greatly, though he could still endure for a while. With a flash of inspiration, he reached out and pressed against Wainer's chin, gently sealing his lips to hers, transferring his own breath to her. The result? Wainer choked even more violently. Yi Li was stunned. Were all those TV dramas lies? No choice now, he had to kick hard to swim. But it seemed futile. The downward plunge was too fierce, and there was no way to slow the momentum for a while. After a moment, the sinking finally ceased. Yi Li quickly exerted his strength, uncertain of Wainer's condition. Great strength proved advantageous. His legs churned like tiny motors, stirring up splashes in the water, and before long, he broke the surface. He gasped for air first, not even bothering to push the wet strands from his face, and immediately looked toward Wainer. At that sight, Yi Li couldn't help but chuckle. He truly hadn't meant to. There was Wainer coughing violently, and amidst her hacking, 2 tiny streams of water shot from her delicate nose, splashing right onto Yi Li's face. He ignored the need to wipe it off and gently patted her back in a steady rhythm. Feeling better? Ah, cough. Yi Li, I can't swim. Wainer's voice was distorted from choking. It's fine, I can. Why did you suddenly jump down? After a long pause, Wainer gradually recovered, but her face was ghastly pale, likely bloated from swallowing too much water. Yi Li didn't answer. Instead, he followed her gaze, and her breathing slowly steadied. In the distance, flames blazed. The cruise ship that had been there was now only a fragment, visible steadily sinking. Numerous objects floated on the river's surface, all burning, then gradually extinguishing as they sank. The scene was horrifying, especially knowing that so many people were still aboard that ship. What had happened? Why had it suddenly become like this? If not for the system's warning, wouldn't he and Wainer have? Unconsciously, Yi Li's hands and feet turned icy cold, then his pupils abruptly constricted. You shall. He was about to paddle and search for him when another sudden change occurred. Across the flames, the roar of an engine sounded. A man stood on a black speedboat, holding something, seemingly about to pull a trigger. As soon as he saw this, clearly a fierce, piercing noise accompanied by a burst of sparks rained down upon the river surface. For a moment, the river water danced, and a chilling rapid-fire clatter echoed across the expanse. And that wasn't all. Simultaneously with the clatter, thicker streaks of light, dragging a nerve-wracking air current blasted toward the sinking wreckage of the cruise ship. It's a rocket launcher getaway. In the indirect firelight, Wayner's face was terrifyingly pale. Upon hearing the clatter, she realized what it was, and almost immediately urged Yi to flee. But it was too late. Just as Wayner's words fell, a piece of metal, as long as a forearm, flew toward them. More precisely, it flew straight at Wayner's face. Its speed was like a fleeting shadow. If it struck, Wayner's head would surely be unable to withstand it. Yi, in a panic, acting on instinct, spun around swiftly, kicking his legs underwater, and surged upward, rising a few dozen centimeters higher than Wayner's body. There was no time for anything else. In that split-second movement, the metal shard plunged straight into Yi's back. With a thud, the sound of an object piercing flesh was utterly spine-chilling. Wayner, bewildered, quickly looked over and saw no abnormality in Yi, which relieved her. But before she could fully relax, she noticed something slowly seeping from the corner of his mouth. A buzzing filled her head. Wayner reached out in a daze, her delicate hand trembling even before touching the corner of his mouth, her eyes instantly reddening. Yi, When she saw that streak of crimson, she shook her head, her face contorted with grief, sobbing uncontrollably. She shook her head silently, her pupils gradually contracting, her expression vacant, as she slowly peered behind Yi. There a piece of metal was embedded deep into his shoulder blade. Yi took a breath and comforted the girl. "What are you crying for?" "Don't cry, I'm fine, just a minor wound." Those words were somewhat disingenuous. It truly hurt. He had nearly screamed out loud earlier. He had no idea what that thing on his back was. It was both hot and sharp, and crucially, it was stuck in his collarbone. This was practically a death sentence for the poor guy. Logically, with his cosmic physique, nothing should be able to harm his bones. But this thing had lodged itself in the weakest part of his entire skeleton, as annoyingly precise as encountering an ad while reading a novel. He should have taken the hit with his head instead. What a careless mistake. Wayner was trembling all over, crying, her hands cupping his face, unable to speak, just staring at him through her tears. The overwhelming shock and pain were too much, causing her to break down emotionally. "Really, I'm fine. See, I can still talk and laugh. Honestly, I'm okay. Stop crying, or it'll feel like I have to cry too, just to match the atmosphere." Wayner couldn't hear his attempt at humor. Her mind and eyes were full of him, her face an indistinguishable mix of tears and river water. Yi wanted to say more, but time was against them. The rapid-fire sound continued, and for some reason the river seemed to churn more violently. As this sensation hit him, he suddenly noticed the water's color had changed. The pungent stench of blood nearly made Yi vomit on the spot. Before he could understand the cause, the river behind him in the distance violently exploded. Turning his head, he saw the silhouette of a colossal creature. In an instant he recalled what the young man who had picked them up said, that there was a massive beast beneath this river. He had thought the guy was just trying to scare them. Who knew it was real? Holy crap. Yi nearly pissed himself. What was that? A huge thick tail? Though it appeared only briefly, Yi was certain that half-submerged body was an enormous tail, resembling a python. Stop thinking and run. Without a sense of direction, Yi picked a spot and went full throttle. At the same time, he heard something furiously thrashing against the cruise ship's hull, producing a booming sound. Yi dared not look back. Honestly, his legs were weak now, or as long as he could still move them, he would get as far away as possible. Every extra breath he took was a tribute to his predecessors who had been transmigrated. "Wayner, stop crying for now. Talk to me, I'm a bit scared." Ignoring the fact that half his body had gone numb, Yi held Wayner with one arm and kicked desperately with his legs, relying solely on this force to swim through the water. He muttered to himself for a long time, but got no response from Wayner. Looking down, he saw the girl had passed out. "Damn it. Are you afraid of snakes?" At this moment you choose to disconnect. Yi's heart crumbled. Why did he feel so helpless? Never mind, he had to speed up. When the river surface underwent a massive transformation, those on the yacht sensed something amiss. Almost instantly the firing ceased, and they fled in a flurry. During this series of events, they had used 13 incendiary shells, 6 missiles, and countless bullets. Good heavens, such an assault was lethal for a cruise ship with decent defenses. The square-faced man cast a hurried glance at the river surface. Surely this bombardment had dealt with that person's descendant. The river waters still raged, the colossal creature churning them in all directions, claiming countless lives. Then from the wreckage of the cruise ship, half a cabin wall flew out with a bang, and a figure burst forth. This person was utterly peculiar, with an entirely asymmetrical upper and lower body. Moreover, behind him grew a pair of appendages that clearly defied human physiology. Around his waist hung clumps of bulky objects that resembled silicone. or something akin to congealed artificial fat. And there were obvious signs of burning. He seemed extremely weak and his face bore a frost that was impossible for this season, almost tangible with his brows and hair covered in white rime. He knelt feebly on the wreckage deck, cast a distant glance at the creature in the water, then slowly rose as if to leave. The last dying embers flickered across his face just as he stood before fading completely. And that face. If Yili had seen it, he would have exclaimed, "Brother, you've lost weight. You look exhausted." This man was actually Yu Xiao. He was that chubby Yu Xiao. Only now compared to the Yu Xiao of before he was gaunt and almost fleshless. He was as skeletal as the Baya Yili had once encountered. Even more bizarrely, on Yu Xiao's back grew a pair of wings. Under the night sky their color was indistinguishable. This scene was utterly unbelievable. With that he spread his wings in a miraculous manner and took flight, rising and falling like a badly wounded eagle. But why did he have wings? Why did he have a frame similar to Bayas? Why was his face covered in frost on a warm spring day? All of this seemed a mystery, much like why Baya always wore a trench coat. Was it also to conceal something? If Baya was likened to a patient with a wind allergy who couldn't bear the breeze, the best solution was to wrap himself tightly. If Yu Xiao was the same, then the prosthetic fat wasn't just to hide the bizarre wings, but perhaps more, because he feared the cold. If both were of the same kind, each with different fears requiring external suppression, then could the governor's endless chain of cigarettes serve a similar purpose? What exactly were these beings? In the sky, Yu Xiao's eyes were bloodshot. He didn't know if Yi Li was alive or dead, but in his current state, he was too weak to search. He could only flee the danger first and plan later. At that thought, he slapped himself hard several times. Why cling to foolish pride? If not for that hollow pride, he wouldn't have dragged Yi Li into this. The more he fumed, the harder he struck, blood streaming from his mouth. How could he ever explain this to Li Lo? "Little sister, wait until I recover, and I'll come find you. If you've perished, I'll join you in death. If you've vanished without a trace, I'll personally settle accounts with that serpent, and then accompany you to the underworld." In his life, Yu Xiao had rarely wept, but now he shed tears like a child. Yi Li harbored the same thought, pondering that if Yu Xiao had unfortunately fallen once he himself grew stronger, that underwater creature's days would be numbered. The only difference was that Yi Li valued his own life. Hell, women. Perhaps his malicious intent had worked, for that massive creature actually followed him. Yi Li could keenly feel the water surging behind him, and his face fell in dismay. Damn, wasn't there enough prey for you to ravage? Could my scrawny frame even fill your teeth? An inexplicable chill grew heavier, and Yi Li felt as if he were trapped in an ice cavern. His heart pounded with terror and agonizing dread. His legs had given out, his pace slowing, and the colossal thing behind him suddenly churned up, a great wave crashing down on Yi Li and Wainer. The river water choked their breath and blinded their eyes, jolting Wainer awake from her stupor. Yi Li steadied himself, surfaced again, and tried to flee, but found no escape. Before him were a pair of pupils, each the size of his head. They emitted an eerie, suffocating glow. Though the waters had stopped churning, Yi Li knew that within 3 meters of him, the serpent's body had sealed every gap. Swallowing hard, he stared in terror. 2 meters before him, a colossal head hung motionless, topped with fleshy horns resembling the cranial protuberances of a Buddha. But these were horn-like with branches. Unmistakably a river jiao undergoing tribulation to become a dragon. Yi Li clearly saw that this jiao's massive head bore long white filaments. It was actually a white-furred river jiao. This must be a mistake. The tales in novels couldn't be real. Locking eyes with those round orbs, Yi Li felt an icy chill. Within those pupils seemed to hide a sharp, sword intent raging. It was over. He was surely doomed. Facing such a behemoth, how could he fight? Yi Li nearly gave up. Not because he didn't want to live, but because he realized that no matter how he racked his brain, all his current strength wasn't worth a single bite from this thing. What a pity to have dragged Wainer into this. Fortunately, the girl was terrified of this creature. Upon waking and seeing the jiao, she tilted her head and passed out again. At least she was spared the fear, and when death came it would be painless. But strangely, the jiao, which should have swallowed them in one gulp, made no move. It just stared at Yi Li. The pressure of being fixed by such a predatory gaze was immense. Seeing no reaction, Yi Li began to curse. "You stinking serpent, if you're going to eat me, just do it. What's with the intimidation? Either let me go or eat me. Give me a straight answer." He wasn't sure if the jiao understood, but venting felt right. Then a voice echoed in his mind like a bell reverberating endlessly. "Human, was it you who transmitted to me earlier, vowing to take my life, once you've grown?" Yi Li's eyes bulged, frozen in place. Coming to his senses, his mood lightened considerably. That voice clearly wasn't spoken aloud, but transmitted mentally, and from its tone, there was a faint hint of delight. Yi Li had no time to ponder the delight. but he realized he had forgotten about mental communication. Since they could converse, didn't that mean a chance to live? It also explained why the serpent had chased him. He had inadvertently broadcast his inner thoughts through spiritual transmission. No one else survived on the river. The only conscious, spiritually active being was this serpent, so it had naturally heard him. Hey there, big serpent. Are you female or male? What's your name? Can we be friends? Do me a favor, and I'll bring you fish later. Yili quickly steadied himself, trying to cozy up through mental communication. But his approach was foolish. Who calls a river jiao a serpent? Wasn't that asking for death? Sure enough, the jiao was displeased, snorting 2 blasts of frigid air that made Yili shudder violently. Yet the jiao still refrained from killing, continuing. How do you know the art of telepathy? Do you have immortal blood in your lineage? Yili understood none of its words, nor what it truly wanted. All he cared about was whether this serpent had a name. If it did, then nothing else would be a problem. But he knew not to overdo it and had to take things slowly, so he began to ponder. Could it be that this serpent needed his help with something? Or perhaps sought some celestial treasure to aid its tribulation and transformation into a dragon? It was exactly as the novels often described, and Yili couldn't help but think along those lines. However, Zhang Jiao's words left him at a loss for an answer. What if this creature truly required the blood and bones of an immortal? If he admitted to having them, would he be devoured in one gulp? If he denied it, would the beast deem him useless and swallow him anyway? Yet the ensuing conversation left Yili bewildered. This Zhang Jiao was merely curious about how he could transmit sound telepathically with no intention of enlisting his help to search for celestial treasures. After a brief exchange, Yili learned that the creature hadn't been wreaking havoc, but had instead gone to render aid. Not bad, quite a virtuous serpent. As for the extent of its efforts, the blood seeping from the river's surface spoke volumes. Few had any hope left, most had drowned or perished from gunshot wounds. You're called Yuling, right? How old are you? Having existed for perhaps eons without companionship or anyone to converse with, the Zhang Jiao yearned to chat with Yili. Those millennia had been unbearably lonely. How I can no longer recall. The serpent was surprisingly considerate, fearing Yili might exhaust his strength, and lifted him with its massive tail. Yili didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down holding Wainer and asked curiously, "Are you female?" Something about its tone seemed off, as if it harbored certain thoughts. Yuling blinked its enormous eyes. "According to my inherited memories, I am female." Yili nodded and then asked, "You're so long, why haven't you transformed into a dragon yet?" It shook its head slightly. "My bloodline is too humble. This form is already my limit." "Do you know any spells? Like swoosh fireballs or ice chunks?" "No." "What about divine abilities? Like freezing an entire river with a single thought?" "No." Yili was speechless. "Then what's the point of being so enormous?" As if to answer his unspoken question, Yuling added, "My kind can only ascend through tribulation by a stroke of fate, but the hope is slim. Unless I find the essence blood of a divine dragon, just a single drop would free me from the shackles of heaven's decree. Then the powers you mentioned would be mine with a mere thought." Its voice unconsciously grew despondent. "But divine dragons are exceedingly rare. To this day I have scoured countless places and found none." Inexplicably, Yili felt a pang of sympathy for it. This world was undoubtedly one of solitude and desolation for Yuling Estate that could only be described as waiting for death in idleness. Without kin and with hope so faint the loneliness gnawing at its soul. The mere thought was terrifying. "Sis'll come visit you often from now on. Though I can't do much for you, at least I can keep you company." Yuling remained silent, yet a glimmer of emotion seemed to flicker in its vast eyes. After a long pause, it finally spoke. "Could you elaborate on your telepathy?" It was still curious about how Yili could communicate with it. Was this fellow perhaps a transformed serpent as well? "Oh, I'm not entirely sure myself. It never happened before, so how could I have known I'd be able to talk to you?" He wasn't lying. He had only just acquired this mental communication skill from the system. How could he explain that? "By the way, Yuling, did you see a fat man? Is he dead or not?" Aside from the pain of his injuries, Yili was worried about Yu Xiao. If the guy was still alive, maybe he could ask Yuling to help find him. "Are you referring to that child of heaven and earth?" Surprisingly, Yuling used a term Yili couldn't comprehend. "What do you mean by child of heaven and earth?" "The cosmos nurtures all things, and many wonders arise. Among humans there are also divine beings. A creator is but a minor wonder among the millennia." A trace of recollection flickered in Yuling's eyes. Yili scratched his head and admitted, "I don't understand. Can you be more specific?" "The so-called child of heaven and earth doesn't refer to one who creates things, but rather a spiritual being born of the universe, be it human, demon, tiger, or serpent. All are included. Yet they differ from true monsters like me. In essence, they are human, but they possess abilities that most humans could never have." Oh, Yili got it now. So they were like superhumans. Why not just say that outright? He grumbled inwardly, then his face filled with astonishment. Did that mean, Fatty, you was also a child of heaven and earth? Damn, Head kept it well hidden. I'd have to give him a piece of his mind later. So did you see him? How is he? Dead or alive? It was unclear whether he was genuinely worried or just cursing Yu Xiao. He flew away, Yu Ling said lightly. Huh. Yili was stunned. He instantly pictured the scene Yu Ling described, with Yu Xiao's build sprouting a pair of wings. What should he call him? Fat dragon or a winged Garen? The serpent and the man talked for a long time. Yili went from initial fear to gradually enjoying the conversation with this enormous creature. Unbeknownst to them, dawn had broken. A ray of morning light scattered across the river. Yu Ling, as if afraid of startling the world, asked, Shall I take you back? Can you? Thank you. At this, Yu Ling gently lifted its tail tip. Yili yelped, and holding Wainer sat directly on Yu Ling's head. Then a peculiar sight unfolded. A sitting Buddha glided eerily across the river's surface, moving steadily onward. As they neared the shore, Yu Ling seemed to hesitate for a long time, calculating something, before finally stopping at a bank lined with bamboo groves. From these small details, Yili gathered that Yu Ling was quite gentle, afraid its appearance might frighten the mortals of this era. Perhaps it also feared that causing harm would invite heavenly punishment. In any case, it was exceedingly cautious. After Yili disembarked, Yu Ling didn't leave immediately. It lurked in the river, its voice drifting slowly. What does this mean? Yili smiled and explained it meant a gathering where many beautiful girls could be found. I wish I could see it someday, Yu Ling said with longing. Yili didn't know how to respond, for he was powerless to make it happen. Will you come see me often? Yu Ling asked again finally. Yili nodded. Yes, once every 7 days. He felt once a month wouldn't be enough. Good, I look forward to it. Stand here, then, and tell me of the human world. Yu Ling departed, and Yili saw it off in silence, musing that one shouldn't judge by appearances. Even the largest body might harbor little malice or cunning. He glanced down at Wainer, whose eyes were red-rimmed. Whether from crying or the river water's sting, he couldn't tell. She was sleeping soundly, though. He had no choice but to carry her. The movement sent a jolt of pain through his back. What to do? Head to the hospital. The morning light was faint, and the sky seemed darker than before. Perhaps due to the commotion on the river, the shops, cafes, and bars along the bank were all pitch black. Even the parking lot held only the Beetle. He opened the car door, intending to place Wainer in the passenger seat, but she woke up. Her first words were, Yili. Her voice was still mournful, her eyes filled with terror. When she saw him before, her joy surged, and she began weeping again. Just as he was about to comfort her, Wainer lunged forward and kissed him fiercely, as if trying to merge her very being into his. Taken by surprise, Yili stammered gently. Don't touch there. No. She pulled him entirely into the car. After a long, while only when Wainer could no longer breathe, did Yili manage to break free. Big sister, what's wrong with you? You almost suffocated me. Wainer remained silent, her eyes tender, her face flushed. She was a girl not adept at expressing herself. The scenes on the river, the emotions Yili had stirred within her struck her soul. It brought her unprecedented warmth and emotion, as well as an indescribable sense of security. Of course, heartache and compassion accompanied it as well. She had even thought that Yi Li was about to part from her, and her brief unconsciousness had filled her with countless dreams of Yi Li's life and death. Thus, the moment she opened her eyes and saw Yi Li, she could not wait to embrace him. Even if she were to die like this, she wanted to stay by his side. Your injuries. Seeing Yi Li's pallid complexion, Wainer's own haggard face turned even whiter, her brows furrowed together. Really, it's nothing, don't worry. I've dragged you into this, and am not even fazed. Yi Li tidied his disheveled hair and said lightly. The pain from his injuries had dulled as if numbed, but blood still seeped out, soaking his knitted vest until it was a bloody mess. He should have let Wainer take the hit. He could have healed her afterward. Ah, carelessness. The thought had barely formed when he slapped his thigh, startling Wainer. Yi Li exclaimed, right? How could I be so stupid? Healing anyone was the same, wasn't it? He could heal himself too, couldn't he? Deciding to act, he said to Wainer, come on, grit your teeth and pull this out in one go. He pointed at the metal shard embedded in his back. It had been there for quite a while, and the sight of it sticking out of his back was rather comical. If he weren't wearing a soaked casual outfit but a gleaming combat suit, others might mistake him for some kind of mecha girl. Wainer gasped, then shook her head, even more distressed. To prevent her from crying again, Yi Li quickly said, do you trust me? Wainer nodded blankly. Then pull it out. You have to know doing this is helping me. With that, he turned around, presenting his back to Wainer. Seeing the metal deeply embedded in his shoulder bone, her lips trembled, and a chain reaction caused her whole body to shake. She found she couldn't do it. Indeed, who could bear to inflict further harm on the one they cherished? It was a double-edged sword, amplifying the heartache. Yi Li could somewhat understand, but with no one else to help if Wayner wouldn't do it, there was no other way. He urged again, "You don't have to pull it out. Just take off my vest, wrap it around the metal, and hold it steady. I'll do the rest myself." Wayner still refused her expression, almost pleading with him to stop. In the end, Yili slowly removed his vest, tore it into strips, and asked Wayner to help secure them around the metal. This time Wayner didn't refuse, but the entire process left her nearly trembling. The metal shard was irregular, thinner where it pierced his shoulder bone and wider at the other end. There was a right angle in the middle, and Wayner tied the cloth strips firmly around it, securing the rest to the car door handle. Seeing this, Yili sniffled, took a deep breath, and with a shout, he charged forward. Naturally, the metal clattered to the ground, and his shoulder bone bled anew. But he reacted swiftly. Before too much blood was lost, he quickly slapped his own buttocks. Why there? Out of habit. His miraculous healing art was truly effective. He healed himself, and the injury vanished instantly. All right, it's fine now. You don't have to be sad anymore. Wayner's eyes reddened as she watched. Seeing that his back had indeed stopped bleeding, she blinked, stepped forward, and examined him repeatedly. Through his undershirt, she confirmed the injury was gone. She frowned in thought for a moment, then murmured, "How miraculous." This wasn't the first time such a thing had happened, and Yili had considered not hiding it from Wayner. Of course, he didn't intend to explain proactively. Coincidentally, Wayner didn't plan to pry either. If it had been Tian Nini, Yili wouldn't have had a moment's peace. With that settled, Yili got into the car. The sky was gradually brightening. In half an hour, it would be fully light. As soon as he sat down, Wayner asked him to take off his clothes. WWHYA. Yili was a bit wary now, not because he had changed, but because he feared losing control and letting things go too far with Wayner. "What are you thinking? I was only proactive that one time. It's usually you who does whatever you want," Wayner said, bashfully holding wet wipes and pulling them out one by one. She probably wanted to clean the blood off Yili. Yili responded with an "oh" and turned his back to her. As he slowly lifted his undershirt, Wayner's face flushed again. Yili's striking physique was far too distracting. Then came his slender waist, his butterfly back, his black underwear. "Wayner, what happened today? Why did the cruise ship suddenly explode?" Just as she was feeling flustered, Yili asked. Wayner froze, feeling a pang of guilt. She stammered, "I haven't seen those people before." Yili was taken aback. He sensed something off in her words. He turned to stare at her face. "So you mean you've seen people like them before? Or experienced something similar?" Her expression stiffened. Oh, she knew she had said something she shouldn't have. Slowly setting down the wet wipe, she lowered her eyes and whispered, "My father was a war commander, a commander who captured many evildoers." She said father, not dad. Yili quickly understood the implication. It meant they had many enemies, and those enemies, or their connections, would come seeking revenge. From Wayner's past words, her father had long since died, so the targets of revenge could only be Wayner. He gently pulled her into his arms and whispered, "You must have endured much pain and fear in the past, but that won't happen anymore." There were no grand promises, yet these simple words filled Wayner's heart with warmth. She hummed softly in response, resting her chin on his shoulder, her arms tightening around his back. At that moment, the scenery was beautiful. But it didn't last long. The urgent roar of engines came from the road, and the sound of helicopter blades drew near. Yili was startled. It must be the rescue team and high-ranking officials. After all, such a major incident on the changing river at dawn would have alerted the authorities. For them to arrive so quickly showed the enormous impact of the event. Even the mayor of Bayshore City had probably come personally. Yili started the car and quickly drove off, not out of fear, but to avoid the hassle. Meeting them would inevitably lead to a flurry of questions like, "Miss Shangwan, what are you doing here? Are you all right?" and so on. Wayner understood instantly and fastened her seatbelt. The Beetle sped away without even turning on its lights. Almost simultaneously, the frail Yu Shao, using the last of the darkness, entered his home and turned on the heater. Soon the terrifying large wings disappeared. More precisely, they gradually vanished into his back. Without lingering, Yu Shao smashed his waterlogged phone on the ground, took out the SIM card, and inserted it into a backup phone. He then dialed a number. At this hour, and in such a hurry, the call was undoubtedly to Li. October 7th, 231710. At the southernmost extremity of the Dragon Kingdom. From an aerial perspective, the terrain is a vast expanse of towering mountains and undulating ridges winding like the spine of a celestial dragon, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Except for the Songhai waters that bridge the two banks of the far south, the mountain ranges within the Dragon Kingdom's territory are exceptionally eerie. It could be described as utterly barren. In this verdureless land, numerous structures have been erected, their exteriors bizarre and materials unknown. When the morning sunlight falls upon them, they shimmer in a myriad of hues like brilliant faceted crystals, sharp-edged and oddly shaped. The sight alone conveys an impregnable strength, as if even a meteorite strike could not destroy them instantly. These buildings form circles one after another, resembling spiral towers of brick and stone rising from the earth. They connect in a chain, creating larger circles one upon the next in an endless cycle. They occupy an immense area like a city. Beyond these peculiar structures, scattered small buildings that the surroundings appearing as mere ants in comparison to the stone towers. At this moment, on a dusty yellow road, a man in a suit with a bushy beard stepped out of a convertible jeep. He gazed at the surrounding buildings, his eyes filled with nostalgia. He clutched a small bundle to his chest. Its contents were unknown, but seemed precious. After a brief survey, he headed toward a manor. The manor stood out starkly on the yellow earth, devoid of beauty or scenery. Countless military personnel were hidden inside and around the manor. The moment the suited man appeared, 100 soldiers sprang from all directions, encircling him. Each soldier held a pitch-black spear, their eyes icy, their bloodthirsty aura exuding a suffocating sense of dread. Yet faced with these men, the suited man merely tilted his head slightly, and the invisible killing intent dissipated instantly. In an instant, the weaker position was reversed. One guest overwhelms the host. Heavenly King. Recognizing the newcomer, a squad leader snapped to attention with a sharp salute. The others followed suit, their movements almost identical. Is the governor awake? The man asked. No sooner had he spoken than the governor emerged from the courtyard wearing a robe and holding a cigarette between his fingers. What brings you to visit me? Master, the man replied with a slight bow. I came to ask the medicine root elder for some blood-nourishing herbs for my sister. Since I was near the southern border, I thought I'd stop by to see you, master. This man was Li Liao, who had come from the northern city to find nourishing blood-tonic herbs for Yi Li. But what was puzzling was that this underworld boss of the northern city was actually a disciple of the governor, a guardian of the nation. Is it that Yi girl? The governor gestured for him to come inside. You know, master? I heard from that one in chiefing. What's his name? That you were almost fooled by 2 old hired hands from the Qin family. It was said that Yi girl exposed them on the spot, and you finally saw the light. Li Liao gave an awkward smile, which looked out of place on his stiff face. She made my sister see the truth of the world. I can understand your gratitude. Traveling thousands of miles to seek medicine for her is only right. The two sat down on the sofa in the hall. And that's exactly why I came to ask you, does she have any connection to those matters? The governor lit another cigarette. Hearing this, he smiled and pointed at Li Liao, giving him a knowing look. I was going to tell you over the phone, but since you're asking, I'll tell you now. This girl's identity is something you'll never guess. Li Liao's eyes showed curiosity and eagerness. The governor was about to speak when an inopportune phone rang. Li Liao fumbled in his pocket, intending to silence it. The governor gestured that it was fine, so he looked at the caller ID. The call was from Yu Xiao, of course. After a moment's hesitation, Li Liao put the call on speaker, a mark of respect for the governor, perhaps also for another reason. When Yu Xiao heard the call connect, he almost breathlessly recounted the events of the previous night. Brother Liao, you might as well kill me. I've failed you, and I've failed Sister Yi. Even through the phone, the raw anguish in Yu Xiao's voice was palpable. He seemed racked with guilt. Although he had said earlier that he would go to the Changjing River to search for Yi Li once had recovered, he knew that in such a situation survival was virtually impossible. No one could have lived. Even if he brought people, it would be futile. This call felt more like a farewell to Li Liao before he went to fight that serpent to the death. The two in the hall fell silent, their heavy breaths pressing so heavily that even the soldiers outside felt the tension unconsciously shifting their feet. Li Liao clenched his fists. Without a word of reproach, he coldly uttered 2 words, "Wait for me." Then he hung up. The governor also wore a look of sorrow. He had heard everything clearly. Not only was Yi girl lost, but Weiner. At that thought, his aura exploded with a bang, reducing everything in the hall, except for Li Liao and the sofa they sat on, to dust. If Yi Li had seen that, she would have shouted, "Awesome." Could it be that he had eaten a wave fruit? When the burst of energy subsided, the governor coughed violently. Li Liao, doubly worried, stood up and patted his back. Of all times, why now? Once the governor had caught his breath, he gnashed his teeth in fury. Li Liao remained silent, also tormented by his own powerlessness. Endless troubles in the prison. This is a fundamental erosion. These people, for petty gains, never consider the consequences. They are nothing but parasites. Damn them. Damn them all. As he spoke, he coughed up blood, his face turning instantly paler, his lips purple. His rage stemmed not only from worry for his daughter, but also from the frustration of having immense power with no outlet. The governor was not surprised that something had happened to Weiner. It had happened so often that he had to send her to different cities at regular intervals. The purpose was to keep her location uncertain. The so-called governor choosing a school for his daughter was just a story for his subordinates. Then why didn't he keep his daughter by his side? The reason was simple: there were also many who wanted him dead, and a large portion of them were his comrades. Faced with such pressure, how could he not worry? He didn't need to think hard to know the exact cause of last night's incident. He had rushed back, even sending his student to become the underground king of the northern city. All of this was part of his investigation into who was pulling strings in the prison, what their goals were, and which higher-ups dared to grant such powers. Regrettably, he remained in the dark. Though he bore the title of guardian of the 79th prison, his real authority was nearly zero. He couldn't even enter the lower-level prisons. His so-called subordinates in the prison were loyal only on the surface, and the actual work they did was negligible. Investigating a single matter could take months. The worst part was that at this very moment the prison heart was in constant turmoil, and his own manpower was critically short. If it weren't for this issue, he would never have recalled the guards from Weiner's side. Would the tragedy of last night have been avoided? I have failed, Mingbo. After a long silence, the governor spoke in grief. Both he and Li Liao knew that those who sought revenge against Weiner were no ordinary people, and they had chosen that location to strike. Now nothing could be done. Regardless, he'll kill those people first. If I return now, I might still find clues. Li Liao's icy voice was filled with murderous intent. As the Lord of the Heavenly King Hall, finding the few individuals from last night was well within his capabilities. Of course, he had to act quickly while the trail was still fresh, since the enemy was no fool. Bring them to me. I'll interrogate them personally, the governor said coldly, his hatred overwhelming. He wanted to know who the hell had pulled them out of prison. No sooner had he spoken than a phone call nearly drove them both insane. The governor almost couldn't help but curse, "Give me back my old blood." The call was from Yu Xiao again, who was shouting wildly on the other end, saying he didn't have to die after all. The reason was that after returning to the villa, Yili worried that this guy might do something rash, send a message to confirm his safety. Still fuming over the anxiety the other had caused, he gave him a thorough scolding and demanded compensation for the losses. Even now, Yili couldn't stop thinking about the money wasted on the cruise ship, regretting it all the way back, wishing he had asked Yueling to search for it. Faced with these demands, Yu Xiao was overjoyed to the point of tears, repeatedly exclaiming, "Great, great." As for Yi Li's request that he tell the truth next time they met, Yu Xiao had a vague suspicion of what it entailed and decided to address it when the time came. After hanging up with Yi Li, he hurriedly called Li Lu to inform him that Yi Li was safe. Upon hearing this, Li Lu and the governor were caught between relief and bewilderment, feeling as though they might crack. Indeed, moments ago they had been so heartbroken they could spit blood, nearly weeping as they contemplated confessing at Shangguan Mingba's grave. Little did they know all that grief had been for nothing. Still, both he and Li Lu naturally wished for Yi Li and Weiner's safety. After ending the call, Li Lu shook his head in speechless relief, but his complexion had visibly improved tenfold, though one might wonder what miraculous foundation he used. The governor resumed his smoking, his aged eyes brimming with gratitude, and soon he burst into hearty laughter. Li Lu fell silent for a moment, eyeing the governor with suspicion, wondering if the shock had driven him to mental instability. Though he thought it improper, he still asked with concern, "Teacher, are you all right?" "Haha, I'm fine, I'm fine." The governor waved his hand dismissively, and oddly enough his demeanor carried a certain dashing charm. Relieved, Li Lu seemed to grasp something and inquired doubtfully, "Is it because of her?" "Exactly. At first we were both too worried, forgetting about that little rascal Yi." Taking a deep drag of his Dragon Sun cigarette, the governor hastily explained, "That girl Yi is that person's child. She must have inherited some skills." Upon hearing this, Li Lu revisited the matter and quickly asked, "I wanted to ask earlier, teacher, but what about her identity?" "Come closer, walls have ears. I'm only speculating. If that person finds out I said this, given his temperament, he'll surely come after me." The governor gestured for Li Lu to lean in, ensuring only he could hear. After listening, Li Lu froze entirely, exuding an aura of solemn reverence, so thick that anyone could sense it. "I stand on the long street listening to the opera singer sing of the capital." Yi Li emerged in his pajamas, hair disheveled, dragging his slippers, seemingly in high spirits. It was now around 5 or 6 in the evening. He and Weiner hadn't attended class today. After returning, they had bathed and fallen asleep in each other's arms, without eating, only waking up moments ago. His stomach growled with hunger, and since he needed to finish the manga tonight, how could he do without some happy juice? Thus Yi Li decided to grab some takeout from nearby. The villa area wasn't particularly convenient with sparse amenities. Driving wasn't far, but walking would take ages. Normally Yi Li would be cursing up a storm, but today he was in an exceptionally good mood, though one could only guess what he and Weiner had done before sleeping. He walked along chuckling to himself and striking bizarre poses, almost like a yanga dance. MTV, isn't this a piece of cake? Oh, In spring, flowers bloom 14 to 16. Oh, on the 6th of June, admire the grain show. Oh, 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 oh. He hummed and danced, kicking his little feet and hooking his hands, drawing furrowed brows from many office workers heading home. One passerby bluntly remarked, I suggested she never leave the hospital to see for yourself. Lost in self-indulgence, Yili didn't hear a thing, continuing his medley of songs as he pranced along, crossing the moat to reach the small commercial street. Yili. Just as he was about to enter a dumpling shop, he heard someone call his name, the voice tinged with uncertainty. He turned to look, casually tidying his fluffy hair. After all, appearing like a madwoman in front of an acquaintance wouldn't be ideal. Yili, what are you doing here? At the small street corner opposite stood a tall girl, not quite mature, but with big wavy hair and striking attire. In short, she was even more alluring than Sumi Lee. Yili stared blankly for a long while, utterly clueless about who she was. Had never seen her before. It's me, Yao Billion from class 27. Don't you remember me? We got food together last time. As Yao Billion approached, Yili remained bewildered. He was stunned by her name. Was that really a thing? How terrifying. Hello, classmate Yao. Not knowing her intentions, Yili forced an awkward smile. Yao Billion beamed, her sensuous lip-glossed lips stretching wide like a belt. Still, it was indeed alluring. I didn't expect to see you here. Let me buy you a coffee. She grabbed Yili's arm to pull him along. Wait, I have things to do, maybe next time. Taken aback by her sudden invitation, Yili's mind raced with unpleasant scenarios. He imagined urban seduction experts, flower-plucking gangs, and even lost girl intermediaries. He suspected Yao Billion might be a middleman, worrying she'd spike his coffee and leave him dazed. His caution was commendable, but his assumptions were way off. When he refused, Yao Billion's eyes reddened instantly, her expression torn between pride and humility. Yili was utterly confused. What was going on? Out of human decency, he asked, classmate Yao, are you in some kind of trouble? As if waiting for this reaction, Yao Billion burst into tears, pitiful and heart-wrenching. What grievance could make her cry so bitterly? Don't cry, if there's a problem, solve it. Crying won't help. Yili, being kind-hearted, offered his slipper to wipe her tears. Yao Billion froze, her tears stopping as a flicker of irritation crossed her eyes, but she held it in. This girl was notorious as the delivery girl of School 56, with a messy private life well known in certain circles. But Yili, innocent as he was, heard little of it, and remained unaware of her reputation. Yao Billion came from a poor family. So poor that in her early years she didn't know where her next meal would come from. As the saying goes, a man may be poor, but not lacking in ambition, but she chose a different path, trading dignity for luxury. Today Yao Billion was supposed to deliver a meal to a boss, but something went wrong. She was already out of money and couldn't afford to wait. There were bags she still needed to buy. She had bragged to her friends, and if they showed up with the latest styles while she had none, the mockery would be unbearable. So Yao Billion couldn't let that happen. But with no other bosses in sight, what was she to do? Just as she was at a loss, she spotted Yili by the moat. At first, she wasn't sure, but as she followed him slowly, she grew certain, and a plan formed in her mind. She remembered Yili coming out of Jinshang Villa in his pajamas, clearly a resident there. Living in such a luxurious villa district meant he must be wealthy. So she devised a scheme to borrow money by playing the victim, then find a way to never repay it. Then how much do you need? In a minimalist cafe, Yili was somewhat moved by her words. Yao Billion wept bitterly, painting herself as unloved and uncared for, with no guarantee of her next meal, an ailing mother bedridden at home, a young brother of childish intellect with no one to look after him, a gambling father who only added burdens and not a grain of rice in the house to sustain them. In short, her plight was so dire that it stirred Yili's compassion, and he also felt there was something familiar about this script. Why does it sound so familiar? Yet seeing Yao Billion cry so pitifully, it hardly seemed feigned, so he asked how much she wanted to borrow. After all, Yili was very kind-hearted, wasn't he? He wouldn't hesitate to lend a hand if he could, though of course you had to be truly miserable first. Drenched in sorrow, Yao Billion sobbed as she wiped her tears, casting a grateful and innocent look. Then she slowly uttered, 200,000. Yili immediately rose to leave. Good heavens, this was a favor he couldn't grant. He didn't want to acknowledge this schoolmate. Wasn't she being a bit too presumptuous? Then a little less. How much can you help? Yao Billion grew anxious. Yili sat back down. At most 200. I can't explain any more to my wife. Yao Billion was left speechless, her teeth grinding audibly. 200. Are you messing with me? That's not even enough for a pair of socks. You live in such a big villa. Can't you lend me a bit more? Hearing that, Yili wanted to applaud her. Miss, you must get beaten often, don't you? Then 300. Oh, any more, and I really can't explain. 15,000. Any less and I can't even buy. I mean, my mom won't have money for medicine. No way. You'll add at most 500 more. That's all I have, my food money. 100,000 really. Just help me out. Look, I barely know you. How can you be so thick-skinned? 800, take it or leave it. If not, I'll crowdfund for you at school. Yao Billion's chest heaved with rage, nearly cursing out loud. But money mattered, and with one more push there might be a chance. She wasn't entirely without a plan. She had her methods, not relying solely on this face of hers. She slid her chair closer to Yi Li, her irregular skirt hem swaying slightly, and as she did she slowly crossed her legs, revealing a glimpse of her undergarment. It was clearly seen by Yi Li. This was her tactic. Having heard the rumors about Yi Li's indiscriminate tastes, Yao Billion naturally knew of them. She planned to flirt with Yi Li first, stir his desires, and then bring up the money, which she figured would be twice as effective. Additionally, she intended to settle the debt this way, even though she had never been with a woman before. Yi Li raised an eyebrow, his intellect instantly sharpening. Though he didn't know the details from Yao Billion's leg-crossing move, he concluded her entire sob story was utter nonsense. 100,000, huh? He chuckled lightly. Yao Billion's heart leaped with joy, thinking it worked. This Yi Li was indeed a seasoned veteran of sapphic affairs. She quickly nodded. Yi Li then asked, "And when will you pay me back?" Yao Billion paused, then quickly caught on and raised the stakes. "Do I have to pay it back? I can keep you company for a long time. But it'll need 200,000. Yi Li smirked knowingly, which only made Yao Billion more certain the deal was done. Glancing at her undergarment, he picked up his coffee and cursed, "Go borrow from your sister. You stink." With that, he flung the coffee in her face, turned, and fled, leaving Yao Billion shrieking behind him. "Yi Li, you screwed me over. Ah, it's burning." Good grief, after all that sacrifice, she didn't even get 800. Yi Li paid her no mind and went about his shopping. Back at the villa, Wainer was already awake, her hair tousled, wearing hot pants, wandering dazedly through the entire house. Yi Li asked what she was looking for, and she said she was looking for Yi Li. The previous day's ordeal had clearly frightened the girl, leaving her a bit disoriented. They ate dumplings together, delicious. Afterwards, Wainer insisted Yi Li bathe and apply a face mask, claiming head age without skincare. Later, Wainer went to practice piano while Yi Li wrapped up the final chapter upstairs. Very well done, but too short. Any news on Lang Lang's next work? I both like and dislike this piece. I cried several times, touched, yet it's truly remarkable. The ending has something to it. Seems like Landon has a son. But where did he go? Why does only Eureka appear? Can't you read carefully upstairs? Skipping around. Are you trying to predict the plot? So smug. It's clearly explained. Beneath the work's comment section, reviews poured in. Some praise, some criticism. It barely found its audience. Yi Li skimmed through them, then started a thread. "Thank you all for your continued support, and I'm glad you enjoyed it. They'll let you know when there's news on the next work." That was his simple closing note. Within a minute, comments flooded in, reaching hundreds of thousands, and naturally the interface froze again. Yi Li was exasperated just as Hammer sent him a message. "Lang Lang, great job. I've got news. Your work has caught the eye of Blue Sky Animation. They want to buy it out and produce it." "Buyout? How much?" Yi Li was mildly surprised. The offer is vague. Under 5 million, but their tone seems hesitant. They're probably gauging your work's long-term potential, since this industry is risky. If that's the case, why not collaborate instead of a buyout? Tell them I'm not selling. If they want to work together, it's a 70-30 split. Yi Li was pissed. What hesitant tone and risky? They clearly wanted to feast without even leaving him the broth. He'd bet his life that Shi Xian had a hand in this. If so, it was time to consider switching platforms. Without giving Hammer a chance to explain, he logged off immediately. Just then his phone rang. It was Mo Qingxue. Yesterday, when they headed to the cruise, he and Wainer had left their phones in the car, so they luckily escaped damage. Hello, class president. Oh, I was so worried. Why didn't you come to class? You didn't even tell me. What happened?" Yi Li apologized. "I'm fine, sorry for worrying you. It's nothing serious. Wainer and I just overslept." "If you didn't even show any concern." Mo Qingxue pouted. "Oh, what kind of concern do you want?" Moi. Mo Qingxue giggled. "Enough joking. I'm asking about something serious. Did you get the concert tickets?" Yi Li froze. Damn. He had completely forgotten about that. "Oh, well, I got them, don't worry. I'm good. Sai, I really wish I could stay with you guys." "Sure, can't you just talk it over with your aunt?" Yi Li didn't mind. Mo Qingxue already knew about the villa, and he used Wainer as an excuse again. Really? But would Wainer be upset? That? Probably not. Let me ask her later and get back to you. Alright. Mo Qingxue sounded a bit disappointed. They chatted for a while before hanging up, and Yi Li went downstairs. Wainer was playing the piano with a serious expression. In that moment, she was serene. Yi Li crept up behind her, planning some mischief, but his phone rang again, cutting Wainer's music short. Yi Li gave a sheepish grin and diverted by answering the call. "Hey Lili, your sister Qian is in trouble." It was Yes Mother on the line, getting straight to the point. Whatever it was, it seemed serious. Yi Li's mind blanked for about 3 seconds before he recalled who this Qian Qian was. Aunt Mai's daughter, just 1 year younger than him. What's wrong, Mom? Don't panic, take your time, we can figure it out. Yi Mu's frantic gasps were audible even through the phone. After she caught her breath, she recounted the whole story. It turned out that Qian Qian had been at a party with her classmates. Things got a bit out of hand, and they made a bet resulting in her losing 300,000. Initially no one took it seriously, but one of Qian Qian's female classmates was very insistent, stating that she wouldn't be allowed to leave without the money. Qian Qian, in the throes of rebellion and with a fiery temper, naturally took offense at such a threat. The two came to blows, ending in a stalemate. The problem, however, remained unresolved. Moreover, that female classmate's father seemed to be quite influential with connections to the underworld, and he brought people over immediately. Qian Qian, of course, couldn't leave. She was still trapped in that KTV. So what do they want? Yi Li asked after getting a general understanding. Your uncle is trying to pull some strings, but as soon as they hear the name CUN2 they refuse to get involved. It was originally 300,000, but now they're insisting on 600,000. If we don't deliver it quickly it might go up. Last time when Yao Yao and I were in the hospital, Aunt May almost drained her savings. The money you paid back later was nowhere near enough. The implication was that she wanted to ask Yi Li if he had any money. As a mother she shouldn't have to say this, but considering the bonds of human relationships and how Aunt May had given her all, they couldn't just cut ties when trouble arose. Yi Li understood and found it both amusing and exasperating. So it was this guy called CUN2 again. Was he really that formidable? Mom, don't worry. He'll be back soon. This matter won't escalate, rest assured. He hung up and hurried to get dressed. When he came out, Wainer was already waiting by the door ready to go. There was no need to ask, she was definitely coming with Yi Li. Yi Li nodded in surprise, acknowledging her incredible speed. When they reached the neighborhood, they went upstairs immediately. Opening the door, they saw Yi Mu, Aunt Mei, Yi Yao Xiao Xiao, and Qian Qian's father standing in the living room. The man had an extremely grim expression, and every time he looked at Yi Mu and Aunt Mei his gaze was filled with violence. Li Li and Miss Wainer are back, Aunt Mei and Yi Mu greeted them. The little one, who hadn't seen Yi Li in a long time, beamed with joy and ran over, calling out, Sister, what's the use of coming back? What can a girl do? You knew Qian Qian is in her rebellious phase, yet you still acted on your own. If you hadn't given her the money, how could she blame you like this, always out gallivanting? Before Yi Li could even greet her mother and the others, Qian Qian's father Zhang Tong began his veiled accusations, pointing his finger at Aunt Mei. Hearing this, Yi Mu's face filled with shame. She couldn't utter a single word and barely dared to breathe. Aunt Mei was even worse, tears welling up in her eyes. Yi Li was displeased. He handed Xiao Xiao to Wainer and addressed Zhang Tong. Uncle, I've always remembered your kindness. I intended to visit and thank you earlier, but I've been delayed. Please accept my apologies first. I understand your anxiety and worry, but in this situation, as a mature man, you should be taking responsibility, not engaging in useless blame and venting. Yi Li genuinely despised a man who at the first sign of trouble would dredge up old grievances. In truth, Zhang Tong was usually a decent person and he had always been kind to Yi Li's family. It was just that recently a series of events had piled up and the man was buckling under the pressure. Adding Qian Qian's incident to the mix, his outburst was understandable. Li Li, are you lecturing your elder? I wouldn't dare. I'm just stating the facts to help you calm down. This isn't a big deal. There's no need to blame Aunt Mei or make Mom feel guilty. Oomph. Although still angry, Zhang Tong stopped his tirade after Yi Li's words. He turned and made another phone call. Li Li, don't mind him. Your uncle is just too anxious. Aunt Mei said, her voice choked with emotion as she came over to console him. Yi Li smiled gently. I understand. Mom, Aunt Mei, don't worry. I've brought the money. Which KTV is Qian Qian at? Let's go. Hearing this, both mothers froze for a moment, then sighed and shook their heads. Yi Li was puzzled. What now? Was the money not going to work? They're adding 10,000 every minute. When you called it was 600,000. Now it's 750,000. Aunt Mei smiled bitterly, a glimmer of the despair shed shone during Yi Mu's hospitalization returning to her eyes. Yi Li cursed inwardly. This CUN2 was quite something, bullying a young girl to this extent. He was about to say that it wasn't a problem, but just then Zhang Tong finished his call and announced they were leaving for the KTV where Qian Qian was. Judging by his demeanor, he had found someone with the right connections to intercede. Seeing his determination, Aunt Mei naturally had to follow, and Yi Mu couldn't just stand by. Yi Li and Wainer exchanged a glance, then looked at the little one in his arms. Yi Yao, take care of your sister. Lock the door and wait for us to come back. Yi Yao had been trying to be invisible, the tense atmosphere making her uncomfortable, and she felt she couldn't contribute, so she had remained silent. Hearing her big sister's instructions, she pouted in displeasure, probably wanting to go see for herself. But the girl had always respected her older sister, so Yi Li's words carried weight. She mumbled an okay, affectionately patted Xiao Xiao's head, and took her. Recently the two little sisters had gotten along very well. Sometimes when it was time for Xiao Xiao to be picked up from kindergarten, Yi Yao would arrive even earlier than Yi Mu. Of course Yi Xiao would also drop by from time to time. The group hurried downstairs. Zhang Tong had a car, so Yi Mu and Aunt Mei got in with him. Yi Li and the other woman were accompanied by a Fun. They then followed Zhang Tong to a hotel, presumably to meet someone. They arrived shortly. The man, how to describe him? He was as wide as he was tall, round like a winter melon, and short to boot. Yi Li suddenly felt a surge of confidence. After the usual pleasantries, Zhang Tong was extremely deferential, bowing and scraping incessantly. This surprised Yi Li. Could it be that this winter melon this man also had a Taoist title? I'll cut the crap, Brother Zhang. I begged for a long time just to get a meeting with Master Cun. They'll do my best, but there's no way around the money, it's a must. Good grief, this Cun too had now become Master Cun. We'll have to make a note of that. The man continued, Master Cun always does things this way, though he never takes back his word. I'm not a big shot myself. If I can put in a good word for you, I will, and he'll be happy if the amount goes down a bit. But if I can't, Brother Zhang, you can't blame me. Zhang Tong agreed profusely and discreetly handed the man an envelope presumably containing money. I'm already immensely grateful for your help. As for the money, I'm already figuring something out. If all else fails, I'll discuss it with Master Cun and see if I can get a loan. This father was truly devoted to his daughter. That would be best if it works out. The man pocketed the money with a nonchalant grunt, then addressed Yi Mu, Aunt Mei, and the two girls. If there's nothing else, there's no need for so many people to come. What are these two young ladies going for? If they run their mouths and offend Master Cun, I won't be able to protect them. I'm telling you now. Weiner tickled Yi Li's palm, probably implying that the man who wasn't even as tall as 3 piles of cow dung was quite good at putting on airs. Yi Li winked back at her silently, communicating that it was par for the course. The man had only issued a warning, not actually forbidding them from coming. Soon after, everyone got back in their cars and headed to their destination, District 35. Zone 35 was already far from Zone 56. Yi Li wondered with some confusion why a class reunion needed to be held so far away. Young people these days were truly something. If this were back on Earth in the city, they'd probably have wandered all the way to the outskirts. After about 40 minutes on the elevated expressway, the group finally arrived at Zone 35, then proceeded to a night street. It was a hub for entertainment venues like KTVs and bars. Zhang Tong parked his car in front of a place called Sakura KTV. Yi Li followed closely and got out. The KTV was bustling with activity. Several security guards with earpieces stood at the entrance as if they had been briefed. Seeing Yi Li and the others approach, they stepped forward to question them. What's your business? The man known as Dong Gua quickly got out of the car, putting on a fawning smile. Brothers, you might not know this, but my friend's daughter had a little altercation with Boss Hong's daughter. She's probably with Master Cun now. Oh, so it's you lot. Fine, go on in. If you'd been any later, Master Cun would have already left. Thank you, brothers. Dong Gua nodded and bowed, then shot a meaningful glance at Zhang Tong and the others. The latter in turn signaled Yi Li's mother and the rest. Following a guard, the group was led to the upper floor of the KTV. It was quiet up here, unlike the noisy chaos below. When they reached a private room, the guard stopped and casually instructed, take the money inside. The rest of you wait here. Then he turned to Dong Gua. You're the one they called Dong Gua, right? You go in. Zhang Tong grew anxious and interjected, I'm the child's father. Can I go in too? Dong Gua chimed in, slipping a few bills to the guard. Brother, do us a favor. I've dined with Master Cun before. Give us some face. The young guard was amenable mainly because of the bribe. Pretending not to have heard, he turned aside and gestured for the two to enter directly. Yi Li quickly moved to follow, hoping to say a few words inside and be of some use. After all, Master Cun knew about his connection with Yu Xiao and the others, surely that would carry some weight. But Zhang Tong and Dong Gua both shot him a stern glare and snapped, stop causing trouble. What good would you do in there with adult matters? Yi Li pursed his lips, but before he could respond, the two men had already entered and the guard closed the door behind them. Before going in, Dong Gua repeatedly urged Zhang Tong not to speak out of turn. The room was like a large living suite, spacious and furnished with an array of furniture, clearly a gathering spot for certain people. At the center stood a long table around which sat Master Cun Baya, and even Rao Bai was present. Besides these high-ranking individuals, there was a middle-aged man seated to the side, presumably Boss Hong, the owner of this KTV. Beside him stood a young girl with disheveled hair and torn clothes, looking as though she had just been in a brawl. Despite her disheveled state, the girl remained arrogant and overbearing, sneering at her former classmate, who knelt on the floor. This other girl had delicate features, but her mouth was now swollen, and she was being forced to kneel by several young men. Seeing this scene, Zhang Tong's anger flared, and he wanted to rush over and beat the young man. Donggua's heart leaped in fright as he quickly stopped him, whispering, "If you want to die, don't drag me into it. If you act rashly, not only will your daughter suffer, but you'll be finished too." Warned Zhang Tong had no choice but to relent, though his fury swelled within. The commotion of the door opening drew the attention of the few people idly playing cards. Donghua bowed again. "Master Siyu and Boss Hong, and everyone, good evening." He didn't know Baya or Raobai, so he played up to those he recognized. Only Master Siyuan reacted, looking at Donghua with a hint of suspicion, as if trying to place him. But that didn't matter. He gave Boss Hong a look, signaling him to handle his own affairs. Master Siyuan and his group had merely been dining nearby when Boss Hong asked for help. Or they came to watch the show and make some easy money, but they didn't really care about the matter. Boss Hong understood and got straight to the point. "Who is this girl's parent?" Zhang Tong answered, his voice seething with anger. "I am. Is this how you raise your child? Look at what she did to my daughter. Did you bring the medical fees?" Zhang Tong swallowed his rage and took out his wallet. "The kids are young and ignorant. Can we make it a little less? I only have 450000. This money included the 3000 Yi Li had repaid, and the remaining 1500 was all Zhang Tong had. Any more would require scraping together funds from various sources, but time was too short for that. As for Aunt Mice mentioned that Yi Li still had some money, Zhang Tong hadn't taken it seriously. He had also considered notifying the authorities, but after much deliberation, he dismissed the idea. Given Master Kun's reputation, retaliation was almost certain. Believing it was better to lose money than invite disaster, Zhang Tong decided to endure it. After all, his family of 3 still had to live in Beishur. "Damn it! Are you messing with me? I waited all this time for you to bring this pittance." Boss Hong erupted, charging forward and kicking Zhang Tong square in the chest, sending him crashing against the door. Donghua hurriedly tried to mediate, but it was useless. He took several slaps himself, proving just how useless he really was. "I'll give you 10 more minutes. If you don't come up with 2 million, your daughter stays with me." The implication was clear: using the daughter as payment, or to put it bluntly, selling her to the KTV. The consequences, good or bad, were obvious. Zhang Tong dared not fight back, and neither did Donghua. The two were thrown out by Boss Hong and his young thugs. Yi Li's mother and the others were waiting in the hallway. The sudden scene startled them badly, and they rushed forward to help. After learning what had happened inside, the 2 elders were filled with despair. Donghua began to shift the blame, pointing at Zhang Tong and cursing, "Didn't you say you had enough money? How is it only 4500? If I'd known, I wouldn't have helped you." Zhang Tong was furious. Who was it who said they'd help negotiate? But he couldn't say that now. Their only hope rested on Donghua. "So what do we do now?" he asked, his voice full of suppressed bitterness. Donghua shot him a disdainful glance. "What else? Scrape together the money. I told you not to blabber, but you wouldn't listen. Just hand over the money and let me do the talking. 2 million. Where are we supposed to get that?" At this point, Aunt May burst into tears and collapsed to her knees. Yi Li's mother grew frantic and suggested, "Maybe we should notify the authorities." Zhang Tong immediately waved his hand, still sticking to his earlier view. Yi Li could no longer tolerate Zhang Tong's pride. He strode toward the private room. Everyone was baffled. Yi Li's mother grabbed him. "What are you doing?" "Mom, maybe I have a way. Just wait here." Yi Li had never dared to mention Yu Xiao's background, worried his mother would overthink things, so he couldn't explain the situation now. He had come today to repay a debt of gratitude. Whether it was money or anything else, given Aunt Mai's connection, he would never stand idly by regarding Qianqian's matter. Zhang Tong, upon hearing this, called it nonsense again and tried to hold Yi Li back. No matter what had happened before, Yi Li was someone he had watched grow up, and despite his anger, he wouldn't let the boy act recklessly. "You have a way? Little girl, do you know how dark the world is? Go home and sleep." Donghua sneered at Yi Li, deeply annoyed. If he couldn't solve this, how could a mere girl? He felt disrespected by Yi Li. Damn, being looked down upon. Yi Li couldn't be bothered with him. This guy had been putting on airs all along, accomplishing nothing, yet still trying to shift blame. Ignoring Zhang Tong's objections, Yi Li took the money pouch in hand, gave Weiner a meaningful look, and pushed open the door alone. Weiner understood and held back the agitated Yi Li's mother and Aunt May. As the door swung open, Yi Li immediately recognized Qianqian kneeling on the floor, and his brows furrowed sharply. Qianqian also looked toward Yi Li. After a brief daze, she scolded angrily, "Why did you come in? Where's my dad? How is he?" This young girl used to enjoy staying with Yi Li's sister, but ever since Yi Yao fell ill and Yes' mother was hospitalized, Aunt May spared no effort in providing money for treatment. Qianqian had changed her attitude, always believing that Yi Li's family had dragged theirs down, causing them to also struggle financially. After all, she was young, stubborn, and unable to see reason was normal, especially during her rebellious phase. Her unpleasant side could be forgiven. Yili pressed her forehead, suppressing her anger. On second thought, there was nothing to be angry about. After all, without Aunt Mai's generosity, Yi Yao would have long since died, and yes, Mother's fate would have been uncertain. If only for this reason, what harm was there in enduring a bit of frustration? Yili was no ingrate. She blinked, giving the young girl a reassuring look. Qian was bewildered, completely at a loss. Ignoring her, Yili turned her gaze toward the long table, her expression calm. She was calm, but Buzz Cut and Baya were not. Why is it you? What are you doing here? Boss Hong was about to curse at Yili, but Buzz Cut spoke first. Hearing the doubtful tone, Hong, a veteran in the entertainment business, immediately fell silent. She's my sister, and you bullied her. What do you think I'm here for? As I said, Yili didn't even glance at Baya or the deadpan-faced man. She placed the money pouch on the table and walked toward Qian, saying, "This money stays here for now. You can only take it after I see how badly my sister is injured." Though she was just a young girl, delicate, slender, and fragile, she exuded a pressure like a mountain bearing down on everyone. For a moment, no one dared to speak. The youths who had been restraining Qian instinctively let go as Yili approached. They felt that this young girl possessed an indescribable aura, one that made their hearts race with fear. Indeed, if she could face the moon spirit with composure, what was there to fear from these insignificant underlings? What are you doing? Keep holding her. Why are you afraid of her? Boss Hong's daughter, the one who had been in a fight with Qian, immediately grew displeased and roared with a twisted face. Yet eerily no one paid her any attention, not even her father. Boss Hong was no fool. Seeing that even Buzz Cut and Baya had changed expressions at the girl's arrival, how could he, a mere KTV owner, dare to speak out of turn? He hadn't just started navigating the world yesterday. With a sharp glance at his daughter, he moved to cover her mouth, his gaze stern. Who hit you? Hit them back. Yili carefully examined Qian's injuries. The inside of her mouth was bleeding and her skin was scratched by fingernails. The worst was her left ear. A gash had opened and the earlobe was nearly torn off. Qian had never seen Yili like this before. Though she had been resistant, hearing those words brought an inexplicable sense of security. Pursing her lips, she pointed at Boss Hong's daughter and muttered, "It's Hong Xiao Xiao." Without turning, Yili simply hummed an acknowledgement, then said to Qian, "Go. Hit her back until she looks like you." Huh? Qian hesitated, confused. Indeed, she had been terrified earlier. Even Zhang Tong's arrival had been useless. Hearing Yili's words now, how could she not be bewildered? Yet at the same time, she sensed something was off, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Are you forgiving her? No way. I hate her. She bullies me all the time. Last time she even humiliated me with urine. Then why aren't you hitting her back? She's already done this to you. Qian wanted to speak, but thought better of it. This was Hong Xiaoxiao's territory. If she fought back, wouldn't she be in deep trouble? There were so many people watching. We don't become villains, but we don't let villains bully us either. If you're soft on her, she'll keep tormenting you. Go ahead. Their back and forth was heard by everyone. Boss Hong's face grew darker. Held back by Buzz Cut's earlier demeanor, he had refrained from acting. But now, seeing that Yili seemed serious, he could no longer contain himself. "Miss, let's leave some room for future dealings. At worst, Hong Wong will apologize to you, and you can keep the money." If not for Buzz Cut and Baya's earlier reactions, Hong Wong would never have bowed his head. Yili shot him a glance, thinking she would deal with him later. Meeting her gaze, Hong Wong felt a chill run down his spine, further confirming that this girl was no ordinary person. Qian seemed to have made up her mind. Pushing Hong Wong aside, she began slapping Hong Xiao relentlessly. Logically, Hong Xiao should have fought back, but shockingly she just stood there and took it, leaving Qian almost reluctant to continue. The reason was Yili's subtle manipulation. After Qian had mentioned Hong Xiaoxiao's name, Yili used a mental command to order her to stay still. Thus the scene unfolded with Hong Xiao standing there taking the beating. Qian grew more puzzled as she struck, but eventually gave up trying to understand. Visions of past humiliations flashed through her mind, and with reddened eyes, she gave it her all. Before long, Hong Xiaoxiao's face was swollen like a pig's, and her ear had become just like Qian's. Throughout the entire ordeal, the room was eerily silent, with almost everyone watching in mute shock. But Hong Wong's inner torment was unbearable. He shoved Qian aside and bellowed, "Enough!" At the same time, he was baffled as to why his daughter hadn't fought back. He could only assume she had been frightened. Seeing that it was enough, Yili didn't urge Qian to continue. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly applause rang out. Yili turned to see the deadpan-faced man clapping. "Miss, he certainly has character. Boss Hong, you should apologize." The speaker was Rao Bai. Unexpectedly, he had no intention of defending Hong Wong. The latter felt a lump in his throat, but he knew full well the caliber of this man. What he said was without exaggeration a royal decree in this northern city. At this moment, Hong Wong's heart burned with the same suppressed fury as Zhang Tong's earlier. Just as he was about to follow Rao Bei's instruction, the door was forcefully pushed open. It turned out that because Yili had been gone so long, Yes' mother grew worried, and Zhang Tong, unable to bear it, barged in despite Donghua's incessant protests. Taking in the scene, Zhang Tong was momentarily stunned. The atmosphere seemed off, and his daughter was standing. What had happened? Seeing this, Yili thought it was perfect timing. So she had Zhang Tong hit Hong Wang, and the same scene played out once more. Zhang Tong and his daughter were so shocked that the world seemed to turn gray. Even after leaving the room, they hadn't come to their senses, finding it all unbelievable. Very good. This method is quite impressive. Boss Hong, take your people and leave. The usually taciturn Rao Bai seemed different now, repeatedly expressing admiration, a stark contrast to his usual self. Since it's Miss Yes' sister, this matter is nothing. You can take the money back. Yili didn't know this man's background, but she gleaned from subtle details that Buzz Cut and Baya seemed to hold him in high regard. If that were the case, his status and background must surpass theirs. Could this be the brother Bai that Baya had mentioned before leaving Huading restaurant that day? She cupped her hands in a somewhat comical, straightforward gesture and said in the manner of the underworld, "Much obliged." With that, she picked up the money pouch and turned to leave, but Rao Bai slowly rose to his feet. "I've given Li face, but Miss He can't just walk away like this, can she? I, Rao Bai, also have my pride to maintain." "Oh, then what do you want?" Yili paused mid-step and turned to look. Rao Bai paced slowly, appearing quite casual, and said, "Baya mentioned you're formidable. Care for another bout?" He gestured toward Baya, not himself, as if merely curious, and convinced Yili was unworthy to spar with him. Yili studied him seriously, then asked an inexplicable question. "How old are you?" Rao Bai was taken aback, then replied in confusion, 29. "That's odd," Yili muttered. Rao Bai narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "What's odd?" Yili's face turned earnest. "You're nearly 30, so how can you still say such things?" Rao Bai stood dumbfounded, understanding what Yili meant. In essence, 3 grown men had the audacity to challenge a young girl to a fight. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed somewhat inappropriate. Rao Bai was momentarily at a loss for words. He had actually wanted to analyze Yi Li's combat prowess to gauge Li Liao's strength. But how could he voice such intentions? Clearly, taking any action against Yi Li now was impossible given the tense situation. If the scales tipped, the consequences would be dire. "Just a joke. Miss Yi, you may leave." Yi Li let out an "oh," sounding somewhat disappointed. In truth, she had been rather excited moments ago, eager to test her full strength. But Rao Bai didn't even persist. If he had held on just a little longer, Yili would have eagerly shouted, "Bring it on." Feeling a bit apologetic, Yili took a few 100 yuan notes from her purse and placed them on the table. "Thanks for the courtesy. Take this and buy yourself some cigarettes, my treat." With that, she turned, pivoted, and walked away, leaving a faint, fragrant breeze. Baya could no longer contain himself. He shot to his feet, already shrugging off his trench coat, ready for a fight. The crew-cut man quickly grabbed him, knowing that if he didn't hold him back, Baya would charge out like a wild dog, causing a huge mess. Rao Bai shook his head, seemingly amused by Yi Li, and chuckled to himself. Just as he was about to sigh deeply over his tangled thoughts, his phone rang. "Hey Bai Gu, I heard Li Liao isn't in Beishur right now." Hearing this, Rao Bai nearly smashed the phone. Indeed, if the call had come a few minutes earlier, he might have changed his approach, and even captured Yi Li on the spot. Given Li Liao's care for Yi Li, Rao Bai was certain she could be his Achilles heel, an effective leverage. But now she was already gone, and chasing after her was futile. From this perspective, Rao Bei's faction was rather incompetent. Li Liao had left Beishur half a month ago, and they only just found out. How poor was their intelligence network? Of course, it was also possible that Li Liao was simply formidable, slipping away unnoticed. "Did you find out where he is now?" Rao Bai lowered his voice, seething with anger. "Not exactly. According to people from Penglai, he's heading toward the southern frontier." The southern frontier. A flicker of something crossed Rao Bei's eyes, and his body trembled involuntarily. It was like the instinctive flinch of a child who had been beaten by his father too many times. Send people there. Try to delay his return as much as possible. He didn't say to prevent Li Liao from coming back, showing he understood Li Liao well. Killing him wasn't something sheer numbers could achieve. "Lily, how can Auntie May ever thank you?" 40 minutes later, at Yi Li's home, the same people were seated in the living room. As for Donghua, he had long since vanished without anyone noticing, likely too ashamed to face the triumphant Yi Li. Auntie May was beside herself with joy, gripping Yi Li's hand ecstatically. The others felt the same, overjoyed and looking at Yi Li with newfound admiration. Though the girl was reluctant to explain, Auntie May and the others knew what kind of person the crew-cut man was. The fact that Yi Li had safely brought Qianqian back vented their anger, and spent only a few 100 yuan spoke volumes about her skill. "Lily, your uncle apologizes. I shouldn't have yelled at you earlier." Zhang Tong spoke, his face full of shame. Yili shook her head, clearly unfazed. Then Xianxian wrinkled her nose and said, I'm not mad at you anymore. You're still my big sister from now on. The girl had a bit of a wild streak. Even when apologizing or showing goodwill, she did it with a tough edge. Yili smiled, but when her eyes met her mother's gaze, she froze. Yes, mother was happy, of course, but even more worried about her daughter. Today's events were full of oddities, and she suspected her daughter was involved in something shady. Yili understood that if she stayed any longer once Annie May and the others left, her mother would grill her relentlessly. With that thought, she immediately stood up, hugged her mother, and Auntie May kissed Xiao Xiao, patted Yi Yao's head, then opened the door and slipped away with Wainer. Everyone shook their heads with a smile, wondering when this girl had become so impulsive. Are you blind? Turn off your high beams. What are you looking at? Get out if you've got guts. On the road, Yili's mouth was a torrent of curses bouncing around in the driver's seat, leaving a trail of expletives in her wake. The surrounding drivers were annoyed, but when they saw it was a pretty young girl, they let it slide. Yili especially hated driving at night, especially when meeting oncoming traffic. It drove her crazy. The headlights stung her eyes. Wainer kept a calm face, indicating she was used to it, automatically filtering out the profanity in her mind. Damn it. Yili rolled up the window, feeling much better. Wainer, wasn't I impressive? None of those guys dared to step out. Wainer simply held her forehead, feeling thoroughly embarrassed. Suddenly, Yili remembered something and called Yu Xiao. She roughly explained that she had run into Baya and the others today, and said she might not be home for the next couple of days, asking him to check on Xiao Xiao more often. Yu Xiao agreed, and picked up on Yili's hint to be extra cautious. Yili didn't know why she suddenly said all this, but she had an uneasy feeling. Maybe it was women's intuition. No sooner had Yu Xiao hung up than Li Liao called him. No, they vanished completely. I didn't dare make too big a move. I'm not sure which of the three families it is. Okay, stay safe. After talking to Li Liao that morning, Li Liao had asked Yu Xiao to investigate those who attacked Wainer. But they were too fast. Yu Xiao had mobilized almost every resource he could, and still found nothing. Where the hell did they go? He took a worried drag of his cigarette. That night by the banks of the Yangshang River, one of Beishi's 3 moats, stood the Yin family estate. In the ancient spacious study sat several people, including the head of the Yin family. Beside him stood a young girl, and Lan naturally. On the sofa before them sat 3 men. The square-jawed man who had fired the cannon on Changjing River that night was now thanking the Yin family head. It was nothing. Don't take it so seriously. The Yin family head appeared quite genial. He continued, has your grievance been settled, sir? Yes, my wish is fulfilled. I have no regrets in this life. All thanks to Mr. and for giving me this chance. Otherwise I would have regretted it forever. Oh haha, since that's the case, you can die now. The Yin family head said this casually, and before the square-jawed man and his 2 companions could react, they felt enveloped by an electric current. Soon they fell unconscious. And Lan watched her face, turning pale, her body trembling faintly. The Yin family head placed a remote-like device on the table. Then he picked up the phone and said, take them away for extraction. Soon a group of men in long white coats resembling doctors entered, and together carried the square-jawed man and his companions away. Father, why do we have to do this? It was clear that Lan was repulsed. Seeing his daughter so terrified, the head of the Yin family embraced Lan with heartfelt tenderness. Of course it's about power, and much more. In short, everything I do is for the Yin family. But those are human lives. Human lives? The head of the Yin family curled his lips in disdain. These favored ones of heaven, possessing immense abilities, yet plundering and killing indiscriminately, were long overdue for death. They were not even worthy of being called human. Daughter, you must toughen up early. You will have to face such matters in the future as well. Lan remained silent, her eyes red as she gazed at her father, her heart still unable to accept it. All right, enough of this. Let's talk about something interesting. For instance, that girl named Yili. How do you plan to handle her? At these words, Lan felt as if struck by lightning. She had believed herself to be discreet, yet she never expected her father to already know. Since when did he find out? Alliances through marriage have been the way since ancient times. Though I hold the Qin boy in low regard since I agreed to this union, it must be honored. However, matters that bring shame to my daughter cannot be tolerated openly. The Qin family is too spineless to provoke that, Li, but the Yin family is not afraid. Father knows you are kind-hearted. I had intended for you to resolve this yourself, but you are too indecisive. So today I want to ask for your thoughts on this matter. As expected of the Yin family, one of the 3 great clans. Though not ostentatious, they were thoroughly informed of external affairs. Her thoughts involuntarily drifted, and scenes of humiliation flashed through her mind. Lan's heart pounded violently. She loathed Yili, yet if this is not her fault, perhaps she doesn't even know the reason behind it. Father, could you give me some time? Forget it. I will no longer interfere in this matter. Consider it a trial for your growth. But if others mock you in the future, don't blame your father for not warning you. Look, it seems to have grown a size larger. Inside the villa's bathroom, Wayner pouted, a rare display of girlishness, though it was unclear what she was referring to. Yili let out excited cries expressing his satisfaction. It's all because of your rubbing. Yili chuckled, then turned off the bath heater, and the two stood in the outer room, drying themselves. Yili recalled the matter of Mo Qingxue and asked, Qingxue said she wants to live with us too. What do you think? Wayner paused. Her face, which had been carrying a hint of a smile, suddenly turned cold as she stared at Yili. Are you really a man? With such a big appetite? Am I not enough? You'd better watch out, or you'll tell Sister Nini. She'll deal with you. Don't be like that. I'm just asking. If you disagree, you'll just tell Qingxue it's not possible. Suit yourself, but don't think you'll sleep with me tonight. She seemed genuinely angry, but Yili chased after her, and after much effort managed to coax her back. Alright, stop fussing. I promise, okay. Indeed, fairies always need to be appeased. Afterward, the two sat on the bed, each occupied with their own tasks. Yili stared at his tablet, pondering the matter of the comic. He suddenly realized he had become quite wealthy, seemingly no longer needing to work for money. But with so many readers expecting his work, he didn't want to lose his conscience. Yet he was dissatisfied with Shixian's methods. What was he to do? For the moment, he had no clue. Wayner was trimming her nails. After finishing her own, she carefully and meticulously attended to Yili's, her actions adorable and tender. Only when she was done did Yili realize how close the girl was to him, and he couldn't help but steal a kiss. Looking at his fingers, he found them indeed much more refined. Sighing, he thought to himself that he was unworthy of being a fairy. He never remembered such small details. For instance, applying face masks. If not for Wayner's timely reminders and insistence, Yili would never have thought of it. As he stared, Yili was startled. Why was the nail on his middle finger completely gone? Holy crap. He looked at Wayner, absolutely certain that she was making a pointed statement. Wayner gave a mischievous grin, a rare sight, as she stuck out her tongue. This called for punishment. If not dealt with now, how could he ever maintain control? Just as he was about to act, Yili was stunned again, his face contorting in shock. This feeling. It was as if he had experienced it last month. Could it already be the 18th? What followed was a comedic scene between the two. Much like when Mo Qingxue had helped Yili last time. Filled with exasperation, shyness, and sheer speechlessness. Finally, she glared at Yili, puffing angrily. You never used to be like this. Are you sure you're not a man? Time passed and Sunday arrived. Early in the morning, Yili got up and called Tian Nini. Tian Nini seemed a bit busy, taking a long time to answer the phone. Her first words were, Yili, I miss you so much. I really want to see you. You haven't called me in forever, and you barely read my messages. Tell me, have you found someone else? I have you, you bastard. Tian Nini wanted to curse, but noticing the makeup artist beside her, she quickly stopped. I'm not joking with you. I start at 4 in the afternoon. Hurry up if you want to come. Got it. By the way, your tickets are all sold out. I still need several. Do you have any way to get them? I knew you'd forget. I already saved some for you, in their front row seats. How many do you need? Yili did a quick count. Wayner, Mo Qingxue, Xia Jingjin, and that guy Chao, he had also mentioned wanting to go. That made 5 tickets. Tian Nini was surprised. Oh, I happen to have prepared 5. Alright, call me when you come, and he'll bring them to you. Remember, come early, preferably an hour before. Yili wanted to ask why she needed to arrive so early, but Tian Nini had already hung up. While he was on the phone, Wayner was also calling on the villa's lawn. Okay, Dad, take care of yourself. If possible, don't use your abilities anymore. By the way, Dad is brother at the Night God Temple. The governor paused mid-sip of his porridge, puzzled. Why the sudden question? Are you also suspecting your good little friend? Does Dad know something too? At first I thought she was connected to that incident, but later I discovered she wasn't, so I'm curious. And then when I was looking for a matching source for that girl's sister, I accidentally glanced at a few secret files, so I have some suspicions. Such words. How could there be such a thing as accidentally for a respectable governor? But how could such a probability appear in the next generation? I'm not like that. Hey, your father and I are both of the talent lineage. Such a probability should never exist in the genes. But the Night God is of the physical lineage, and a freakish multi-type physical lineage at that. So it is possible for such genes to exist. Wayner let out a reluctant, okay, her voice tinged with heavy disappointment. Then she added, Dad, it seems she doesn't know she has a father either. Can I tell her about this? Don't be absurd. The reason the Night God has never shown up is twofold. First, he has a mission. Second, he is far more intelligent than your deceased father. Otherwise, how could that girl have grown up safely? Oh, Dad. Wayner wanted to say something, but dared not speak. Wayner, are you troubled? Or is it uncomfortable living there? Does that girl not like you? If so, we'll send you to Penglai, and your aunt can take care of you. No, Dad. I'm fine. She treats me well. Dad, I'm going to have breakfast now. Bye-bye. Yi Li sent messages to Mo Qingxue and the others. They had a fairy group chat, so a single word sufficed. Roughly it meant asking them to come early, and he casually sent the coordinates. As for Chowhee, that rascal was also in the group, silently staring at his phone all day, spying on everything. The little secrets among the sisters were all known to this rascal. Yet puzzlingly neither Xia Jinjin nor Mo Qingxue or Weiner felt any estrangement toward his presence. The morning passed quickly. Just as noon arrived, Chow, his family driver, brought these people to the villa. Yi Li and Weiner had just finished their meal and came out to greet them with beaming smiles. Mo Qingxue immediately threw herself at Yi Li in a fairy-like pounce, saying she had been unsettled these past 2 days and was very worried about him. Xia Jinjin joined in the fun, flanking Yi Li from behind and setting the rhythm. The three of them swayed back and forth like a hamburger for a while. Chowhee also wanted to step up and express something, but Yi Li flicked him on the forehead, and he behaved. After a tender moment, they entered the house. Once they shed their school uniforms, they presented a different charm. Xia Jinjin in particular sported a Lolita style today, with 2 big ponytails, changing the entire atmosphere of the villa. Mo Qingxue still had her long hair flowing, her graceful figure flawless. The only blemish was that Weiner overshadowed her aura, making her seem a bit subdued. What secretly amazed Yi Li was Chowhee. This rascal had changed his bob haircut, taken off his glasses, and styled a wolf-tail hairstyle, a tied-up wolf tail resembling a samurai top knot, looking rather impressive. Admittedly, this slightly pervy guy was quite handsome, with broad brows, large eyes, a straight nose, thin lips, and crucially small dimples. Yi Li couldn't help but praise him a couple of times, saying he had the style of his younger self. The others ignored him. They were used to his frequent nonsense. Mo Qingxue suggested that Yi Li show them around the villa, so the group strolled through it for a while. Throughout the process, Weiner noticed Yi Li frequently glancing at Chowhee, which stirred deep suspicion in her heart. This was completely unlike Yi Li. Not only did she sense it, but Mo Qingxue and Xia Jinjin also fell into an uneasy silence. Chowhee himself was somewhat apprehensive. Being appreciated by the boss felt good, but this unprovoked attention made him panic. After all, Yi Li was so formidable, and Chowhee had witnessed his fury more than once. Yi Li. Mo Qingxue's heart was tormented and speechless. Regarding the matter of Chowhee being her boyfriend, Yi Li had once explained to her that it was just for show and not real. But why did his gaze at Chowhee now carry a hint of longing and fantasy? Could it be? Mo Qingxue also wanted to blurt out a curse. Xia Jinjin directly exclaimed, innocently blurting, "Goddess, you're not really into both genders, are you? If you're going to do this, I'm out." Yi Li awkwardly withdrew his gaze, then pinched Xia Jinjin's chin with overbearing confidence, declaring that he only loved women. The reason he had stared at Chowhee for so long was that the system had triggered some inexplicable choices. This made Yi Li unable to stop fantasizing about that scene, even feeling an endless surge of excitement. 1. Make Chowhee cross-dress in public. Reward mastery of all musical instruments, 1,000 forgiveness points. 2. Personally dress and make up Chowhee with meticulous precision. Reward acting expertise, 2,000 forgiveness points. This sudden choice undoubtedly meant Yi Li had to turn Chowhee into a cross-dressing cutie. Damn thrilling. Yi Li had just been observing Chowhee's face shape and suddenly realized that this rascal was indeed a hidden gem. His face was very small, and if dressed as a woman, he could definitely bend a bunch of men. This reminded him of Shin Mo. That effeminate guy seemed to have gotten breast implants. Choose both. Though this choice might somewhat torment Chowhee's psyche, pulling it off occasionally was quite fun. As for the forgiveness points and talents, Yi Li didn't care much. He even found the system's moves a bit baffling, giving him useless things. So using himself as an excuse, Yi Li voiced this idea. Mo Qingxue and the others were all stunned, then nodded with extreme excitement, saying it was thrilling. Even Weiner nodded along. This reaction left Yi Li a bit confused. Girls were all too much. Was this an inherent complex in every girl? Why did Yi Li think this? Because in his past life, his best friend's older sister often pulled such stunts, making his friend constantly doubt his own identity. Chowhee was 100% unwilling. He still hoped to win the boss over, so why would he want to sink into this too? But Yi Li rendered him helpless with one sentence. Yi Li said, "Fine, if you're unwilling, then let's not hang out anymore." Though this was shameless, it was thrilling. Chowhee wanted to cry. He loved being with the boss, and not hanging out would make his world dark. So he nodded in agreement. He agreed. And he even made an overly bold request he usually dared not voice. "Playing along for a while is fine, but shouldn't the boss give me a reward?" As he spoke, he blushed, leaning his cheek, clothes slowly approaching. Yi Li understood instantly. This was always his own trick, so how could he not know what Chowhee wanted? He immediately kicked the rascal. "I see you've gotten bold, daring to ask for a kiss from me. Damn, I must teach you a lesson." In the dressing room and wardrobe, The fairies busied themselves up and down, not with Chao He, but with picking out clothes, deciding which series Chao He should wear. Yi Li personally took charge, first trimming Chao He's eyebrows, shaving his lip, hair, cheek fuzz, and so on. He didn't know how to apply makeup, but Mo Qingxue did and guided him. Of course, the first step was to hydrate the skin. Then came the wig, which was a problem, but not really. Xia Jinjin excitedly took the money Yi Li gave her and ran to the hair salon. Then she ran back, just as excitedly, holding 3 sets of wigs in various styles. And there were several transparent balloons. Yi Li didn't explain these, but the 3 girls seemed to understand instantly, and shyly took them to the bathroom to fill with water. Throughout the process, Chao He's face was ashen, his eyes vacant. Too embarrassing. What was even harder for him to admit was that he felt an indescribable excitement. What a sin. Next came the dressing up session. Everyone else was asked to leave. Yi Li stayed first because the choice required him to be meticulous down to the smallest detail, and changing clothes was certainly part of it. Second, Chao He, being a young boy, wouldn't know how to wear a bra. As for the issue of dirtying his eyes, Yi Li had seen it all before. Take off your shirt. Yi Li instructed, then picked out those little items that nearly made Chao He's blood boil. He found a cup-style convenient type, the kind with clasps in front, very easy. It was quite pretty with small hollow butterfly knots on both sides. Yi Li always used this type because it saved fumbling behind the back. Just as he was about to put it on Chao He noticed the rascal's nose bleeding. For this young lad, every little garment here was a blood-rushing stimulus. Yi Li understood. Truly a worrywart of an older brother, he quickly grabbed tissues to plug it up. After stopping the bleeding, Yi Li found Chao He clutching a certain spot and refusing to let go. Chao He blushed so hard his goosebumps rose, but Yi Li ignored it, forcing him to let go, then dressed him. This action naturally brought them very close, smelling the fragrance of that hair. Chao He was entranced, and actually, Yi Li sensed something wrong, looked down and saw this. Then Chao He got a good beating, but not on the face since the makeup was fresh and smudging it would be bad. Finally came the step of inserting the water balloons. It was actually quite something. Then Yi Li shaved Chao He's leg hair and put on white stockings. Because Mo Qingxue and the others had chosen a Lolita series for Chao He, the type Weiner wore when she debuted here, called the Princess Li series dress. Donning the wig, the mint green dress, and adding heeled Mary Jane's, Chao He transformed into a Lolita girl. Though Chao He was taller than Yi Li and Weiner, her dress was just a tad too short, yet it was precisely this that made her long legs and white stockings appear even more elongated. The only issue was that her shoes were somewhat ill-fitting, causing Chao He to walk with a peculiar gait. But these were minor problems. With this outfit and her alluring sweet makeup, when she finally stepped out, Mo Qingxue, Weiner, and Xia Jinjin all gasped in unison. Wow, you look amazing, bestie. How did you make your eyeshadow? And Igio-sao looks so good. And what's this? It looks like mermaid tears. Xia Jinjin's eyes began to sparkle again. Yi Li suddenly realized why his childhood friend's older sister tormented him so much. Because dressing up a man was indeed quite entertaining. With Chao He's height, paired with the exquisite attire and the lace butterfly bow choker around her neck, anyone unaware of her actual gender would react even more dramatically than Weiner and the others. Yi Li nodded in satisfaction, especially pleased with his own work. While Xia Jinjin's eyes sparkled, she reached out in surprise to grab Chao He's water balloons, letting out another gasp. Chao He was speechless, but the excitement that radiated from within, barely containable, kept surging. He wasn't even sure why he was so excited. Hold that back, or even the bloomers underneath won't be able to contain it. Yi Li tossed out the remark, then turned to call the 3 girls to head out for the concert. Chao He lowered his head, shyly wanting to say that this wasn't something he could control himself. Before they even got in the car, Chao He's driver stepped out and craned his neck to peer toward the villa. Everyone covered their mouths to stifle laughter, ignoring Chao He's desire to sink into the ground, and scrambled into the car. Strange, where has the young master gone? Ahem, Uncle Chi, am here. Driver Chi widened his eyes, and after discerning the delicate contours of Chao He's figure, he lamented mournfully, the ancestors have no glory. The concert was held in the North City Open-Air Stadium. This stadium was said to cover 21 hectares with about 9,100 seats, a staggering number that most singers would surely hesitate to challenge. But given Tian Nini's immense stature, it wasn't a question of challenge, but rather whether there would be enough seats. And indeed, that was the case. The periphery of the stadium was a bustling commercial district with various office buildings, so cars couldn't enter. Thus Yi Li and the others walked. It had to be said that Tian Nini's fame was so great that even though it was just past noon, the sea of people was already overwhelming. Fortunately, the venue was large enough, or it would have been a tight squeeze. Besides the excited fans traveling from afar, there were also crowds trying to ride on her coattails for promotional activities. This reminded Yili of the scene from his past life watching a dazzling spectacle. Speaking of promotional activities, there were always those influencers who would pester you with questions. Just like now Yili and his group were being harassed. Hello 5 young ladies, I'm a street interviewer from Tiaoying platform. May I ask you a few questions? There were 2 of them, both tall, strapping young men. One carried the equipment while the other held a microphone to ask questions. The reason he called them 5 young ladies was probably because Chao He's disguise was too convincing. No one could see through it. Not only that, but from the moment they got out of the car until now he had already been approached by several men asking for his contact information, leaving Xia Jinjin somewhat doubting herself. The young man holding the microphone, perhaps due to his positioning, pointed it directly at Yili. After a brief hesitation, Yili said, "All right, ask as we walk." He didn't mind understanding that everyone had their struggles. "Thank you, miss, you're very cute. May I ask if your content?" The question sounded innocent enough, but he emphasized the word content heavily, clearly a veteran of wordplay aiming to give the viewers in his live stream a psychological thrill. Yili didn't overthink it, and replied directly, "Oh, Ye." The influencer was speechless. "Ahaha, miss, how old are you this year?" "I don't remember. With an extra life, I'm not sure how to calculate it." The influencer was left speechless again. "Miss, you're quite unique. What are your requirements for a future boyfriend? Wealth, looks, or status?" "What kind of nonsense questions are these?" Yili muttered to himself, then said, "I just don't like influencers." The influencer was taken aback. "Today is Miss Tianmini's concert. Besides an Alistair like her, what other artists do you like?" "Let me think. Li Shuejian, Xiao Shufan, Leslie Iuj, Cho JJ, Joey Bailu, so many, and that guy with the Italian cannon." The influencer was stunned for a few seconds, doubting his own professional skills. Why hadn't he heard of any of these names? He quickly caught up, ignoring the previous question, and following the gift requests popping up on the screen, prepared to ask a question from a netizen. "Thank you for your cooperation, miss. One last question, do you know what it means to be extremely insulting, yet minimally harmful?" Yili paused, finding it amusing. He cast a wry glance at the influencer. This guy wasn't cut out for this line of work. His fans were obviously messing with him, and he actually dared to ask. "That's not a good question. Let's change it." He waved his hand. "Change it. It's a fan request. Could you just answer it? It's really not good. I'm afraid you can't handle it." "It's fine, I don't mind." Since he insisted, Yili felt compelled to answer. "You really want to know?" The influencer nodded eagerly. Seeing this, Yili stepped forward and spat lightly in his face with a hint of feminine fragrance. "That's the answer to your question. Do you feel insulted?" The influencer froze, stunned for a full 10 seconds while his fans in the live stream were having a blast. "Haha, I love that girl's personality. Natural, not arrogant and honest. That silly streamer isn't suited for this job." Meanwhile, Wainer, Xia Jinjin, and Chao He all asked in unison, "Who is Gidge?" "Oh well, he's just a very talented guy. You wouldn't know him." Mo Qingxue was busy reapplying lip gloss for Yili when she noticed he had stopped again. They saw him staring at a shop window, lost in thought. It was a motorcycle dealership stylishly set up in this location. The owner clearly had taste. Just as they were about to ask if he liked motorcycles, a few people approached and surrounded Chao He. One of them immediately knelt on one knee, presenting a gift box. "Miss, be my girlfriend. I really like you. Your brows, your eyes, oh, they've been deeply imprinted in my heart," amidst the vast crowd. The sudden turn of events left the group bewildered, then they couldn't help but laugh. Xia Jinjin, the troublemaker, kept urging Chao He to agree, truly wicked. Chao He, the effeminate young master, felt both embarrassed and annoyed. He deliberately stretched his neck, trying to use his Adam's apple as a clue to make the man understand. But the man was already in a state of extreme nervousness with no thought for such details. Shooting a resentful glance at Yili, who was covering his face with laughter, Chao He pursed his lips and said, "I'm a man." He deliberately deepened his voice, creating a jarring contrast. The man and his group of friends were collectively dumbfounded. Then their expressions shifted, sending a chill down Chao He's spine. Yili clearly noticed that their eyes were gleaming with excitement. "Run!" he shouted, grabbing Wainer and Mo Qingxue and bolting. Then, thinking better of it, he pulled Xia Jinjin along as well, leaving Chao He too slow to react. By the time he caught up, Yili and the others saw that his eyes were red like a violated maiden. Suppressing his laughter, Yili asked what had just happened, only for Chao He to bury his head on his big brother's shoulder and sob. "They touched my butt, popped the balloons in." Sob. Amidst their laughter, the others expressed that they understood the scene and helpfully straightened his crooked wig and rumpled clothes. Laughing and chatting joyfully, the group was truly captivating, drawing almost all the young eyes their way. After being tidied up by Mo Qingxue and the others, Chao He returned to her former appearance. In fact, the rosiness in her eyes added a touch of allure to her current makeup. She looked like a delicate, pitiable little princess. As for that ball, forget it. Aside from the water being a bit cold and her clothes slightly wet, there was no real harm done, nothing visible on the surface. With a little time left before 3 o'clock, Xia Jinjin suggested they take group photos in the square in front of the gymnasium. Yili had no objection, but Weiner seemed a bit uneasy, probably due to the environment, as she was reluctant to face cameras or similar devices. She had avoided them during the interview earlier. However, she didn't want to spoil the fun, so she nestled quietly beside Yili. Xia Jinjin had disappeared for a while, and when she returned, she was in a frantic rush, screeching like a baboon. Quick, quick, they're melting. She was holding 5 ice cream cones, now dripping, with her little hands covered in the mess. The others quickly took them. Yili was feeling a bit hot, so... well, let's not describe that scene. It was a bit too beautiful for words. The square was crowded, probably because it was still early before the gates opened, filled with fans gathered in small groups. Xia Jinjin had brought her DSLR camera, and with her doll-like appearance and dramatic talent, passers-by were happy to take photos for Yi Li and the others. 1, 2, 3, say cheese. Click. They took several shots from various angles. The fountain in the center of the square along with the faint rainbow bridge made for a beautiful backdrop. Oh, you actually came. Amid the cheerful atmosphere, someone rudely interrupted. Turning around, Yi Li and the others felt a headache coming on. It was Lingling and her group, who had also arrived quite early. Politely, Yi Li, Mo Qingxue, and the others addressed them as senior students. How dare we not come? I'm still waiting for you to confess your love to Zhu Yurun at the confession stage. Mo Qingxue had been present when that bet was made, and Xia Jinjin had learned about it later through casual chats, though he was probably unaware. You. What does it matter if you came? Where are your tickets? Show us your tickets. Yi Li was momentarily at a loss. He didn't have tickets yet. Can't produce them. Then kneel and kowtow to me. Lingling was exceptionally aggressive, ignoring the many onlookers, her words sharp and venomous. Yeah, where are the tickets? You're not just here for show, are you? The girls with Lingling also joined in the mockery, their attitudes haughty, as if having paid a high price for tickets made them superior. I bet they came early on purpose to avoid Lingling, take some photos, and then claim at school that they were here to bluff their way through. Too bad they didn't expect us to be here this early, hee. Hey Lingling, what's the point of making her kneel here? Let her kneel back at school. That would be more humiliating. The 7 or 8 of them attacked in turns, their words growing increasingly harsh. Mo Qingxue couldn't bear the veiled insults toward Yi Li any longer, and was about to speak, but 2 people stepped forward from either side almost simultaneously. They both pointed angrily at Lingling and the girls who were scheming to humiliate Yi Li. Say one more word, and I'll throw you into the fountain. The 2 were none other than Qin Yang and Qi Xiao. To everyone's surprise, Qi Xiao had also caught wind of the situation, and despite his love for ball games, had rarely come to a concert. Qin Yang, who knew the full story, didn't berate Lingling like Qi Xiao, but instead used his gaze to intimidate. Clearly, it was effective. Lingling and her group were startled and fell silent. The 2 seemed both surprised and somewhat expectant of each other's presence, exchanging glances in a tense atmosphere. Though the campus was large, news traveled fast. Everyone knew each other's intentions without much effort. During the ball game, they had set aside personal matters for the sake of collective honor, but now it was different. Neither was willing to tolerate or yield in this matter. Yi Li rolled his eyes, and before the 2 could start bickering about how the other had come, turned away to make a phone call. He couldn't bear the cringe-inducing awkwardness, and no explanation would help. Mo Qingxue, Xia Jinjin, and the others wore varied expressions, but understood Yi Li's temperament and followed him. In the distance, another figure stood, Anlan. Strangely, the classmate named Pu Mingrue was not with her. Anlan watched the scene quietly, then turned and walked into the crowd, seemingly not paying much attention to Qin Yang. This was unlike her usual mischievous self. She had come simply to enjoy the concert, as she was a fan of the singer. After all, she was a girl with dreams and fantasies. After hanging up, Yi Li caught a glimpse of Anlan's retreating figure from the corner of his eye. His gaze flickered as he muttered curiously, "Where's that little white lotus gone?" Mo Qingxue replied, "It's a sad story. Apparently on the way to dinner after the ball game, she was in a car accident and hasn't woken up yet." A car accident? No wonder she hadn't been at the game. Yi Li nodded, feeling indifferent. If anything, he thought people should be good, or else they might kick the bucket. He had just called Tian Nini, who said it was inconvenient to come out, and would send someone to pick them up. Yi Li understood. A big star like her couldn't just show up without causing a commotion. He asked Tian Nini to have the person bring the tickets. Just then Qin Yang approached with a smile. "If it weren't for you that day, the game might have." "It's nothing, senior, no need to thank me. We have something to discuss, so please don't disturb us." Qin Yang's smile froze a hint of disappointment in his eyes, but he nodded respectfully. "If you need anything, you can find me." All right, goodbye, senior." Yi Li felt grateful. If this guy hadn't been so easygoing, he might have had to cause a scene in public again. Qi Xiao didn't come over mostly out of embarrassment, but but he couldn't resist the urge in his heart, finding solace in watching from afar. However, besides glancing furtively at Yili, Qi Xiao was also staring at another person. It was none other than Chao He, tall, beautiful with delicate features and a charming smile. He knew Chao He well, but at first glance he was stunned, wondering who this lovely girl was. The more he looked, the more familiar she seemed, until the image overlapped with someone he knew. When he confirmed it was her, Qi Xiao's eyes bulged. He slapped his hands together, stomped his foot, and exclaimed, "Oh my God." Heaven knew what else he had been thinking earlier. His heart had suffered a critical blow, and he felt like dying. Chao He had been looking down since he appeared, but she was still recognized. Seeing Qi Xiao's reaction, she too wanted to disappear. Yi Li and the others were covering their mouths, laughing, clearly aware of the situation. Just then a few people approached from the crowd, led by a short-haired, efficient woman. Many recognized her and shouted, "Wow, isn't that Nine's manager and assistant?" Even Mo Qingxue gasped in surprise, as any fan would know Tian Nini's manager. Lingling's group was even more excited, covering their mouths in shock. Why would Nine's manager suddenly appear here? Ignoring the crowd's noise, the capable woman scanned the area repeatedly, clearly looking for the person Tian Nini had described. Finally, her gaze settled on a girl in a simple white cake skirt and a long cardigan bathed in sunlight. She walked over with a smile and said in a pleasant voice, "You must be Miss Yi, right?" At her actions and words, the crowd buzzed, and Lingling and her group shook their heads in disbelief. The capable woman undoubtedly brought immense traffic, as nearly all the fans waiting here learned of her identity through word of mouth. Among them were not a few campus fans, including many from School 56. They too witnessed this scene from the crowd, each struck with astonishment. That girl in white seems to be Goddess Yili. How does she know Nine's agent? And that agent is being very courteous to her. Oh my God, what kind of monster is our goddess? It's one thing to be incredibly strong and gifted, but you can even make such a big-shot agent smile warmly at you. Isn't that going too far? Are you even human? As peers they were envious, yet also suffered an indescribable spiritual torment, feeling that the goddess was too outstanding for them to study alongside. As for the fans who were clueless, they were equally envious. That was the agent of a super diva, equivalent to a lady-in-waiting beside the princess of the entertainment world. Being able to exchange a few words, or even greet her, was a halo of infinite vanity. It was enough to boast about in their circle, venting inner vanity and earning praise and envy from others. Unfortunately, that person was none of them, so they could only fantasize. Mo Qingxue was so excited her little face turned red. If Xia Jinjin hadn't nudged her, she might have fainted from holding her breath. Yili, however, was a bit confused, hearing the crowd shouting Nini repeatedly. He was full of question marks. Who was that? It seems to be Nini's stage name, Wainer said, seeing his silly, dazed expression and knowing he was clueless. So it was this one. Quite a fancy name, huh? Made me not even recognize her. Miss Yi. Yes, I'm here. First, thank you for taking such good care of Nini recently. The entire Diva Company is very grateful to you. There was no falsehood in her words. The gratitude emanated from the depths of her heart. People in this line of work weren't stupid. Tian Xin refused to believe that Tian Nini could have written an entire album in half a month without this girl's help. Oh, you're exaggerating. Nini and I are close. There's no need for thanks. It's only right. Miss Yi is truly beautiful. May I describe you as an orchid in a secluded valley? Tian Xin said with a radiant smile, a rare departure from her strong-willed demeanor, offering a compliment. Yili waved her hand, dropped those ethereal flatteries. If you insist on praising me, just call me a fairy. Giggle Nani was right. Miss Yi has a great sense of humor. All right, fairy, follow me. Tian Xin generously showed Yi Li and her group great respect in front of the crowd, personally gesturing the way, which inevitably stirred envy. Yi Li hurriedly said, "Wait, did Nini give you the tickets?" Tian Xin was slightly taken aback, thinking that since she had come in person the tickets seemed unimportant. But she didn't dwell on why he needed them, and simply handed them over. Yi Li took them, said thanks, and walked toward Ling Ling. "Hey senior, see what this is." Panicking. "Is Zhu Yurun's face already in your head? Want to smash the confession stage?" Haha, he strutted around Ling Ling like a nouveau riche, waving the tickets to show off. He left Ling Ling in fear to avoid her mental breakdown before the confession scene. At that moment, Ling Ling was indeed on the verge of collapse, thinking of Zhu Yurun's terrifyingly rotund physique and pig-like appearance. She wanted to die. If only she hadn't bet with Yi Li. "Ling Ling, are we still watching?" her friend asked tentatively. "Of course. The tickets are bought. And the confession. Don't bring that up. Would Yi Li dare force me if I refuse?" Seeing Yi Li go in ahead, Qin Yang and Qi Xiao were helpless. They exchanged glances and simultaneously smiled bitterly. That once young girl had flown farther and farther away. The gap between them, no, it was already a chasm, wondered if it could ever be bridged. Tian Xin led Yi Li and the others directly to the backstage lounge, saying Tian Nini was already waiting for her. Unfortunately, only Weiner and Yi Li could enter, while Xia Jinjin Xiao He and Mo Qingxue had to stay behind. When Yi Li asked why Tian Xin replied that she didn't trust them. This left him speechless, but he understood. Yi Li didn't push the issue as doing so would only cause trouble for Tian Nini. Make sure to take lots of photos and get her autograph for me, Mo Qingxue said, snapping out of her excitement. She wanted to ask how Yi Li knew Tian Nini. But given the circumstances, she held back, not forgetting to ask for the autograph. Yeah, wait for me and Weiner to find you in a bit. Take care, big bro. Chow he nodded shyly. Tian Xin confused looked at him with a changed expression, scanning him up and down, finding it intriguing. Not bad. Could be trained into a popular male idol. The backstage prep room was spacious with long corridors lined with Tian Nini's posters on the walls. Yi Li almost didn't recognize her in the fiery image. Below the poster was written Nini, Tian Nini, and further down and waiting for her along with the North City location and tour count. Entertainment reporters, upon seeing Tian Xin, rushed over like mad, asking all sorts of questions. These people were connected to local media and had been tipped off to wait backstage for breaking news. Unfortunately, Tian Xin had many stage managers around, so they couldn't get close. Yi Li noticed Weiner seemed uncomfortable and deliberately shielded her. When the reporters saw Tian Xin ignoring them and caught Yi Li's shift, they all focused on him. Miss, what's your connection to this concert? Are you with Nini? Yi Li couldn't hear the rest as they entered the actual backstage lounge. The door opened and a fragrant figure rushed over. Tian Nini's soft voice echoed in his ears. I missed you so much. Yi Li sensed she seemed down, almost like she was holding back frustration and sadness. Instead of being flippant, he asked with concern, what's wrong? Feeling low? I don't know. I just miss you so much. Miss the little moments, the laughter, the shyness, the silliness. Her voice trembled slightly. Yi Li again felt an endless bitterness in her that she couldn't vent, and it dampened his mood. Weiner, I missed you too. Hug. Tian Xin lowered her eyes, closed the door, and left. Weiner was caught off guard, slightly tiptoeing, as if Tian Nini had her in a headlock, her chin resting on Tian Nini's shoulder. She was startled at first, then her eyes curved in a smile. Tian Nini looked especially beautiful today, wearing a strapless mermaid dress and heels, making her taller than Yi Li and Weiner. The three of them chatted and cuddled for a while. Then out of the blue, Tian Nini told Yi Li to go to the makeup room, saying his clothes were too casual. Weiner couldn't escape and was dragged along. As if prearranged, the makeup artist wasn't surprised and warmly invited them to sit, starting a transformation. During this time, Tian Nini never left, going so far as to demand that Yi Li improvise on the spot. She then recorded the lyrics and musical scores. Yi Li inwardly resisted, but considering that Tian Nini might be preparing some kind of surprise, he chose not to delay her. The makeup artist was somewhat exasperated by him. Why? Perhaps the system-granted mastery of all instruments had overwritten his memory, causing his mind to become chaotic when recalling songs from the great masters of Earth. He would frequently raise a hand in a gesture of halt. Each time he raised his hand, the partially completed makeup would be compromised. Back and forth, the makeup artist declared that she was getting irritated. However, it was only a brief moment. Soon Yi Li recalled many tunes and scores, joyful, sorrowful, electrifying, and adorable, covering a wide range. Throughout the process, Tian Nini wore a strangely eerie smile, almost chilling to the bone. Yi Li asked her several times what she intended, but she remained silent. Then Tian Nini left, and did not return for a long time. By then, Yi Li and Weiner were forced into a change of clothes claimed to be custom-made for them. Yi Li was utterly exasperated. Was it really necessary to go through such a complete transformation just to attend a concert? After another round of fussing, when Yi Li and Weiner emerged from the changing room, Tian Nini could only utter one word: perfect. Yi Li was dressed in a stylishly modified short Chinese-style cheongsam dress with a fitted waist and flared hem exposing the knees. Very Chinese, very girlish. It was also quite festive, black and red interwoven, adorned with intricate yet harmonious small finger-like brocade cords resembling vines. Her hair, of course, could not escape alteration. The high ponytail was gone, replaced by a princess braid. To Yi Li's dismay, she was also fitted with a sparkling princess crown. What do you want? I just want to hear how you sing. Why are you tormenting me? Tian Nini chuckled, then turned to look at Weiner. In contrast to Yi Li's festive attire, Weiner's outfit leaned toward a dark theme, also a short cheongsam dress, almost identical to Yi Li's, but in pure black. Interestingly, her hairstyle had undergone a complete transformation. 2 bun-shaped buns on either side of her head. While changing, Yi Li wished she could swap clothes with Weiner, because it made her feel like the legendary Mama Ha. Then came the dreaded part. The heels were even higher than those she had worn for the class party. Yili inwardly groaned, feeling as if she were floating. It was uncomfortable, and she couldn't help but reach for support while walking. Yet she also felt a newfound confidence. Time pressed on toward 4 in the afternoon, and fans began to enter the venue. Yili and Weiner were led out by Tian Xian, presumably to be seated early. Of course, Mo Qingxue and the others were not forgotten. Why did you change clothes? Who knows? That girl's got a screw loose. But you look stunning. Anyone would think you're the star of tonight. Mo Qingxue kept touching Yili's clothes. Xia Jinjin simply hugged Yili while walking, also finding her incredibly beautiful at the moment. There was a touch of handsomeness. As soon as they entered the venue, everyone gasped collectively. The sight was overwhelming. Xiaohe, who seemed to suffer from claustrophobia, stumbled and nearly fell. There were so many people, 90,000 seats plus the stage set up in the elliptical center. The sheer number was astonishing. Nearly 110,000. A true sea of humanity, and it was noisy, making heads buzz. Yi Li and the others were seated in the front row, just a few steps from the stage. They took their seats according to the numbers, and everyone couldn't help but feel excited due to the atmosphere. Weiner had originally planned to buy 3 glow sticks, but ended up buying a large bundle, giving several to each person. Yi Li craned her neck to look around, not for any other reason than to tease Lingling. But all she saw were heads. The concert was scheduled to start at 4, but there was a warm-up. It was not until evening, when the sky grew dim, that the great diva appeared. "Who am I?" she asked, playfully extending the microphone. Then came a thunderous collective roar. "Nani!" In that instant, Yi Li felt her hair stand on end from the vibration. "I love it so much," Mo Qingxue exclaimed, her feet tapping excitedly, her eyes never leaving Tian Nini. "Who doesn't love it? All dressed up alluringly, waiting for the camera. You people really annoy me. Knowing it's 90s show, you deliberately dress up as if you were the stars. Do you really think you're that beautiful?" A few beautiful women sitting nearby, apparently displeased with Yi Li and the others' stunning appearance, muttered. Those seated in the front row were undoubtedly wealthy. They dared to voice their complaints without fear of offending, clearly from strong backgrounds. Yi Li glanced at them. Such people existed everywhere. Arguing would only be exhausting. She decided to ignore them like a turtle reciting sutras. Seeing that Yi Li did not respond, the woman found it boring, but she deliberately tugged at her skirt as if Yi Li were dirty. How can she be like that? Mo Qingxue glared at her. Ignore her. Let's enjoy the show. If she runs her mouth again, we'll deal with her. Hello everyone, I'm so glad to see you all again. Tian Nini first bowed to show her professionalism. The fans went wild, shouting incoherently. Well, I know you're all eager for my new songs. Without further ado, let's begin. The music slowly began. The first song was Island of Solitude, which evoked a deep sense of loneliness. It was clear that Tian Nini had grasped the essence of the song, immersing herself and conveying a poignant atmosphere. 16 cameras captured every angle, and the large screens allowed fans to see her clearly. Many fans sang along, their voices surging like a tidal wave, igniting the venue. When the 6th song, The Birds and the Cicadas by Ren Dada, began, Tian Nini's emotions broke down, and she could no longer hold back her tears. The fans screamed in anxious tension, all wishing they were the one crying. Mo Qingxue and the others felt the same. Only Yi Li and Weiner watched her quietly. Tian Nini's sorrow was too intense. Having spent a long time with her, they could truly feel it. This was not about the song or her immersion, but Yi Li was puzzled what was weighing on this girl's heart. Why wouldn't she share it with him? Thinking this, Yi Li realized how superficial his understanding of Tian Nini was. Besides some basic information, he didn't even know which region she was from. Alas, he felt like a jerk. From now on, he must care for her more. Sorry for losing composure. This song brought back so many memories. I'm so grateful to someone. She was the warm sun in my life. Without her, Tian Nini's tears made her look unsteady. Mentioning that person, she felt both joy and sorrow. The delicate face was heartbreaking, making everyone sigh for her. Are you all curious about how I created the entire album in such a short time? She deliberately paused, leaving the audience in suspense. The crowd murmured. Yes, why? Nini is incredibly talented, and every song is beautiful, but this time feels different. Not only are they beautiful, but they also have such depth. Could she have collaborated with someone? Who could it be? So talented. I want to meet them. The nearby beauties were also whispering. If they knew that the person they called talented was sitting right beside them, who knows how they would react. That's because there is someone who far surpasses me in the realm of music, and even taught me so much. Tian Nini continued to build anticipation. Yi Li's expression changed drastically, as she had a bad feeling. Who is it? The fans emerged from the gloomy atmosphere, now filled with eager anticipation, almost shouting to know the name. Weiner slowly turned her head, and Yi Li met her gaze, the ominous feeling growing stronger. Tian Nini walked step by step toward the edge of the stage, making exaggerated winks at Yi Li as if to say surprise. Yi Li wanted to strangle her. She finally understood why Tian Nini had dressed her up like this. This was the moment. As Tian Nini moved 110,000 heads, turned in unison. Tian Nini, now smiling again, added fuel to the fire. This person is almost invincible in music, able to improvise on the spot. Do you all want to see? The crowd erupted, shouting yes. Backstage, the director cursed. What the hell is this? Is she The backstage work was primarily about optimizing the overall effect of the concert, and the switching of camera positions was the most crucial element. Otherwise, the presented footage would be inadequate. This sudden turn of events left the director completely stunned. This wasn't part of the prearranged plan. Damn it. Pull all cameras from 1 to 16 away immediately and blur the focus. Such an act was nothing short of reckless. If it went wrong, the entire concert could be ruined and the director's reputation would inevitably suffer. If not for Tian Nini's significant influence, he would have stormed onto the stage to demand an explanation. For now, he was merely suppressing his fury. Outside the venue, fueled by the anticipation Tian Nini had deliberately cultivated, the fans erupted. Their gazes followed her movements, and although they were too far away to discern the appearance of the person she was looking at, it did not dampen their anticipation and admiration. For a renowned diva to admit that someone else surpassed her in musical talent meant that person must surely be a figure of great importance, at least a nationally recognized name in music. Nini is coming our way. Could the person she mentioned be right here among us? Several stunning beauties seated near Yi Li covered their mouths with their hands in excitement, fidgeting restlessly. Had the ushers not held them back, they would have rushed forward. Mo Qingxue and the others were equally thrilled, yet they all turned to look at Yi Li with remarkable synchronicity. Yi Li had already given them too many shocks, and coupled with Tian Xian personally welcoming him earlier and her subsequent words revealing that she knew Tian Nini, it all pointed to one conclusion: the person Tian Nini was referring to could only be Yi Li. Hey, how many more secrets do you have that I don't know about? Mo Qingxue sat on Yi Li's left, trembling with excitement and numb with disbelief. Yet she also harbored the pure hope that her friend would achieve glory. She wished for Yi Li to be better, to be admired by the entire world, a wish born of genuine goodwill. Yi Li gave a wry smile. Only he knew how fiercely his heart was pounding. He was just an ordinary person, having never witnessed grand spectacles in either his past or present life. Suddenly being singled out in such a setting, the anxiety was indescribable. To make matters worse, he had no choice but to step onto that stage. The pressure was mounting infinitely. The system had just triggered a choice. 1. Go on stage and sing 5 songs with Tian Nini, receive a pair of sky-covering wings, 1,000 forgiveness points. 2. Additionally, perform 5 solo songs requiring a joyful and playful style, receive metal crowd control, 2,000 forgiveness points. Note the effective range of metal crowd control is 5 meters. The sky-covering wings can be summoned with a single thought, each use lasting no more than 3 minutes, with a 16-hour cooldown. Can be upgraded. Putting everything aside, Yi Li's obsession with wings was deeply ingrained. He had long desired a pair. Ever since that night at Changing River when he learned that Yu Xiao possessed wings, he was filled with envy. Now that this choice had actually appeared, he had no reason to refuse. Moreover, refusal meant no choices would be triggered for a year, prolonging his time as a woman by countless years. Thus, even without Tian Nini's provocation, Yi Li would have had to go up on stage. This person is right among you. She is. Tian Nini built up the anticipation once more, and the massive concert hall fell into a dead silence, everyone waiting for her answer. She is right in front of me. Tian Nini had just stopped in her tracks. Excluding the ushers, she was barely 3 meters away from Yi Li, directly facing him. Due to the temporary blurring of the cameras, the hundreds of thousands of fans could not see this spot and had no idea who the person Tian Nini was referring to was. But the fans seated in the front rows could see clearly. The person Tian Nini was pointing at was a young girl. Murmurs of surprise spread across a small area, followed by voices of doubt and skepticism. Most were along the lines of, "Are you sure? How old is this girl? Is she really that talented?" The stunning beauties sitting near Yi Li were completely dumbfounded, their eyes wide as saucers. Without leaving much room for speculation and doubt, Tian Nini's eyes were fixed on Yi Li as she invited. Amidst the vast crowd, a splendid acquaintance was made. Had I not met you, my life would be incomplete. Miss Yi, may I invite you to sing on stage with me? Her eyes held a smile as her mind wandered back to that day. As she had said when she met Yi Li, the sunlight was warm and the gentle breeze caressed her fingers. Standing beside the beetle car, Yi Li radiated beauty. Hundreds of thousands of people heard her words and frantically tried to recall any famous person with the surname Yi. Some even began searching online, but there were too many related figures, none of whom were prominent in the music industry, and those who were only mildly famous on the internet. It was confirmed. Upon hearing the surname, Yi Mo Qingxuesia Jinjin, and Xiao He all knew without a doubt that the person was Yi Li. For some reason their reactions were even more intense than Yi Li's. Xiao He in particular began to tremble uncontrollably. She loved watching her big brother steal the show, it was hilarious. Only Wayner was slightly calmer, but even she showed a subtle change as the occasion dictated a different mood. Almost simultaneously she and Mo Qingxue nudged Yi Li, signaling that Tian Nini was waiting for him. Not only they but the fans also began urging him on. The chants shifted from agree to miss Yi. The volume and intensity of the sound were the highest Yi Li had ever experienced. It wasn't that Yi Li didn't want to move, it was that his legs simply refused to obey him. Come on, someone help Her Highness. That scoundrel Tian Nini was secretly smirking again, clearly aware of Yi Li's current predicament. After suppressing her smile, she personally, under the usher's protection, stepped in front of Yi Li, reached out, and pulled him up. Throughout the process, everyone in the front rows watched with unwavering attention. Their expressions seemed flushed, though their exact feelings were unclear. Couldn't you have given me a heads up? Yi Li stood up somewhat unsteadily, supported by Tian Nini. As they both walked towards the stage, Tian Nini chuckled. I wanted to give you a surprise. There was indeed a surprise, but no less a shock. More seriously, Yi Li had no idea what the consequences of this stunt would be. Would he be tailed by paparazzi, surrounded by the entire school, or go viral on the internet? If so, his peaceful days would be over. As if reading his thoughts, Tian Nini added, don't you realize that my personal endorsement is far better than you attending a music academy? It could even save you many steps. You might become an overnight sensation. That was indeed true. Tian Nini's action was essentially sending fans Yi Li's way. He sighed. He had no need for any of this. He had never taken his studies seriously, nor did he ever plan to pursue a career as a singer. Oh well, he'd deal with it later. First he had to get the choice done. The lighting technician seemed to have received no instructions, so the spotlight remained fixed on Tian Nini and Yi Li as they moved from the audience to the stage. Once they were on stage, the commotion began. Who is this? Never seen her before. She's pretty, but is she really as good as Nini says? Come on, man. We just want to watch Nini's concert, not some nobody trying to buy fame. These voices were in the minority, mainly because the director wasn't giving them any camera shots. But the students of School 56, including Qin Yang, Qi Xiaoling, and Ling Ling, were all petrified when they saw the vaguely familiar figure on stage. That petite figure, along with the title Miss Yi, almost simultaneously made them think of one person. And then any doubt in their hearts vanished, completely replaced by a single overwhelming feeling I'm going to explode. Tian Nini was adept at controlling the stage, smoothly transitioning from the main character to a supporting role, even acting as an impromptu host. She smiled at Yi Li and said formally, Miss Yi, everyone is very eager to know you. How about an introduction? This seemingly insignificant act could bring glory to School 56, making Yi Li's life at school even smoother and more comfortable. Yi Li didn't overthink it. He was no longer as nervous as before, having expected to be stared at by countless eyes. However, with the spotlight on him, the area he could see was limited, though the nervousness persisted. His tongue even slipped as he quickly responded, Ada Shiva. My name is Yi Li, a student from School 56. The fans of the 56 school songs were on the verge of a collective meltdown, unable to bear such torment. How could Yi Li be so legendary, appearing everywhere? Meanwhile, other fans were restless, saying all sorts of things, with some even declaring they would turn from fans to haters. But what good would that do? Tian Nini and Yi Li couldn't hear them anyway. Besides, did they care about one or two fans? If you don't want to listen, so be it. Behind the scenes, the director was cursing incessantly, nearly smashing the equipment. He still refused to switch the camera angle. Tian Nini noticed the change on the screen, but wasn't worried. She was certain that soon the director would be ecstatic and shouting, giving Yi Li the spotlight. I know you all have some doubts, but soon you'll fall in love with Miss Yi, she said, taking Yi Li's hand and giving the band a signal. Amidst the collective bewilderment of the crowd, music filled the entire venue. With a series of resonant notes, the performance began, instantly casting an air of mystery. Then came the melodious yet somber sound of the violin. It was followed by a rich blend of musical elements, the rhythms soaring with crisp ticking sounds. Yi Li was immediately captivated, even closing her eyes in enjoyment, letting her mind drift. She too loved this song. As if by telepathy, or perhaps through some rhythmic signal transmitted by their hands, it was Yi Li who sang first. In the alley of 1983, a December was clear. The seventh chapter of the night pushes the typewriter onward toward the next line, approaching the truth. The mist from the stone pipe drifts toward the withered tree. Indeed, this was Jay Cho's The Seventh Chapter of the Night. Yili had the lyrics etched into her mind so familiar they were second nature. She had adored this song in her past life. This song was also in Tian Nini's album familiar to the fans. The moment Yili began to sing, hundreds of thousands of people fell into complete silence. Beyond the beauty of her voice, they found it remarkably fitting, even more flawless than Tian Nini's rendition. This wasn't to say Tian Nini's singing was unpleasant, it was simply a difference in personal style. The director backstage was also stunned. The voice, the rhythm were impeccable, as if this song was meant to be sung by this young girl. Camera 2 zoom in a little, he found himself saying. As the camera zoomed in, the screen displayed two figures, Tian Nini and Yili. Catching sight of that petite figure, some fans went wild, howling like madmen. Likely otaku with a thing for young girls. Like a butterfly effect, most of the audience began to sing along, though those who got even half the lyrics right were considered experts. Quick, push camera 9 up to make it a bit softer. The director put on his headphones and started switching shots. On stage, the chorus had arrived, and Tian Nini began to sing. If evil is a magnificent and cruel movement, I'll write its finale with my own hands. Yili rapped beside her, their collaboration seamless, having practiced countless times in the villa. Wow, such an adorable girl. I'm a fan now. I want all her info. Me too. She looks so cool and aloof while singing, but it feels amazing. Some had already started expressing their admiration. Mo Qingxue and the others were so excited they didn't know whether to sit or stand. This feeling couldn't be fully captured by the word pride, it was sheer exhilaration. As the song ended, Yili found her palms covered in sweat. She was still quite nervous. With the flickering lights, she gradually noticed just how many heads were out there. Steady, don't lose it. Tian Nini intentionally left the remaining 5 songs from her album, including Wings Love Exists and 3 others besides the 7th chapter. Did you all enjoy it? As time passed, the album songs were finished, and Tian Nini was slightly out of breath. Her question elicited a thunderous response, the crowd roaring with enthusiasm, declaring they hadn't heard enough. But I finished singing my songs. How about we listen to a song Miss Yi just wrote? Yes. Yes. Faces were flushed with excitement, hearts pounding. They had completely fallen for the girl on stage. It was all about talent. Without it, this effect wouldn't have been possible. If her voice had been off-key or grating, the fans would have been demanding refunds. Tian Nini looked at Yili, winking, clearly eager to hear the song she had written during their earlier makeup session. Yili responded with a look indicating it was fine and she could sing. At that moment, she wasn't thinking about whether to sing, as she was pondering how to act cute. Damn, that wasn't something she knew how to do. And it had to be a cheerful song. The song itself wasn't a problem. Half of the ones she had written for Tian Nini earlier were upbeat. Should I have the band start? Tian Nini whispered, her expression equally excited. The lights dimmed. Tian Nini must have coordinated with the band, and the lighting technician, understanding the mood, temporarily set the atmosphere. Yili stood awkwardly on stage, appearing nervous, but actually still figuring out how to act cute. Suddenly, she slapped her forehead, startling the fans, and shouted, "That's right." Only after yelling did she realize the microphone was still on, and she let out a charming, mischievous laugh. The sight made the men's hearts flutter, and they swallowed hard. With her appearance and that smiling expression, she had truly stirred something pure deep within them. After all, a beauty is adored by heroes, and even cowards. The reason for her sudden excitement was that she had thought of something. Even if she couldn't act cute, she had acting skills. As long as she focused on that, the right feeling would come naturally. As if in tune with her emotional shift, the music began at just the right moment. The song was distinctly Tang-style, intriguing from the start. The fans and even the band found themselves nodding and tapping their feet, relaxed smiles spreading across their faces. Yili steadied herself, and as the prelude began, she started to sing. "Big Ox, slow down, let's play another game of Go. Last night, I caught a chill, it's not that my legs are weak. The sparrows chirp noisily, annoying my heart. Second dog from the east watches the game, laughing at my mediocrity." As she opened her mouth, the crowd gasped, for she had slightly lowered her voice. Not in a shouting style, but something more refined. Instead, the song leaned toward a boyish tone. It was Shuang Shang's Little Chess Apprentice. The lyrics were playful, and combined with the acting scenes Yili had imagined earlier, she began to sway left and right. Her skirt rippled gently, and her slender arms gestured through the air. At times she pouted with her hands behind her back, at others, she bent over to point. Singing alone, she acted out the little story within the lyrics, looking genuinely adorable. The director was ecstatic, seemingly charmed as well. His initial skeptical gaze had transformed into one of surprise and delight. Zoom in. Camera 1710. No, forget the ones on the floor, bring them all to the stage. Full body shots, close-ups. Hurry. The screen then displayed various angles of Yili on stage. She seemed startled as several cameramen with equipment circled around her, capturing her from every angle. A bird's eye view, a sprinting approach blocking her face. They did it all. On the screen, she visibly flinched, but quickly steadied herself. The camera captured her youthful figure, perfectly catching even the finest details. One could even see her eyelashes clearly on the screen. Some lecherous cameraman had focused on the curve of Yi Li's ear, creating an alluring image. The director couldn't bring himself to scold him as he too was captivated. The concert had a wide-reaching impact, and being broadcast live, Yi Li, this beautiful young girl, instantly dominated the evening's online headlines. Countless bullet comments flooded major platforms and websites, with a surprising majority posted by female users likely smitten. Though they had tuned in for Tian Nini, it didn't stop them from becoming fans of another. After her initial flinch, Yi Li gradually calmed down. Everything takes getting used to. This girl had a fairly strong tolerance, by now she felt hardly any nervousness. However, whenever she looked back at the concert footage and saw her sweet image on screen, she always felt a bit nauseous. Clever, brave, and full of strength, I truly envy myself. Hula hoops are no problem. 2 backflips, and a salute. Across the land, I never give up seeking the chocolate that slims. Round head, round brain, round belly, within lies the essence of life. Let us sing a song, la 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 la. A concert not earth-shattering, yet earth-shattering, had concluded. The closing song was the last one Yi Li had just sung, quite playful. As for why he chose it, he was also puzzled. Alright, how much longer will you hug? In the lounge, Tian Nini was getting emotional again. This time Tian Xin had let Mo Qingxue, Xia Jinjin, Xiao He, and the others in, all watching from the side. Except for Mo Qingxue, everyone was fairly conscious. I can't go back with you yet. It'll be a long time before we meet again. What's wrong with hugging a bit longer? You're always so stingy. Tian Nini pouted, then finally planted a kiss on Yi Li's cheek. Weiner subtly turned her face, and Tian Nini, catching on, also kissed her. Are you that busy? That's strapped for cash. How about quitting? They'll support you from now on. Touching the warmth on his face, Yi Li also got emotional. After all, human nature is greedy. He didn't want Tian Nini to be run ragged. If it was really about money, he could earn it. There were so many ways, especially with the system. What was so hard about that? Her eyes began to redden again, but this time, she didn't shed tears. Tian Nini shook her head, a flicker of darkness flashing in her eyes. I love music. It has nothing to do with money. She dared not say the other part, being forced against her will. Those matters, and those people were not to be trifled with. If it brought trouble to Yi Li, given her nature, she would be consumed by guilt until her dying day. Tian. It was Mo Qingxue's voice. Ever since entering this lounge and getting close to Tian Nini, the girl hadn't been conscious for more than 3 seconds. Yi Li was speechless. Was it really that easy to faint? I suddenly realized one thing. I can understand making me change clothes for the singing, but what was the point of Weiner changing outfits and getting her hair done? Tian Nini was embarrassed. I was planning to have Weiner play the piano, but I got too excited and forgot. Sorry, Weiner. It's fine. I don't like being stared at by so many people. The 3 whispered for a long time. Tian Nini was animated sneakily, doing something to Weiner, then exclaimed, wow. Really? Does it really get bigger? Yi Li, what kind of hands are those? Yi Li's face reddened. Human hands, what else could they be? I'm warning you, when I'm not around you can't do that kind of thing with Weiner. Psycho. Yi Li rolled his eyes. He wished he could, but was it possible? Xia Jinjin had been lurking nearby for a while. Seeing that they were almost done chatting, she carried Mo Qingxue and squeezed in. Sorry, big star. Can we take a photo with you? She really likes you, and I do too. She pointed at the still entranced Mo Qingxue, speaking with great difficulty. What could she do? Mo Qingxue was just a little heavier than her. Sure, come on over. They waved goodbye and left. The feeling was quite unpleasant again. Yi Li was almost out of the corridor, but on second thought he felt uneasy and quickly turned back. In the lounge, Tian Nini was lying on the table, her shoulders shaking. Yi Li didn't need to imagine it, he knew she was crying again. But why? Hearing the noise, Tian Nini quickly composed herself, stood up with a forced, bewildered smile. She wanted to say something, but when she opened her mouth, it was full of phlegm, a sign of how emotionally shattered she had been. Do you have something on your mind you haven't told me? Tian Nini paused, then quickly put on a goofy act. While you noticed. Yi Li's heart skipped a beat. So there really was something. He stepped forward, his expression earnest, his eyes clear. No matter what it is, I want you to tell me. I hate this kind of hidden sorrow. Meeting that serious face, Tian Nini almost said several times, Yi Li, save me, take me away. But she knew that would be childish, foolish, and irresponsible. She pretended to be silly, wailing loudly, my period really hurts, Yi Li. Yi Li's face darkened with exasperation. He lowered his eyes, knowing Tian Nini was definitely hiding something, but if she wouldn't say, there was nothing he could do. The 3 commands could be issued for a reason, but it would be disrespectful. Without a very special cause, Yi Li wouldn't use them on family or friends. Forget it, no matter what it was, no one was allowed to hurt her. If they did, take them down. He hugged this delicate yet boisterous girl for a while longer, then truly left this time. Wayner was waiting for him in the corridor, her eyes questioning. Yili shook his head. I don't know. She won't say. Wayner said nothing but reached out her small hand to take his as they left together. Suddenly becoming famous naturally brought a siege from media and fans. Good heavens, what were all these dense crowds outside? Yili was about to crack. He knew this would happen. But there was no need to worry for now, as Tion Xin was responsibly leading their group, and the overwhelming security was quite effective. Once in Xiao He's family car, the noise finally faded. Yili breathed a sigh. How was he supposed to live from now on? Was there any way to hide this face? He couldn't exactly wash it with sulfuric acid, could he? Ugh, that thought was too cruel. With so many people swarming in, Xiao He's driver was bewildered. Seizing the chance before they were blocked ahead, he quickly drove off. Yili asked him to take a longer route. The driver didn't understand, but thinking it was his young master's friend's request, didn't object. Near the villa, Mo Qingxue finally woke up, and her first question was soul-searching. Yili recounted how he had met and gotten along with Tian Nini. As for why he couldn't tell her earlier, the reason was still Wayner. Mo Qingxue thought it made sense. Wayner's identity was very special. They couldn't just tell everyone where she lived, could they? Arriving at the villa, Yili warily peeked around to see if anyone had followed, then got out of the car. Mo Qingxue naturally came along too, having brought her luggage, clearly planning to stay at the villa long term. Xia Jinjin also wanted to hang out with everyone, but her family apparently didn't allow it. As for Xiao He, screw him. Without even letting him change clothes, Yili led the two beauties into the villa. Xiao He thought, bro, you're ruthless. If he went home looking like this, his parents would probably think he had psychological issues. Uncle Chi to the Thai Dragon Garment Pavilion. I need to buy clothes. Yili stared blankly at Mo Qingxue, and Wayner utterly baffled as to why after just one shower these two girls had become so chummy. Wayner had never been like this before. He didn't understand. Women were the most confusing creatures. While the two chatted animatedly, Yili went to the backyard. Making sure no one could see him, he willed it, and the air around him rippled. Faint streams of light slowly emerged and converged toward him. Yili's teeth chattered with excitement. He could clearly feel besides his limbs a familiar, yet utterly novel sensation of control coming from his back. It was a pair of wings, huge old chicken-sized, probably spanning 1.5 times his own length, with a single flap. The wings were a pinkish white, sometimes flowing with blue light. They didn't look solid like Yu Xiao's, instead they were more like auroras. Streams of light flowed over them, cascaded, and then vanished. Apart from the color, which Yili didn't much like, he absolutely loved everything about them. These weren't just wings, they were a dream. What was he waiting for? Time to test them out. Luckily it was night and the spaces between the villas were large, so Yili wasn't afraid of being seen. He flapped gently, the wind howled, and he was airborne. Wow, that was a dreamlike scene. Calling him a fairy now would be perfectly fitting. Dreamlike it was, but he got too excited. After 3 minutes, with a strange cry, he plummeted straight down from over 20 meters. That's right. His head hit the ground, a perfect headfirst dive. Hearing the noise, Wayner and the other girl rushed out to see what had happened. Seeing Yili hanging upside down by his skirt, legs dangling in the air, and his head buried in the ground, they were nearly frightened out of their wits. They hurried over, shouting and pulling him out. The scene was a bit cringeworthy. Luckily, Yili had a hard head. Aside from a face full of dirt, he wasn't badly hurt. Mo Qingxue stared in shock, while Wayner seemed unfazed. Just as he spat out the mud from his mouth, Yili blurted out, "What? Doing yoga at a time like this?" Off. Yili's inexplicable words left Mo Qingxue and Wayner stunned. I wasn't talking to you." Yili waved his hand, making the two girls even more puzzled. It was one thing to bury his head in the dirt, but now he was starting to talk nonsense. Yili patted his butt and stood up. Just now the mysterious system had triggered a choice again. 1. Do yoga with Wayner and Mo Qingxue, obtain cooking mastery 1,000 forgiveness points. 2. Frequently take liberties during yoga, obtain bewilder the masses 2,000 forgiveness points. It's roughly like the principle of blocking someone on moments. But that's not the point, oh heavens. What the heck is taking liberties? How to take liberties? What if things get out of hand? This isn't a disguised reward at all. It's torture of desire, right? Setting that aside, the ability is perfect. For the first time, Yili felt the system was apt. This useless ability couldn't be more fitting at this moment. He was just worrying about how to avoid the consequences of the concert. Now he no longer had to worry. He dared to guarantee that even if those entertainment reporters were right in front of him, they probably wouldn't recognize him. But he'd have to test it first. He'd deal with it tomorrow. Oh, and there was also that metal control ability or something. Right now he had to complete the two choices first. He had originally planned to pick one, but since he was already doing yoga, he might as well take liberties, so he chose both. Absolutely not, because he really wanted to try that feeling. How did you end up like this? Speaking of tenderness, Mo Qingxue was the most gentle and attentive. In just a moment she had gone to the bathroom and brought a wet towel and was now wiping Yi Li's face, even cleaning his nostrils and ears meticulously. Yi Li blinked, probably pondering something. Doing yoga was naturally fine, but how to bring it up? There had to be a proper reason. He couldn't just drag them into it without any pretext. Wainer Qingxue, you didn't eat lunch either, did you? Oh right, I forgot while watching. Now that you mention it, I am a bit hungry. Yi Li rolled his eyes. Watching. You were clearly unconscious. Wainer didn't speak, but nodded faster than Mo Qingxue's words. She might have been hungry for a while, but was too embarrassed to say. What a coincidence, I'm starving too. Qingxue, can you cook? Although Yi Li could cook a bit, he was extremely lazy and would never step into the kitchen unless he was about to starve. Besides, he needed to take a shower. What was with all the mud on his head? I know a little, but it's not great. Mo Qingxue, not knowing Wainer's taste, deliberately downplayed her skills. It doesn't need to be great, just edible. I'm not picky, but I don't like scallions, garlic, or ginger. Less soy sauce, and as little salt as possible. Preferably more broth to soak the rice. Also, I like meat. The more the better. There seems to be a goose in the fridge. How about braised goose with pickled cabbage? And there are shrimp, maybe braised. No, forget it, just stir-fried shrimp with cashews, and this guy listed so many not picky items that even Mo Qingxue's good temper turned gloomy. That's right, Yi Li did it on purpose. Let's leave it at that for now. We'll see if we need more later. I'm going to take a shower. It was time for the shower again, and Yi Li couldn't help sniffing. Hee slurp. He had faced this body many times, but each time the strange feeling didn't diminish, instead it grew stronger. Especially that indescribable thrill, which almost made him lose control every time. And the embarrassing part was that he couldn't think too much if he did, certain places would. It was so awkward. Wainer said he was ripe, and had a sensitive constitution that couldn't be touched, so she specially prepared many pairs of underwear for him. There were still quite a few in the washing machine. It wasn't Yi Li's fault, it was mainly because Yi Li's body was sensitive and with his thoughts and such. He was a male soul, so it was inevitable, right? It really was a punishment choice system. Otherwise, why would it specifically pick a body like Yi Li's for him? This couldn't be blamed on the system. It was mainly a common situation, especially for people at this stage. When physiologically mature under the influence of hormones, having desires is normal. It's just that Yi Li kept stimulating himself mentally, so his frequency was high. He was always thinking at every moment, can't break it, while simultaneously telling himself to hold back. This actually had the opposite effect, and he ended up changing underwear frequently. He closed his eyes, lowered the water temperature. Much more comfortable, though a bit cold. Fragrant and dressed commando, he asked his teammate to help blow dry his hair. Even during this time, Yi Li didn't forget to take advantage of Wainer. Tell me if he wasn't that who was. This guy sat on a chair, his slender wrists behind his back, occasionally pinching Wainer's slender legs, and always picking the spots with the perfect feel. Wainer seemed to have gotten used to it. Sometimes she really suspected Yi Li was a man, otherwise how could he be so mischievous? Although she also found it thrilling, she always felt it was strange, and wanted to do something. I feel like you've grown taller recently. Yi Li raised an eyebrow. Really? Let's compare. He stood up and faced Wainer, measuring. Wainer was about 1.63 meters, of course not fixed. But Yi Li had been less than 1.6 meters before, and now the top of his head was only a finger's width away from Wainer's eyebrows. This growth spurt was impressive. At this rate, reaching 1.7 meters wouldn't be a problem. Really? Let me check my weight. The fairy villain naturally had a scale, but it was brought by Wainer's guards. Yi Li, with his rough-and-tumble soul, would never have thought of that. Standing barefoot on it, the numbers jumped and settled. 44 kilograms. Not bad. The weight gain over this period was effective. He had gained 3 kilograms 6 gene. But he still didn't look very plump, just a little rounder. For example, the double legs weren't as bony as before, no longer making people worry they might snap. Just by looking, though, that was from a man's perspective like Yi Li's. Although still not very fleshy, they were a bit more pleasing to the eye. His hands hadn't changed much. Opening and closing the bones and veins were still clearly visible, slender and long, quite beautiful. Who knew why this guy was obsessed with gaining weight? Was he really worried about being blown away by a typhoon? Damn, was he paranoid? As for the face, I'll forget, it's still so beautiful, naturally gifted, no way around it. Dinner's ready, come eat. The three of them ate at the table. Mo Qingxue stared at Yi Li with a strange expression, especially at a certain part, zoning out, her face visibly turning red. What an exhibitionist. After the meal, the three of them cleaned up together. Yi Li couldn't just do nothing all the time. Next came the important part. I ate too much, I'm so full. Yi Li deliberately muttered. Mo Qingxue suggested. I saw there's an artificial lake in front of the door, the scenery is nice. How about going out for a walk to digest? It's late, maybe we shouldn't go out. How about doing yoga to digest? Wayner and Mo Qingxue looked at him simultaneously, a little surprised. Since when did Yili know yoga? Besides, they weren't very good at it, either only occasionally doing it on a whim. But I don't know how. What about you, Wayner? I'm not very good at it, either. No time. That's nothing, there's plenty online. Just copy the moves. Immediately, Yili went to get the tablet. Then he thought for a moment and headed outside, probably to the garage, to have a fun get some yoga pants. Thus in the villa's living room, the three celestial maidens changed into form-fitting clothes and sat on the carpet with their graceful curves fully displayed. Without yoga mats, they made do with the carpet. It must be said that these three maidens had absolutely stunning figures, all naturally blessed with generous proportions. Their legs were of the type with a gap between the thighs, a hallmark of beautiful legs. Clad in tight yoga pants, the mere sight of them could stir wild fantasies. As for their upper bodies, they wore crop tops that revealed their flat, flawless abdomens without a single imperfection. Especially Yili, whose waist was not only slender, but also faintly showed the outline of abdominal muscles. It hurts so much. Be gentle, Wayner. Are you doing this on purpose? At that moment, Mo Qingxue leaned against the base of the sofa, facing Yili, their legs pressed against each other, while Wayner helped from behind Yili. This pushed the two of them closer and closer, gradually forming a split position. Strangely, Yili had extremely poor flexibility, her bones seemingly much stiffer than Mo Qingxue's, causing her to wince in pain. Mo Qingxue found the pose too intimate, feeling flustered and hot, and with Yili's breath so close her cheeks never lost their flush. Yili held her tightly and occasionally groped her chest, making Mo Qingxue let out strange sounds repeatedly. None of the three were familiar with yoga, so they followed the video tutorial step by step, imitating each pose as it played. After Yili finished, Wayner took over, and then Yili again. Poor Mo Qingxue was tormented by them until she fell silent. They say foolishness is contagious, and it seemed the same went for stealing touches. Influenced by Yili, Wayner also began to prank Mo Qingxue occasionally. However, her attacks targeted peculiar spots, such as the armpits, the waist, or even more mysterious places. But her method differed from Yili's. This girl liked to blow air and nibble with her mouth. This scene felt familiar to Yili, who was often subjected to the same treatment by Wayner. Just watching made him shudder, and he couldn't help but go to the bathroom to change his underwear. When he returned, he noticed an empty water bottle on the dining table, presumably left by Mo Qingxue during the day. A mischievous idea popped into his head. He secretly turned around and stuffed the water bottle into his pants pocket. And then, the scene became. Suppressing his laughter, he stood boldly beside Wayner and Mo Qingxue, a noticeable bulge in his pants. When the two girls saw it, their faces turned pale. What is that? Yili, you? Mo Qingxue jumped up in panic, backing away like a startled rabbit. She wasn't a schoolgirl anymore, as she knew about certain things concerning boys. Could Yili be a man? Was that an erection? Yili burst into laughter, the bulge swaying back and forth. Wayner was stunned at first, then rolled her eyes in boredom, knowing Yili was just messing around. She reached out and pulled out the water bottle. Seeing that it was just a bottle, Mo Qingxue finally calmed her racing heart and glared at Yili angrily. You scared me, I thought. Humph. Not knowing what else to say, Mo Qingxue lunged at Yili. She was probably still holding a grudge over Yili kissing him lawn and had been looking for an excuse to retaliate. Now she had won. Thus Yili found himself being kissed passionately. He could have pushed her away, but he didn't, enjoying every moment. Wayner hesitated for a moment, then felt she would lose out if she didn't join in. Like a cat, she stealthily leaned in for a nibble. Whoa, this is too much. I can't handle this. Yili panicked, broke free, and dashed upstairs. The two girls exchanged a glance as if planning a major operation, nodded in unison, and chased after him. Sounds of frolicking and pleas for mercy gradually filled the air. Fortunately, it was all just playful exploration, not anything truly inappropriate. Finally, all three grew tired and lay on the bed with flushed faces. Yili stared blankly, sighing inwardly. He wished he could return to his male form as soon as possible. Continuing like this would drive him crazy. The day's fatigue hit them as soon as they lay down. 1 minute Wayner and Mo Qingxue were still panting, and the next their breathing had slowed and deepened. Yili looked over and saw that they had fallen asleep. Gently he covered them with a blanket and slipped under his own, ready to sleep. But annoyingly, the system decided to act up. Ding, triggering a choice. 1. Browse Fabwa to check online trends, gain 2,000 forgiveness points. 2. Browse Fabwa and leave a top comment, gain 4,000 forgiveness points. Wow, that's a lot, but why only forgiveness points? What about supernatural abilities or skills? Yili asked in confusion, but the system remained silent. Unable to figure it out, Yili let it go. This system had a peculiar temper. He took out his phone and logged into Fabwa, and the first thing he saw made his scalp tingle. Every post featured his own cute, perfect angelic face. Indeed, the aftermath of the concert had begun. Besides video clips of her singing, there were many eye-catching captions. For example, a rare musical prodigy emerges from 56 schools in the northern city. The inspiration for Nine's new album comes from her. Stunning beauty performs with Nine on stage, her voice so enchanting. There were countless such posts, and Yeely couldn't see the end of them. Moreover, each video and caption had accumulated massive engagement, with likes, shares, and comments numbering in the tens of millions. And the numbers were still climbing. Considering only 3 hours had passed, by tomorrow morning or afternoon, they would likely reach hundreds of millions. Yeely clicked on a video. For some reason, watching himself felt incredibly awkward. Unexpectedly, he found Tianini's Feibo account. She had also shared a post with the caption, "The place where you exist is always sunny." Probably unable to find Yeely's account, she manually tagged "Little Celebrity." Yeely smiled faintly, finally realizing the immense influence Tianini wielded. Her post already had hundreds of millions of likes, shares, and comments. Incredible. Most netizens' comments were full of praise, asking for Miss Yes account and when she would debut. There were also malicious attacks and negative comments, but darkness was always the domain of a minority. Such people would never amount to anything. After scrolling for a while, Yeely found no place to comment. Oh, everything was about today's concert. How was he supposed to leave a top comment? Not being very familiar with Feibo, he searched around and found many sections, including one for humor, so he clicked in. These sections were much quieter, filled with trivial posts from individual bloggers. They posted about everything, and bragging was not uncommon. He randomly clicked on a blogger with an unusual nickname, a big thigh hair. What a peculiar name, and his posts were equally well peculiar. The first post was a text with a strong smell. "Why is my poop split? Am I going to die?" Good grief, a large group of netizens had torn into him mercilessly in the comments. Yet he still hadn't deleted it. Yeely frowned. What was he thinking asking such a question? After a moment's thought, Yeely decided to comment, but found his ID unsuitable. He changed it first, then wrote, "Little Ye, I think taking off the thong might help." Even Yeely felt embarrassed after posting. Haha, what a twisted way of thinking. After stifling his laughter under the covers for a while, Yeely poked his head out again to continue commenting. Though the internet was fast, freshly posted comments still required a bit of a wait. Besides, this blogger with only a handful of followers probably wouldn't see any activity anytime soon. Moreover, Yeely wasn't sure if this comment would snag the top spot, so he decided to hedge his bets by posting a few more. Scrolling through the vast sea of users, he randomly picked another blogger. This one's username left him baffled at first glance, and after staring at it for ages, he finally understood it, only to mutter a curse under his breath. It was called "Looking Back at the Rear." Each one was more disgusting than the last. What did she hope to see her own throat this way? Clicking into her profile, he found her basic info, and was surprised to discover she was a female blogger. Her first post was innocuous, a picture of bone broth with the caption, "Mom's Taste." It should have been heartwarming, but the words sent chills down his spine. Yeely found it unsettling. Those bones were so large, and paired with that line, it made the kid seem disturbingly cruel. He didn't dare comment, afraid to attract bad luck. Scrolling further, he grew increasingly irritated until he couldn't hold back. The blogger was overly confident, which was fine, but there had to be a limit. She was remarkably overweight, yet constantly posted selfies, always in garishly bright clothes that failed to cover her rolls of belly fat. What was worse, every caption was essentially the same. "I'm heading out. Keep an eye on your boyfriends." With her massive frame, and that line, Little Ye couldn't help but comment, "Aren't you afraid you'll crush someone?" Now he understood why she chose that username. Was she hoping to slim down? He realized he might have misjudged her. Sorry about that. Then he commented on over a dozen more bloggers before finally succumbing to exhaustion and falling asleep. Head check tomorrow to see if Head claimed the top comment spot. The next morning, Yeely woke up feeling something was off. Everything felt so light and easy. Normally his chest felt tight and heavy, but today it was strangely relaxed. Opening his eyes, he saw that Wayner had found a new love. Her hand was resting on Mo Kinks's body. Sai, who could blame her when Mo Kinks's assets were bigger than his? Time for school. He woke the two girls, and they got ready to head out. They'd grabbed breakfast on the way since the fridge was empty. But then the system decided to act up again. It had been triggering at an alarming frequency lately, as if it had a mind of its own. Ding, triggering choice. 1. I continue publishing webcomics on the platform, gain 2,000 forgiveness points. 2. Establish an integrated animation production company, gain 6,000 forgiveness points. After sorting out the options, Yeely was speechless. System, can you please consider my situation before throwing these choices at me? Starting a company requires so many resources. As for continuing on the platform, that was out of the question. Never again, even if it meant giving up entirely. He'd rather not be devoured whole. Not choosing wasn't an option and platform publishing was off the table, so starting a company it was. Hey Wainer, can you drive? The three of them had just closed the villa's front gate when Yi Li's sudden question made them look at him in confusion. Wainer nodded. Yes. Well, I need to take the day off for some errands. Can you go to school with Qingxue? Then he quickly waved his hand. Never mind, let's all go to school together. He worried that someone might harm Wainer again, so he felt safer escorting her to school himself. With that in mind, he decided to talk to Yu Xiao about security issues when he had the chance. What is it? Can I come along? Yi Li didn't hide anything and told them about the animation company. Wainer already knew, but Mo Qingxue was stunned when she learned that Eureka 7 was drawn by Yi Li. Yi Li, I'm slowly realizing I've never really known you. She meant to convey a sense of unfamiliarity, but worried it might upset him. I've never been one to express myself, so I didn't mention this little thing. But Qingxue, you can't tell anyone about this. Chatting as they walked, they soon reached the school. Wainer insisted on following, but this time, Yi Li refused. He could afford to slack off, but he couldn't let Wainer skip classes. Besides, Wainer's reputation wasn't just her own. Yi Li understood the stakes. Will you come back for lunch? Wainer asked. I'm not sure yet. Just keep in touch by phone. Don't wander off, okay? If I have time, I'll bring you food, otherwise you two can eat at the cafeteria. Wainer let out an, clearly reluctant to be separated, pouting a little when Yi Li refused to let her tag along. Mo Qingxue told him to be careful and pulled Wainer into the school. Yi Li asked Mo Qingxue to inform Xiao Man about his leave. It shouldn't be a problem, especially since the principal had no objections. Sitting in the car, he didn't drive off right away, his head throbbing with confusion. He checked the Shirshin backend and found many reader messages eagerly awaiting his next work. There were plenty of private messages too. He skimmed through them and saw that many people loved his art style, showering him with warm praise. Instead of feeling happy, Yi Li grew frustrated and cursed under his breath. This only strengthened his resolve to go through with it. Aside from reader messages, Hammer the editor had sent a dozen messages too. Curious, he read them and found the guy expressing deep remorse, hinting at hidden circumstances that had even cost him his job. Yi Li was bewildered. What had happened in between? Hammer had left his WeChat ID and phone number, hoping Yi Li would see them and truly feel his apology. After some thought, Yi Li decided to call and ask what was going on. The phone rang for a long time before someone picked up and a weary male voice answered. Hello, who's this? Is this Hammer? It's Lang Lang. Silence hung in the air for a long moment, then a sudden shriek broke through. Holy crap. Lang Lang is a girl. Yi Li rubbed his forehead. Had this guy never seen a girl before? No. I must have misheard. Lang Lang is calling me. That's impossible, absolutely impossible. And definitely not a girl. The guy rambled on for ages, and Yi Li, mindful of the phone bill, finally interrupted. You heard right. It's me, Jean Gu Lang Lang. After much verification, Hammer accepted reality, and it was clear he was ecstatic, though Yi Li couldn't tell why. Since you sent me so many apology messages, I'm curious. What happened between you and Shirshin? At that, Hammer got fired up and started spouting incoherent nonsense that Yi Li couldn't follow. Alright. Are you and Beishir? Want to meet up and chat? Yi Li wasn't particularly eager to meet a man, but since Hammer was a manga editor, he figured the guy must know plenty of relevant people. If so, leveraging that connection to poach some talent might come in handy. Meet? I'm in Beishir. Where are you? He'll come right away. I'm in District 56. Are you okay with that? If not, I can come to you. What a coincidence. I'm in District 56 too. Give me the address and I'll rush over. Yi Li thought it was quite the coincidence and gave him the address of a dessert shop. He wasn't going for the food, but for the quiet and spacious atmosphere. At the notable dessert shop. Miss, would you like anything else? The clerk asked Yi Li, who had already devoured 3 servings of crispy sesame balls. Taking a sip of sweet tea, she waved her hand. Give me a moment. Let me digest first. The clerk, startled yet maintaining a polite smile, walked away. Yi Li hadn't expected to find dim sum-like treats in this dessert shop she had stumbled upon, and couldn't resist indulging a little. As for why the clerk hadn't recognized her from her overnight internet fame last night, it was all thanks to the effect of the bewildering all beings technique. This technique, Yi Li found, was incredibly convenient. Without any facial adjustments, a mere thought could make her face appear entirely different to others. Not particularly beautiful nor ugly, at most decent, but utterly unremarkable. That was why the clerk hadn't recognized her. Of course, even without the technique, it was quite possible no one would have identified her. After all, the internet was a nebulous place, and not everyone knew of her. The morning crowd was sparse, with only a few patrons coming and going. After waiting for a while, a slightly chubby young man walked in. He almost immediately looked at Yi Li, as she was the only woman in the shop. Lang Lang. Yi Li stood up, smiling and extending her hand. It's me. Hammer was visibly excited, repeatedly complimenting Yi Li on her beauty. There was perhaps some exaggeration in his words. Without further delay, Yili asked questions and Hammer answered. She quickly learned what had happened after symphonic poem concluded. It turned out that someone had bought it out at a high price for production and release. The money had to go through Shishuan, and the higher-ups deemed it highly profitable. They believed the platform had invested in the writer Lang Lang and needed to squeeze out some returns. Hence the vague valuation of under 500, though the actual price was much higher. After all, symphonic poem had been immensely popular since its release and was well known among manga fans. Turning it into an anime would undoubtedly double the profits. So a high price was only natural. As Lang Lang's editor Hammer naturally found it hard to discuss this, and even more reluctant to do so. Bound by his job, he eventually spoke up. But Yili, sharp as ever, immediately grasped the situation. Agitated, she reacted strongly and promptly walked away. Without a response, Hammer grew frustrated from being berated and couldn't help expressing something like it's definitely not going to work. When the higher-ups found out, they shifted the blame onto him. Damn it. Hammer was a man, wasn't he? No matter how much he endured, this was too much. He simply quit. There were limits to how much he could compromise his conscience. If it crossed that line, he wouldn't do it. So from the next day onward, Hammer remained unemployed. After hearing this, Yili silently applauded. Good deeds bring good rewards. That saying still held some truth. If Hammer hadn't acted this way, Yili likely wouldn't have chosen to collaborate with him. Character was crucial. Thank you for being so honest about this. He'll be straightforward too. Besides asking about this matter, I actually have another proposal for you. Are you interested? What is it? Let's hear it. So Yili shared her plan to establish an animation company. Hammer was stunned. Sis, how old are you? Don't talk nonsense, okay? Based on his understanding of Lang Lang's character from the manga, he didn't immediately question her. Instead, he said, I do have some connections, but we need to show real strength to get people on board. In other words, starting a company was no joke. Sufficient funds were essential as they would affect the quality of the final product. Yili understood and nodded. That's the second thing I wanted to ask. Based on your industry insight, how much capital would it take to set up a small company? For a fully integrated setup. Hammer counted on his fingers. Equipment, distribution channels, technical team, workspace, style, artist, staff, and so on. At least this much. He held up 5 fingers. Yili's heart skipped a beat. 50 million. That expensive. Can't we scale it down? If we keep it minimal, it would be around 400,000. After all, Bayshore is a city where every inch of land is precious and workspace is costly. Plus the technical team. Wait, what did you say? 400,000. Yili was utterly shocked. She had completely misunderstood. Yes, that's the basic estimate. It could be lower, but the quality might suffer. Yili raised her hand like a stop sign and declared assertively, they'll give you 5 million, no 10 million, to buy a workspace. And the team must be top-notch. She had always assumed anime production was exorbitantly expensive, but this was a pleasant surprise. Since she could afford it, Yili decided to purchase the workspace outright. It wouldn't be a loss anyway. And as for quality, she was confident. There was no way the initial off-putting designs of One Piece would appear in this world right. Hammer remained silent, staring at Yili with a blank expression. He thought she was bluffing. You don't believe me. Yili pulled out several thousand brand-new dragon coins in large denominations which she had prepared before coming. All of it came from the card Lee had given her. Yili had withdrawn the entire amount, thinking she might need a lot. Hammer's eyes lit up instantly. My God, this girl is loaded. Swallowing hard, he nodded. I believe you. But there's still a problem. What? 10 million might not be enough to buy the workspace. Also, for an animation production company, we need original scripts and storylines. Don't worry about the original content. They'll handle it. If the workspace costs more, well, add more funds. After further discussion, they drove off together. Yili and Hammer searched for a workspace, eventually settling on a location near Chonghong Avenue in District 56. The area was filled with office spaces and private buildings, but small-scale options were scarce. Through an agent, they contacted an owner who had a single-story building originally intended for a coffee or dessert shop. For reasons unknown, the owner had decided to abandon the plan and travel abroad, eager to sell quickly. Both parties were straightforward, and the deal closed at 25 million. Yili was pleased with the location. It was a single-story space similar to a Starbucks with ample floor area. The surrounding amenities were complete, and the storefront faced the main road. On days when work grew tedious, she could sit outside with a coffee and ponder. What a luxury. To avoid complications, Yili registered the property under her younger sister's name and named the company Li Yao Dreamworks. It didn't matter for now, as she would consider expanding in this direction later if the opportunity arose. He raised the remaining funds. Contact me if anything unexpected comes up. Yili handed 10 million to Hammer, whose body stiffened and eyes widened in disbelief. Lang Lang, do you trust me that much? Of course. Details determine success. I believe in you. Aren't you afraid he'll run off with the money? Yili smiled mysteriously. Even if that happens, it's no loss. Spending 10 million to gauge someone's character is worth it. Get it? Applause. Hammer nodded in agreement and clapped his hands. The logic was sound. Yili wasn't worried about such an outcome. Between future prospects and running away, she believed Hammer knew which to choose. Even if it did happen, she could ask Yu Xiao for help tracking him down. He couldn't just vanish into thin air, could he? From now on, you're the general manager of DreamWorks. Besides listening to the technical director's advice, no one else will dare to scold you. This combination of authority and trust moved Hammer deeply. He could only nod, his heart filled with a mix of bitterness and gratitude. Unable to find words, he silently vowed never to let Lang Lang down. They discussed many more details over lunch, and before they knew it, the afternoon had slipped away. They'll leave the rest to you. Take care of the team and staff. Bye. With that, she turned and walked away. Hammer shook his head with a smile. He was beginning to like this boss personality. All right, time to find people. Yili got into her car. Checking the time, she saw there was still a while before school let out at District 56, so she decided to pick up Xiao Xiao from kindergarten. She also planned to visit her mother. But just then an unfamiliar number called. Yili hesitated for a moment before answering. Miss Yi, are you alright? Before she could identify the voice, she heard Yi Yao's cries through the receiver. Sis, brother Yu is dying. Don't come please, MMPH. Before Yi Yao could finish her words, someone covered her mouth. Yili's body trembled slightly as he spoke coldly into the phone. Who are you? Miss Yi, have you forgotten me so soon? We met just a few days ago, Rao Bai. It was indeed Rao Bai. Since the incident with Qian Xian, that night Qin Heron had learned that Li Liao was not in Beishur and immediately devised a plan. He intended to swallow Li Liao's influence, and had already been working in secret. Yu Xiao had sensed this over the past 2 days, and amidst his frantic efforts still remembered Yi Li's instructions from earlier. No matter how busy he was, he would always pick up Xiao Xiao. Yet today Rao Bai and his men finally made their move. They forcefully seized Li Liao's territories. No one knew why the Qin family suddenly had so many men. Without a leader, Li Liao's side quickly crumbled. Upon receiving a call from his subordinate, Yu Xiao ignored everything else and rushed frantically to the kindergarten. Xiao Xiao's safety was paramount. But when he arrived, the entire kindergarten was deathly silent, empty, with only Yes' mother sitting helplessly on the ground. After learning from a few words that someone had taken Xiao Xiao and Yi Yao, Yu Xiao nearly exploded with rage. He had already stationed many people here fearing some change before Li Liao's return, yet he hadn't received a single alert. It was then that Rao Bai called him, instructing him to go to Fengxian building. That was Rao Bai's base of operations. The purpose of summoning Yu Xiao was clear, to send him to his death. Crucially, Yu Xiao had no choice. How could he abandon Xiao Xiao and Yi Yao, their fates unknown? The result gave Yu Xiao some relief. Yi Yao was unharmed, albeit a bit disheveled. The same went for Xiao Xiao. But his arrival was just a part of Rao Bai's plan. With Xiao Xiao and Yi Yao in his grasp, Yu Xiao could only submit to control, unable to exert any of his abilities. He was nearly beaten to death. Even with 3 hostages, Rao Bai felt it wasn't enough. He knew Li Liao's nature and his capabilities well. The final target was naturally Yi Li. Miss Yi is indeed clever. There's a small matter requiring your presence, but I feared you might refuse, so I invited your sister along as well. How is Yu Xiao? Seems okay, not dead yet. And Xiao Xiao. Surprisingly, Yi Li appeared very calm. Though I need this little one, I won't harm her. I Rao Bai. And my mother? Oh, that was your mother. My apologies, my men might have been a bit rash. Perhaps they accidentally pushed her. I doubt she's injured. He spoke lightly, but in reality, Yes' mother had been shoved over a dozen times. You want me there? Give me the address. Fengxian building, top floor. A cold glint flashed in Yi Li's eyes as he curled his lips and said, do you know what a dimensionality reduction strike is? Without waiting for a reply, he hung up and off and darted out. On the way, he received a call from Aunt May. Her voice choked as she recounted the events. Of course, these details came from Yes' mother, who had been admitted to the hospital with a lumbar contusion. Yi Li told Aunt May not to worry, then hung up. Knowing everything, he breathed a slight sigh of relief, as long as his mother was fine. At the same time, he grew furious. Since this Rao Bai was asking for a beating, he would oblige. Beat him until he was crippled. Though unaware of the full reasons, Yi Li could guess Rao Bai's motives. He had heard Yu Xiao mention underworld affairs before, including Rao Bai's name. These events were nothing more than a power struggle, using them as leverage against Li Liao. Meanwhile, Li Liao, returning from the southern frontier, was nearing Beishur. His swift return was thanks to the governor's assistants, who provided transportation for part of the journey. Then he drove continuously, without a wink of sleep. The journey was fraught with danger, and he appeared somewhat haggard. Almost every 10 minutes someone would inexplicably attack him. Without exaggeration, he was constantly checked by officials along the way. Fortunately, he had official identification, so handling it wasn't too troublesome, but it was time-consuming. Li Liao had originally rushed back to investigate those who attacked Weiner. But unexpectedly, so many people had targeted him. He wasn't foolish and could roughly guess the reason. Being attacked now with the obvious purpose of delaying him pointed to only one conclusion. That scumbag Rao Bai had made his move. Rao Bai meant nothing to Li Liao, but he wanted to ascertain if Rao Bai was connected to that incident, which was why he hadn't dealt with him yet. Could this move be related to that matter? With this suspicion, Li Liao started with restrained attacks, but soon escalated to lethal force, charging through relentlessly. He even wore his secret identification openly, so lower-level official personnel would no longer stop him. He was anxious, worried about his younger sister, and Yu Xiao. Even more, he feared Yili might be dragged into this. Though it wasn't a path of thorns, the scenes along the way were truly terrifying. He crushed everyone in his path. He was nearing District 78A and District 56 drew closer when Rao Bai called him. Li Liao's public identity was a local underworld boss in Beishur. Since they were both in the underworld, occasional social interactions were inevitable. So it wasn't surprising that Rao Bai knew his number. Location, Li Liao said directly. Rao Bai was taken aback, inexplicably angered by Li Liao's attitude. Why did this person always maintain a condescending demeanor no matter what happened? Since you're aware of the situation, why not try to appease me? Fuming with rage, Rao Bai angrily spat out the address, thinking to himself, let's see if you can still act tough later. No sooner had the call ended than a subordinate ran up from the stairwell. Bai Gu, a young lady has come up. Let her come. Moments later, Yi Li's head appeared from the stairwell. By now he had stopped his mesmerizing act. He glanced around the rooftop. A table, a few chairs, and many people standing about. Yu Xiao lay on the ground, his head covered in blood. Xiao Xiao and Yi Yao were held down in chairs, with Xiao Xiao crying pitifully. Sister Xiao Xiao is so scared. Why hasn't Big Brother come yet? Two voices rang out almost simultaneously. Yi Yao held back her tears while Xiao Xiao cried and shouted. Yi Li stepped forward. Someone tried to block him, but he ignored them, thrusting out a fair wrist and punching. The crisp sound of bone cracking made everyone pale. That man was blasted over 10 meters away, knocking down a crowd in his path. The scene was eerie. Rao Bai shot up in shock while Baya clenched his fists tightly. They knew Yi Li might be one of their kind, but they never expected such terrifying power from a single punch. They could do it too, but not with such ease. Shouldn't there at least be some momentum? Curling his lips in disdain, Yi Li ignored those contemptible gazes and walked straight to Xiao Xiao and Yi Yao. He pulled them from their chairs. The scene felt familiar, and everyone was too stunned to move. Yi Li didn't want the two little ones to witness what came next. He led them behind the diagonal stairwell corner on the rooftop, the protruding section of the staircase exposed at an angle. Yi Yao, stay here with Xiao Xiao and don't peek. They'll be back soon. Sisu. Yi Yao was astonished. Was that still her sister just now? I actually have a secret. I have immense strength. I never told you or Mom. Keep it a secret or Mom will think him a monster and not her real child. Yi Yao looked skeptical, but eventually nodded. Yi Li reminded her again not to peek before walking back toward Rao Bai. After the shock, Rao Bai's men regained their senses, drawing guns from their waists and aiming them at Yi Li. Rao Bai smirked without stopping them, curious to see what Yi Li would do next, though it was disgraceful to bully a young girl like this. But Yi Li just scoffed. Then in a calm voice he said, Rao Bai, Baya, the two of you cripple these people. At the command, Rao Bai and Baya's eyes instantly went blank, like puppets manipulated by strings, expressionlessly attacking their own subordinates. The third command was issued, and it had to be obeyed. Rao Bai's men were utterly confused, unsure where to even put their weapons. Indeed, what were they supposed to do when their own boss was beating them up? They were just ordinary people, completely unable to fathom what was happening, why their two leaders were obeying that girl. Yi Li stood watching from the side, her eyes growing increasingly bewildered. Rao Bai moved with incredible speed, so fast that afterimages appeared, and his strength was astonishing. Clearly not something a normal person could achieve. He was evidently a creator. Baya was the same. Each of his punches was like a thunderbolt, every blow caving in a man's sternum. Yi Li winced at the sight. It was a different feeling watching someone else do the beating. Before long, Rao Bai's men were all knocked to the ground by him, and Baya. Some unconscious, others spitting blood. They were basically finished, their sternums had pierced their internal organs. Even a trip to the hospital now would likely be too late. The third command could only make someone do one thing at a time. After Rao Bai and Baya had taken down their own men, they snapped back to consciousness. Staring at the scene before them, they stood in disbelief. What had just happened? Why couldn't they remember any of it? Yi Li didn't care about these two fools. She issued another third command. Raobai Baya lied down on the ground for half an hour. Naturally they obeyed. Yili wasn't malicious by nature, but she would never show mercy to scumbags who bullied her family and friends. She picked up an iron stool, and bit by bit from head to toe broke every bone in Raobai and Baya's bodies. Making me angry, pushing my mom, grabbing my sister, beating Yu Xiao, scaring Xiao Xiao. With each blow, she muttered a complaint. The scene was quite jarring and surreal. A young girl, cold-blooded beyond belief, yet with a slightly dazed and cute expression, wearing a school uniform and wielding an iron stool, did something that would terrify ordinary people for a lifetime. With a clang, the iron door of the stairwell was pushed open. When Li Liao saw the scene, and Yili turning her head to look back, frozen in place. Even the calm and composed Li Liao felt his heart skip a beat. Ah, brotherly, when did you get back? Yili quickly put down the iron stool, giving a shy smile. What the hell are you being shy about, you beast? Li Liao seemed unable to handle this jarring contrast, and choked on his own breath. Ahem, are you alright? He didn't know what else to say, asking a question he himself felt was idiotic. Did this junior sister before him look like someone who was in trouble? So no wonder she was that man's daughter. She was just as terrifying as him. No, it's just that brother you is injured. Check on him first. They'll go blindfold Xiao Xiao, and my sister then well leave. Saying this, she tore a strip of cloth from the lining of her coat, walked over to Yi Yao, and Xiao Xiao, coaxing them, as she covered their eyes. Yi Yao, did you do what I said? No peeking, right? No, sis. What happened? Are we safe now? Why do we need to be blindfolded? So many questions. This is adult business, children shouldn't ask, or you'll have nightmares. There you go again. You're only 4 years older than me. That hardly makes you an adult. Carrying Xiao Xiao, and holding Yi Yao's hand, Yili looked at Li Liao. Yu Xiao seemed badly injured, and was still unconscious. Li Liao carried him over on his back. As he passed the prone forms of Raobai and Baya, he paused briefly, then paid them no further attention. Let's go, junior sister. Yili was about to respond with an but then stared at Li Liao with an exaggerated expression. What had he just heard? Huh. Jew. Nair. Sister. Sister. Holy crap. Yili felt like she was falling apart, screaming internally. Brotherly, that's not cool. I treat you like a brother, and you want to do that to me. Damn it. Don't think I haven't heard that saying. Senior and junior sisters catch them and sleep with them. What's wrong? Li Liao noticed the strange look in his junior sister's eyes. Yili glared at him as if considering whether to hit him with a third command and then beat him up, but she thought better of it. With a slightly angry voice she said, "What's this junior sister nonsense?" Unexpectedly, Li Liao burst into laughter. Well, this time it didn't feel out of place. Damn it, even smiles depend on the person. It's hard to explain, but calling you junior sister is correct. Yili wasn't about to let him call her that without a fight. She persisted, carrying Xiao Xiao and pulling Yi Yao along as she chased after him, asking questions. But Li Liao deftly changed the subject as if he was testing the limits of Yili's patience. Fine, she couldn't really fight him, that would be a mess. She'd just have to endure it for now and not let herself get dragged into his nonsense. Yes, that would be fine. Yili asked curiously, Brotherly, are you a creator too? The word too was crucial. Li Liao stared at her, seeming troubled by something, but didn't speak. I'm just curious. I heard Brother Yu is one of you. I wonder if people like you are everywhere. Don't the 3 dragon lords care? A large territory is good. It shows the nation is strong and unafraid of outsiders. But it also has its drawbacks, like with the leadership. Li Liao turned and continued walking. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke slowly. Actually, the ones you've met are just anomalies. Such people cannot appear among the ordinary populace. Although the central authorities have their differences, they work together to suppress this. Besides, not all creators are evil, some are good. He glanced at Yili, who only reached his shoulder, clearly implying that the good referred to their group. To be honest, Yili wasn't all that curious about these messy affairs. She mainly wanted to know why Li Liao and Yu Xiao were in the northern market. Also, was every creator's constitution like that? So she asked him about it. After some hesitation, and for certain reasons, Li Liao felt that letting Yili know a few things ahead of time probably wouldn't be a breach of discipline. No, each one is different. But they all fear certain things which can be somewhat suppressed with material means. More importantly, it's about the use of their abilities. Frequent use of powers depletes one's vital essence, leading to a shortened lifespan in the long run. As for Baya and Yu Xiao, they were former prisoners of Prison 79. Due to certain conditions within the prison, their bodies were corroded by gas. As for Raobai, his identity is still unclear. What? Brother Yu was a prisoner? Yes. He once stole an international treasure, but later reformed and joined our Lord's ranks, becoming one of the 6 shadows. Yili found it all very mysterious. Wasn't this just like listening to a story? As they talked, the two had already descended the Fengxian building. Naturally, there were Rao Bei's underlings blocking their way, but Li Liao was like a human machine clearing a path for Yi Li while carrying Yu Xiao. It was thrilling. Yi Li enjoyed watching it immensely. After a moment's thought, she found an opportunity to pat Yu Xiao. Up ahead, Li Liao was still clearing the way. Strangely enough, those underlings had no weapons. Rao Bai wasn't much of a boss with limited resources. 10 minutes later, ignoring the strange looks from passers-by, Yi Li and the others appeared on the street. For some reason, Li Liao seemed to deliberately keep his distance from Yi Li. Yi Li didn't notice. She was fixated on one question. She really wanted to know what Li Liao was afraid of. This was a private matter she shouldn't have asked, but her curiosity was overwhelming. So she asked, "What are you afraid of?" The tall, slender figure suddenly halted. Without turning around, Li Liao's voice was exceptionally low as he uttered 2 words. Lust. Yi Li blinked as if a strand of hair was bothering her eye. She ruffled her hair carelessly, then burst into loud laughter. "Brother Li, you're so pathetic. Huh? How are you going to live your whole life? Can't touch a woman. That's just too damn frustrating." Ignoring Li Liao's darkening expression, she let go of Yi Yao's hand and slapped her own thigh, roaring with laughter. Understandable. She probably felt she had found a kindred spirit. "Oh, Brother Li, you still haven't told me why you and Brother Yu came to the northern market." The beetle couldn't fit that many people, but fortunately Li Li had a car. He placed Yu Xiao inside and turned to answer Yi Li's earlier question. "Someone up there is pulling strings to get people out of prison. Old Dragon Lord, and the teacher thinks someone might be up to something." He seemed at a loss for how to describe the matter, stumbling over his words. "Which aspect?" Yi Li asked. "Not entirely clear, but it's definitely related to the creator's genes. People like us are too gifted and too much of a threat, and the state's restraints can't win our absolute loyalty. So some feel unsafe. Thus they're trying to research something from it." Yi Li's expression turned interesting, as if he could guess what, superpower serums or something. "No way, that's too cliché. The appearance of Baya and Rao Bai made us suspicious, which is why we came to Beishur to investigate." "Any leads?" "None. It seems Rao Bai is just here to make money in Beishur." Yi Li found this headache-inducing and decided to drop it, shifting to another question. Was there a mastermind behind today's incident? He felt he had to get to the bottom of this, otherwise another round would drive him mad. It's the Qin family. Li Lu had already figured out everything about Rao Bai, and the Qin family was part of his investigation. The Qin family. Yi Li's face twisted with a strange look. Why did it remind him of that annoying Qin Yang? "Brother Li, I don't know the powerful families in Beishur yet. Tell me about them." "How I know this?" It wasn't Li Lu but Yu Xiao who spoke, climbing out of Li Li's car with blood-crusted hair. Li Lu looked at him in surprise, then at Yi Li, and recalling how Yi Li had healed his little sister, he let it go. Yu Xiao touched his head in confusion, wondering why he felt no pain. He first called out Brother Lu, then said to Yi Li, "Beishur has 3 major families: the Yin family, the Qin family, and the Mo family. The Yin family is the strongest and most low-key, followed by the Mo family, while the Qin family is in decline. The Mo family is a medical dynasty rarely involved in underworld affairs, focused on healing and reputation. Brother Lu and I suspect them the most. Creator's genes." Just hearing it, it screams medical connection, so Yu Xiao's reasoning made sense. "Second is the Qin family. Since they're fading, they might take risks to restore their former glory. As for the Yin family, it's clear-cut. Brother Lu and I know almost everything about them. No grounds for suspicion." Yi Li raised a hand. He didn't care which family was researching the creator's genes. He just wanted to know if the Yin and Qin families were the ones he was thinking of. Damn, it felt so cliché. For some reason, Lan and Qin Yang popped into his head. He quickly asked, "Brother Yu, does the Yin family have a girl named Lan?" Yu Xiao, busy wiping his face, nodded without hesitation. Then he asked curiously, "Sis, do you know the Yin family heiress?" "Oh right, you go to school 56. I remember she does too." Yu Xiao slapped his forehead, dropping bombshells. "And that kid from the Qin family, the Yin heiress fiancé. You're all schoolmates, right?" Yi Li staggered, his mind flooded with 1,000 unspeakable curses. He finally understood why Anizi always gave him trouble, why she always glared at him coldly. It all clicked. They were engaged, and that pest Qin Yang liked Yi Li's sister, so Lan, as the fiancé, was naturally pissed. Of course she'd mess with him. Yi Li smacked his forehead. He should have seen this coming. Now that he understood, he felt so wronged. Damn it, he had to make Lan apologize and beat up that Qin Yang for being such a jerk. "What's wrong? Someone bullying you, sis?" Seeing him silent and grim, Yu Xiao rolled up his sleeves, ready to defend her. Li Lu tilted his head, thinking Yu Xiao was overstepping. Could Yi Li really be bullied? He didn't believe it. Waving his hand, Yi Li asked Li Lu, "Since the Qin family is behind this, Brother Li, what's your plan?" "My mom and sister were scared. Are we just letting it slide?" Though not explicit, Li Lu understood the implication. Yi Li didn't want a second threat, and as for Qin Yang, screw him. If not for that guy, Lan wouldn't have targeted him. The situation is unclear for now. Let's wait. I promise once there's a clue, we'll get back at them for you." Yi Li was reluctant, but this involved national peace, so had weight. They all got in the car and headed to Yes Mother's hospital. As for the mess at Fengshan Tower, Li Lu said not to worry. He seemed to have a solution. After all, though he was officially an underworld figure, he was actually connected to the authorities with hidden influence. Handling the Fengshan Tower incident and its fallout was easy for him. They arrived at the hospital, and after learning the room number from Aunt May, they all went. Yili was annoyed that Li Lu and Yu Xiao had tagged along, but he didn't ask. Maybe they genuinely wanted to visit, and asking would be awkward. As the door opened, his mother's face, a classic portrait of sorrow like Yin in jest, came into view. Yili sighed. His mom was great in every way, but when trouble struck, she got overly emotional and heartbroken. He called out Mom, and Aunt Mei Zhang Tong Qianqian and his mother all turned to look. After inquiries and concern upon seeing Yi Yao and Xiao Xiao safe, the merciless interrogation began. Lily, what exactly does that fatso do? If you don't explain today, you'll be furious? Fatso referred to Yu Xiao. His mother knew him. Yili had explained he was Xiao Xiao's other brother, but kept his underworld identity a secret. She hadn't doubted the brother label given how doting Yu Xiao was toward Xiao Xiao. But with such a big incident today, even taking Yi Yao away, how could she not have second thoughts? She even felt less fond of Xiao Xiao and wanted nothing more to do with her. It was human nature. A mother would give up anything to keep her child safe. Yili felt ashamed, had worried his mom again. Yu Xiao was embarrassed, his goofy grin fading. Aunt May and Zhang Tong also glared at him with accusing looks, clearly furious. Just as Yili was about to break the tension and figure out how to explain, Li Lu spoke. I'd like to explain to you alone. He looked at Yes Mother, who glanced at Yi Li in confusion. Who was this? Yi Li explained he was Xiao Xiao's real brother, and she nodded politely, though her expression remained sour. At the request for a private talk, Yi Li was puzzled, as were the others, but Li Lu insisted, so they all stepped out. Yi Li was the last to leave, closing the door, and as it shut, he heard Li Lu utter the word master. Half an hour later, Yes Mother beamed with joy, hugging and kissing Xiao Xiao, appearing even more affectionate than before. She showed no sign of blaming Yu Xiao and was remarkably courteous. Yi Li's eyelids twitched as he watched, curious about what Li Lu had said to his mother. The shift in attitude was simply too dramatic. Taking advantage of his mother's distraction, he gently patted her back, chatted with Aunt May and the others for a while, then prepared to leave. But at that moment, Li Lu called him out of the ward. What's up, brotherly? Li Lu produced a small bundle and handed it to Yi Li. Here are 3 little pills, excellent for replenishing blood. You can dissolve them in water or take them directly. These pills were painstakingly crafted by his old friend, and Li Lu had to swallow his pride to request them. He had made them especially convenient, worried that Yi Li might find decoction too troublesome. There was actually a huge misunderstanding here. When Yi Li cured Xiao Xiao that day, Li Lu was instantly convinced that Yi Li was also a creator. Of course, this creator was merely Li Lu's speculation. Driven by this notion, coupled with Yi Li's life-risking treatment of Xiao Xiao and his subsequent coughing up blood, Li Lu naturally assumed that Yi Li had overused his abilities and damaged his own foundation. So he resolved to procure something nourishing and blood-replenishing for Yi Li. In reality, Yi Li had no need for such things at all. Glancing at the small box in his hand, Yi Li's expression indicated he really didn't require it. Li Lu ignored him and insisted, if possible, try not to use your abilities anymore. With that, he called Yu Xiao, bid farewell to Yes Mother and the others, and left. Xiao Xiao wasn't taken away, or it seemed she would truly be staying with the Yi family to grow up. Yi Li stared blankly at their retreating figures, a string of expletives running through his mind. He was deeply shaken by Li Lu's words, unable to stop his thoughts from spiraling. Mostly he wondered, has my miraculous healing been discovered? Little did he know Li Lu had long been aware of his true identity, though both had misunderstood certain things. After bidding farewell to his mother and the others, Yi Li went to pick up Weiner and Mo Qingxue from school. He seemed to be a bit late. Weiner and Mo Qingxue were already standing at the school gate. Seeing Yi Li drive up, the 2 girls got into the car. As soon as she was seated, Mo Qingxue's voice rang out, tinged with indignation. I feel like transferring schools. What kind of people are in this school? None of them have any integrity. They never think of your good side, only dwell on your faults. Yi Li didn't quite understand at first and asked what was wrong. So Mo Qingxue recounted what had happened on campus that day. The cause stemmed from the concert where Yi Li's explosive performance had made him famous both online and in parts of the northern city's campuses. Logically, this should have brought honor to School 56. After all, producing such a prodigious student should at least earn him some affection, if not collective adoration. But it didn't. Yi Li's sensation caught the attention of a certain genius from School 1, prompting the annual instrumental competition to be moved up. As everyone knows, beyond the credit-based rivalries between schools, there are many other types of contests. Instrumental music was naturally among them, and it was highly valued. Every year-end, such friendly competitions were held, often attended by top officials. It was truly a citywide spectacle. And year after year, the top prize went to School 1, which was widely recognized as a haven for instrumental prodigies, where students of both genders far surpassed their peers from other districts. One couldn't help but accept it; their prowess was indeed formidable. Yi Li's dazzling performance at the concert immediately stirred resentment among the geniuses of School 1. Or rather, jealousy was a more fitting term. They believed that Yi Li's singing was merely passable, and that his compositions were pre-prepared to fool his fans. As for instrumental skill, they claimed he knew nothing and declared that School 1 had countless songwriting geniuses eager to compete with the genius from School 56. This seemingly innocuous statement was actually laden with hidden meaning. Simply put, it insinuated that Yi Li had been deceiving his fans under Tian Nini's protection. If this were proven and Yi Li were an ordinary person, he might not die, but he would certainly suffer a fate worse than death. Tian Nini too would be vilified into obscurity. Such was the power of public opinion. Ultimately, all these remarks from School 1 were merely excuses to justify their jealousy. What the hell did fame have to do with instrumental ability? They were just finding excuses to bully others and gain glory in a field Yi Li was unfamiliar with. To put it bluntly, there was some resentment, but the suspicion of stepping on others to climb higher was even stronger. Truly, fame brings both blessings and curses. When School 56 learned that the instrumental competition with School 1 had been moved up, the resentment in the air was palpable even at the school gate. Judging by the rankings, School 1 was no ordinary institution. Compared to School 56, there was a gap of 55 tiers, signifying a vast disparity in status. It was a harsh reality, unavoidable. On Blue Star, the emphasis on diplomas, abilities, and educational background followed the same logic. Returning to the point after years of being surpassed, and even looking up to School 1, a School 56 naturally harbored respect and admiration. And absurdly, they believed they couldn't compete with School 1 in instrumental music, lacking even the courage to challenge them. This wasn't unique to School 56, other schools felt the same. So when Yi Li provoked a solo challenge from School 1, it brought a collective humiliation upon School 56. How ridiculous! Instead of uniting against a common foe, they cowardly shifted the blame onto one person, maintaining their submissive posture toward School 1. They've got some nerve. Didn't old Gao stop them? Yi Li rolled his eyes, realizing that shamelessness knows no bounds. What good does it do? The principal publicly praised your talent, but it didn't help. They're still saying the same things, even calling for your expulsion. Mo Qingxue was furious, pouting. Hearing this, Yi Li felt a bit better and asked, "Does anyone in our class think I'm causing trouble for the school?" Mo Qingxue nodded and then shook her head. Yi Li understood immediately. Opinions were split. He then pettily asked who exactly held those views. He was both magnanimous and petty by nature. It was only human. Treat others as they treat you and don't preach about classmate camaraderie. Of course, he only jotted it down in his mental notebook without any intention of targeting those people specifically. But if any of them came to him for help in the future, well, sorry, he couldn't assist. All right, let them come. It's not like I can run away, right? Yi Li started the car, heading to the supermarket for groceries. Aren't you worried at all? It's School 1 after all. Mo Qingxue was visibly tensed. It was clear she also held School 1 in awe. Scared of what? Bring it on. They'll crush them and make them lose face. Yi Li wasn't afraid at all. He had an ace up his sleeve. The reason he asked about old Gao's attitude was to weigh whether it was worth accepting School 1's self-inflicted disgrace. If old Gao had been resentful, Yi Li would have simply transferred schools, taking Mo Qingxue, Weiner, Xia Jinjin, Chao He, and the others with him, just to spite the old fool. But old Gao handled it well, and didn't do that. Regardless of his true thoughts, at least publicly, he defended Yi Li. Since that was the case, Yi Li decided to bring glory to School 56 once more. I want to secretly glance at her. Pretend to admire a vase of flowers. In the supermarket, the song that had suddenly exploded last night was playing. In the electronics section, the LCD TV was showing Yi Li's cute and playful performance video with quite a crowd gathered around. Surprisingly, not only young people and little girls were there, but also elderly men and women. And they kept praising, "This girl is so spirited. Why haven't I seen her before? If only she could be my granddaughter-in-law. Thank my ancestors." Yi Li and the other two happened to pass by this area. Mo Qingxue said they had run out of body lotion at home and wanted to see if the supermarket had a suitable brand. Little did they expect that everywhere they went, all they heard was about Yi Li's performance last night. Outside the supermarket, on the streets, even the live streaming influencers by the roadside were following the trend with a series of songs. To be honest, Mo Qingxue was still quite excited. Along the way, she couldn't help but smile with her eyes curved, and Weiner felt the same. But strangely, they noticed that as Yi Li passed by, those were they considered fans. They didn't recognize him at all. They brushed past them without any recognition. This made them keep glancing sideways, looking at Yi Li with surprise and uncertainty. Could it be that he wasn't that famous? Little did they know that Yi Li had gained a new ability, charm the masses, which made it so that except for those he wanted to see his true form, no one else could recognize him. Why didn't they recognize you? Mo Qingxue was very puzzled. Didn't you see I deliberately wore a fisherman hat? Yi Li made an excuse. When he went back earlier, he had indeed changed into a pair of floor-length pants, a rainbow-colored patchwork-fitted tank top, and an exaggerated fisherman hat. Of course that wouldn't fool anyone, but it gave Mo Qingxue and Weiner an excuse. But even so, your figure and aura. Oh come on, do you really want me to be recognized? Then we wouldn't be able to shop anymore. Let's stop talking, or we really won't be able to leave. Mo Qingxue covered her mouth with her little hand, let out a slight gasp, and glanced around a bit playfully. Weiner looked at Yi Li with a smile in her eyes. She felt Yi Li was becoming more and more mysterious. Like the light of the South Pole, its dazzling colors were not just one single hue. From initial probing to understanding, familiarity, and even. She liked this version of Yi Li. As for Yi Li's own inner complaints, as time passed, he had gradually grown into the role of Sister Yi Li. Seeing all his own cute and adorable antics along the way felt very awkward vaguely, giving him a feeling of being pregnant. EW, goosebumps all over. Going home to eat, bathe, and then came the exciting yet uncomfortable part. Yi Li really wanted to know, do girls or no refined girls really have to apply body lotion? It's fun, it's stimulating, but damn, it's so uncomfortable. Ever since he started living with Weiner and Tian Nini, he was forced to apply it every few days, and he couldn't refuse. Tian Nini's mouth was very persuasive. Whenever Yi Li was unwilling, she would definitely complain that he wasn't fit to be a girl. His whole body went rigid, enduring Weiner and Mo Qingxue's soft touches throughout the process. While applying, Weiner gave Yi Li a glare, sat down on the edge of the bed, and raised her hand helplessly. I didn't even touch there, why are you reacting again? She then went to fetch Yi Li some underwear. Mo Qingxue's cheeks burned like fire. She let out a shy ew, pulled Yi Li up from the bed, and started tidying the sheets. Yi Li went to face the wall in self-reflection. This guy actually felt embarrassed too, and his ears, turned away, were frighteningly red. It really wasn't his fault. He didn't want to keep reacting like this. Why so rough? You're so annoying. As the saying goes, fortune's reverse. Now it was Mo Qingxue's turn to be applied. Yi Li chuckled, his hands feeling like they had found treasure. Clouds surged and winds stirred, and Mo Qingxue expressed great annoyance as the temperature kept rising. The three had different hobbies. Afterward, Mo Qingxue read a book. Weiner played the piano for a while, then lay beside Yi Li on the bed, staring blankly at the tablet in his hand. She asked, what's this character's name? Yi Li replied, Luffy. He's a goofy, straightforward, yet tear-jerking guy. That's the essence. Is he the protagonist of your next anime? Regarding the integrated animation company established today, Weiner had asked on the way back. Naturally, Yi Li told her everything without holding back. There was nothing to hide. Yeah, and a few others. He'll introduce them to you one by one. Why does he wear a straw hat? Weiner was curious. This was different from the world she knew. Faith. It's a tremendous power. Regarding One Piece, Yi Li mulled over many thoughts, but ultimately decided to respect the original. He had considered drawing it as Mountain Bandit King, but felt that would lose a lot of the passion, and some segments when placed on land would lose their most precious elements. After much deliberation, he decided to blend some things, just removing the deeper island-specific cultural connotations. If released with a fantasy theme added, it should work. He also planned to simplify the hard-to-understand plots to make them accessible to the general audience. Hammer was contacting people on his side. The Liao Dream Factory was setting up right away. A work efficiency was uncertain, but Yi Li had to prepare in advance. They drew late into the night. Weiner and Mo Qingxue had long since curled up together and fallen asleep. It wasn't until dawn that Yi Li finished the first story outline and main plot thread. Unable to stay awake any longer, he fell asleep. Of course, he squeezed in between Mo Qingxue and Weiner, sleeping with an arm around each. The desk lamp emitted a warm glow. The three fairies had disheveled hair, each with their own charm, their sleeping expressions relaxed or pouting. It was a painting, one that held secrets, one that held beauty. In the morning, Yi Li was awakened by the tempting aroma of breakfast. They had bought a lot of ingredients last night, and Mo Qingxue had taken over as head chef from Tian Nini. For breakfast, there was no need to go out. Weiner, Qingxue, do you two have any more stockings? Yi Li stuck his head out of the bathroom while brushing his teeth, looking annoyed. He was rather rough on stockings. The last pair had gotten a run sometime yesterday, and he didn't know when. Let me check. Weiner, still a bit drowsy, went upstairs to look. After a while, she shook her head, holding a new pair of stockings. Only this kind left. The school won't allow this kind, will it? Yi grabbed them, waving his hand to indicate it was fine. He didn't care. If he didn't wear them, he felt uncomfortable all over. How to describe this feeling? Yi didn't know how others felt, but he felt as uncomfortable as if he were naked. Like the lack of security from not wearing safety shorts. He was simply used to it. Without them, he felt off. While putting them on, Yi felt a sense of shame. He concluded that he had never worn thigh-high stockings before. These barely reached the top of his thighs. His fair skin contrasted with the black stockings created a very tempting look. His already long legs looked even longer because of this. He felt it wasn't safe enough, so he also put on a pair of safety shorts. Wayner stared in astonishment, then gave him a thumbs up, as if to say, "Aren't you afraid of the heat?" Yi didn't care. No matter what, he was currently in a female body, so he had to take the necessary precautions. After the three of them tidied up and had breakfast, they went to school. Since it was school, Yi didn't activate Charm the Masses. There was no need, as everyone already knew about him. There was no point in hiding. Yi would have to face the teachers and students eventually. Putting on a different face would be weird. But unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the school gate, he was immediately surrounded. A huge crowd gathered, and it was still growing. However, these senior and junior students, both male and female, weren't there to praise Yi. They were accusing him. Some even went so far as to curse him with foul language. "Get out of school 56. We don't welcome you here. Yes. We don't want students who bring trouble to the school. We don't want to associate with your kind. We don't want to be humiliated by School 1. Don't think that just because you've salvaged the honor of School 56 a few times you can get carried away. Let me tell you, Yi, I don't like your songs at all. I don't know what methods you use to get 90 to pave the way for you, but do you think that's something to be proud of? Your unscrupulous tactics are obvious to everyone. Please leave this place. We consider you a disgrace to School 56, and not a figure of honor." The vile expressions on their faces truly stung Yi. He thought he could endure it, believing his thick skin could handle it. But when this moment actually arrived, he realized he had overestimated himself. He recognized the instigator at a glance. It was none other than Yao Bilian, the one he had refused to lend money to. Next came Lingling and her group, along with some boys, and the rest were either followers or those with ulterior motives. He let out a self-deprecating laugh, shaking his head, and internally decided he would no longer stay at School 56. It was meaningless. These little brats were too harsh. But before that, he had to slap the faces of those who deserved it, and make those who would regret it pay their dues before he left. Otherwise, he would feel extremely dissatisfied. Everyone quiet. As if anticipating this, a group of school leaders pushed through the crowd with agitation. Old Gao's actions were heartwarming. He immediately shielded Yi. His expression was stern, his eyes accusatory as he surveyed the crowd inside and out. "What right do any of you have to criticize Student Yi? With your mob mentality, you're not even a tenth of him. At his young age, he's already brimming with talent. And what about you? Always scheming, envious, and jealous without even the courage to face reality. Are you still young people? Huh. You talk about being ashamed to be associated with him, but have any of you ever brought glory to the school? How many times has Student Yi done so? Create a piece of music for me to hear. Write a song for me to appreciate. Hold a concert for 100,000 people for me to see. Single-handedly rally morale for me to witness. Show me how you hit 3 consecutive three-pointers to win the school competition honors." Old Gao was so agitated he was spitting, his voice louder than Yi had ever heard. His heart warmed slightly, but he also found it ironic. In this vast campus, after all the honorable deeds he had done, only the school leaders had stepped forward. Even his homeroom teacher Chiu Man hadn't shown up. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Old Gao's appearance and reprimand silenced the crowd gathered in the school center. Some were awakened, others sneered, and some even looked at Old Gao with disdain, implying he was biased. Honestly, Old Gao was disheartened too. This group of students was despicable. If it wouldn't affect the next generation, he would have expelled them all. What a bunch of worthless people. Yet this scolding only brought a moment of peace. The accusations resumed. Yes, Yi has done things beneficial to School 56, but none of that offsets the direct challenge from School 1. School 1 is full of musical prodigies. Oh, we can't handle them. Can Yi outshine them all? Since he can't, School 56 will be ridiculed by others and well lose face. So I demand Yi's expulsion now. Expel him. Expel him. Expel him. With that cry, the crowd joined in, their voices echoing across the entire campus. Chao Hexia and Jin Jin also pushed through, shielding Yi, glaring at those hateful faces. They seemed to retort a few times, but it was useless. Their voices were too soft. Damn it, these little brats were outrageously shameless, not even bothering with facts, unanimously demanding Yi's expulsion. Mo Qingxue, upon hearing this and seeing their faces, cried in grievance. She felt heartache for Yi and believed his efforts had been in vain. Wainer was radiating cold fury, her chest heaving violently. It was clear she was about to explode. The protests grew louder, and even old Gao couldn't suppress them. Yili lowered his head, a shadow seeming to fall over his brow, masking his sinister and dark expression. The calls for expulsion continued, and he slowly raised an arm, causing the crowd demanding his ouster to fall silent in response. That's how people are. They follow the crowd, go with the flow, and seek spectacle. As long as a few lead to silence, even those who don't understand will stop shouting. At the front stood a few senior girls sneering at Yili. One of them spoke. What, still have something to argue? If you still care about School 56, then please stop hurting it. How infuriating. What did she mean by still? When had Yili ever harmed School 56? Wasn't it all fabricated by this bunch of brats? Yili didn't explain anything or look at the crowd. He simply uttered 6 words, "I'll satisfy your wishes." Then he stepped forward, determined to barrel through anyone who blocked his path. Life or death be damned. But he didn't realize how terrifying his aura was at that moment. Invisible, yet palpable to everyone. They all felt it best not to touch him, or the consequences would be dire. Even old Gao was startled, reaching out a hand, but pulling it back, stepping aside first. In a chain reaction, without knowing why, everyone made way. Meanwhile, the murmurs continued. What does satisfy your wishes mean? Did she agree? Probably. Since the whole school rejects her, how thick-skinned must she be not to leave? I couldn't stay anyway. Oh, I have my dignity. Then why is she still going to class? Who knows? Wait for news. If she's really that shameless, we'll go to her class and curse her out. On the way to class, Yili asked Mo Qingxue when School 1 planned to come. Mo Qingxue said this Thursday. That meant 3 days left. Yili frowned. He didn't want to wait. 3 days was too long. He couldn't bear to wait another moment. As he pondered how to speed things up, old Gao arrived. Child, I'd like to talk to you. Old Gao valued talent and genuinely liked Yili, worried about her mental state, so he intended to counsel her. Yili paused, thought for a moment, and followed old Gao to the office. I'm sorry for putting you through this, but I promise I'll give you a satisfactory resolution. Those are just immature kids. You're so wise, don't let this bother you. I believe you can handle it right. As for the challenge from School 1, it's no big deal. Well, face it. Even if we lose, so what? I don't think this is your fault. Few teachers would say such comforting words to a student. As principal, old Gao had heavy responsibilities, and his words in a sense were already quite selfless. Yet they still carried the warmth of an elder. Yili smiled, sincerely grateful for his words, and even felt a bit touched. As the saying goes, when the whole world turns against you, I still believe in you. Though it might not perfectly fit this situation, the sentiment was there. Yili didn't respond directly, but asked old Gao a question. He said, what is the meaning of human existence? Old Gao was momentarily stunned, probably not expecting such a philosophical question. He answered hastily, the preciousness of life, the continuation of civilization, the value of wisdom. Old Gao went on at length about life's philosophy, all very correct and uplifting. Yili nodded in acknowledgement, but said something old Gao couldn't understand. Actually, there is no meaning. If there must be one, it's to survive, to find a reason to keep living. And between the two, a support point is needed. This support point can be broad, but condensed it boils down to just one meaning. Yili did not elaborate on the meaning of this, perhaps wishing to see if old Gao could grasp it. It might have been a deliberate test for old Gao. If he answered correctly, Yili would stay and not waste his earnest advice. Unfortunately, he did not. I'm grateful for the principal's support, but I've decided to leave School 56. Old Gao's face changed dramatically. He rose from his seat in agitation, desperate to stop her, but Yili raised a hand to cut him off. My mind is made up. It has nothing to do with you or School 56. I simply feel this is not the campus I wish to see, so. He shrugged, his eyes dropping downward. Principal, there's no need to persuade me further. If you still recall the honors I've brought to School 56, then respect my choice. Old Gao seemed to deflate, a hint of defeat in his posture. His Mediterranean hairstyle, a skating rink in the middle with barbed wire on both sides, swayed slightly. It seemed to silently declare that there was no holding her back, so give it up. He nodded heavily, a grown man with reddened eyes, and opened his broad chest to embrace the dazzling girl before him. Yili smiled gently, her eyes narrowing as she did not refuse. Also, I have a request. Speak. Unwilling to let Yili see his vulnerable side, old Gao turned away, hands on his hips, his voice trembling slightly. I'll take Wainer Qingxue Jinjin Chao He, and also accept School 1's challenge in my own name before I leave. Grant. Ed. Also, I hope you as the principal of School 56 will expedite the challenge. Old Gao spun around abruptly, staring at Yili in disbelief. Yili clearly intended to shoulder the challenge alone, sparing School 56 from humiliation. Old Gao understood this, and he grasped her intent. But what did accelerating the challenge mean? Was this girl not afraid of those prodigies from school one? Old Gao's assumptions were merely his own. In truth, Yili did not want to bring further glory to School 56. She sped up the timeline because she couldn't bear to stay a minute longer. It echoed the question she had asked Old Gao. The so-called anchor point boiled down to one meaning: happiness. Since Yili found no happiness here, why should she endure the torment and even tolerate the taunts of those little brats? What a waste. Damn it, this wasn't a TV drama. Why should she? Alright, how much sooner? Faced with this student, Old Gao couldn't help but feel a fondness agreeing to her requests as long as she wouldn't do anything rash. Tomorrow. Closing the office door, Yili stepped out. This matter was settled. Next, she had to deal with minor issues like Lingling Qinyang and Enlan. As she descended the stairs, she saw Enlan leaning against the wall, apparently waiting for her deliberately. Yili thought she had come to throw barbs at her too, and a surge of anger flared within her. Fine, Enlan. I haven't even blamed you for what you did before, and you still want to take a jab at me. Do you think I have no temper? But to her surprise, Enlan avoided her gaze and said, "Can you ignore them?" The anger died abruptly, and Yili froze. What the hell? What's going on? After a long silence, Enlan glanced sideways briefly, then quickly lowered her head. She spoke again. "I overheard your conversation with the principal. Can you not leave?" The words seemed to cost her great effort, spoken with difficulty. "Also, I apologize for everything I did to you before. I know I was too unreasonable and shouldn't have taken my anger out on you." She didn't specify what the anger was about, but Yili had learned the details from Yu Xiao, so she understood. That wasn't the point, though. The point was, why was this so sudden? Why, as she blurted out instinctively. Whether Enlan understood the why or what it referred to was unclear, she just shook her head. Her neat bangs swayed with the motion. "In short, I've thought it through and seen clearly. I shouldn't have blamed you. Please forgive me. If it helps you feel better, I can. She wanted to say, "I'll let you kiss me again, just don't be mad anymore." But how could she voice that? Yili was utterly baffled. Damn, did this girl have multiple personalities? Ding, choice triggered. At that moment, the miraculous system triggered another miraculous choice. 1. Wall slam and kiss Enlan for 30 seconds gained 2,000 forgiveness points. 2. Chest slam and kiss Enlan for 1 minute gained 6,000 forgiveness points. Hearing this choice, Yili's lips twitched. Why? Why did this choice only target Enlan? She strongly suspected the system was doing it on purpose, forcing her to never hold a grudge against Enlan. And what the hell was a chest slam? Forget it. Let's go with the wall slam first. Hey system, I'll pick option 1 first, we'll deal with the second later. The system remained silent, indicating it was feasible. So Yili reached out and wall slammed Enlan. The latter's body trembled for the first time, not daring to meet Yili's eyes. But there seemed to be no resistance either. Gazing at those delicate, tempting lips, Yili pursed her own and gently pressed them against Enlan's. In the end, human emotions are all a blur. Change, joy, sorrow. They shift in an instant. Once is unfamiliar, twice is familiar. Enlan was drawn by some mysterious sentiment, and many of her perceptions had shifted. Perhaps it was because Yili's skill was too exquisite, or because she was captivated by Yili's straightforward and domineering nature. Or maybe the man she once believed in was unreliable. In any case, it was complicated. 30 seconds later, both of them faced each other with flushed cheeks. Yili asked curiously, "Why don't you want to hit me anymore?" Enlan averted her gaze without speaking. Her personality was similar to Wayner's, but unlike Wayner, she wouldn't voice her feelings. Enlan wouldn't, either. She never revealed her innermost thoughts. "I don't blame you anymore." They stood very close, each able to smell the other's enticing breath. She nodded slightly, and Enlan hummed softly. Their conflict in the end was tangled with many underlying reasons. Enlan's actions, though infuriating, were, in a way, a form of self-protection. From another perspective, Yili herself might have gone even further than Enlan. Since there was no real hatred, and she had already labeled Enlan with that Lily tag, plus receiving a sincere apology, Yili decided not to dwell on it. But there was one person she definitely couldn't forgive, though she'd set that aside for now. She still hadn't figured out what a chest slam was. Embarrassed, she asked Enlan, "Hey, do you know what a chest slam is?" She genuinely had no idea. She'd never heard of it before. Enlan's hand trembled and her face paled. Her delicate oval-shaped face stiffened slightly. She suspected Yili knew she had been watching Hong Kong anime recently. Oh, a quick note. Within the niche of Hong Kong anime, there were pure sisterly love stories. You couldn't find them in other genres. And in those pure sisterly love tales, chest slams were the most frequent move, so Enlan understood. Recalling those mildly thrilling scenes, Enlan stared at Yili and asked seriously, "You want to try it?" Unbeknownst to her, the things she once despised had quietly ceased to bother her. Yili hesitated, about to nod, but before she could, Enlan suddenly switched positions with her closed and swiftly hooked her leg around Yili's, and pushed her toward the ground. Of course Yili resisted at first, but when she realized Lan only wanted her on the floor, she went along with it. Then Yili saw the girl lean in on her own accord, and her hand moved to Yili's. Holy crap, she was being dominated. In the stairwell, two young girls stood face to face, one above and one below. Yili opened his eyes, experiencing this so-called chest tackle. It was indeed extraordinary, yet being grabbed felt terribly uncomfortable. Lan appeared as steady as a rock, but the rapid flutter of her closed eyelids betrayed her inner turmoil. Clearly, she was panicking inside. Both possessed slender figures and an impeccable aura. Lan stood on the higher step, her legs positioned in a straight and braced stance exactly as depicted in anime. It seemed she had fantasized about this. Meanwhile, Yili experienced the very sensation Tion and I had once felt on the sofa. This also made him realize that he had actually mastered the chest tackle long ago. Alas, to be pinned down like this. What a disgrace to his manhood. After a long moment, they parted ways. Perhaps due to inexperience, a faint trace of something lingered on Lan's lips, which she quickly wiped away with her sleeve. So can you not leave? Blushing, and with lowered eyes, she continued to maintain her composure. Yili hastily wiped his mouth as well. For some reason, every time he kissed Lan, he felt an extraordinary excitement. It wasn't that he wasn't excited with Wayner and the others, but the sensation during these moments was distinctly different. Perhaps the difference lay in the dynamic of dominance, or maybe a sense of possession. At Lan's mention of this matter, Yili shook his head solemnly. Why? Lan asked, as if hesitating for a long time, before reaching out to help Yili to his feet. It feels awful, truly awful, so I must leave. Yili quietly observed her. Perhaps because he had grown a bit taller, he could now look her straight in the eye. Lan said nothing more, hesitated, then turned and walked away. Suddenly she stopped, and asked, which school do you plan to attend? Yili smiled. Well, they'll see if any school can give me the answers I seek. You'll come, won't you? She remained silent, but Yili clearly saw her waist-length straight hair lift slightly. She had agreed. Unfortunately, after school that day, Yili never saw Lan again. He only heard some news about her family. When the class bell rang, Yili returned to the classroom, shutting his ears and closing his eyes to the scorn and mockery of his classmates. Enduring until the break, he allowed no one to follow him and headed to the senior high school building. At the entrance of Class 3 Section 2, Yili appeared there. Along the way, he was almost surrounded by a crowd with harsh words echoing in his ears. The insults were vile. Yili nearly lost his temper several times, but he thought, I can't just beat them all up, can I? After all, there were at least 100 people. His sudden appearance caused a commotion throughout the entire senior building. Qin Yang naturally knew of it and saw him. For some reason in the past, whenever Yili appeared, Qin Yang would gaze at him with tender affection even if he didn't approach to chat. But today, after everything that had happened with Yili standing right at his classroom door, Qin Yang deliberately kept his head down, pretending not to see him. Indeed, some things can only be seen clearly through experience. Speaking of which, hadn't Qin Yang once been the epitome of a devoted boyfriend, silently giving his all? And now, shameless. Now you come seeking the seniors' help. Weren't you so aloof before? Yili's sudden appearance led everyone to believe he was seeking Qin Yang's help for protection or something. For instance, relying on Qin Yang's background, reputation in the school, handsome looks, and status in the hearts of his admirers. If Qin Yang truly wished to defend Yili, his influence would carry some weight. Though it couldn't completely quell the storm, many would, out of respect for him, refrain from verbal attacks, especially the girls. But he did not do so. Just as Yili was about to call Qin Yang out, he heard someone cursing him for being shameless. Turning his head, he saw, what a coincidence. Wasn't that Ling Ling? She had jumped out on her own, saving him the trouble of seeking her out. Speaking of which, what was her full name? Yili slapped his forehead. He really didn't know? Oh well, head, ask Mo Qingxua later. Senior, it seems you still have something to fulfill, don't you? No need to shout now, I will come find you next class. With that, he strode directly into Class 3 Section 2. Since Qin Yang wouldn't come out, he would issue a 3-voice summons to invite him. Ling Ling's face turned pale, knowing exactly what Yili referred to. It was precisely for this reason that she had fervently incited everyone to ostracize Yili. That way she could bury the bed and avoid having to confess to Zhu Yuran. Unfortunately, she underestimated Yili. Such an amusing matter, especially at this moment, was precisely what he intended to pursue. After Yili entered Class 3 Section 2, Qin Yang emerged from the back of the classroom, standing in the middle of the corridor, holding a chair. His demeanor seemed off, with a kind of eerie, vacant look. The onlookers were bewildered. Yili, however, seized the chance to leave. What was there to see in the ensuing bloodshed? He was, after all, a delicate fairy. After he left, everyone watched as Qin Yang furiously began to harm himself, striking his head, then his knees, then smashing his feet. Throughout the entire process, he uttered not a single sound, eerily like a zombie. All who witnessed this scene felt a chill run down their spines. Madly screaming, some rushed to restrain him, others went to notify the school nurse. In short, chaos reigned. During the break, Yi Li's figure appeared in many places, witnessed by some. They all gathered waiting for his return to hurl insults at him. Perhaps tired of waiting, these clustered students began exchanging verbal abuses against Yi Li, recounting his deeds with sneers and mockery. The words might have been too harsh, or perhaps it was pure coincidence that Qi Xiao overheard them. Without a second thought, he charged into the crowd, grabbing someone and pummeling them fiercely. This alarmed many teachers, who rushed over and struggled for 10 minutes to pull Qi Xiao away. And it took 3 male teachers to do so. A bunch of beasts. Qi Xiao, restrained, was red-faced and wildeed, panting heavily. He cursed himself for not having grown an extra pair of hands, so he could have beaten up a few more. Similar scenes unfolded elsewhere, like in Class 2, Section 5. Xiao had tried his best to restrain himself, but the things being said were too vile. He couldn't bear to hear his big brother insulted like this. He didn't think his big brother had done anything wrong, and on the contrary, he had been fighting for the sake of School 56 all along. Why weren't people grateful? Instead, they were coldly distancing themselves. Xiao couldn't stand it. So, transforming into a tiger, well, more like a dog, he latched onto a boy and bit down fiercely. Unlike Qi Xiao, he suffered more, pinned down by classmates in a corner and beaten black and blue. Even with blood streaming from his nose and his eyes swollen, nearly shut, his jaws remained clamped tight. The situation was eventually resolved when teachers intervened. It seemed that in just a short span, the entire School 56 had fallen into turmoil and unrest. Fortunately, such incidents were few and didn't cause too much damage. Moreover, Principal Gao opportunely released a piece of news: Yi Li had accepted the challenge from School 1 in his personal capacity. And after the event, he would voluntarily leave the school. This news instantly silenced School 56. Since Yi Li was acting on his own behalf, even if he were humiliated, it wouldn't involve them. That wasn't the main point, though. The key was that everyone now knew Yi Li was leaving. With this news, whether intentionally or not, it seemed everyone had lost their reason to keep cursing Yi Li. After all, their goals had only been two: to avoid being implicated and to drive Yi Li out of School 56. The challenge against School 1 is scheduled for tomorrow. No one is to cause any more trouble. Anyone found still verbally attacking others will be punished for disrupting campus order, and severe cases will result in expulsion. Principal Gao's voice echoed through every classroom and corner of the campus. Every student in School 56 heard it, and the incessant murmurs of condemnation abruptly ceased. Yi Li heard it too, but showed little reaction. Returning to his classroom, his first question was to ask Mo Qingxue for Ling Ling's full name. Mo Qingxue said, "I think her surname is Sure." Yi Li suddenly understood. No wonder everyone avoided using her full name. Well, now that he knew her name, he would make her confess to Zhu Yurun in the next class. Another class had ended, and Yi Li found Lingling. "Senior, isn't it time to confess to Zhu Yurun?" Regarding this bet, though not public, could any secret truly be kept in school? It had already spread by the night of the ball game. Seeing Yi Li heading toward Lingling's classroom, many followed. Some guessed her intention, others were curious how she dared to accept School 1's challenge in her own name. This time there were no murmurs, but the disgusted expressions remained. Among those trailing Yi Li was Zhu Yurun, visibly excited, licking his thick lips, lost in thought. What confession? I don't know anything. Lingling, surrounded by her girlfriends, adamantly denied it. Yi Li had expected this. Not wanting to waste words, she issued 3 commands, and Lingling walked toward the confession platform. The platform wasn't officially named by the school, but it was the essence of the campus. When people repeatedly do the same thing in one place, that place inevitably becomes famous. At the heart of School 56's campus stood a 6-meter-high dragon ascension stone platform atop, which rested a slanted 4-cornered stone slab engraved with the names of the nation's celebrated figures. Youth craves passionate, heart-striking beauty. High school is often the prologue to love stories. Confessing here seemed to hold undeniable proof of sincerity. As Lingling moved, the bewildered onlookers followed. Yi Li leaned on the railing, watching calmly. Lingling climbed the stone steps of the platform and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Zhu Yurun, I like you. I want to bear your piglets." Everyone was petrified, eyes wide open, shocked beyond words. What was Zhu Yurun? The epitome of dark, fat, and lecherous, always harassing young girls. Who would confess to someone like him? Then came an even greater shock. Right after Lingling's confession, as Zhu Yurun grew excited, she ran down with a thud, leaped into his arms, and indulged in passionate kisses. The scene, the intensity, the saliva, the big fat lips. Yi Li's scalp tingled, and she quickly slipped away, eyes burning. Not bothering to savor the horrified expressions of the onlookers or the retching faces, Yi Li returned to her classroom. She gathered No damn it not gathered. She called for Wainer Qingxue Jinjin, and, "Hey, where's Chao He?" Yili stood at the back door of class 25, but didn't see Chao He. Mo Qingxue recounted how Chao He had defended her reputation, adding, "He's in the infirmary." "Alright, let's go to the infirmary." Yili noted this, but didn't think about repaying him. It wasn't like she could offer herself in return. What nonsense. But class is about to start. Do we still care about that? Yili looked at the three girls. Wainer, of course, had no objection, but she was Yi Li's shadow, agreeable to anything. Mo Qingxue also supported Yi Li. Today's collective condemnation of Yi Li by School 56 made her wish she had divine powers to beat up everyone who had insulted her. Xia Jinjin blinked, loving excitement, and even more enjoying it with Yi Li and the others. "I've always said I want to be the goddess bestie. To hell with class. I don't want to study in this school anymore." Thus the four girls in a whirlwind arrived at the infirmary to find Chao He with a bruised and swollen face. Ignoring the nurse's protests, they pulled Chao He and left School 56. They had already done what needed to be done, waiting only for tomorrow to dominate and slap the faces of School 50's students. The only thing left to handle was hearing what Mo Qingxue and the others thought. "You all know I'm leaving School 56. I want to hear your thoughts." Yili didn't offer to take them along. She wanted to leave room, or rather respect their decisions. "Wherever Big Brother goes, I go. I'd quit school if I had to." Chao He's voice was muffled, pitiful, yet comical. His family was wealthy, so studying or achieving anything didn't matter. Yili nodded and looked at Mo Qingxue. "I said yesterday I wanted to transfer. This school is too cold-blooded." Yili nodded again, skipping Wainer to look at Xia Jinjin. "I don't mind. I'm only close to you all. If you leave, I won't be happy either." "Will Uncle Xia agree?" In her memory, Xia Jinjin's father always wore a smiling face, seemingly approachable, yet carrying a relaxed seriousness. It was said he had a terrifying devotion to music and was himself a renowned Swana master. Yili could only think, good grief. In her perception, no matter the style of Swana music, it always felt ethereal, as if ascending to bliss, profoundly mysterious. Xia Jinjin came from a musical family, and her parents were surely strict with her. "This would have been tough before, but after your majestic concert, goddess, my dad saw it too. He said you're a genius and told me to stick close to you. Well, that settled it. Since that's the case, let's head back to the villa." Yili ushered everyone into the car. But transferring isn't that easy. Mo Qingxue was meticulous, thinking of the complexities. "That's exactly why we're going back to the villa." Yili wasn't worried about transferring. She was confident that tomorrow's explosive face-slapping would attract many schools willing to accept her. It wasn't narcissism, but self-assurance. She had an edge. She wasn't considering being recruited, but choosing the right school. For instance, among the many schools in Beishur which had good reputations, positive atmospheres, and virtuous students. Virtue couldn't be generalized, but it was tied to school culture. The principle of near vermilion one gets stained red. The beetle was a bit cramped, but they managed to squeeze in, though Chao He suffered curled up on the rear footwell. After all, he was the only guy. Just as Yi Li and her group left school around the time Old Gao issued the challenge deadline. Within just over 20 minutes, the news had spread through all major high schools in Beishur and relevant authorities. School 1, naturally informed, expressed willingness to advance the schedule. As an annual event, moving it up didn't affect its nature. Instead, it drew even more attention. Of course, being singled out by School 1 for a showdown was bound to attract attention. Even the prefect and other officials, upon hearing the news, began making arrangements. Why? No reason. It was an annual occurrence, an established order from above requiring no justification. They only needed to report briefly and then coordinate the competition. Simultaneously, the news spread across various forums. When it was confirmed that the challenged person was Miss Yi from the concert, her devoted fans who adored her singing clamored to descend upon District 56. This seemed unrealistic. Likely under the authorities' control, tomorrow only relevant students and staff would be allowed and not outsiders. Of course, paid media reporters might be an exception. In short, School 1's sudden challenge had already caused a massive stir, and everyone knew there would be a grand spectacle tomorrow. After returning to the villa, they gathered around the dining table to analyze their combat strength. Although he had a cheat, it was still beneficial to clarify the situation beforehand. "It's her name, Ding Jishu. They say she's the one who masters the most musical instruments at School 1, hailing from Penglai." A photo of a young beauty was displayed on the tablet as Mo Qingxue introduced her. Yili stared at the picture, nodding to himself. She was indeed quite pretty. Yet what baffled him was why this girl had chosen to study in Beishur. The so-called Penglai in the Dragon Nation was akin to the capital of Huaxia, though anyone from there was a big shot. At the very least, they were descendants of influential figures, and it was unusual for them to choose a small town to develop. But then again, just like why Boss Ma always liked wearing cloth shoes. Yili expressed that he didn't understand the joy in that. How many instruments does she play? Mo Qingxue shook her head. Not entirely sure, but at least a dozen or so. Damn, with skills like that, why hasn't she graduated and joined a music academy? Mo Qingxue shrugged, indicating she was equally puzzled. Maybe she wants to complete her full degree. Yili grunted, feeling no pressure. Just a dozen or so instruments was no big deal. He then asked about the reputations of various schools. After some discussion, the five concluded that aside from schools 1 and 56, 8 others had good reputations. Not that the rest were bad, but these stood out, or had maintained excellence over time. Yili decided to leave it for tomorrow. Yet he felt something was missing. What was it? He pondered for a long time at the table. It was the number 56. Yes, that number was gone, along with the last shred of familiarity in his soul. Perhaps seeking an outlet for this slight melancholy, he suddenly burst into song. 56 ethnic groups, 56 blossoms, 56 siblings are one family. Weiner and the others blinked at him, sensing a strange sadness in Yili. And what song was this? Soon Xia Jinjin and Chao he left, saying they needed to discuss transferring schools with their families. Yili and the other two saw them to the door. As for Chao He's injury, Yili secretly gave him a pat. Chao He's face visibly healed, and he yelped in shock. The others were equally astonished, and Yili feigned surprise too, not to cover anything up, but because he remembered something. He had forgotten to choose the second option during the chest-thumping challenge. Yili stomped in frustration. Damn it, all that forgiveness value wasted. Soon it was noon, then dark. Mo Qingxue cooked, and the three ate and chatted. But aside from Yili, Weiner and Qingxue seemed downcast. It was because that prodigy named Jishu was so formidable that they believed Yili would surely lose tomorrow. Losing meant humiliation, and that upset them. Why did you agree and even move up the time? Mo Qingxue pouted. Yili could have ignored it all, but it involved Tian Nini's reputation. If he backed out, Tian Nini would definitely bear the brunt of the criticism. Yili naturally wouldn't let that happen. Hey, don't worry. Who am I? I'm extraordinary. I don't even bother with ordinary youngsters. Trust me, it'll be fine. Mo Qingxue chuckled, then chided, but you only know piano and the Shao. School 1 is sending so many people. How will you handle them alone? Yili scratched his head. He had never revealed his mastery of all instruments, and explaining it was tricky, so he simply said, actually, I'm versatile. I can handle it. Just wait for my brilliant performance tomorrow. It was the truth, but Mo Qingxue and Weiner didn't take it seriously, planning to stand by him no matter what. Later, Tian Nini called to offer her support, but Yili declined. She thought it over and agreed it was unwise. The situation was too complex, and her presence might turn nothing into something. Still, she was a bit worried, saying she'd be just a call away and would watch the livestream. Livestream? That was crucial. Yili also thought about the scene tomorrow, probably involving the media. Oh, whatever. Head just bulldozed through it all. After their usual flirtatious banter, the three went to sleep. The next morning, they prepared to head to School 56. I wonder where the challenge will take place. Yili muttered. Weiner and Qingxue both shook their heads, equally clueless. Just as they were about to leave the villa and get into often, the system stirred up trouble again. Ding, triggering choice. 1. Wild style entrance to accept the challenge, reward 1 ability conversion chance, 1 to 0 forgiveness value. 2. Fresh hand style to accept the challenge, reward power control, 6 to 0 forgiveness value. This probably referred to clothing style. Yili understood fresh hand style, but what the hell was wild style? Did he have to go hunting? Oh, that wasn't important. The key was the highest forgiveness value ever offered. 10,000. Holy crap. Hey system, can I choose both hand style? And what's ability conversion? You can, but the host absolutely won't have time to change clothes midway. Ability conversion means you can transfer your ability to someone else, but you'll lose that ability yourself. Yili's face fell, so he had to choose option 1. Then he thought, ability conversion sounded amazing. He could give his abilities to someone else. That meant he could gift some abilities to Weiner. I choose 1. How do I get the wild style outfit? The system told him to ask Alfun. Qingxue, Weiner, wait for me on the sofa. Don't come out until I call you. What are you doing? The girls were puzzled, but Yili didn't answer, dashing out and into the garage. Often, wild style, hurry up. He worried the outfit change would take too long, and had missed the challenge, being accused of cowardice. Yes, master. Please choose a style. The center console screen displayed several outfit options, and Yili finally understood what wild style meant. It was the so-called hip-hop vibe. This one. Then came Ah Fin's bizarre operation, Tentacle's wardrobe, makeup, all happening simultaneously. The whole time, Yili screamed in pain, though it was unclear exactly where it hurt. 15 minutes later, Yili emerged. He was fully transformed, and yes, he looked wild. First, the striking hairstyle, dreadlocks no less. That's why he had been yelling in pain. His once smooth black hair was now a mass of tiny braids swept back and tied with a metallic hair clasp. Though still in a ponytail, the feel was entirely different. The tips were dyed in colors beyond black. A cloud-like purple, a blued hue exuding wild energy. Underneath, he wore a base layer topped with a 7-sleeve t-shirt in a starry color. Here came the key point. The t-shirt was printed with Yi Li's own eye-rolling face. It was long, just reaching his, but paired with shorts and matte black mini Martin boots. The layered effect instantly elevated his look, making him seem a bit taller. And another key point on his visible right leg was a black lace thigh ring. Yi Li cursed repeatedly. Though it looked good, it was seriously alternative. Worse, he recalled a story about such rings, making him even more uneasy. The tale said it symbolized women of the brothel, implying that no matter how wild, they weren't completely naked. Can I remove it, system? No, it must be wild. You're such a bastard. Fine, he couldn't remove it, so he'd just treat it as a modern accessory. Mo Qingxue and Weiner both brightened their eyes upon seeing Yi Li at this moment. Under the clear sky, they felt a single word, cool, strike like lightning in their minds. He looks great. But why is he dressed like this? Weiner spoke first. How could Yi Li explain? He couldn't very well say that the system had made him dress wildly. Let's go, let's go. The three got into the car and headed to School 56. When they approached the main road in front of School 56, they were stunned. Where was the road? Why were there patrol cars everywhere? There were so many people outside, and more were still flooding in. It might be because of the commotion plus your involvement. It's normal to have such a crowd, Mo Qingxue analyzed lightly. At that moment, the area up to 200 meters from the gate of School 56 was completely sealed off, and the road was almost paralyzed. The patrol cars were stationed at the 200-meter mark on both sides to prevent unauthorized entry. In the middle of the road within that 200-meter zone, seats had been set up, and many people were already seated. Presumably, they were school leaders from various schools in the northern city, including personnel from School 1. It seemed the challenge venue was set right here. Yi Li and the other two got out of the car, and many sharp-eyed people or paparazzi immediately caught sight of this wild-looking girl. Upon closer inspection, wow, isn't that Miss Yi? Wow, Miss Yi, I really like you. I came all the way from out of town just to see you. One shout drew everyone's attention, and in an instant Yi Li and her companions were surrounded. Passionate words rang out incessantly, with some people screaming wildly to express their adoration for Yi Li. Yi Li was troubled. What could she do? She couldn't get in. Miss Yi, could we take a photo together? I really like you. My whole family of 3 came to see you. We'll definitely support you. At that moment, a young woman, likely a beautiful mother, squeezed through the crowd with a little boy. Faced with her enthusiasm, Yi Li felt even more awkward and didn't know what to say. So he asked empty-handed, huh? Weiner and Mo Qingxue chuckled, knowing he was being mischievous again. The beautiful mother was taken aback, then embarrassed, and apologized. I left in a hurry and didn't bring a gift. Yi Li laughed heartily, took the beautiful mother's phone, held her little boy, and took a photo. Thank you so much, Miss Yi. Thank you too, big sister, the little boy said softly. Yi Li put on a stern face, scaring the little boy who didn't know what to do, thinking this big sister was so fierce. Call me aunt, not big sister. After some laughter, it seemed news of Yi Li's arrival had spread, and Lao Gao came over with a group of patrol officers. You're here. Come with me, Lao Gao called out, and then escorted Yi Li and the others inside. The beautiful mother called out from behind, Miss Yi, I believe you can do it right. What happened yesterday was no longer a secret. Many people knew the reason and understood what School 1 meant. They were even more aware of the consequences if Yi Li lost. Hearing this, Yi Li stopped, tilted his head slightly, looking very cocky. How could I let you down? During the short walk, Lao Gao introduced many things to Yi Li: the leadership, the representatives from various schools watching, and which students he would face in challenges. Thank you for your trouble, Principal, Yi Li said gratefully. Once inside, Yi Li took in everything. Apart from the dense crowd and the seats in the middle of the road, music platforms had been set up on both sides of the street. On them were placed either shiny or ancient-looking musical instruments. The prefect knew that the governor's daughter was at School 56, but the governor had instructed him not to disturb her. Now that she was right in front of him, he could no longer refrain from greeting her. Miss Shangwan, how are you? The prefect, surnamed Zhang, looked very thin and was about 40-something years old. Weiner nodded. She was always like this in front of strangers, quiet and reserved. Prefect Zhang was not embarrassed and said a few words on his own before turning his gaze to Yi Li. Little girl, you're doing well. I've been hearing about you recently. Very good. But you should keep a low profile, otherwise why would something like this happen today? He didn't say it explicitly, but his instinctive head retraction and curled lip showed his disapproval. In other words, where did this humiliation come from? Weiner lowered her eyes, thinking if you knew who Yi Li's father was, you would never dare to say that even if you were beaten to death. Yi Li didn't take these words to heart. It let him say what he wanted as long as he didn't feel embarrassed later. However, he still showed respect to the northern city leader and gave a polite smile without saying anything. Since everyone is here, let's begin. Since the prefect was present, he naturally presided over the event. Yili walked toward the music platform on School 50Six's side with Weiner and Qingxue following behind. Chao He and Xia Jingjin saw them, and also came over. Ironically, on the School 56 platform, there were no students from that school at all. They were all standing far away. On the other hand, School 1 side had many people, including some from School 56. How could they tell? Because of the different uniforms. It seemed those former schoolmates were sucking up to School 1. You actually dare to come. Overconfident. Exactly dressed like monsters. Do you think this is a concert? Yili, just give up. Even though you no longer represent School 56, we were once schoolmates. If you surrender, Senior Ing will go easy on you. The bootlickers began their verbal assault to curry favor with the big shots from School 1. Yili didn't want to look, but he was curious about what kind of person Ing Jishu was to have so many fans. He couldn't help but turn his head to look. In the seating area below School 1's music platform, a girl in a white school uniform was quietly studying him. The girl's expression carried a hint of arrogance, surrounded by a crowd. It was clearly that Ing Jishu. Are you Yili? She suddenly stood up and walked a few steps toward him. Yili grunted in acknowledgement. Ing Jishu let out a silent sneer and continued, I've heard of you since the day your piano playing was praised by the governor. You weren't worth my attention, but your behavior disgusts me, so I want to knock some sense into you. What? Disgusts? Yili wanted to know what exactly he had done that was disgraceful. As if to explain, or to make it blatant, Ing Jishu continued, you have no talent, yet you use despicable means to gain fame, and you even attach the word music to it. That is what I find disgraceful. What creative genius? What live composition? All of it is packaged with disgraceful means. She was clever enough not to mention piano genius, because if she did, she would be insulting the governor as well. Yili quickly interrupted, stop nagging. Come on, don't you just want to prove you're better than me? Then let's do it. Stop being so long-winded and annoying. An unprovoked attack from the start. Who's the bride? Yili laughed. This Ing Jishu was just trying to comfort herself. Yili wasn't stupid, he could clearly see her intention to step on him. He was just forced into a corner and had to accept the challenge. On the other hand, he was displeased with the attitude of the School 56 students and wanted to slap them in the face. Otherwise, what was the point of competing with a girl like that? Ing Jishu was suddenly speechless. She had prepared many words, but Yili's one sentence choked her into silence. Since you insist on this, don't blame me, she said again as she turned around. Yili's temper almost got the best of him. Damn, this Ing Jishu was such a bitch. The rules of the challenge were quite simple, or rather utterly unfair. Yili as an individual had to withstand the musical assault of 18 students from School 1. If he was unable to play even one instrument, he would lose. After all, he had accepted the challenge on his own behalf. Moreover, during the live performance, neither side could make more than 3 mistakes, otherwise they would lose. How to determine the loss? Naturally, the music professors brought by Governor Zhang would provide the verdict. In any case, Yili was at a disadvantage. He had only 3 chances to make mistakes while the opponent had 54, and they performed in turns. Yili was indifferent to this. There was never any fairness to begin with. Governor Zhang stood between the 2 parties explaining the details, and so on. After finishing, he raised a large sign for both sides to see. The sign read, Guitar, indicating that the first round was a guitar competition. Seeing the guitar, School 1 began discussing who would go on stage. Yili was alone on his side. Of course, Weiner and the others were supporting him from behind the stage, so he didn't need to consult anyone. However, according to the previous rules, he had to first write a score for the music professors so they could determine whether it was an original creation and whether there were any mistakes. Yili thought for a moment, and among the thousands of songs in his mind chose a piece that was not originally a guitar score. 6-line staff paper was provided nearby, he just needed to fill it in. The process of filling in the notes was a bit troublesome and took some time. It wasn't difficult. He just copied the pattern based on his vast memory of musical scores. After finishing, he had Chao He pass it to the music professors. While he was writing the score, some people had already begun to stir. They were simply astonished that he could actually write one. Hadn't they heard that he only knew the Shao and the piano? School 1 was also doing the same thing. Then a male student came up. He gave Yili a contemptuous look full of provocation. Afraid that he might say something arrogant, Yili quickly indicated that he understood and urged him to start. The boy snorted. Then he began to play. The rhythm was fast and catchy. Yili tried to appreciate it, but he couldn't really understand it. He just thought it was good with a certain flair. The audience nodded along, appearing impressed. However, as they listened, an elderly lady among the music professors seemed to mark a cross on her fluorescent board. It must have been a sign of a mistake. The boy frowned, then quickly steadied himself. Soon the piece ended. The audience applauded. The leaders also nodded and clapped, thinking it was quite good despite the mistakes. This student from School 1 had one mistake, but it's still commendable, Governor Zhang praised. After the boy left the stage, Jishu shot him a glare. Knowing she was dissatisfied, another girl quickly said, "It's okay, senior sister. I heard that Yili only knows the xiao and piano. Our senior brother's small mistake doesn't matter." "That's right, Senior Ing. That Yili only knows a bit of piano." The students from School 56 also chimed in. Jishu glanced at that person, giving a look that said, "Do you think I believe that?" She had been watching Yili when he wrote the score. If he could write a score, how could he not know how to play the guitar? Jishu rubbed her fingers together. It seemed that Yili knew more than just the piano and the xiao. But it didn't matter. He was doomed to lose today. After the boy left the stage, the governor timely reminded, "Student Yi, it's your turn." There were many instruments on the stage, and the guitar was naturally among them. Yili nodded, then picked up a guitar and sat on a chair. He was petite, and holding a large guitar made him look quite comical. Everyone stared at him, waiting for his performance, but he remained motionless for a long time. It seemed he didn't know where to start. Many people began to murmur, and the surveillance drones overhead were capturing his image. Everyone watching the livestream frowned in succession. No way. Could it be that he only knows how to write a score? Could it be that he was truly seeking fame by deception, and the rumors spread by Tian Nini were real? Then why did he write the score? Just for laughs. School 1 had already prepared to accept the fact that Yili could play the guitar. But seeing his current performance, they were baffled again. A group of students from School 56 quickly started to stir up trouble, incessantly saying something. Needless to say, it was all nonsense, mocking Yili for definitely not knowing how to play the guitar. In fact, Yili was also bewildered. Logically, he now had mastery over all instruments, and the guitar should certainly be among them. "System Grandpa, don't mess with me. This isn't fun at all." The system ignored him. Yili was a bit panicked. With so many people watching, if he couldn't play, damn, it would be so embarrassing. What's happening? What's happening? He was panicking inside. But his outward expression still showed something. Seeing this, the audience shook their heads and sighed. The leaders, who had been eagerly waiting, were even more speechless, lowering their foreheads. The system ignored him, and Yili had no idea what to do. In his panic, his small hand slipped, and he almost dropped the guitar. Fortunately, his feet reacted quickly and caught it. Seeing this, everyone burst out laughing, including the onlookers who had deliberately come to watch the excitement. School 1 also laughed, thoroughly confused as to whether Yili really had skills or could only write a score. For the first time, Yili blushed with embarrassment in public, feeling utterly humiliated. He quickly picked up the guitar. In his fluster, he held it in the wrong direction, and that was when the familiarity came. Oh, this feeling, yes. This is it. It's familiar and mysterious. The same familiarity he had felt with the piano before returned, making Yili unable to resist the urge to play. At the same time, he was very puzzled. Why hadn't he felt this earlier? He looked down and suddenly understood. He complained to the system, "Damn it, tell me the truth. Did you copy this memory from some left-hand person?" The system ignored him. Seeing him dawdle and adjust the guitar repeatedly, the audience felt they shouldn't have held such high expectations. This was just a joke. Wainer and the others also looked tense, and Xiao, he wanted to come up and help several times. But he also knew that wouldn't work. However, seeing that Brother Yi suddenly calmed down, he stopped worrying. The audience also noticed that Yili was no longer acting comical, and they waited for his performance, though still full of doubt. Unable to figure out whether this guy really knew how to play or not, Yili lifted his eyes, his face no longer red. He declared loudly, "Whether this is a competition or a challenge, I represent only myself and have nothing to do with School 56. Although old Gao had already expressed this, Yili still wanted to say it himself. The leaders were slightly surprised, but only that. The students from School 56 couldn't wait for Yili to disassociate himself from them. After saying that, Yili began to play. Undoubtedly, this left everyone repeatedly baffled. So he actually could play after all. Since he could play, why did he put on all those dramatic acts? Was he just messing with everyone? The melody began very slow and lingering, as if deliberately setting the stage. The audience gradually quieted down with his playing. They listened and watched Yili in silence. The guitar sound spread far under the microphone's effect. As for guitar scores, Yili had briefly considered them just now. They could only be described as vast. Famous pieces, extremely difficult ones, and highly infectious ones. He chose none of them because he felt that he should pick something interesting and with feeling. So he thought of Angela Zhang's Breaking the Cocoon. Although lacking other instruments as an intro, the solo guitar performance had a unique charm, a different kind of purity and clarity. This score was very fiery, and with Yili's deliberately accelerated tempo, the atmosphere in the venue immediately lifted. Yili played while tapping his foot to the beat, alternating his hands. This scene was very compelling. The audience watching and listening couldn't help but tap along. At the same time, everyone was very astonished. This guy really could play. The most surprised were the people from School 56. They knew Yili's skills very well. When had he learned the guitar? Someone saw Ing Zishu's grim expression and quickly said, Senior Ing Yili definitely couldn't play the guitar before I can swear to it. Yes, we all know that. I'm in the same class as her, she really only knew the shao and piano. The fact that she can play now might be because she just practiced last night. Look, she didn't even know how to hold the guitar at first. Ing Zishu rolled her eyes this time and turned away, unwilling to bother with these sycophants. The guitar melody continued, carrying a tangible, scorching aura that stirred the passion within the hearts of all who heard it. Within this composition, one could envision a magnificent, boundless, and wondrous world. Their love, friendship, bonds, passion, and exhilarating moments of justice and vengeance intertwined. Especially when Yili reached the climax of the chord progression, everyone involuntarily nodded their heads in sync. It was as if within that world they had slain their enemies or lifted the bride's crimson veil, unable to contain their excitement. Though beautiful, something seemed missing. If only Yili had hummed along with the rhythm, it would have astonished the crowd even more. A jingle signaled the end. Yili stood up and placed the guitar back, feeling satisfied. The music professor might not have looked at the score earlier, but there were no cross marks. No cross marks meant Yili had made no mistakes. Applause slowly rose, accompanied by cheers from the fans. Ing Zishu clapped along, seemingly acknowledging that Yili played well, and the score was quite impressive. She certainly wouldn't let Yili win, but she didn't fear his momentary pride. She thought that Yili's guitar skill was just a fluke. With so many other instruments ahead, could he possibly be lucky again? Ing Zishu doubted it. If Yili were truly that proficient, wouldn't there have been some rumor about it? Not everyone was as gifted as she. Ing Zishu. Today she would make everyone see that among the younger generation of musicians, she was the strongest. Senior was just lucky, as she won't manage the next one. Exactly, she only knows this one piece. She must have practiced it at home, and it just came in handy. Faced with the flattery from the students of School 56, Ing Zishu inwardly despised them, yet understood why they sided with her against Yili. School 56. This student, Yi, also performed well with no mistakes, slightly better than that male student from School 1. After the applause, Zhang Fuyin asked the music professor, who confirmed Yili had no errors. Hearing this, Mo Qingxues Ya Jinjin and Xiao He cheered joyfully. Weiner didn't join in. What's there to be proud of? Just a fluke, she'll definitely lose next round. The School 56 students voiced their discontent, throwing in a timely jab. Yili shook his head, not even sparing them a glance. Quiet, next up is the drum set, Zhang Fuyin announced again, feeling a bit odd, like a ring girl. The drum set wasn't for live composition, as it needed to accompany a dance track, so it was prearranged. Possibly due to the guitar round's outcome, Zhang Fuyin let Yili start first. When Yili heard the background dance music, he was stunned. This tune was so familiar. Like a new storm has arrived, how can we stand still? Is it you? Yili couldn't compose himself. It was too similar, even if only the melody. Yet it felt truly captivating. Yili glanced at the score and began to drum along with the rhythm. This time there were no surprises like with the guitar. He didn't need to read the score, a single look and his mind decoded it automatically. Relying on an innate familiarity, playing was effortless. While cheats are unreasonable. His feet moved, his head swayed, his braids swung, and his sense of rhythm was impeccable. He even twirled the drumsticks stylishly, clearly a seasoned player. The problem was the way he pursed his lips drove the male viewers watching the live stream wild. In a certain room, a boy frantically zoomed in on his phone, enlarging Yili's mouth, then kissed the screen. If Yili saw this, head definitely end him. Once again finishing without mistakes, Yili took a tissue handed by Mo Qingxue and wiped the sweat from his forehead. His repeated success delighted the fans who had come to Beishur, who clapped enthusiastically. The assembled leaders also smiled, gently patting their hands together. Ing Zishu's expression had turned grim, a hint of gloom settling in. As for the School 56 alumni, they had stopped talking. Many even considered supporting Yili. But it was just a thought. No matter how impressive Yili was, he only knew guitar and drums. Surely he couldn't handle the rest. After Yili finished, a girl from School 1 stepped up. She looked cool, likely a specialized drummer with a unique style. Unsurprisingly, she made no mistakes either, resulting in a tie. Well done. Next is the violin. Zhang Fuyin seemed only capable of saying well done. After that, he let School 1 start first. Of course, scores had to be written in between. Yili did the same, and finding it tedious, he jotted down Flight of the Bumblebee. Indeed, this piece wasn't limited to piano and violin, it could suit many instruments. But solo performances varied. School 1's composer finished, and a boy came up, placing the violin under his chin. True to School 1's talent, his violin playing was masterful. The melody was prolonged, bleak, and tense, making the audience frown. Not from distaste, but from its evocative power. Within this feeling, the music ceased, followed by applause. The music professor confirmed no mistakes. Yet this didn't ease School One's tension because Yili had just written another score. That meant he still had it. This time without waiting for Zhang Bukuo, a Zhang Fuyan's instruction, Yili began his frenzy after the boy finished. His pale chin rested on the chinwrist, left hand pressing strings, right hand lightly gripping the bow. A short urgent violin sound rang out. It captured all attention instantly. The piece was already somewhat famous and its reappearance was familiar to everyone. Especially for School 56, the moment Flight of the Bumblebee sounded, many scenes flashed in their minds. Somehow they suddenly felt regret. Was it truly shameful to be in the same school as a genius like Yili? The chaotic yet rhythmic violin music brought a hush over the onlookers, their mouths agape and eyes wide. Yili's left hand moved so fast, it was like four little sprites darting back and forth, creating an elusive illusion. Even more astonishing was the rosin flying off the bow, revealing the terrifying speed demanded by the piece. At a critical point, Yili swept the bow down through the air, his pinky pressing the strings to produce a few delicate notes, weaving a unique rhythm. This was the essence of performing Flight of the Bumblebee on the violin. Yili's single-handed operation made the fans burst into exclamations. Before it even ended, applause erupted. Zhang Bukuo, Old Bald, Gao, the music professors, and everyone present joined in the cheers. Damn it, they didn't want to lose their composure, but they were too excited. Finally, Yili ended swiftly. Before Mo Qingxue and the others could cheer, he sneezed. The sneeze came out twisted, leaving everyone momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Yili rubbed his nose annoyed and put the violin down. He decided not to play it again unless necessary. The rosin was too irritating and he had endured it for too long. Yili, you're amazing. Big brother is so adorable. Goddess, are you some kind of beast? You can do everything. These three voices were none other than Chao Haxia Jinjin and Mo Qingxue. As for Weiner, she remained silent, but her eyes sparkled with a smile as she gazed at Yili. Waving his hand, he indicated it was nothing special. After a round of applause, Zhang Buzwa no longer merely uttered his customary "not bad." I never expected you to be such a prodigy. I have high hopes for you. Yili smiled without a word. Hearing this, Weiner grumbled inwardly, does he need your approval? Ing Zishu's expression turned utterly impassive as she addressed the gathered juniors and seniors. I'll take it from here myself. She had initially looked down on Yili, planning to win through sheer overwhelming force without even needing to exert herself. But she never anticipated such a vast discrepancy between what had transpired and her expectations. If she continued to hold back, who knew what the outcome might be? Thus Ing Zishu resolved to secure a decisive victory herself. She refused to believe that Yili could truly be proficient in everything. After her declaration, the students of School No. 1 showed no reaction. After all, you're the boss, whatever you say goes, we dare not complain. Zhang Buzwa raised his sign again, next round the sun. The sun. Yili was slightly taken aback. How classical. Although neither side had made mistakes in the previous round, the audience's reactions had clearly revealed the victor. So this time Yili would begin. Speaking of Sun melodies, Yili indeed had one he cherished. In his past life, he had enjoyed listening to immortal romance novels, and one in particular had left an indelible mark on him. Not to mention the story's breathtaking twists and turns, but the segment involving the female lead and the second male lead had moved Yili to tears, filling him with poignant sorrow. Because that scene was accompanied by a soul-stirring Sun melody, Orchid in the Deep Valley. It wasn't that he particularly liked it. Yili never favored melancholy, but the tune resonated perfectly with that moment, forever etched in his memory. Without further ado, he picked up the Sun and began to play. Seemingly accustomed to his directness, the crowd fell into a cooperative silence. The only annoyance was the drone hovering overhead. The long, deep tones of the Sun rippled like water, spreading gently and slowly. Though Yili's performance wasn't magically enchanting, the melody instantly evoked a flood of imaginations. The prelude seemed to unveil the inner story of the piece, causing the audience to involuntarily close their eyes, listening and pondering. In their musings, they saw a series of vivid still images in their minds: a man in azure robes with handsome features and flowing ink-black hair. He sat by a small lake reflecting the starry river, holding a wine flask, his expression steeped in sorrow. His deep star-like eyes quietly watched the pair on the opposite shore without regret or resentment. As the saying goes, as long as you are happy, gazing upon you from beyond the mortal realm is a contentment in itself. I redeemed you, rejected you, took you and nurtured you, all within my own wishes. But I never anticipated you would fall in love with me, that lay beyond my desires. The mortal world has its laws, and as your master, I must abide by the ethics of our bond. I could give you everything except for this ethereal bond of immortals, more elusive than the great Tao itself. Seeing you achieve both Tao and love your master is on the verge of tearing through the void. The path ahead, my disciple, walk slowly. The soon sound gradually ceased, and the final image in everyone's imagination was that azure-robed man stepping onto the celestial vines ascending into the void. At the moment of breaking through, his eyes seemed to pierce through time and space, casting one last affectionate glance at her. After that glance, all worldly cares dissipated into nothingness. While that wasn't nice at all. What's this so tear-jerking? Before the crowd could react, Xia Jinjin wailed noisily, rushing onto the stage and giving Yi Li a smack, as if demanding compensation for her tears. Yi Li scratched his head, thinking that letting everyone experience his feelings at that moment was quite satisfying. Bravo! Amidst the hushed silence, someone suddenly roared, startling everyone. Zhang Buzhua, striding with a swagger, clapped as he walked all the way to Yi Li. Excellent. This society has made me forget many things, even the fear of life and death. Young lady, your melody can stir such sorrow in us. That is truly precious. Yi Li's face stiffened, expressionless. Then he thought for a moment and cracked a grin. Zhang Buzhua asked, quickly tell me, what is this piece called? Yi Li didn't hide it. Orchid in the Deep Valley. Zhang Buzhua murmured a few words as if finding the name perfectly suited to the melody. With no errors, the verdict was reached, and another round of applause erupted. Meanwhile, viewers watching the live stream were equally thrilled, some already recording this segment. Next, it was Ing Zishu's turn to take the stage. Her skill was evidently profound, with hardly any uneven breathing noticeable. Her piece was also pleasant, yet it somehow failed to stir the imagination. Compared to Yi Li's performance, Ing Zishu's seemed somewhat bland. As she finished, her face was as frosty as if she bore the words "Don't mess with me" written across it. Another round of elimination ensued. In the following matches, every instrument imaginable was employed. Without exception, Yi Li's mastery of all instruments allowed him to perform with effortless grace, earning continuous cheers and admiration. Everyone marveled. This Miss Yi was simply a prodigy. Meanwhile, the students from school No. 56, whether intentionally or not, slowly began to gather around. At first, only a few trickled in, but as Yi Li successively countered Ing Zishu's attacks, they all moved closer. The music platform was blocked, and the area behind it for 200 meters was packed dense. Yi Li pretended not to notice, but Mo Qingshui, Xia Jinjin, and Chao He were seething with rage, barely restraining themselves from spitting in disgust. Yet in the end they held back. Old Gao wiped tears in a corner, proud to have a student like Yi Li. At the same time, he regretted it. He understood the child's stubborn nature well. Once she made up her mind, there was no persuading her otherwise. What use was it for those students to switch sides now? They were merely waiting to be humiliated. Xiaoman too felt ashamed. She slipped away from the crowd, unable to face the situation, even doubting whether she was cut out to be a teacher. All instruments had been contested, yet Yi Li did not step down as everyone expected. Ing Zishu was even more indignant, muttering inwardly, "It's all fake, all a lie. How could Yi Li be better than me?" She refused to accept defeat. She had to win this challenge, or the one laughed it wouldn't be Yi Li, but her, and the entire school now. One. Indeed, when so many ganged up on one person and still got thrashed, it was a bitter pill to swallow. Now, instead of thinking about trampling Yi Li to rise high, she was desperately trying to save face. Speaking of being laughed at, it had already begun. Many around were whispering. Though no names were mentioned to Ing Zishu, it felt like they were mocking her. Unable to bear it, like a cornered beast, she suddenly leaped onto the stage and pointed at Yi Li. "Even if you're good with instruments, can you match me in lyric writing, composition, and singing?" When anger clouds judgment. Yi Li had already held a concert, so what about his singing skills? Clearly she realized this too, but the words were already out like water under the bridge. One of her companions thought, "I don't even know this person." "Oh, so what do you propose?" Yi Li raised an eyebrow, looking at her from afar. "I want to compete with you in on-the-spot lyric writing, composition, and singing." Yi Li shrugged, indicating he didn't mind. Zhang Buzhua seemed hesitant. Logically, the match should have ended with Yi Li's personal victory, with no further rounds. Yet for some reason he was eager to see if Yi Li could deliver another surprise. He glanced at the assembled school leaders and music professors, seeking their opinion. The result was surprisingly unanimous. They all looked forward to it. With that, let it proceed. Creating lyrics, composition, and singing naturally required a band, but that was no concern. Both sides had ample talent. A quick discussion would yield a makeshift band. And it would suffice. No need for professionalism. Yi Li's side was fine, without help from school No. 56, Chao He, Xia Jinjin, Mo Qingshui, and Weiner were enough. They had a piano, drums, and a shao, but lacked a synthesizer. As for Xia Jinjin, well, a trumpet blower wasn't quite suitable. Old Gao personally stepped in to fill the necessary role, while Yi Li took on a supporting part. Being versatile, he could switch seamlessly. All day the crowd watched this contest, skipping lunch. The afternoon matches kept everyone amused. That Miss Yi was incredibly talented, and also infuriating. When Ing Jishu wrote, the actor Yi Li sang Wandering the Capital. Mocking actors was an insult to her. When Ing Jishu wrote My Life of Glory, Yi Li sang Shameless, another dig. When Ing Jishu wrote Lush and Tinder, Yi Li sang Ugly Freak, still insulting. Ing Jishu was nearly exploding. Several times, she turned away stamping her feet in frustration. Why could Yi Li do everything? Why were her songs and melodies so perfectly matched, and with such biting sarcasm? Seeing no advantage and unwilling to lose, Ing Jishu decided to take a risky path. You can create anything, can you? But can you do it in Korean? She had systematically learned Korean and trained for a while, so she was confident in composing in Korean. So she put in great effort to create lyrics and a melody for a Korean song. It was quite pleasant, especially when Ing Jishu switched between her real and falsetto voice, giving it an ethereal feel. Yi Li blinked. He couldn't understand it. But this world had no island nation, and such a convoluted language lacking everyday tongue rolls meant. New gadgets always touch your belly. So it's Korean. Yi Li concluded, guessing correctly, especially catching the appa appa gugu part. Since it was Korean, head take it on. Yi Li made a con gesture, presumably accessing relevant data. Soon he found some options, but none struck him as particularly interesting. Eventually he chose an upbeat style. Just as Ing Jishu finished singing and shot him a provocative look, Yi Li ignored her, focusing on composing. With a few swift strokes, the score was ready, placed among Old Gao and the others. Looking at the score, the group frowned. What is this? Seems a bit quirky. Does it need a synthesizer? That wasn't a problem, as the piece was simple. Old Gao could handle it alone, with Yi Li as backup. Let's begin, Yi Li said. Old Gao started playing. As the melody began, Yi Li launched into song. Gao ji bo and gon jie, gao ji bo do gon jie. Gao ji bo, she gon jie and I gon jie ta shua gon jie. Go bo do gao ji ge wei wa shua, gong. Duo gon jie you duo gon jie you duo gon jie. This amusing song served as the perfect finale to the contest, with everyone joyfully swaying their heads to Yi Li's rhythm. The drones in the air wobbled back and forth, probably controlled by some witty fellow. Yi Li laughed along after finishing the song. It truly was a hilarious tune. He didn't sing it for the sake of being absurd. The simple truth was that this was the only song he knew. Understanding music didn't mean he knew Korean. He had learned Coco Ball in his past life from his girlfriend, humming it idly. The contest had no strict declaration of a winner, but did any further proof really need to be shown? Yi Li single-handedly took on School No. One without a single mistake. That was the most powerful proof. Amid the jubilation, everyone gave Yi Li a double thumbs-up, especially the patrol officers, whose smiles were infectiously genuine. Seeing this, Ing Jishu knew it was over. Both her own reputation and that of School No. One were ruined. She suddenly collapsed onto the music platform, exhausted. Yet at this moment, the girl once hailed as a musical prodigy received no attention whatsoever. Even the teachers from her own school completely ignored her, instead greeting Prefect Zhang before turning and leaving. This contest made them feel utterly humiliated. On the side of School No. 56, a joy reigned. The gazes they cast at Yi Li no longer held the contempt from just a day ago. The word adoration might as well have been written on their faces. We at School No. 56 are no worse than School No. 1. We have our own genius. Yeah, the moment Goddess Yi played the piano, I knew she was a genius. I was right all along. From now on, we take pride in Goddess Yi, and no one is allowed to bully her. These voices were loud and numerous, but only the students of School No. 56 were engaged. Everyone else felt nothing but awkwardness. Not to mention the earlier events. Even when the contest began, none of you seemed to support Miss Yi, did you? Now you put on this act. Are you just amusing yourselves? Xia Jinjin and Mo Qingxue walked over to Yi Li, casting cold glances at their former schoolmates, their ears red with anger. These people were truly detestable and shameless. Weiner stood to Yi Li's right. Her usually cold demeanor seemed to have shifted slightly. Her right hand twitched restlessly, as if contemplating something. Chao He, however, paid no mind to others' opinions. Being a boy, he was somewhat impulsive. Hearing the voices of his former schoolmates, he couldn't help but argue with a portion of the crowd. Most of his retorts were along the lines of, "Don't flatter yourselves, and stop trying to steal the glory." But the students from School No. 56 didn't care, nor were they bothered by the strange looks from the crowd outside the patrol vehicles. They simply believed that Yi Li was one of them. Since she had won such immense glory and attention, they too would bask in her reflected light. From now on, wherever they went claiming to be classmates with Yi Li would surely earn them envy. Thus, once Yi Li fully rose to prominence, they would benefit greatly, at least by virtue of being from School No. 56. Prefect Zhang was aware of the recent turmoil at School No. 56. Seeing the children's behavior, now he was at a loss for words. He had witnessed the entire course of events today, from their initial rejection and mockery of Yi Li to their current defense and praise. He could sum it up in 2 words: shameless. So young and already so sycophantic. It seems school no. 56 would need strict measures. These rotten students must be disciplined thoroughly. As Prefect Zhang thought this, he failed to realize that his initial view of Yi Li was not so different from that of the school no. 56 students. He became aware of this himself and discovered that the word shameless he had just used had inadvertently included him as well. Fortunately, it was only a thought unseen by anyone. He quickly composed himself and gestured for everyone to quiet down. The prefect's authority carried weight, at least on the surface. Seeing he was about to speak, everyone naturally complied. Missy, I heard that yesterday you mentioned leaving school no. 56. Is that true? Did those words come from your own mouth? Prefect Zhang hadn't intended to meddle, but that was his initial thought before arriving. Yi Li's performance had been so exceptional that if he didn't inquire, his superiors would surely reprimand him later. Ultimately, it was because Yi Li had performed too brilliantly, otherwise this step wouldn't have been necessary. However, that was only one reason. The second was that Prefect Zhang wanted to do her a favor. If Yi Li truly didn't want to stay at school no. 56, he could act as a matchmaker and introduce her to another school through his recommendation. Prefect Yi Li never said such a thing. We don't know anything about it. She's a student of school no. 56. Yes, Prefect, why would you ask that? We are Yi Li's classmates and we don't want her to leave school no. 56. As soon as Prefect Zhang finished speaking, the students of school no. 56 collectively refuted him. Truly, young calves fear no tigers. They didn't care about the consequences of challenging a prefect. What's all this noise? Have you no manners? Old Gao immediately scolded them. In truth, his heart ached terribly, but he knew Yi Li's words from yesterday couldn't be taken back, so he had refrained from any pleas. It wasn't that he didn't want to persuade her, he understood what it felt like to be ostracized by the collective. It was no exaggeration to say that if he had been in her shoes 30 or 40 years ago, he would have left without a second thought, no matter who tried to stop him. In fact, after a night of reflection and seeing Yi Li's talent on display today, he inwardly fully supported her departure. School no. 56 was truly unworthy of her. After his reprimand, the school no. 56 side quieted down a bit, though murmurs about not letting Yi Li leave persisted. Prefect Zhang looked at Yi Li, as did the surrounding crowd. The fans watching the live stream were also concerned, silently chanting in their hearts, leave, leave, leave. Though they didn't know exactly what had happened, piecing together the fragments from the forums gave them a vague picture. They could roughly grasp the gist of it. Under the weight of all those gazes, Yi Li nodded. Yes, staying here makes me itch. As the words fell, silence suddenly descended. Then chaos erupted among the school no. 56 crowd, with voices saying all sorts of things. For instance, how could Yi Li forget her roots, abandon her classmates after gaining power, and so on. There were also a few expressions of shame, but they were rare. At the core, these students only wanted what they desired and expected that person to comply. You're all so shameless. I've had enough of you. It was you who ostracized her, you who verbally attacked her. And now you're the ones begging her to stay, twisting the truth. Xia Jinjin must have been blind to come to school no. 56. It's filthy. Xia Jinjin couldn't take it anymore, cursing and gesticulating wildly. Mo Qingxue also wanted to lash out, but was too reserved in front of so many people. Still, Xia Jinjin's outburst served as a vent for her as well. Prefect Zhang repeatedly called for quiet, shooting Xia Jinjin a stern, reproachful look. Seeing her pout and fall silent, he ignored her and turned back to Yi Li. So is there any school you'd like to go to? After this question, the faces of the principals present lit up with anticipation. What school would reject a student like Yi Li? If she achieved greatness in the future, the school she attended might not go down in history, but it would certainly gain considerable prestige. And even if she didn't, there was nothing to lose. Yi Li nodded. Yes, school no. 33. He didn't mention the issue of happiness, or rather he had just changed his mind about asking. Because he suddenly realized that happiness wasn't defined by others' words, and even if it were, that definition couldn't truly represent it. Simply put, it was something one had to feel for themselves, so asking or not asking made little difference. If he wasn't happy, he could just leave, follow the happiness. It wasn't as if he had to go to school. Thanks, a little sweet urgency charm, double thumbs up, x2. Clearwater, half pot, broken future foam, In Chongkong's urgency charm, Lan Xuan Yu, double thumbs up, x2. Yu my heart, user 8143 urgency charm, x2, thumbs up, user 3371 urgency charm. Thank you. A bit late today.